energy into the surrounding woods. As expected of the son of the prison king, your strength is indeed extraordinary. A voice emerged from the dense forest, seemingly close yet distant. Show yourself, cowards! Ziruo shouted. From the forest emerged a man in his 40s, gaunt and wiry, with sharp, calculating eyes. Dressed in the garb of the hunter's gang, he held a ruler in his hand and gave Ziruo a sinister smile. I am the second in command of the hunter's gang, Liu Bai Yuan, known as the Six-Armed Ape. Greetings, Prince Yin. Ziruo's brow furrowed as he demanded, spare the pleasantries. Where are Yang Qiun and Luoya? Young Master Yang is naturally in the temple, Liu Bai Yuan sneered. As for the little beast woman, well, that depends on whether Prince Yin is willing to make a deal with our hunter's gang. Before Ziruo could respond, Liu Bai Yuan waved his hand and said, don't be hasty in rejecting me. Hear me out first. From his sleeve, Liu Bai Yuan produced a piece of parchment and said, according to our intelligence, Prince Yin possesses 2 demon embryos. Am I correct? Ziruo's expression darkened. One of the demon embryos was known to the people of the 10,000 Great Mountains, while the other had been obtained in the imperial capital and had already been hatched. The fact that Liu Bai Yuan knew about both demon embryos meant he had sources of intelligence both in the imperial capital and the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, it was possible for the hunter's gang to capture and torture a beast man to extract information, especially with traitors like Gu Er among them. But the intelligence from the imperial capital was more intriguing. Both of Ziruo's demon embryos had been obtained in the imperial capital, making it the most likely source of the leak. The only people aware of his possession of the demon embryos were those present at the banquet hosted by Chu Tian Ai, Chu Ning, He Suague, Chu Tianhua, and even the ancient emperor, Chu Tian Ai himself. Chapter 77. Secret Plots and the God of Greed. Among these individuals, Chu Ning naturally wouldn't spread the news about the demon fetus. Chu Tianhua didn't care about its existence at all, so the only possible suspects were He Suague and Chu Tianai. Seeing Ziruo deep in thought without speaking, the six-armed ape chuckled and said, you didn't deny it, so I'll take that as a confirmation. As for the source of our information, you don't need to guess. Half of the world's affairs are known to our Hunters Guild, and the other half are things we don't want to know. What big talk? Ziruo said gravely. I'm not here to bicker with you, the six-armed ape said with a smile. Let me continue. The 2 demon fetuses in your possession, we want them. You can name your price, and we won't haggle. We can even exchange them for people. Our Hunters Guild has plenty of delicate beauties from the Western Devil Buddha Kingdom. After pondering for a moment, Ziruo suddenly smiled and said, exchanging for people is acceptable. I only want 2 people, Yang Qiun and Luoya, as well as a list of buyers for the merfolk you sold this time. Upon hearing this, the six-armed ape's expression changed immediately. He said in a deep voice, the Beast King girl can be handed over to you, and the list of merfolk buyers can be provided. But Yang Qiun, that's out of the question. Oh, Ziruo said, puzzled. Why is that? You don't need to know the reason. The Beast King girl and the merfolk buyer list can be exchanged one for one. You won't be at a disadvantage. I can even include detailed information about the buyers from the Devil Buddha Kingdom. They are no ordinary individuals, and if you intend to rescue someone, you'll definitely need this information. The six-armed ape said gravely. To be honest, Ziruo was truly tempted by this offer. Luoya must be saved, and the list of merfolk buyers must be obtained. If he could gain more information about the Devil Buddha Kingdom, it would be beneficial for Ziruo. If Ziruo didn't know Yang Qiun's true identity, he might have agreed. But Yang Qiun must not be left alive. Unlike Xiao Su, who only had the help of Ming Xia to advance rapidly, Yang Qiun, given enough time to gather souls to compensate for the flaws in his own spirit, would one day become an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. By then, taking away the remaining villain points from him might not even be worth the effort. After pondering for a moment, Ziruo silently activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eyes. In his vision, he could faintly discern that the six-armed ape's energy was continuously gathering in his hands, as if he was poised to execute an escape technique at any moment. In the dense forest not far away, numerous hidden figures were poised, their energy gathered, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Ziruo frowned. If he were to attack the six-armed ape now, whether he could capture him was uncertain. If he failed, he would have to deal with the hidden forces in the forest afterward. It wasn't that Ziruo was afraid, but if he acted now, it would almost be sentencing Wuxia to death, and the merfolk who had already been sold would be impossible to retrieve. Thinking of this, Ziruo said gravely, "I can make a deal with you, but I only have one demon fetus left. The other one was used for alchemy, the medicine that Xianxia wanted. One demon fetus in exchange for what you just mentioned. If you agree, we have a deal. If not, I'll leave immediately." The six-armed ape pondered for a moment and said, "Deal." He then waved his hand toward the back, and a group of people led by Wuxia emerged from the woods. Although Wuxia's appearance was haggard, there were no visible wounds on her body. When she saw Ziruo, her weariness instantly turned into joy and excitement. Ziruo, however, frowned and said gravely, "Are we trading here? Is this how your Hunters Guild does business? Isn't it a bit too stingy? I traveled 1,000 miles to get here, and you don't even show some hospitality?" The six-armed ape chuckled and said, "Mr. Yin, you're joking? Your reputation precedes you, and we are currently enemies, not friends. For caution's sake, we dare not let you into our headquarters." Impeccable. Ziruo felt a bit troubled. This six-armed ape seemed to be some kind of strategist for the Hunters Guild. From the moment they met until now, although they hadn't turned against each other, he had been wary of Ziruo at every step. Ziruo had originally planned to enter the Hunters Guild headquarters and then make other plans, but if they exchanged everything here, it would be almost impossible to eliminate Xianxia, the potential threat. At that moment, a voice came from the temple, saying, "Let them in." Ziruo was somewhat surprised, and even Ming Xia was taken aback. The voice came from the distant temple, and it was a woman's voice. Could it be that the leader of the Hunters Guild was a woman? The six-armed ape also seemed surprised but still sighed and said, "Since our leader has invited you, please follow me, Mr. Yin. Consider it the beginning of our friendly cooperation. However, the little beast woman cannot be handed over to you for the time being." As he spoke, the six-armed ape waved to the group of Hunters Guild members, who then led Wuxia away. Ziruo immediately transmitted his voice. "Princess Wuxia, don't worry, I will definitely save you." Originally, Wuxia's face showed a hint of fear as she was taken away, but hearing Ziruo's voice transmission, she calmed down. At the same time, Ziruo secretly sent the demon god Huaba to follow Wuxia invisibly. Seeing Wuxia being taken away, the six-armed ape then extended his hand to Ziruo and said, "Mr. Yin, please." Ziruo then followed the six-armed ape forward. They walked along the path and entered the temple, where a towering statue of the Sori god stood nearly 6 meters tall. The Sori god held a scale in his left hand, a dagger at his waist, and 2 weights in his right hand, which was hidden behind his back. The Sori god's face wore a smile, but behind his head was another face, also smiling, but with a hint of viciousness. "The god of greed, Sori," the six-armed ape said with a smile. "Our Hunters Guild's faith. I wonder if Mr. Yin knows anything about the Sori god?" Ziruo snorted and said, "I have no interest in these gods and monsters." The six-armed ape chuckled and said, "That's a pity. After all, the Sori god has some connection with the demon fetus in your possession. The Sori god is one of the 72 subordinate gods of the Devil Buddha Kingdom." 72 subordinate gods? Are there also main gods? Ziruo asked. "Of course," the six-armed ape said with a smile. "The Devil Buddha Kingdom has 3 main gods and 72 subordinate gods, overseeing all living beings and the myriad phenomena of the world. Among them, the Sori god governs the greed in human nature. It is said that in ancient times, the Sori god roamed the continent with greed as his weapon. Anyone who was insatiably greedy would inevitably suffer his punishment. At this, the bull demon sneered and said, "Then he should be called the anti-greed god." The six-armed ape's brow furrowed, and he glared at the bull demon. The bull demon, however, remained unfazed and looked up at the statue of the sorry god, saying, "Sorry, that scoundrel, isn't this tall? This image doesn't fit at all." Chapter 78. The World of Sumeru, the seductive fox with three tails. Upon hearing this, the six-armed ape furrowed his brows tightly. Then, the bull demon sneered and continued, "He's just an ordinary person from the demon Buddha kingdom. If you must insist, his cultivation is slightly higher, but can that be called a deity? Besides, you lot are nothing but bandits trafficking in human lives, worshipping this god of greed. Do you want Sorry to punish you?" The six-armed ape's face turned alternately green and red under the bull demon's words, his anger simmering but unable to erupt. He could only say gloomily, "It seems our friend has some prejudice against the god Sorry." The bull demon chuckled mockingly. "Prejudice? Not really, just a few opinions." Before the six-armed ape could respond, the voice of the chief came again. "Please invite these friends in to talk." The six-armed ape, his face still sullen, then said, "This way, please." The group followed the six-armed ape further into the depths. Behind the statue of Sorry was a small temple, filled with altars adorned with countless incense sticks, their smoke swirling. The unique fragrance reached them even before they approached the entrance. The six-armed ape led them past the temple, along a narrow path on the side. The path was flanked by rooms with closed doors. Ziruo, using his martial arts vision, saw nothing inside. They appeared to be empty. Continuing onward, they reached the end of the path, where a small, humble hut sat amidst some flowers and plants, exuding a somewhat elegant, zen-like atmosphere. The six-armed ape brought them to the door of the hut and said, "Our chief is inside." "In there?" Ziruo was slightly surprised. The hut was barely tall enough for a single person, requiring one to duck to enter. The bull demon, nearly 3 meters tall, could see the roof of the hut from where he stood. The six-armed ape smiled faintly and said, "Please, come in." As he opened the door, the interior of the hut was pitch black, nothing visible. Ziruo activated his martial arts vision, but could only see a swirling mist. Seeing that Ziruo hadn't moved, the six-armed ape crossed his arms and chuckled. "Could it be that young Master Yin is afraid? Then allow me to enter first." With that, the six-armed ape ducked into the hut, and then poked his head out, saying, "Young Master Yin, still afraid?" At this, Ming Xia suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I remember now. This is the spatial array technique of the demon Buddha kingdom, the world of Sumeru." The chief's voice then echoed, "Indeed, it is the world of Sumeru, one grain of sand, one world, one speck of dust, one universe. Young Master Yin, Elder Ming Xia, please enter." Seeing this, Ziruo no longer hesitated and ducked through the door. The scene before him suddenly changed. What had appeared as a mere few square meters of a dark, cramped hut from the outside now revealed itself as a magnificent, spacious palace of stunning beauty. At the innermost part of the palace, a woman dressed in gauzy garments sat cross-legged on a throne of red gold. Although her face was veiled by a thin gauze scarf, one could still faintly discern an almost peerlessly beautiful countenance beneath it. Her complexion, slightly reddish like wheat, her taut skin, slightly closed eyes with long lashes, and her slender, delicate body. She could indeed be called a paragon of beauty. Such a woman was the chief of the notorious hunters' gang, who had caused untold harm to countless people. Just as Ziruo was puzzled, a voice came from behind the throne. "Ziruo, we meet again." Yang Qiyun emerged from behind the throne, a mocking smile on his face. Ziruo chuckled coldly. "Indeed, what a coincidence." The woman then extended her hand, and Yang Qiyun immediately bowed and stepped forward to help her up. She twisted her waist, slowly descending from the throne and approaching Ziruo. Her eyes remained tightly closed as she circled him twice, then smiled and said, "So you are the young master of the prison king, known for your potential as a great emperor. It's better to see you in person. Your demeanor far surpasses your reputation." Ziruo was puzzled by her closed eyes and immediately asked, "Are you the chief?" The woman, supported by Xianxia, returned to the throne and lay sideways, saying, "Yes, I am the chief. You may also call me the three-tailed fox. Nine-eyed cat, six-armed ape, three-tailed fox. Your names are quite interesting," Ziruo said with a smile. "Cat, ape, fox, weasel, snake, eagle, badger, jackal. These are the ancient traditions of our hunters' gang," the three-tailed fox chuckled. "The ranking of chiefs has always followed a pattern of 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, 3, 6, 9 in each generation. My generation includes the nine-eyed cat, the six-armed ape, and myself, the three-tailed fox." Ziruo first smiled, then suddenly realized and glanced at the six-armed ape. If the three-tailed fox and the six-armed ape were of the same generation, then her age must be at least 40 or more. The three-tailed fox seemed to have read Ziruo's thoughts and smiled faintly. "Young Master Yin, guessing a lady's age is quite impolite." Ziruo was startled. Could this three-tailed fox read minds? "I merely guessed what young Master Yin was thinking. No need to be concerned," the three-tailed fox said with a smile. "Now that you've seen my world of Sumeru, what do you think of it?" Ziruo was momentarily startled but quickly composed himself and said, "Using a secret realm to conceal a palace. This idea is indeed groundbreaking. No wonder the system couldn't detect Xianxia's location. He was hiding in a secret realm." This was the first time Ziruo had seen someone set up a palace within a secret realm. "This isn't a secret realm," Xianxia sneered. "This is the spatial divine ability of the demon Buddha kingdom. They excel in spatial secret techniques, capable of constructing spaces tens of times larger within a tiny area." "Young Master Yang, you're being a bit too talkative," the woman said lazily, propping her head on one hand as she lay on the throne. Xianxia immediately knelt on one knee and said, "My apologies, chief. I meant no disrespect." Ziruo was baffled. Xianxia, who wasn't afraid of even him, why was he so fearful of this three-tailed fox? The woman then smiled and said, "Young Master Yin, I hear you've been obstructing the business of our hunters' gang in multiple places. Is that true?" Ziruo answered without fear, "Yes." "You certainly have guts," the three-tailed fox said with a mischievous smile. "To admit it so openly, aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" "Many have wanted to kill me, including your companion, Brother Yang," Ziruo said coldly. "But so far, no one has succeeded. Do you know why, chief?" "Because they weren't strong enough," the three-tailed fox said with a smile. "Wrong," Ziruo said firmly. "It's because heaven doesn't want me dead, so I always manage to escape danger." He, the three-tailed fox laughed like tinkling bells, then said, "Then today, you're doomed, because here in the hunter's gang, I am heaven." Chapter 79. The White-Eyed Mara, the Truth Revealed. As soon as the three-tailed fox finished speaking, she pinched her fingers into a delicate orchid shape and flicked them lightly. A faint pink force slowly flew towards Ziruo. Just as Ziruo was about to dodge, she saw the three-tailed fox on the throne open her eyes. Her gaze was clear and limpid, like rippling water under the sunlight, or the serene moonlight cascading through the pitch-black night. At that moment, Ming Xia let out a soft cry. "Be careful." Then Ming Xia quickly moved in front of Ziruo, throwing out the Majin Divine Cauldron, which blocked the pink force entirely. Ziruo immediately said in a deep voice, "Illusion? It's not an illusion, it's a divine ability." Ming Xia retracted the Majin Divine Cauldron and looked at the three-tailed fox. "What big boss? She's clearly the white-eyed Mara of the demon Buddha kingdom." The three-tailed fox slowly stood up, and now Ziruo could finally see her eyes clearly. Her eyes were almost entirely white, with only a small dark blue pupil in the center. "I am both the white-eyed Mara and the leader of the hunter gang." The three-tailed fox smiled and said, "And I also have another identity, but that's a secret for now. Ziruo frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What is a white-eyed Mara?" Ming Xia said, "I've only heard rumors. The Demon Buddha Kingdom has many medicinal herbs that are not found in the ancient Chaos continent. When my master was young, he went to the Demon Buddha Kingdom to collect herbs and almost died at the hands of a white-eyed Mara." "Let me explain," the three-tailed fox said with a smile. "The white eye is a special divine eye technique cultivated by the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Mara means a person who brings disaster to the world. The white-eyed Mara, when combined, refers to someone who brings disaster to the world through eye techniques. Children chosen to be white-eyed Mara are locked in a completely dark environment from a young age, with special medicinal liquids applied to their eyes. The liquids stimulate the secret technique of the divine eye, until they can see in a completely lightless environment. Many of these children die of depression or are permanently unable to leave the dark environment, going completely blind at the slightest exposure to light. Only a very few survive to become white-eyed Mara." The three-tailed fox spoke with a constant smile, but through the veil, her smile seemed somewhat sinister and terrifying. The characteristic of the white eye is that it can plunge people into deep illusion. Combined with specific techniques, it can make the victim develop an obsessive, intoxicated affection for the caster, to the point of death, unless their eyes are gouged out, or, the three-tailed fox said, glancing at Ziruo, "the caster dies." Upon hearing this, Ziruo's brow furrowed deeply. Suddenly, he said, "So you're not the leader of the hunter gang, or rather, you only recently became the leader of the hunter gang." "Oh, how did you figure that out?" the three-tailed fox said with a half-smile, looking at Ziruo. Ziruo said in a deep voice, "The hunter gang's business has always been limited to kidnapping members of the Beastmen tribe in the 10,000 mountains. They've never touched the women of the Tide Sea tribe or the Demon Buddha Kingdom. The reasons are simple. First, the Tide Sea tribe and the Demon Buddha Kingdom have complete political rule. They are two sovereign nations. Second, members of these two tribes are difficult to capture and sell. The Beastmen tribe looks identical to the residents of the ancient Chaos continent, and with the Beastmen tribe in constant internal strife, their clans are fragmented, making them relatively easy to capture and sell. But the Tide Sea tribe has mermaid bodies, and the Demon Buddha Kingdom has reddish skin, making them easily distinguishable. Only the nobility would dare to buy them, and it could easily lead to war. Capturing them costs more, but they can't be sold, making it a losing business. Moreover, your age is quite different from that of the nine-eyed fox and the six-armed ape, so you can't be from the same generation of leaders. Therefore, I have reason to believe that you killed the leader and used your white eye to control most of the hunter gang, including the two deputy leaders." The three-tailed fox laughed and said, "I really didn't misjudge you, Ziruo. You are indeed clever. I'm growing more and more fond of you. How about this? Stay and take Yang Chiyun's place. Become my consort." Ziruo sneered and said, "Sorry, I don't like picking up used shoes." "What did you say?" The three-tailed fox immediately became furious. Her eyebrows raised as she said, "Say that again. I understand the suffering you've endured, but I can't accept you becoming such a twisted character because of it." Ziruo sneered and said, "It seems the hunter gang has become your palace, and you treat them as your male consorts, don't you?" The three-tailed fox first became furious, then suddenly laughed, turning back to the throne and stepping on Yang Chiyun, who was still kneeling, with her foot. "Yes, you're right. I do treat them as my pets, but just a bunch of dogs. But even as dogs, I've given them enough benefits. This Yang Chiyun, when he came to me, was only at the first level of the heavenly mystery realm. Now he's at the fourth level, and I've also taught him the divine escape technique." The three-tailed fox said, looking at Ziruo with a sweet, syrupy tone. "But you're different. I genuinely like you. You're smart, brave, and you've come into my dragon's lair for your friends. You're different from them. I can make you my man, my king. Rule them together with me. I'll give you whatever you want. Coins, cultivation, techniques, even women. Any race you desire. How about it? Is the offer good enough?" Upon hearing this, Ziruo's heart trembled. Such a hot, tempting offer of easy living was too alluring. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "The conditions are quite good, but I decline." "Why?" the three-tailed fox said in surprise. "What else do you want?" Ziruo shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just have good teeth by nature and prefer to eat hard things. I don't like living off others." The three-tailed fox sneered and said, "Is that so? Since we can't reach an agreement, you can die." As soon as she finished speaking, the six-armed ape and Yang Qiyun simultaneously charged towards Ziruo. Although Yang Qiyun's cultivation had improved somewhat, he was still no match for Ziruo. The six-armed ape, however, was quite troublesome. He was at the 4th level of the Wangxin realm, the same as Ziruo, but the ruler in his hand seemed to have some special power. He wielded the ruler with long and short strokes, the ruler carrying a sharp force. Just a brush past Ziruo's chest left a large tear in his clothes. Originally planning to conserve strength to deal with the unknown leveled three-tailed fox, seeing both of them attack simultaneously, Ziruo no longer held back. He raised his hand, condensing several chains and an extra pair of shackles, instantly binding Yang Qiyun and kicking him aside. However, the chains were ineffective against the six-armed ape. His ruler seemed like a divine weapon, cutting through the chains effortlessly wherever it passed. Ming Xia was about to step forward to help when Ziruo said, "No need to help, brother bull demon. Lend me the blade again." Chapter 80. Secret Treasures of the Upper Realm, the God of Greed. Upon hearing this, Nyoamo tossed the blade over and said, "Next time, you'll have to pay." Ziruo caught the long sword, and as he channeled his energy, a blade aura nearly half a meter long formed, surprising Nyoamo. Meanwhile, the three-tailed fox watched Nyoamo, deep in thought. Ziruo leaped forward, swinging his sword to strike at the six-armed ape. The ape sidestepped, allowing the blade aura to pass by his side. With a flick of his ruler, it extended dramatically, latching onto the beam of the palace like a rope, pulling him away. Seeing this, Ziruo swung his sword horizontally, but the six-armed ape repeated his trick, dodging again by using the beam. "So-called divine might, is that all you've got?" the six-armed ape sneered. Ziruo smirked back. "Is that so? Then take another one from me." With that, he reversed his grip, thrusting the sword upwards with all his might. The blade aura suddenly surged, extending to nearly 4 meters. The six-armed ape, thinking he was safe, panicked when the blade aura approached and hastily dropped the ruler, leaping backwards. The blade aura flashed momentarily before Ziruo let out a cold chuckle. With a wave of his hand, a black prison gate materialized between the six-armed ape and the ruler. Before the ape could react, countless chains erupted from the gate, ensnaring him in an instant and sending him crashing down from the beam. Ziruo dismissed the black prison abyss gate, leaped up, and retrieved the ruler from the beam. It bore some insect-like characters. Unable to read them, he handed it to Ming Xia. "Elder Ming Xia, what does this say?" Ming Xia took it and exclaimed in surprise, "These are insect script, a language from the upper realm. If I'm not mistaken, this reads, 'Will follow heart ruler.'" The upper realm? Ziruo was also taken aback. The Luanggu continent, including its surroundings, belongs to the lower realm, where the highest cultivation level is only Great Emperor 5th rank. To reach beyond that, one must prepare for ascension to the upper realm. Successfully ascending allows one to break through the Great Emperor level, shatter the void, become a deity, and enter another world, where even the lowest cultivators are beyond the Great Emperor level. The beast god, for instance, descended from the upper realm to experience life. Occasionally, the upper realm intersects with the lower realm, creating secret realms containing treasures, elixirs, or even techniques left behind. Such secret realms are rare, occurring only once every few centuries, entirely dependent on fate. Some cultivators may never encounter one in their lifetime. However, those who enter and emerge unscathed invariably experience a significant boost in strength, as the treasures and elixirs from the upper realm are unparalleled in the lower realm. For instance, This ruler, though outwardly ordinary, could easily penetrate Ziruo's protective energy field, something that had never been witnessed before. As Ziruo stared at the ruler in contemplation, the three-tailed fox coldly laughed. Not bad, but it ends here. With that, she waved her arms, and the surroundings plunged into darkness. Whispers and seductive murmurs filled the air, as if whispering suggestive words directly into their ears, disrupting their focus. Bai-Ro moaned softly and fell to her knees. Ming Xia quickly warned, "This is the three-tailed fox's created space. She controls everything within it. Everyone, steady your minds and don't listen to those voices." Her words were mainly for Bai-Ro and Ziruo, as Nyoamo and the little monkey, with their higher cultivation levels, didn't need the reminder. Bai-Ro, however, was already too affected by the surrounding sounds, unable to resist, sitting helplessly on the ground, clutching herself. Nyoamo held the little monkey, and neither of them showed any reaction. Beasts naturally possess night vision, so the darkness was meaningless to them. Nyoamo, however, remained still, curious to see if Ziruo could turn the tide under such a disadvantage. The three-tailed fox circled the group twice before finally choosing Ziruo as her target. Slowly approaching him, she stared directly into his eyes, which darted about in the dark. She emitted seductive murmurs and sent a slow, pink energy towards him. To her horror, she found Ziruo looking directly at her, his eyes clear and uninfluenced, a smirk playing on his lips. This startled the three-tailed fox. Ziruo sidestepped the pink energy, then swiftly moved, binding her limbs with several chains. In that instant, the light returned, the sultry murmurs ceased, and Bai-Ro, blushing, stood up. The three-tailed fox looked at her bound limbs in shock. "How is this possible? You weren't controlled by my divine sight technique?" Ziruo chuckled. "Why not? Maybe I was just born with a strong will." In truth, the effects of the ancient emperor technique allowed Ziruo to remain clear-headed. Even when the three-tailed fox tried to control him, he had feigned being affected to confuse her. "Three-tailed fox, after hearing your story, I actually feel some sympathy for you," Ziruo said gravely. "But your crimes are too great. If I don't kill you, those who were abducted and plunged into despair would never agree." As he spoke, he channeled his primordial divine fire, ready to strike the three-tailed fox. But she suddenly laughed, and the chains binding her disintegrated like dust. "Sympathy? Ha ha ha. Young Master Yin, I'm growing more and more fond of you." The three-tailed fox laughed, but her eyes revealed a hint of sadness. "My clan, my parents, abandoned me in darkness, yet you, an enemy meeting me for the first time, feel sympathy for me. Young Master Yin, if not for my unforgivable hatred, I truly wish I could be your wife. But that's impossible." With that, she slowly removed her veil, revealing her stunning face. "Do you remember me mentioning my third identity?" At this, everyone felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the three-tailed fox. "Do you know why I wanted the demon embryo from you?" She spread her arms, and a black mist began to seep from her body. Dark veins crawled up her skin, turning her once tawny complexion into a network of black roots. The aura exploded, filling the surroundings with a powerful demonic energy, and the three-tailed fox slowly ascended into the air. "Because I am the demon god you speak of. I am one of the 72 subordinate gods of the demon Buddha nation. Greed is my name. I am the god of greed, Suali." Chapter 81. The bull demon confronts. The space collapses. As soon as the words left his mouth, the three-tailed fox fully succumbed to demonic transformation, with demonic energy coursing through its entire body. The overwhelming aura it exuded surpassed even that of the bull demon's true form, and was comparable to even Shuan Yin. The bull demon, upon seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, "You are the god of greed? How are you a woman?" The three-tailed fox glanced at the bull demon and said, "I remember you. The bull demon beast who challenged me hundreds of years ago. Has the wound on your back healed?" The bull demon snorted coldly in response. "What's a man doing pretending to be a woman? Disgusting." Ziruo spoke in a low voice. She is not the true body of Suali. She must have hatched a demonic embryo with her own blood. It's strange, though. Why does it seem like she can possess both the memories of the demon god and her original self? Judging by this, she must be at least 100 years old. 119 years, the demonic three-tailed fox said with a chilling, eerie smile. I gained the white eyes at the age of 12, becoming the white-eyed Mara of the demon Buddha kingdom. For the next 5 years, I indulged in the affairs of mortals. To escape the control of the demon Buddha kingdom, I crossed the border while on a mission and fled to the northwest of the ancient Chaos continent, where I accidentally found a demonic embryo. The pursuers found me, and in desperation, I had no choice but to perform a blood sacrifice on the demonic embryo. From that point on, I lost all memory and lived in a daze for 100 years, until I awakened 2 years ago. As she spoke, the three-tailed fox looked at Ziruo and asked, Young Master Yin, would you like someone like me? Ziruo furrowed his brows and said gravely, If you wish to regain your original form, I can ask someone to help you. I have a friend who knows how to dispel the influence of demonic energy. No, the three-tailed fox said with a sinister smile. I quite like who I am now. I possess power. If only I had 2 more demonic embryos, I could return to seek revenge. Young Master Yin, give me the demonic embryos. Ziruo shook his head and said, That is not your own thought, but the influence of the demonic energy. I will not give you the demonic embryos. If that's the case, then I'll take them myself. At that moment, the three-tailed fox's face contorted into a Zhengning expression, and her body shot forward like a ghost, her hand lunging toward Ziruo. But the bull demon quickly retrieved his long blade, shoved the little monkey back into Ziruo's hands, and said, Suali, the grudge between you and me should be settled today. The bull demon swung his blade, and the blade aura instantly extended to 4 meters. The space was still too small for such a battle, so the bull demon dared not extend the blade aura further. With a horizontal slash, the bull demon's blade force shot directly toward the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox, with her right hand, condensed a black aura into a scale, blocking the incoming blade strike. With her left hand, she formed a weight and slammed it down fiercely at the bull demon. The bull demon quickly retracted his blade, turning the edge and swinging it in a half-circle over his head, using his shoulder to block the descending weight. As black aura and blade aura clashed, it resulted in a series of thunderous explosions, with shockwaves spreading out, causing a stinging pain on everyone's faces. The bull demon, being the chief of the evil gods in the 10,000 mountains, had an incredibly robust beastly body. Despite being only at the 5th rank of the saint level, he was evenly matched with someone at the emperor level. The weight in the three-tailed fox's hand was like a heavy hammer, and with each strike, it grew larger and heavier, quickly becoming as large as a carriage. Yet, the three-tailed fox wielded the massive weight with ease, as if she felt no burden at all, her movements swift and unhindered. Gradually, the bull demon began to fall into a disadvantage. The palace, though spacious, was still too small for the bull demon. He dared not reveal his true form, forced to fight in his humanoid shape. After suffering multiple setbacks, his anger grew increasingly intense. Finally, unable to endure any longer, the bull demon let out a roar, his body beginning to swell. His true form, nearly 5 meters tall, emerged. With a swing of his blade, he bellowed, Witness my bull reversing the universe. Ming Xia quickly gathered her strength and set up a defensive barrier for everyone. The blade aura instantly surged, filling the entire room with violent blade energy. The blade aura then condensed, causing the bull demon's long blade to glow white-hot. The blade aura shot toward the three-tailed fox like a meteor piercing the sun. The three-tailed fox, unflustered, waved her hands, and a massive weight, like a small mountain, appeared between them, blocking the blade attack. The blade aura collided with the weight, resulting in a deafening explosion. The blade energy scattered, slicing away a thick layer of the palace, even cutting the beams into dust. The once magnificent palace began to collapse. Ming Xia exclaimed, "The place is collapsing. Everyone, get out quickly." As she spoke, Ming Xia grabbed Bai Rou and dashed outside. Ziruo was about to leave when he noticed Yang Qiyun and the six-armed ape, who were trembling in a corner, their bodies shredded by the blade energy. He frowned, braving the still raging blade energy to grab them and make a leap toward the exit. At that moment, the palace could no longer hold, and large chunks of the ceiling began to fall, quickly sealing off Ziruo's surroundings. The bull demon cursed under his breath and leaped forward to rescue him. The three-tailed fox said to him, "Go out first. I'll take him with me." The bull demon frowned, unable to believe that this enemy, who had just been shouting for a fight, would now help Ziruo. The three-tailed fox shook her head, pointed at the bull demon, and he instantly vanished. After sending the bull demon away, the three-tailed fox teleported to Ziruo's side, gently taking his arm, and they both disappeared from the spot. Ming Xia and Bai Rou escaped the collapsing structure, only to realize that Ziruo was missing. Just as they were about to go back to rescue him, the bull demon appeared at the doorway of the collapsing structure, which soon completely fell apart, with the door disappearing as well. Ming Xia and Bai Rou were frantic, desperately searching through the rubble, but found nothing. Ziruo had completely vanished. They looked at each other, and Bai Rou, unable to hold back any longer, fell to her knees in the ruins and wept loudly. Ming Xiao's face was pale, trying her best to suppress her tears, her shoulders trembling as she teetered on the edge of collapse. The bull demon stood there in a daze, gripping his long blade tightly. If not for his recklessness, how could Ziruo and the beast god have been trapped in that collapsing space? A wave of regret filled his heart. The bull demon raised his blade, ready to strike his own head. At that moment, a chain flew in, stopping the bull demon's suicide attempt. "Brother bull demon, why so desperate?" Everyone turned to see Ziruo standing behind them, holding the barely conscious Yang Qiyun and six-armed ape. The little monkey, as if nothing had happened, was still searching for imaginary lice on Ziruo's head. The three-tailed fox had returned to her original form, once again wearing her veil, standing silently beside Ziruo. Chapter 82. The Past of the Three-Tailed Fox, Ziruo's emotional stirring. Upon seeing the situation, Bull Demon immediately stepped forward with a mixture of surprise and delight, saying, "You damn Yao Zi, why are you still caring about these two people at a time like this? Let them die already." Ziruo released the two and smiled, saying, "They can't die, at least not yet." Yang Qiyun still had unextracted luck value, and the six-armed ape held the list of buyers for the mermaid. Both still had value, so naturally, they couldn't be allowed to die just like that. Seeing that Ziruo was unharmed, Bai Rou rushed forward, hugging him and crying, "Mr. Yin, I'm so glad you're okay." Ziruo smiled and patted Bai Rou's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill." Ming Xia also breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to look at the three-tailed fox, saying, "Thank you." It had been a situation almost certain death, and only the three-tailed fox, with her mastery of spatial secret arts, could have brought Ziruo to safety. The three-tailed fox smiled and shook her head, then turned to look at Ziruo, saying, "Don't forget our agreement." Ziruo nodded and said, "Don't worry, I wouldn't ignore it if I knew about it." The three-tailed fox nodded, glanced at Ziruo once more, and said, "Mr. Yin, until we meet again." Before Ziruo could respond, the three-tailed fox vanished in an instant. Bull Demon asked in confusion, "What agreement did you make with her?" Ziruo shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "An agreement that's a bit difficult. I don't know if I'll ever be able to fulfill it in my lifetime." Time rewound to the moment the space collapsed. The three-tailed fox arrived by Ziruo's side and teleported the three of them out of the collapsing space. When Ziruo opened his eyes, instead of seeing the outside world, he found himself in a dark, gloomy environment. Activating his martial Dao heavenly eyes, he saw that he was in a narrow, pitch-black chamber. In the corner of the chamber, a haggard little girl was crouching. Is this the young three-tailed fox? Did I fall under an illusion? No, I don't feel any malice. This is just something the three-tailed fox wanted me to see. Curious, Ziruo approached and reached out, only to find his hand passing through the little girl's body. The scene then shifted. The three-tailed fox had grown up. She was using the divine eye technique, surrounded by a group of grotesque faces wearing the attire of the demon Buddha kingdom. They pointed and laughed at the three-tailed fox, their voices filled with mockery. Ziruo could feel the humiliation and despair in the three-tailed fox's heart. He wanted to step forward and embrace her, but the scene changed again. Now, the three-tailed fox was hiding behind a tree, holding a demonic fetus, with pursuers from the demon Buddha kingdom all around. They wore special masks with thick crystal lenses covering their eyes. Before Ziruo could act, the scene shifted once more. The three-tailed fox was surrounded by black chi, holding a severed head in her hands, with blood everywhere. Her gaze was vacant. The vision changed again, showing the demonized three-tailed fox standing before him, her back turned. In that moment, Ziruo seemed to see the shivering little girl in the corner, the one who had been pointed at and laughed at, the one hiding behind the tree. Mr. Yin, you really won't give me the demonic fetus? The three-tailed fox asked softly. Ziruo shook his head and replied, You know better than anyone the dangers it poses. A single demonic fetus can keep you clear-headed and retain your sanity, but the more you have, the more your memories will fragment. Are you truly prepared to become someone who doesn't even remember who they are? But what else can I do? The three-tailed fox said with a bitter laugh. I have to face the three main gods of the demon Buddha kingdom and countless subordinate gods who haven't fallen. If I'm not strong, I'll never be able to avenge myself. Ziruo said solemnly, Perhaps I can help you avenge yourself. The demonic fetus is more useful with me than with you. As he spoke, Ziruo summoned Fire 8 and revealed its true form before the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox exclaimed in surprise, The transformation god, Fire 8? Ziruo said gravely, The demonic gods I hatch will possess their original forms. I can enhance their cultivation to the level of a great emperor, and they will only obey me. If I can gather enough demonic fetuses and hatch them all, the demon Buddha kingdom will be wiped out with a wave of my hand. The three-tailed fox looked at Ziruo, then retracted her demonic chi and transformed back into her original form. She stepped forward and embraced him, saying, I believe you can do it, and you must. Promise me, don't let me down. Okay? Ziruo smiled and said, I never let those who believe in me down. The three-tailed fox let go of him and said gravely, I'll help you search for other demonic fetuses. When you fulfill your promise to me, I might consider letting your friend help me separate from Suali. Ziruo nodded and said, I hope you won't regret it then. As he spoke, he addressed Fire 8, saying, Go and bring Princess Luoya to me safely. Upon hearing this, Fire 8 immediately took off. The three-tailed fox smiled and nodded, saying, I should take you back now. Your friends must be worried. At that moment, a groan interrupted Ziruo's memories. Yang Qiyun was struggling to grab Ziruo's foot, saying, Save me. I don't want to die. Ziruo sneered and said, How pathetic. Yang Qiyun seemed to hear Ziruo's words, but still reached out, clutching at his foot. Ming Xia stepped forward and placed 2 pills in Ziruo's hand, saying, It's up to you whether to save him or not. Ziruo nodded. Saving him was necessary. Yang Qiyun still had 1,400 luck points, which translated to 14,000 villain points. Plus, ending the plotline would grant additional villain points, making it a considerable sum. His recent villain points were running low, so this was a good opportunity. The tricky part was how to save him and quickly drain his villain points to trigger the end of the plotline. Moreover, even if he didn't save Yang Qiyun, the plot's inertia driven by his luck points would likely ensure his survival. In that case, Ziruo's efforts would have been almost wasted. Thinking of this, Ziruo decided to feed the pills to Yang Qiyun first, and also gave one to the 6-armed ape. The 6-armed ape's cultivation was higher, and his injuries were mostly external from the burst of blade energy, with perhaps some internal injuries, but nothing as severe as Xianxia's. After taking the pills, the six-armed ape recovered almost instantly. Seeing Ziruo, he instinctively reached for his weapon, the free will ruler. However, Ziruo pulled it out and said, "Don't look for it. Your weapon is with me." Ziruo took out the Thuishin Reappears and said, "Don't bother looking. Your weapon is in my possession." The six-armed ape was astonished and said, "What exactly do you want?" Ziruo smiled coldly and said, "Simple. I want you to cooperate with me in a performance. Do well, and there's a slim chance of survival. Fail, and I'm afraid it's goodbye." Chapter 83. The Dispersed Hunters, Zhan Yuan drained. Six-armed ape looked around, noticing that the once elegant and delicate courtyard had been reduced to ruins. He silently stood up, his head drooping in dejection. The ninth-generation hunters, despite countless ambushes and pursuits, never disbanded. The son of the prison king, just a mere son of the prison king, has brought our hunters gang to this state. Six-armed ape reached into his pocket and pulled out a whistling arrow, a cold smile on his face as he said, "Ziruo, you forgot one thing. Your little beast girl beauty is still in the hands of my men. Even if the hunters gang is gone, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." With that, he pulled the arrow, and it shot into the sky with a sharp whistle, exploding with a loud bang in the air. Ziruo coldly watched Six-Armed Ape and said in a low voice, "Unrepentant to the end." Six-Armed Ape glared at Ziruo and retorted, "Repent? I was born evil. What is there to repent for? Even if I die, I'll take a life with me to the grave." As he spoke, two figures rushed down the path, one dressed in the attire of the underworld guards, their face covered, and the other was none other than Luoya. Seeing Luoya rescued, Six-Armed Ape felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He chuckled coldly and then said in a deep voice, "Well played, Ziruo. Truly well played. I admit defeat. What do you want?" The list of merfolk buyers and the defense layout of the buyers from the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Right? As he spoke, he pulled out two sheepskin scrolls from his clothes and handed them over. Ziruo glanced at them, then stored the scrolls away and said, "Your hunters' gang members have grown accustomed to a life of plunder and pillage. By my nature, I would normally wipe them out to prevent them from causing trouble in the villages. But with so many of them, killing them all would be exhausting." Ziruo continued in a low voice, "Is there a way to kill two birds with one stone, Vice Leader?" Six-Armed Ape frowned deeply and asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing much," Ziruo smiled. "Whether the members of the Hunters gang live or die is up to you. After leaving here, I don't want to hear of any Hunters gang members causing trouble. Otherwise, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Six-Armed Ape was silent for a moment before saying in a low voice, "You trust me?" "Of course not," Ziruo said, tossing a pill over. "This is a poison that will cause your intestines to rot and your stomach to burst. I'll have the antidote delivered periodically. The Hunters gang will be under your command." Six-Armed Ape took the pill, thought for a moment, and swallowed it, then turned to leave. But Ziruo called out, "Wait, what now?" Ziruo pointed at Xianxia on the ground and said in a low voice, "You still need to help me put on a show." Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, feeling excruciating pain all over his body. Although his wounds had healed under the effect of the elixir, his internal injuries remained. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ziruo standing in front of him, holding a short blade and smiling at him. Xia's brows furrowed as he growled in a low voice, "Ziruo." "What?" Ziruo coldly looked at Xian. "When you begged me to save you, it wasn't with that tone." Xian then remembered how he had clung to Ziruo's feet, pleading for his life, and felt a wave of regret. Ziruo walked slowly toward Xian, holding the short blade, and said, "All right, time's up." Xian was shocked and asked, "What time? What are you going to do?" "Kill you, what else?" Yin Ziruo said with a cold smile. If you're going to kill me, why did you save me? Yang Qiyun became flustered. Yin Ziruo said in a low voice, You made me run so far. If you had died in there, I wouldn't have been able to vent my anger. Yang Qiyun quickly said, Don't kill me. Yin Ziruo, No, Prince Yin. But Yin Ziruo sneered and said, Not killing you is fine, but you need to apologize, kneel and apologize. Yang Qiyun's brows furrowed deeply. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had been a formidable figure in his previous life, with few peers in terms of cultivation. How could he endure such humiliation? Yang Qiyun sneered and said, You want me to kneel and apologize? Dream on. Yin Ziruo laughed and said, I knew you wouldn't be willing. As he spoke, Yin Ziruo grabbed Yang Qiyun by the shoulder, leapt up, and dashed down the path, arriving in front of the Soli Temple in no time. At this moment, the place was filled with members of the Hunter's Gang, including 6-armed ape. Yin Ziruo threw Yang Qiyun to the ground and said, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Defeat me, and I'll let you go. If you lose, kneel and apologize, and I'll still let you go. What do you say? Yang Qiyun, seeing the gazes of the Hunter's Gang members around him, understood Yin Ziruo's intentions. He slowly stood up and said, You want to humiliate me? Yin Ziruo smiled and said, Yes, so are you going to fight or not? Fight. Yang Qiyun stared into Yin Ziruo's eyes and said in a deep voice, I hope you don't regret it. With that, Yang Qiyun leapt up and struck at Yin Ziruo with a palm. But Yin Ziruo moved leisurely, easily dodging the attack. Yang Qiyun's cultivation was already a whole realm below Yin Ziruo's, and with his injuries, this palm strike didn't even graze Yin Ziruo's clothes. Is that all? Yin Ziruo said with a cold smile. You're on par with the Holy Son of the East. Don't make so many people laugh. The surrounding Hunter's Gang members also chimed in. Young Master Yang, you weren't like this when you came to the Hunter's Gang. Young Master Yang, keep it up. Hearing their cheers, Yang Qiyun felt even more anxious and uneasy. Facing Yin Ziruo, he truly had no more will to fight. Even with the divine fire, he was no match for Yin Ziruo. Let alone now. If only I hadn't thought so much and killed all of the Hunter's Gang members. With their souls, I could have at least improved my cultivation. How could I be at the mercy of others now? Should I really use that move? Seeing Yin Ziruo's triumphant expression, Yang Qiyun's anger boiled over. He made up his mind and said, Yin Ziruo, your cultivation is higher than mine, and I admit defeat, but I don't accept it. I have a move you definitely can't withstand. Yin Ziruo, instead of being alarmed, looked at Yang Qiyun with a cold smile and said, And if I can't withstand it, what then? Yang Qiyun said in a deep voice, If you can withstand it, I'll die on my own. This move condenses all my soul power, and there are only 2 outcomes. You die, or I die. Oh! Yin Ziruo was suddenly intrigued. You have such a move, and you're telling me about it beforehand? Chapter 84, The Final Strike, Qi Yunyun's End. Because if we fought normally, you wouldn't give me the time. Qi Yunyun said gravely. Even though it only takes 3 breaths to gather my soul power for this strike, both of us know that 3 breaths is more than enough for me to die multiple times. Yin Ziruo furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Defeating Qi Yunyun this easily would only deduct a couple hundred luck points from him, and it was far from a fatal blow. The only way to truly crush him was to make him lose all hope. It seemed that no matter what, she had to let him unleash this move. But could she really remain unscathed from this life-threatening strike from this otherworldly expert? As Yin Ziruo pondered, Qi Yunyun suddenly laughed. What? Are you daring enough to take my strike? The surrounding members of the Hunter Gang fell silent. For them, the situation had already seemed like a tree falling and scattering the monkeys, a foregone conclusion. But with Yin Ziruo's decision, they could still survive in the Temple of Soli, though the worst-case scenario was that they could no longer engage in illegal activities. Yet, they still pinned their hopes on Qi Yunyun. If Yin Ziruo were to die, those constraints would vanish like smoke in the wind. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and shouted, "Young Master Yin, give him a chance." More and more people joined in the commotion, making Ming Xia and others who were watching from the sidelines grow increasingly worried. Why would young Master Yin deliberately challenge Qi Yunyun? Bairo wondered aloud. To completely crush his will to fight, Nyoamo said gravely. In our world of beasts, it's a common practice. To ensure a rival vying for power never returns to their territory, the best way is to personally defeat them in front of all their peers. Ming Xiao frowned, watching Yin Ziruo, who remained calm and composed on the field. A sense of doubt lingered in her mind. What exactly are you thinking? Qi Yunyun stared at Yin Ziruo, his mind in turmoil. This was his last chance. By gathering his soul power, he could strike his soul into Yin Ziruo's body, performing a stealing the heavens and replacing the sun, and reincarnate once again. This was his final move from his previous life. However, his soul power hadn't fully recovered yet. If he failed, he would be completely annihilated. But there was no other way. Well, are you going to agree or not? Yin Ziruo pondered for a moment before smiling faintly and saying, "Is this your final move? If so, what reason do I have to refuse?" Qi Yunyun was overjoyed upon hearing this and said gravely, "Very well, Yin Ziruo, watch closely. This is the strike I stake my life on." Suddenly, a faint breeze surrounded Qi Yunyun, carrying an icy chill that seemed to penetrate to the bone, instantly spreading across the entire field. Yin Ziruo, seeing this, didn't dare to underestimate it. He gathered his power and quickly set up several layers of black prison gates around himself. Qi Yunyun then clasped his hands together and shouted sharply, "Soul inversion, soul shift." Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the wind stopped. A surge of soul power pierced through the gates and shot straight toward Yin Ziruo. "It's done. It's done. Yin Ziruo, your body is mine." At that moment, Yin Ziruo's body seemed to be bound, unable to move. He could only watch as the soul power pierced through the black prison gates. Just as the soul power was about to reach him, Yin Ziruo heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Detected soul intent to possess. Passive defense activated. The moment the voice fell, a flash of light enveloped Yin Ziruo. The soul power, like smoke blown away by a gale, instantly dissipated into nothingness. Everyone felt a piercing chill run through their bodies. When they looked back at the field, they saw Qi Yunyun's eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. So much for the strongest move, yet not even a single gate was broken. Seems like young Master Yin is still stronger. Well, the era of the hunter gang is over. Listening to the discussions around her, only Yin Ziruo herself felt the danger she had just faced. If not for the system's automatic defense, her body would have been taken over by Qi Yunyun. The system's defense against spiritual intrusion was absurdly strong. Even the soul of the beast god, a great emperor of the 5th rank, had been rendered amnesiac by the system's backlash. Qi Yunyun had truly hit a brick wall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the luck child Qi Yunyun. Qi Yunyun's luck points decreased by 200. Host gains 2,000 villain points. Current villain points, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Qi Yunyun branch. Gain 10,000 villain points. Gain skill. Soul dispersal. Soul dispersal. Attacks using soul power, inflicting a strong mental shock on the enemy, temporarily incapacitating them. The duration depends on the enemy's cultivation level. Hearing this notification, Yin Ziruo sighed. Qi Yunyun's villain points hadn't been completely drained. The system's backlash caused by Qi Yunyun's attempt couldn't be used to gain villain points, which made Yin Ziruo give up the idea of exploiting the system's backlash. Her villain points had now returned to 20,000, which was quite satisfactory. Next, she needed to head to the demon Buddhist kingdom to rescue the merfolk Princess Moose, who had been kidnapped by them. Yin Ziruo left 2 letters for the 6-armed ape. One was addressed to Wu Jimao, the leader of the Mist Blossom sect, instructing him to transfer the responsibility of transporting medicinal herbs to the current hunter gang. The other was to be delivered to the black prison of the underworld, requesting the six-armed ape to assist the Minghui in reuniting all known victims of human trafficking with their families. Although this couldn't make up for the wrongs committed by the hunter gang, it was the best she could do. Otherwise, with thousands of members in the hunter gang, it would be difficult to handle. If they were to be executed, it would take days to finish. After settling everything, Ziruo opened the parchment and carefully examined it. The list of merfolk purchases included many prominent families and sects from the Chaos Ancient Continent, including the millennia-old medicinal King Valley and even the Chu family. The Demon Buddhist Kingdom, which had purchased Princess Moose, was a family named Moksha Jandra. According to the parchment, the head of the Moksha Jandra family was a descendant of Waitan Jandra, one of the 72 deputy gods of the Demon Buddhist Kingdom. The current head, Jandra Yanatha, was one of the 10 generals of the Demon Buddhist Kingdom, known as the reincarnation of Jandra, with a cultivation level of Saint 4th rank. Other details were not mentioned. This information was somewhat useful to Ziruo, at least giving her a lead on where Princess Moose might be, rather than searching blindly. As Ziruo and her group prepared to set off, Nyoamo pointed at Wuxia and asked, "Are you planning to bring her along too?" Ziruo turned to look at Wuxia. Wuxia's face turned pale, and she looked somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Ziruo before lowering her head. Ziruo sighed and walked over to Wuxia, asking, "Princess Wuxia, what are your thoughts? Do you want to come with us, or return home? If you want to go back, I'll arrange for someone to escort you." Wuxia looked at Ziruo, then at Nyoamo, as if making a decision. She raised her head and said to Ziruo, "Young Master Yin, I want to stay with you." Chapter 85. Preparing for the Demon Buddha, Doubts of the Great Emperor. Upon hearing this, Nyoamo let out a cold snort and said, Another burden. Even though you're a beastkin, that leopard hawk kid and I don't get along. If you get into trouble, don't expect me to help." When Wuxia heard this, she immediately nodded to Nyoamo and said, "I won't cause trouble for Lord Nyoamo." Nyoamo glanced at Wuxia, then carried the little monkey while walking and said, "Kid, since you already have a mermaid with you, what's one more beastkin? I'll leave her to you. If you don't take good care of her, don't blame me for getting angry. You're always attracting admirers everywhere you go. You don't even have a single hair on you, let alone those perfect, sturdy horns. I really don't get why people like you so much. Right, Lord Beast God?" Like? The little monkey mumbled in agreement. Ziruo, hearing this, was left speechless. He could see that Nyoamo was the typical tsundere type, saying he didn't want to take care of anyone, but in reality, he was pushing Wuxia onto him. But since things had come to this, there was no other choice. With that in mind, Ziruo smiled and said, "In that case, Princess Wuxia, you can stay with us for now. However, the journey will be arduous and fraught with danger. If you can't handle it, be sure to tell me so I can find a way to send you back." Wuxia quickly replied, "Don't worry, Master Yin. I'll be fine. In my tribe, I often participate in hunting expeditions. When I go berserk, my cultivation reaches the 3rd level of the Earth's mysterious realm, which isn't low at all." Berserk mode, huh? Ziruo was a bit surprised and also curious about what Wuxia would look like when she went berserk. At that moment, Ming Xia walked over and pointed to the 6-armed monkeys carrying supplies onto Ziruo's carriage, whispering, "Ziruo, what was in that poison you gave him? Could he possibly find an antidote on his own?" Ziruo chuckled and said, "It wasn't poison at all, just a regular healing potion." "What?" Ming Xia exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you afraid he'll do something bad once he finds out the truth?" Ziruo shook his head and said, "There's no other way. The hunter gang has too many members. Killing them or letting them go wouldn't be a good solution. This 6-armed monkey may be cunning, but he's also smart enough to know which way the wind is blowing. By introducing him to the jobs at Misty Blossom Sect and Nether Abyss Prison, I'm showing him that the hunter gang doesn't have to rely on robbery and murder to survive. Humans, when they do good for too long, can't stop themselves from becoming evil once they do something bad. And when they do evil for too long, doing good can make them despise their past selves." As he spoke, Yin Ziruo smiled again. Besides, if they're really content living in hell, I wouldn't mind sending them one by one to the real hell. Ming Xia was shocked by this and shook his head with a wry smile. Sometimes I really can't figure you out. One moment you're cold-blooded and ruthless like the ultimate villain, and the next, you show such radiant humanity. That's what makes a true antagonist. Acting on one's own judgment of right and wrong, doing as one pleases to reveal one's true nature. Yin Ziruo didn't say this out loud but just smiled at Ming Xia and said, I'm just doing what I think is right. In the imperial capital, Chu Tianyi looked at the document in his hand and let out a cold laugh before tossing it onto the table, taking a sip from his cup. Hisuague, standing beside him, asked with curiosity, Great Emperor, what's the matter? An invitation from the Demon Buddha Kingdom. It says that Luomu Datua will visit the ancient continent in 2 months to tour and experience the local customs of the ancient empire. Clearly, someone has spread the news that my injuries have healed, and they're using this to test me. If I hadn't recovered, they would have immediately prepared to attack the ancient empire. And then there's this one, Chu Tianyi said, picking up another document and speaking in a deep voice. It's from the Tide Sea Clan. The Tide Sea Clan's third princess has been kidnapped, and all her guards and maids have disappeared. But someone spotted one of them in some brothels, and the Tide Sea Clan found out. This document is demanding I hand her over. Chu Tianyi sneered. A mere salted fish dares to disrespect me. If it weren't for my cultivation being disrupted by a demonic infliction, I would have already wiped out both the Tide Sea Clan and the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Hisuague, standing beside Chu Tianyi, didn't say anything but silently tidied up the documents. Chu Tianyi then said, Chu Ning has returned. The beast god has finally appeared, though he has lost his memories and become Yin Ziruo's pet. Isn't that a good thing? Hisuague said, at least the threat from the 10,000 mountains is gone. Chu Tianyi looked at Hisuague and said calmly, What do you think of this Yin Ziruo? He's wise, alert, and possesses great mental fortitude. Hisuague said, he has both luck and strength, and he knows how to conduct himself. To receive such an evaluation from you, this Yin Ziruo must be quite impressive. Chu Tianyi narrowed his eyes slightly and picked up his teacup, blowing on it before saying, Then tell me, is he loyal? Hisuague was momentarily startled and then said, Yin Ziruo is not the type to be blindly loyal. His loyalty lies within himself. Oh, go on. From his refusal to touch the great emperor's inheritance, it's clear he knows what he should and shouldn't take. If he gets what he deserves, his loyalty will surpass anyone else's. But if what he deserves is taken away, his loyalty will dissipate. As he spoke, Hisuague couldn't help but recall Yin Ziruo's gaze the morning he left the imperial capital, feeling a chill run down his spine. In other words, what kind of person Yin Ziruo becomes depends on whether the great emperor takes away something he values. Chu Tianyi suddenly set down his teacup and said in a deep voice, Is that so? A loyal dog, yet one that guards its food fiercely. As he spoke, Chu Tianyi stood up and slowly walked to the window. The Yin family were the sworn companions of the first great emperor during his conquests. They followed the first great emperor in expanding the empire and battling in all directions, but they were assassinated before the founding of the ancient empire. Because of this, the first great emperor enfeoffed their 5 sons as the 5 boundary kings, with hereditary titles that would never change, no matter who became the great emperor. Hisuague immediately said, So they pose no threat to you, great emperor? No, you're wrong, Chu Tianyi said in a deep voice. It's precisely because they are not threatened by anyone who becomes the great emperor that they don't worry about who sits on the throne. Instead, they might actively seek to help certain people become the great emperor. But the Jinyu King's family wouldn't do that, would they? Hisuague quickly said, during the last rebellion of the 4 kings and the 5 great families, didn't he not participate? Not participating is one thing. Not wanting to participate is another, Chu Tianyi said with a cold smile. Yin Daohan is now the leader of the 5 boundary kings. To rise further, he would have to take my great emperor's position. Do you think he can resist that? I hope he can, Tianyi said with a cold smile. Chapter 86. The Land of the Demon Buddha and the Four Great Divine Abilities. In the Land of the Demon Buddha, located to the west of the western frontier of the Huanggu continent, the climate there is hot and dry, with summer-like weather year-round. As a result, the people of the Land of the Demon Buddha have dark reddish skin, and those with a wheat-colored complexion like Sanweihu are already quite rare. Ziruo and her companions arrived at the border of the Land of the Demon Buddha, in a small town called Lafa. This town, situated at the border between two countries, is an important stop for merchants traveling between them, providing rest and supplies. Despite being a small town, it is unusually bustling and lively. In the past, the Land of the Demon Buddha and the Huanggu Empire were often at war. Once they set foot on each other's land, it was a fight to the death, Ming Xia explained. It wasn't until 300 years ago that the Land of the Demon Buddha was nearly destroyed by the demon embryo calamity. Later, the current Huanggu Emperor sent troops to assist, which allowed both countries to enjoy peace for the past 300 years. Upon hearing this, Luoya asked curiously, "Teacher Ming Xia, I have a question. Why do we call them demon embryos, while the people of the Land of the Demon Buddha call them vice gods?" This brings us to the origin of the name Land of the Demon Buddha. Ming Xia explained. It is said that the first progenitor of the Land of the Demon Buddha had two sides to his nature. One side was cruel and violent, a bloodthirsty demon. The other side was magnificent and benevolent, a Buddha-like figure. Later, the demon and Buddha separated, and a third, neither wholly righteous nor wholly evil, emerged. The three of them jointly created the Land of the Demon Buddha, which is the origin of the country's main gods. These three main gods gave birth to 72 vice gods, who were also a mix of good and evil. No one could determine whether a newly born vice god was righteous or evil. Therefore, the evil ones were called demon embryos, while the righteous ones were called vice gods. However, 300 years ago, the side representing the Buddha in the Land of the Demon Buddha perished, causing an imbalance between the two sides. Overnight, all 72 vice gods transformed into evil incarnations, wreaking havoc across the Land of the Demon Buddha. This led to the demon embryo calamity 300 years ago. As they were speaking, a man approached Ziruo's table with a playful smile, sitting down unceremoniously and saying, "This beauty knows a lot. Are you here for business or for fun?" Everyone looked up to see a man dressed in the distinctive long-bellied attire of the Land of the Demon Buddha, with a light yellow waistcoat over it and a head wrap that resembled a beehive. His skin color was the same as Ziruo's. Ming Xia, seeing his flippant attitude, frowned and said in a low voice, "We don't like talking to strangers. Please excuse yourself, sir." To everyone's surprise, the man did not leave but continued to smile and said, "There's an old saying in the Huanggu continent. First meeting is unfamiliar, second meeting is familiar. If we don't get to know each other, we'll always be strangers, right? It's first meeting is unfamiliar, second meeting is familiar," Luoya corrected with a smile. Same thing, the man laughed. "Let me introduce myself. My name is La Ji, but you can also call me Feng Ji, my Huanggu name. I'm a small-time guide. I know half of the Land of the Demon Buddha's affairs and about a third of the Huanggu continents. Whether you're here for business or sightseeing, I can be of help. And my prices are fair, just 50 crystal coins per trip." Ziruo chuckled and said, "You're quite the extortionist. Our group's daily lodging only costs 10 crystal coins. And you call that fair?" "You get what you pay for," Feng Ji said with a grin. "Besides, you can always haggle." Ziruo smiled and casually asked, "Do you know how to get to the residence of Juliana?" To her surprise, Feng Ji's expression changed immediately. He looked around nervously to ensure no one was paying attention, then pulled Ziruo aside and whispered urgently, "You're going to Juliana's residence?" "Yes, why?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. Feng Ji looked at the group, as if understanding something, and then said coldly, "I thought you looked decent, but I didn't expect you to be involved in such low-life business. Consider me blind. I won't be doing business with you." This piqued Ziruo's interest. She stopped Feng Ji from leaving and said sternly, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. As you said, 50 crystal coins, plus another 50. I'll give you 100. How about it? Feng Ji sneered and said, even if you offered 500, I wouldn't help you with such a thing. Sending these beautiful ladies to Juliana's residence? Do you think they'd have any chance of surviving? Disgusting. Yin Ziruo chuckled, realizing that Feng Ji had mistaken them for being involved in the kind of business that trafficked women. It seemed that Feng Ji wasn't such a bad person after all. However, it was intriguing to think about what Juliana had done to make Feng Ji immediately associate them with such a despicable act. Brother Feng, can you hear us out first? Yin Ziruo said, still holding Feng Ji back. There's nothing to talk about, Feng Ji said, stepping hard on the ground twice. In an instant, his figure had moved 100 meters away. He looked back at Yin Ziruo, sneered, and then left. Yin Ziruo was a bit surprised. Ming Xia then said, it seems this brother Feng has mastered the divine foot technique. Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. Divine foot technique? Is it related to the divine eye technique? Yin Ziruo asked. This is the cultivation system of the land of the demon Buddha, Ming Xia explained. They cultivate divine abilities. The divine eye technique is just one of them. There are also the divine foot technique, divine elephant technique, and the divine mind technique. The divine eye technique, also known as the eye art, focuses on the eyes. Like Sanweihu, the final abilities vary in strength. Some are powerful enough to rival saints, while others are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The divine foot technique has different branches but focuses on the limbs. Some can be incredibly strong, while others can move with great agility. There are even those with extraordinary willpower who cultivate all 4 limbs, gaining the strength to move mountains and the ability to change directions in an instant. When perfected, it is not weaker than the strength of exotic beasts. Nioma snorted disdainfully at this. Ming Xia, knowing his temperament, didn't take it personally and continued. The divine elephant technique is somewhat similar to the cultivation systems of the Luangu continent. Here, elephant represents the myriad phenomena of the universe. So, the divine elephant technique cultivates elements like water, fire, wind, and thunder, as well as earth, wood, metal, and stone. It is the most difficult to cultivate, but also the most powerful system. The last divine ability, the divine mind technique, cannot be cultivated. Only those with innate divine abilities are said to possess it. It allows one to observe all things in the universe and read the hearts of people. I haven't seen it myself, so I can't say for sure if it really exists. Bai then said, Teacher Ming Xia is truly well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, even about the land of the demon Buddha. Ming Xia smiled and said, when I was young, I traveled the land with my master to gather medicinal herbs. Most of what I know comes from those experiences. Have you also been to the South Sea? Bai asked in surprise. Yes, but I didn't go far. The farthest I got was to Xianxia Island, Ming Xia said with a smile. Marine herbs are extremely difficult to gather, and the effort isn't worth it. Besides, I get seasick. As she said this, Ming Xiao's face turned slightly red. At that moment, Nioma suddenly said, that guy is still following us. Chapter 87. Stealing Jade and Scent, Training All 4 Limbs. Yin Ziruo smiled upon hearing this and said, if he wants to follow, let him follow. He doesn't seem like a bad person anyway. It's this Juliana who seems genuinely difficult to deal with. The bull demon handed the meat to the little monkey and said, but he's just at the saint level. What's so hard about that? Ming Xiao's body has fully recovered, and her strength is now at the 2nd rank of a saint level. With you assisting, there shouldn't be any problems below the emperor level. I'm afraid he has helped too. Yin Ziruo said with a wry smile, oh well, overthinking won't help. We're here now, so let's stay here for the night, prepare supplies, and head straight to Naka City to meet this Juliana. As night fell, Yin Ziruo opened the system mall in his mind. In terms of techniques, he possessed the Jinyu Xianjing, Prison Realm Scripture, Luangu Di Shu, Ancient Emperor Technique, Mo Xian Mikan, Demon Heart Secret, Wudao Tianyan, Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Xinyao Jing, Divine Medicine Scripture, and the recently acquired Lihuan Sampo, soul-dispersing powder. He also had 3 divine fires, the primordial divine fire, the Rongsha divine fire, and the Emu divine fire. His current cultivation level was at the 4th rank of the Wangxin realm, which wasn't particularly high but was sufficient for now. As for weapons, he had recently obtained a superior grade secret treasure, the Sui Xian Rui Qi, Wishful Enrui Ruler. This versatile weapon could extend to function as a spear, shorten to serve as a sword, be as hard as splitting gold and cracking stones, or as soft as a flexible whip. It was perfectly suited to his needs at the moment. If he used the 2 million villain points to exchange for pills that enhance cultivation, his strength could at least break through to the Xianxia realm. However, he still had an unhatched demon embryo, and to collect all 72 demon embryos, he didn't know how long it would take. But to hatch the demon embryo, he would need to purchase a matching incubation chamber, which would make his 2 million villain points insufficient again. I'd better save up some more. I wonder if I can run into 1 or 2 luck-favored sons on this trip to squeeze them dry. As he was thinking, he heard a stealthy footsteps outside the door. Ziruo immediately pretended to lie down but secretly activated his Wudao Tianyan, Martial Dao, Heavenly Eye. He saw a figure lurking at the door, listening at the window for a while, then inserting a bamboo tube through the door crack. A puff of smoke immediately flowed in through the tube. A sleeping powder? So it's a petty thief? Ziruo held his breath, wanting to see what the thief was up to. However, the figure at the door, after blowing in the sleeping powder, didn't enter Ziruo's room but turned to the next room. A flower thief who steals jade and scent? Ziruo chuckled coldly. The next room was occupied by Ro and Wuxia. The thief had some discerning eyes, avoiding Ming Xia. Ziruo then got up and quietly approached the door. The thief picked up Wuxia from the bed but couldn't find Ro. Just then, a splash of water sounded behind the screen, startling the thief. When the sound subsided, the thief cautiously approached the screen and peeked in, nearly screaming out loud. Under the moonlight, a perfectly sculpted, fair-skinned body was before him, but what truly astonished him was that the lower half of the body in the water had a fish tail. A member of the Tide Sea clan, a mermaid, the thief exclaimed involuntarily. Ziruo recognized the thief's identity upon hearing this. It was that playful and carefree Miaozi, Fengji? Fengji muttered to himself, "It's really inhuman to send such a beautiful girl to Juoluoyana to be defiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you escape." As Fengji spoke, he picked up Ro and, with the 2 girls, leaped out the window. Ziruo smiled slightly, picked up Ro's saltwater pearl necklace from the bathtub, and followed them. After a short chase, Ziruo sensed something was amiss. As Ming Xia had mentioned, people in the Demon Buddha Kingdom typically practice the Divine Foot technique, usually focusing on either the feet or the arms, rarely training all 4 limbs. But this Fengji's speed was incredibly fast. Ziruo, fearing he might be discovered, had been holding back, yet he almost couldn't keep up. What's worse, Fengji was carrying 2 girls. Could he be the one who trains all 4 limbs? Fengji, carrying Wuxia and Ro, moved further and further away, leaving Lava Town and arriving at an abandoned temple in the countryside. From a distance, Ziruo saw that the temple's signboard was already dilapidated, written in the Demon Buddha Kingdom script, making it hard to tell what kind of temple it was. There was a statue at the entrance, about 3 meters tall, depicting a man kneeling on the ground with his hands on the floor. His arms were thick and powerful, and on his back, 2 more arms were clenched into fists. The entire statue seemed to exude a sense of power. As Ziruo was lost in contemplation of the statue, a sudden commotion came from inside the temple. Ziruo smiled faintly and leaped forward. He saw Fengji covering his face, looking somewhat angry at Wuxia and Ro. Wuxia held a short knife, standing in front of Ro, and said angrily, "Get away! If Mr. Yin finds out we're missing, he'll definitely kill you." Ziruo pinched his nose, thinking to himself, "Am I that bloodthirsty in her eyes?" Fengji exclaimed in surprise, "I saved you. That man wants to sell you to Juoluoyana's mansion for money." "Nonsense," Wuxia retorted angrily. In her heart, Yin Ziruo was almost more important than her father, King Luoma. So how could she let Fengji slander him like this? I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I won't hold back. Fengji also became angry and said, "You truly don't know a good heart when you see one. Since you're willing to be sold, consider it my meddling." As Fengji turned to leave, Bairo suddenly let out a moan and fell to the ground. "Princess Luoya, I need water." Bairo, still in her mermaid form, had been dried out by the night wind after being carried by Fengji. Luoya, seeing this, was at a loss and hurriedly picked up Bairo, ready to leave. Fengji gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "I'll take you to the water." Before he could finish, a figure flashed, and Yin Ziruo appeared, placing the necklace around Bairo's neck. Only then did Bairo regain the strength to transform back into her human legs. Seeing Yin Ziruo, Luoya was overjoyed and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Yin." Yin Ziruo smiled and turned to Fengji, saying, "Meow brother, if you want to date my 2 sisters, you should at least invite them properly, right?" Fengji's brows furrowed, and he said sternly, "Humph. I didn't expect you to be immune to my sleeping powder. Fine, since I've seen this, I can't stand by and do nothing. No matter what, I won't let you hand them over to Luoyana." Fengji clenched his fists, and his arms immediately bulged, the muscles knotting and becoming thick and powerful. Except for the lack of 2 extra arms, everything else was exactly like the statue at the temple entrance. "Villain, take this punch," Fengji shouted, leaping forward with his fists like 2 iron hammers, smashing toward Yin Ziruo. Chapter 88. Diamond Plunge. Misunderstanding resolved. Fengji's fists arrived in an instant. Yin Ziruo quickly raised his hand, forming a chain that wrapped around his arm, and swung his fist to block the attack. However, Fengji, without waiting for his fists to meet, spun on his feet, sidestepped, and appeared behind Yin Ziruo. With a powerful swing of his arm, his iron fist slammed into Yin Ziruo's back. A loud boom echoed, and a cloud of dust rose within the dilapidated temple. Both Bairo and Luoya screamed in shock. But when the dust settled, Yin Ziruo was seen with a smirk on his lips, having blocked the powerful punch with a single hand. Fengji was stunned. He tried to pull his hand back, but felt an immense force gripping his wrist, as if it were held by a heavy iron clamp. "Not bad, not bad," Yin Ziruo said with a smile. "I didn't expect someone at the Earth Realm to deliver such an attack. Your strength and speed surpass your cultivation level, and you even have such moves. The divine step technique is quite impressive." Fengji's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He quickly used his other hand to grab Yin Ziruo, but Yin Ziruo also extended his other hand to grab Fengji. The 2 began to engage in a test of strength right there. With such abilities, why engage in such despicable deeds? Fengji glared into Yin Ziruo's eyes and said, "Miaogu, your words are beyond me," Yin Ziruo replied with a smile. "Besides, it was you who used a sleeping potion to sneakily take people out of the inn. If we're talking about despicable acts, aren't you the more despicable one?" Fengji quickly retorted, "Don't slander me. I was trying to save them." "No one asked you to save them." Yin Ziruo shot back without hesitation. Their hands gripped each other tightly, and Fengji tried several times to break free but couldn't. Sweat began to trickle down his face. Yin Ziruo, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. His cultivation was far beyond Fengji's, and he was merely curious to see how far this practitioner of the divine step technique could go. Fengji grew increasingly anxious. Then, with a loud roar, his muscles suddenly bulged, and his shoulder blades protruded so high that it looked as if another pair of arms was about to burst through his clothes. Yin Ziruo was momentarily stunned by the sight. In that instant, Fengji's arms tensed, and he shouted, "Demon Armor Secret Technique. Diamond Plunge." The moment the words left his mouth, Yin Ziruo felt an immense force surge through his hands. Fengji twisted his waist, channeling his strength, and in a flash, he performed a suplex, throwing Yin Ziruo to the ground. Before Yin Ziruo could hit the ground, Fengji leaped forward, stepping onto Yin Ziruo, who was still in midair, and kicked him down. Another cloud of dust rose, and the already dark and crumbling temple became pitch black, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Fengji knew he couldn't let his guard down. He clenched his fists, gathering power, and began to unleash a series of heavy punches toward Yin Ziruo's landing spot. Each punch shook the entire temple, as if an earthquake were occurring. It's people like you who kidnap others from their parents, breaking apart so many happy families. For the sake of profit, you abandon the most basic principles of humanity. You should repent before the goddess Wuxia. With every word, Fengji delivered a punch, each one shaking the temple to its core. The temple finally couldn't withstand the onslaught, and the first piece of debris fell, hitting Fengji on the head and startling him into stopping. He quickly rushed into the dust to find Bairuo and Luoya. At that moment, the temple let out a final groan and collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble and rising dust. Fengji leaped out of the rubble like a madman, frantically searching through the broken stones and debris for Luoya and Bairuo. Then, a voice came from behind him, not far away. I see. So you were trafficked to the Demon Buddha Kingdom. No wonder your skin tone looks a bit off. Where are you from? The ancient empire? Or the 10,000 mountains? Surely not a mermaid, right? Hearing Yin Ziruo's voice, Fengji stood stunned in the rubble. Turning around, he saw Bairuo and Luoya standing unharmed next to Yin Ziruo. Bairuo shook her head and said, No, we mermaids don't have such strong legs. After all, they're transformed. His state seems a bit like Luoya's berserk mode as a beastkin. Well, our berserk mode fills the entire body with explosive power, and the muscle lines are much more elegant. Unlike him, where only his limbs become thick and somewhat deformed. Yin Ziruo chuckled and said, You too. Stop talking. He's about to cry. Fengji stared blankly at Yin Ziruo and asked, When did you escape? When did I escape? Yin Ziruo rubbed his chin and said, Probably when I was falling from the air. To be honest, that throw did surprise me. After all, combat in the ancient continent rarely involves such close-quarters fighting. What was it called again? Diamond underwear? Diamond plunge. Fengji shouted angrily, but after his anger subsided, he slumped and said, I lost. Justice has failed again. Talking to you is making me lose my mind, Yin Ziruo said with a sigh. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yin Ziruo, one of the 5 great lords of the ancient continent, the son of the northern prison lord. And these two beside me are Princess Luoya of the Leopard Hawk tribe from the 10,000 mountains, and Bairuo, a maid of Princess Miao Si of the Tide Sea clan. Also, I'm not a human trafficker. This time, we came to the Demon Buddha Kingdom to find Princess Miao Si of the Tide Sea clan, who was trafficked here. Fengji was dumbfounded. He looked at Luoya and Bairuo in confusion and asked, Is that true? Yin Ziruo smiled and said, You can't beat me. Do I need to lie to you? Fengji's face changed dramatically. He quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said with a fawning smile, My apologies, young master. It was my reckless speculation. I almost made a grave mistake. I'm truly sorry. You change your face faster than flipping a page, Bairuo said in surprise. As they say in the ancient continent, a good fight brings people closer. We're practically family now, Fengji said with a smile. Since we're all here to rescue the trafficked, I, Fengji, will gladly help. You're going to the residence of Jiluo Yenna, right? I'll guide you there at a discount, just 50 crystal coins. Luoya rolled her eyes and said, I don't even know if you mean a good fight brings people closer, or violence is affection. Besides, you were already asking for 50 crystal coins this morning. Where's the discount? Your conscience? Yin Ziruo chuckled and led everyone back to the inn. Ming Xia and the bull demon were standing at the entrance of the inn. Seeing them return, Ming Xia smiled and said, You brought that meow fellow back. You lost. The bull demon snorted coldly and said, Bad luck. Then, he turned and went back into the inn. Yin Ziruo looked at Ming Xia in surprise and said, Ever since we arrived in the Demon Buddha Kingdom, you've all become so cheerful. You're even betting now? Chapter 89. The Demon Armor School, Julerayana. It's just familiarity. Ming Xia smiled, turned around, and followed the bull demon back to the inn. Ziruo couldn't help but smile at his words. Since leaving the 10,000 mountains, almost 2 months had passed. The group had gradually grown familiar with each other, no longer feeling the initial awkwardness of strangers. Instead, they now understood and supported one another. Returning to the inn with Feng Ji, the group no longer felt sleepy. Ziruo handed 50 crystal coins to Feng Ji and asked curiously, "Feng Ji, are you from the Wangu continent?" Feng Ji nodded, then shook his head, looking at the crystal coins in his hand as he said, "Maybe, or maybe not. I was abducted by human traffickers to the Mofa Kingdom when I was very young. I've forgotten where I originally came from, but I feel like I should be from the Wangu continent. After all, I don't look like a merfolk or an orc." "Then who taught you the divine step technique?" Ming Xia asked. "Without proper guidance, it's impossible to learn such a cultivation method, right? When I was abducted to the Mofa Kingdom, the traffickers encountered a monk of the Vija god. That monk drove away the traffickers, saved me, and then taught me the divine step technique," Feng Ji explained. "Later, the traffickers found the temple. To protect me and the others, the monk died in the temple." "Was it the same temple as earlier?" Wuxia asked, puzzled. "No," Feng Ji chuckled bitterly. "Although both are temples of the Vija god, it wasn't the one where I grew up. I wandered here alone and stayed after seeing a temple of the Vija god." Ziruo nodded upon hearing this and said, "I see. Then what was that move you used earlier, the diamond underwear?" "It's diamond subdue land," Feng Ji corrected with a helpless smile. "That's a move of the divine step technique. Practicing the divine step technique only strengthens the limbs with endless strength. Without corresponding moves, it's just brute force." Ming Xia nodded and said, "I've heard of this. The Mofa Kingdom has countless schools, all derived to complement the power of the divine step technique." Feng Ji nodded and said, "Exactly. My school is called the Demon Armor School." "The Demon Armor School?" Ming Xia exclaimed in surprise. "The strongest school of the divine step technique in the Mofa Kingdom, the Demon Armor School?" Feng Ji gave a bitter smile and said, "The Demon Armor School hasn't been the strongest for over 100 years. Now, there are probably only 2 of us left." "What is the Demon Armor School?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. "In the language of the Mofa Kingdom, demon armor means flexible strength," Feng Ji explained. "The Demon Armor School seeks to achieve unity with heaven and earth by maximizing the body's flexibility. At that point, the body's flexibility would reach its limit, allowing one to pass through holes smaller than a fist. In combat, one could surpass the limits of bodily contortion and attack from unimaginable angles. The Diamond Subdue Land is a secret technique of the Demon Armor School. It gathers strength in every muscle of the body, allowing one to instantly throw an enemy even if both hands are restrained. Sounds like an ordinary move to me. Can it really be called a secret technique?" The bull demon said disdainfully. "If someone restrains my hands, I'll just gore them with my horns." The bull demon sneered. "If someone restrains my hands, I'll pierce their lungs with my horns," the bull demon said coldly with a smirk. "Horns?" Feng Ji looked at the bull demon in shock. "Don't mind him," Ziruo said with a smile, then took out the parchment with information about Julerayana. "How much do you know about Julerayana?" Feng Ji's expression darkened as he said gravely, "A lot. The human traffickers who destroyed our temple and killed that monk were from Julerayana's estate." "So they're enemies? Then this money," Wuxia said, reaching for the crystal coin pouch in front of Feng Ji. Feng Ji quickly snatched the pouch, stuffed it into his clothes, and said, "Enemies are enemies, and guiding you is guiding you. Don't mix the two." Julerayana is one of the 10 great marshals of the Mofa Kingdom, known as the reincarnation of Jula, Feng Ji said after securing the pouch. Jula is one of the 72 lesser gods of the Mofa Kingdom, representing the god of reproduction and intimacy. The title Jula is more of an insult than a compliment, yet he accepts it without question. "A lecher," Ziruo chuckled. "Anything else?" Ji nodded and said, not just a lecher, but an ultimate lecher. Every year, he recruits beauties across the country, even buying foreign women through human traffickers. His debauchery knows no bounds. Isn't there anyone who can control him? Luaya said angrily. What about the other 10 marshals? The king? The king is just a puppet, Ji sighed. The Mofa kingdom is now managed by the Moa god, one of the 3 main gods. However, the Moa god is both righteous and evil, and he doesn't interfere in any affairs, allowing the 10 marshals to manipulate power. As for the other marshals, they're no better than Jularayana. What about the other 2 main gods? Ziruo asked, puzzled. There are no other main gods left, Ji said. The great heavenly god fell 300 years ago, and the Dry Woman god was killed by the joint forces of the Mofa Kingdom and the Luangu Empire over 200 years ago. The Mofa Kingdom is now in complete chaos. I hear the 10 marshals are training soldiers, and war could break out at any moment. Who would care about Jularayana's private life? Then killing him would count as eliminating a tyrant, right? Ziruo said with a smile. Kill him? Are you joking? Ji exclaimed in shock. Do you know what cultivation level Jularayana is? Saint level 4, with the Thunderblaze power of the divine elephant technique, which specializes in destruction. He's among the top fighters among the 10 marshals. And the Jula god might be in Jularayana's estate. That's a true god of the great emperor level. Isn't your goal just to rescue people? Ziruo chuckled and said, I've met more than a few saints, and quite a few great emperors too. There aren't many who can take advantage of us. Don't end up hiding again, the bull demon snorted, and the little monkey promptly climbed onto his head and stomped on it before jumping into Ziruo's arms. Ziruo smiled at the bull demon and said, with the little monkey around, I'm not afraid of anything in the world. You're crazy, you're all crazy. Ji exclaimed in astonishment. I'm not doing this job anymore. Then give the money back. Luaya quickly said. Ji immediately clutched his clothes, thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, refunding the money is out of the question. I'll at most safely lead you to Jularayana's estate, but after that, I'm not responsible. If you get killed or captured, don't implicate me. Don't worry, Ziruo said with a smile. No one's forcing you to fight for us. Chapter 90. The Chosen One reappears once more. The city of Naka was about 7 days away from the border of the Mofod Kingdom. Ziruo and his group endured until dawn, replenished their supplies, and then left Rafa town driving a carriage. Having not slept all night, Bairo and Luoya were already exhausted. Despite the rocking of the carriage, they slept soundly, oblivious to the world around them. Ming Xia and Yoamo, with their cultivation levels, could go 3 to 5 days without sleep and still feel perfectly fine. However, they still closed their eyes to rest and adjust their breathing, using the time to cultivate. Ziruo drove the carriage, with Ji sitting beside him to guide the way. Throughout the journey, Ji, who had previously been playful and carefree, now wore a grave expression, deep in thought about something. Ziruo found this somewhat puzzling. Judging by Ji's talents and the events he had encountered, he fit most of the characteristics of a chosen one. His life was filled with tribulations. He bore a deep-seated grudge. His personality was resolute, and considering his age and cultivation, he was also exceptionally gifted. Yet, such a person wasn't the chosen one. Ziruo almost doubted whether he had misheard the system's prompt. Just as Ziruo was pondering this, Ji suddenly spoke. Is Princess Mios your good friend? Otherwise, you wouldn't have traveled all the way to the Mofod Kingdom to rescue her, right? Hee. Whether we'll become friends in the future is uncertain, but for now, we're not, I think. Ziruo said with a smile. Princess Mios is involved in the peace between the Luangu Empire and the Tide Sea Clan. If the Tide Sea Clan knew she was kidnapped in the Luangu Empire, it could lead to war. So it was for political reasons? Ji let out a wry smile and said, Indeed. If you've never met before and there's no other conflict of interest, there's no way you'd go so far to save someone. You mean never met before, right? Ziruo chuckled and then pondered for a moment before saying, Well, I can't say that entirely. Although I'm not exactly a saint, hearing about oppression, human trafficking, and debauchery still makes me indignant. Don't judge me by my current appearance. A few years ago, I was quite the upstanding citizen who stood up for justice and abided by the law. Is that so? Fengji said with a bitter smile. In any case, you're still stronger than me, someone who knows who the enemy is but lacks the courage to seek revenge. All this time, all I could do was save money to repair the temple. As for avenging my master's death, I couldn't even summon the will to think about it, let alone accept my fellow disciples' requests for help. Listening to Fengji's words, Ziruo understood why Fengji wasn't the chosen one. His resolve was limited to what he could manage. And those so-called chosen ones usually face tremendous pressure, stepping forward to confront enemies far more powerful than themselves. Xiao Su was like this, Xianxia was like this, and Waitan Ye was also like this. Without the support of the villain system, even a genius like Ziruo would just be a stepping stone for them, a pile of bones beneath their feet as they achieved greatness. Fengji, in essence, was just an ordinary person with decent talent. He might be a foil for the chosen ones, but he was certainly not one himself. What were you thinking when you saved Bai Rou and Luoya? Ziruo asked with a smile. What? Fengji seemed not to have heard clearly. What were you thinking when you fought me to protect them? Ziruo continued. Fengji lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, I just felt that I couldn't let anyone else suffer the same fate as me, being forced into exile. I couldn't stand by and watch someone be sent into the jaws of danger. Not everyone can do great things, Ziruo said with a smile, but many small things aren't within the reach of those who do great deeds. Is that a famous saying from the Wangu continent? I don't quite understand. Fengji pondered for a moment and said. Ziruo laughed and said, It's not really a famous saying. I just said it casually. You can listen casually. An elephant is very strong, but even the strongest elephant can't raise a bee. So, do you think what the elephant does is more important, or what the bee does is more important? Fengji suddenly understood and was about to say something when he saw a thick log blocking the road ahead. Fengji quickly pulled the reins to stop the horse. From the sides of the road, several men emerged, holding curved swords and short knives, gradually surrounding them. Ziruo saw this and chuckled, saying, Isn't it a bit too unsafe here? Bandits in broad daylight? Fengji shrugged and said, It's not just during the day. It's unsafe at night too. You sound quite proud of it. It's a local feature. You'll get used to it. The two of them exchanged banter, which surprised the bandits. One of them stepped forward with a sword, speaking a string of words that left Ziruo confused. Fengji laughed and said, He says this is his territory, and we need to pay him to pass through. Ziruo shrugged and said, Here's 50 crystals for you. Such trivial matters don't require me to act, do they? I can't even show off after beating them since we can't understand each other. Fengji said with a smile. 50 crystals naturally include escorting you safely to Naka City. These small-time bandits, you can just watch. Also, let me teach you a dialect from the Mofod Kingdom for showing off after a fight. As he spoke, Fengji leapt off the carriage, stretched his muscles, and his limbs suddenly swelled up like they were filled with air. The bandits were shocked and let out strange cries as they charged forward. Fengji's body flashed repeatedly, and a series of muffled groans echoed around. The force spread out like wind, and within just a few breaths, all the bandits lay on the ground. Like scooping water with a gourd, Fengji patted the dust off his body and said gravely. Ziruo laughed out loud and repeated, Like scooping water with a gourd? What does that mean? Fengji smiled, his muscles shrinking back as he was about to explain, when two beams of light, like condensed fire lines, shot forward and pierced through Fengji's right shoulder. Ziruo was shocked and leapt forward, grabbing Fengji and placing him on the carriage. Turning his head, he saw a figure standing on a branch by the roadside. The man wore a long robe, leaning on the tree with one hand, his eyes closed. Ziruo's brows furrowed deeply, because he thought of someone, the three-tailed fox. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! Detected one chosen one template. Activating villain fortune system. Spend 500 villain points to view opponent's information. The chosen one, who had been absent for a long time, had finally appeared. Without hesitation, Ziruo spent 500 villain points. Ding! Detected protagonist template. Chosen one Zaduo, reincarnation of the evil goddess Ganfu, currently with her divine core dormant. Cultivation level. Heaven manifestation realm, level 5. Divine eyes technique, illuminating eye. Divine elephant techniques, eclipsing moon water, purifying world flame. Fortune value, 2000. Destiny value, 2000. Possessing both fortune and destiny values? Endowed with divine techniques? The reincarnation of the evil goddess Ganfu? Ziruo's brows furrowed deeply. This person would be difficult to deal with. Chapter 91. The Divine Eye of Illumination, the cleansing flame of the world. Inside the carriage, everyone sensed the commotion outside and stuck their heads out to sea. Ziruo drew the free will measuring ruler and shouted toward the carriage, "Take Feng Ji back inside." Ming Xia quickly pulled Feng Ji back into the carriage and fed him some healing pills. Xiao leaped down from the tree, his long hair slowly cascading down, and tilted his head toward Ziruo, saying, "So easily dispatching my companion. You're no ordinary merchants, are you? You speak Luangu language?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. Those with the divine eye like mine are usually trained as assassins and spies. It's normal for us to know some Luangu, Xiao said in a deep voice. But you, what are people from the Luangu continent doing in the kingdom of Mofo? Whatever the reason, it's better than what you're doing, robbing people on the road. At this point, Ziruo suddenly realized something and blurted out, "Wait, you're not bandits. None of you are bandits. Who sent you?" "Oh? How did you figure out I'm not a bandit?" Xiao chuckled. "I didn't slip up, did I? Is it because my strength is too overwhelming?" "No, it's because the person who was defeated was too weak," Ziruo said sternly, activating his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye. The surrounding scene immediately came into view. He saw dozens of people hiding in the woods, all wearing thick armor. Judging by the flow of energy within them, they were all at the Jinshuan or even Lingxian level. Such cultivation levels are common among soldiers, as there are many of them and their combat power is not low. "Are you from the military of the kingdom of Mofo?" Ziruo asked sternly. "Or was it the king who sent you?" "You're thinking too much," Xiao said coldly. "You're asking too many questions. I have a question for you." Xiao turned his head toward Ziruo and said, "Are you an envoy sent by the Luangu Empire?" "An envoy?" Ziruo frowned and asked, "What envoy? Has the Luangu continent sent an envoy?" Xiao frowned, scratched the ground a few times, and sighed. "It seems I was wrong. This complicates things. Should I kill you or let you go? If I kill you, the smell of blood might arouse suspicion among the envoy's high-ranking experts. If I let you go, this matter might be exposed in the future. What a dilemma. Perhaps I should take you back and execute you later." "This déjà vu," Ziruo said helplessly. "It's just like when I was wreaking havoc in the Luangu Empire." "Is that so? Too bad this is the kingdom of Mofo," Xiao said softly. Ziruo snorted coldly and said, "Are all people in the kingdom of Mofo as arrogant as you?" "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll soon find out." As Xiao spoke, his eyes opened, and a beam of light, like concentrated sunlight, shot out instantly. Before Ziruo could react, 2 deep craters had already been burned into the ground beside his feet. So fast. Ming Xia had mentioned that the strength of the divine eye varied greatly after mastering it, and this illumination eye was clearly a powerful ability. The illumination eye's beam of light was both piercing and incredibly fast. Xiao closed his eyes and said softly, "How about it? I advise you not to resist. If I handle this matter cleanly, I might consider locking you up for a few years and then setting you free. What do you say? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it." Ziruo chuckled upon hearing this. Xianxia frowned again at the sound of laughter. Ziruo then said, "No need to think. Based on your value, I must take something from you before I leave." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ziruo swung his arm, and several chains shot out from the energy of the tenure Shanjing he had condensed. The chains clanged against each other, creating a chaotic clanging sound. Xianxia sneered and said, "I thought you had some trump card. Turns out you're just trying to distract me with the noise to interfere with my positioning. Let me tell you, most people with the divine I don't rely on their eyes to see, but that doesn't mean we can't see." As Xianxia spoke, he clasped his hands together, opened his eyes, and the beam of light shot out again. Ziruo smirked and moved along the chains before Xianxia could open his eyes. Only then did Xianxia realize Ziruo's true intention. But it was too late. Xianxia's eyes flickered rapidly, and the beams of light shot out in all directions, leaving scorched marks wherever they passed. "Your light is fast, and if you saw me first, I definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. But unfortunately, your eyes can't keep up with my movements." Ziruo's voice came from all directions, and the chains became his stepping stones, allowing him to constantly change positions and find the best attack angle. Xianxia had already figured out Ziruo's plan and decided to close his eyes, focusing on sensing Ziruo's movements. Realizing Xianxia had ceased his assault, Ziruo smirked faintly. With a wave of his hand, the chains clanged loudly, and he seized the chance to slip behind Xianxia. The energy of the Thlishin reappears surged, condensing into a blade-like force that thrust towards Xianxia's back. "Got you." After hearing this, Ziruo was startled. Xianxia spun around, his illumination eye aimed at Ziruo, and the scorching beam of light shot out, piercing through Ziruo's arm. However, Ziruo merely flickered and disappeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia felt a sinking feeling in his heart, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Ziruo crouched behind Xianxia, a smirk on his face, as the Sui Xian Rui ruler pierced through Xianxia's abdomen. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the luck child Xianxia in their first battle. Xianxia's luck value decreased by 200, current value 1800. Host's villain value increased by 2000, current value 21500. Ding! Reminder. When a luck child also possesses destiny value, their luck value cannot be immediately depleted to 0. Further consumption of destiny value is required. Ziruo frowned upon hearing the system's prompt. The system's hint was vague, but based on past experience, destiny value represented those with the heavenly mandate, such as Chu Tianyi and his father, as well as the beast god. Since Xianxia was the reincarnation of the goddess Ganfu, the destiny value should be tied to her divine essence. In other words, luck value represented Xianxia, while destiny value represented the goddess Ganfu. When the luck value reached its lowest point, the one controlling this body would be the divine essence of Ganfu, slumbering within Xianxia. If Ziruo's guess was correct, then Xianxia was indeed more troublesome than other luck children. If the divine essence of Ganfu awakened, would her power be restored as well? At that moment, the blood flowing from Xianxia's wound suddenly ignited into a crimson flame. The flame climbed up the Sui Xian Rui ruler, inching closer to Ziruo's hands. Chapter 92, Bull Demon Strikes, Ancient Chaos Envoy. Observing the unfolding scene, Ziruo swiftly withdrew, and with a flick of her Seishin Ruichur, the flames were snuffed out. Not divine fire, so is that his divine elephant's purifying flame? While Ziruo was pondering, footsteps suddenly echoed around her, and dozens of people slowly surrounded them, babbling in some unknown language. Xianxia then spoke in a deep voice, and the group immediately turned their attention to the carriage. "It's the first time someone has ever injured me." Xianxia turned his head, his eyes still closed, but his expression carried a mix of anger and excitement. "That's quite strange. Don't you ever look in the mirror?" Ziruo sneered. "There's no need to worry about those people. Without my permission, they won't interfere in our fight," Xianxia said, ignoring Ziruo's mockery. "But the people in the carriage are another matter. So you'd better bring your full strength and finish me quickly. At this, Ziruo chuckled and straightened up, shrugging. You've bet on the wrong horse. I'm just a coachman. When it comes to fighting, I'm not even in the top 3 among us. Xiaonado's expression froze, but before he could react, a long saber flew out from the carriage. The saber, carrying a heavy blade aura, instantly sliced through several people near the carriage. Bull Demon then jumped down from the carriage, his hand reaching out to summon the saber back. He coldly surveyed the surroundings and said, Ming Xia, are these trash really worth me lifting a finger? Don't complain about the punishment after losing the bet. Ming Xiao's voice came from the carriage. For Brother Bull Demon, isn't this just child's play? Bull Demon grinned. I'm just saying it's a pity to waste such a big chip like me on these small fries. The journey is long. There will be more opportunities, Ming Xia replied. Humph! Bull Demon snorted and roared at the stunned crowd. If that's the case, then today I, Bull Demon, shall unleash a massacre. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bull Demon charged forward with his saber, sweeping the blade horizontally. The blade aura cut through the crowd and the trees behind them. After just 2 strikes, the group of dozens was reduced to only a dozen, all pale with fear. Seeing this, Xiaonado's heart sank. He muttered, so there's a saint among them. It seems this mission is already doomed to failure. Xiaonado then turned his head and said to Ziruo, leave me your name. One day, I will reclaim this humiliation from you. Ziruo smiled. I am Ziruo. I await your challenge at any time. Ziruo. Xiaonado sneered. Then suddenly a wave of water rose beneath his feet, carrying him away in an instant. The remaining dozen people scattered in panic. Bull Demon disdainfully sheathed his saber and looked at Ziruo. You let him go just like that? You could have kept him if you wanted, right? Ziruo smiled and opened the system tracker in her mind. Killing him now would be too boring, don't you think? Bull Demon snorted and returned to the carriage with his saber. Ziruo then stepped forward, lifted the carriage curtain, and looked at Feng Ji, who was still lying inside, eyes closed. How is he? I've given him some healing medicine. Fortunately, the injury is only in his shoulder. If it had been any lower, affecting his lungs, the medicine I have wouldn't be as effective, Ming Xia said. He's just unconscious. There's no serious harm. Ziruo nodded and drove the carriage toward the end of the road. 2 hours after Ziruo and the others left, another caravan slowly approached. The coachman, seeing the hellish scene, immediately stopped the carriage in fright. Then a man jumped down from the carriage and, after inspecting the corpses, said in a deep voice, all of them were cut in one strike. Judging by the direction of the fallen, their enemy seemed to have only struck twice. That person is very strong. This cursed place is really not safe. We've encountered so many robberies on this journey. Another man jumped down from the carriage. He wore a simple robe, his skin pale and radiant, and around his neck was a string of pearl necklaces. He took out a water flask from his waist and took a few sips, saying, and the weather is so hot. It's unbearable. Prince Halua didn't have to come. Since this matter happened in our ancient Chaos Empire, the Emperor will surely handle it perfectly. A voice came from the carriage. How could that be? The one taken is my sister, Prince Halua said, agitated. Miss Chu, you don't know, but my father is truly furious. It's a real fire, one that can burn in the sea. Miss Chu, if anything happens to my sister, even if a single scale, no, even a single hair, is harmed, this fire will burn across the entire Demon Buddha Kingdom. Even the ancient Chaos Empire won't be spared. Unless, Miss Chu, you marry me. If our 2 nations unite through marriage, perhaps my father will show mercy. What do you think, Miss Chu? Marry me. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword extended from the carriage, pointing at Prince Halua. Please, Prince Halua, show some restraint. If your sister or your father hears this, the fire might burn you before it reaches the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Then, a person poked their head out and said, Mr. He, let's hurry up and move on. We need to reach the next town before nightfall, or else someone will start complaining about being thirsty again. Are you talking about me? Prince Halua quickly jumped back onto the carriage, took out his water flask, and took a big gulp. I don't drink that much, do I? It's empty. Miss Chu, fill it up for me. It's empty. I'm so thirsty. Can't even speak. Then I'll give you the sword. Blood is salty too. Your look is terrifying. Seeing the two inside the carriage, Mr. He couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He gathered a burst of energy and pushed the corpses blocking the road aside, then leapt onto the carriage. Miss Chuning, is the young Master Yin really in the Demon Buddha Kingdom? Mr. He asked. The Yin family's situation can't be delayed any longer. The Emperor might act at any moment. This was information provided to Miss Jiang by one of Yin Bo's most trusted subordinates. It should be accurate, Chuning said gravely. Young Master Yin has been quite active recently. If the Emperor truly acts against Yin Bo, I fear the entire Mingwei of the Yoming He will rise in revolt. Then we can only take a gamble, Mr. He said gravely. I can't persuade the Emperor. The 5 princes of the borderlands have already been imprisoned. The only one who can stop this chaos is probably young Master Yin. Chuning sighed and turned to look at the trees flying past outside the carriage. I hope we can find him. Chapter 93. Increase in strength. Fengji injured again. Fengji opened his eyes and realized he was lying in bed. The wound on his left shoulder had started to heal, with some medicinal powder applied to it, giving a cool sensation that dulled the pain. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Bai Rou entered with some food. Seeing Fengji awake, she smiled and said, You're awake? I was worried about how to feed you. Since you're awake, have something to eat. How long was I out? Fengji asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not long, less than a day, Bai Rou replied. After a whole day of driving the carriage without rest, and then suddenly getting injured, it's more like you slept for a day than passed out. Fengji chuckled awkwardly, then suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted and quickly asked, By the way, those bandits, Master Yin and Uncle Bull Demon took care of them, Bai Rou said as she placed the food down. They're really strong. Fengji scratched his head and said, I said I'd protect you all safely to Naka City, but instead, I ended up being the one holding you back. I'm really sorry. Then give the money back. Bai Rou joked. Why do you keep thinking about that money? Fengji quickly covered his clothes, feeling the bulging money pouch inside, and sighed in relief. Bai Rou laughed and left the room. Fengji sighed, ate the food, and then walked out of the room. Master Yin and the others were sitting in the inn's main hall chatting. Seeing Fengji come out, they smiled and said, You're recovering well. Elder Ming Xiao's medicine is indeed powerful. Fengji scratched his head and walked over to them. Where are we now? Toto Town, Ming Xia replied. We still have a long way to go to Naka City. Fengji nodded, about to speak, when a few people walked into the inn. They stood at the entrance and spoke a few words, which immediately drew ridicule from the inn's staff. Master Yin turned to look. The group was ragged, but more importantly, they were all disabled. 2 had lost their legs, and the other 2 had no arms. They supported each other, enduring the staff's insults, then left in disappointment. Brother! At that moment, Fengji suddenly dashed over like a madman. From their shocked expressions, it seemed they knew each other. Brother? Master Yin looked at them, puzzled. Fengji mentioned he had some fellow disciples, but this is too tragic, isn't it? Fengji and the others spoke in the language of Mofo country, which the others couldn't understand. Fengji spoke with him for a while, his expression shifting from joy to sorrow, then to anger, and finally, he silently took out his money pouch and handed it over. However, the group seemed insulted and threw the pouch down without looking back, leaving Fengji standing there in shock. Luoya, seeing this, said in confusion, even though they're fellow disciples, it doesn't seem like a happy reunion. Fengji walked back dejectedly, clutching the money pouch tightly, his fingers turning white. The others looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong? Fengji shook his head. It's nothing. Master Yin, when are we leaving? We were originally going to leave in the morning, but since you were still unconscious, we decided to leave tomorrow morning, Master Yin replied. Then I have something to do. Please wait for me to return, Fengji said and dashed out the door. Don't you want to see what's going on? Luoya asked with a smile. What's there to see? Nyoamo stood up. I'm going back to sleep. Ming Xia also smiled. It's his private matter. We shouldn't interfere. Let's just wait for him to return. What about Master Yin and Sister Bairo? Luoya quickly looked at Master Yin. I don't really mind, Bairo said, looking at Master Yin. Elder Ming Xia is right. It's someone else's private matter. We shouldn't interfere. If you want to watch the commotion, go ahead, but be careful, Master Yin said with a smile. Hearing this, Luoya happily pulled Bairo and ran out. Ming Xia saw this and said with a smile, Do you feel at ease letting them roam around in this unfamiliar place? Master Yin smiled. It's just an ordinary town. Even if they're not at the level of true mystery realm, they'll be fine. As he spoke, Master Yin picked up the little monkey and went upstairs. The previous day's battle had surprised him with the characteristics of divine eyes. According to Ming Xia, divine eyes was a form of ocular technique, also a method of cultivation, and the resulting techniques varied widely. For example, the three-tailed fox's technique focused on charm and control, while Shona Duo's was destructive. The intensity of those beams was almost comparable to a full-powered strike from a King Mystery Realm expert, and their speed was incredibly fast. Controlled by the eyes, they had almost no blind spots. In battle, even a slight lapse could result in injury. Master Yin had only been able to win by summoning a demon transformation of himself to distract his opponent, deciding the outcome. In a normal fight, getting close would have been nearly impossible. No wonder he's the reincarnation of the goddess of dryness. Speed and physical strength, these are what I lack, Master Yin thought. He casually opened the system store. After searching for a while, he finally found a suitable option among the techniques. Chaotic Heart Steps, 5,000 villain points. A speed-enhancing technique using a special footwork combined with a mental technique. It not only increases speed, but also disrupts the enemy's mind. Using it slightly boosts one's cultivation. Demonic Iron Body, 5,000 villain points. A body-enhancing technique that increases physical strength until the body is as hard as iron. After exchanging for both techniques, Master Yan's villain points dropped to 11,500. However, the improvement was significant. The techniques from the system didn't require cultivation, which saved Master Yin a lot of trouble. Looking at the remaining villain points, Master Yin felt a bit uneasy, so he exchanged 1,500 points for some pills to enhance his cultivation, leaving 10,000 points as a reserve. After consuming the pills, Master Yan's cultivation finally grew again, reaching the 5th level of King Mystery Realm. Further improvement would require breaking through the Qi Si Mystery Pass, which wasn't something that could be done overnight. Master Yin stood up and began practicing the Chaotic Heart Steps, following the footwork and mental technique in his room. Although the techniques were at their highest level upon exchange, to use them as effortlessly as the Prison Realm Immortal Scripture, he needed more practice. Just as Master Yin was sweating from repeated practice, he suddenly heard Luoya and Bairo shouting downstairs. Master Yin, Elder Ming Xia, something's wrong? Master Yin immediately went out and saw the two of them dragging a bloodied Fengji back. Master Yan's eyebrows furrowed as he jumped down from the 2nd floor and asked in a deep voice, What happened? How did he get injured like this? Chapter 94. Arrival in Naka, Unexpected Incident. Ming Xia also came down from upstairs and, after examining Fengji's injuries, said, The wounds were caused by a vine whip. He's fine though. These are just superficial injuries. It seems the attacker deliberately avoided hitting vital areas, otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Who did this? Yin Ziruo asked sternly. Bairo and Luoya exchanged glances and whispered, It was Fengji's fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Yin Ziruo immediately walked out, but a hand reached out and grabbed him. Turning around, he saw it was Fengji. Forget it. Young Master Yin, Fengji said. It was. I asked them to do it. I'm sorry to them. Yin Ziruo frowned slightly and said sternly, do you know that every day we delay, the kidnapped princess is in greater danger? Hearing this, Fengji struggled to stand up and said, don't worry, I'm fine. We can leave tonight, and I can drive the carriage. Before he could finish, Fengji slumped back into the chair. Everyone fell silent again. After a moment, Fengji said, they all originally practiced the divine foot secret technique. Second brother and third brother trained their legs, while fourth brother and sixth brother trained their arms. They were crippled by the people of Jueluo Yana while seeking revenge for their master. After their injuries healed, they begged their way back from Naka City just to find me and make me avenge them, avenge our master. But, as Fengji spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he clenched his teeth, saying, but I still don't dare to face Jueluo Yana. Last time before they left, I refused them, and this time I refused them again. Before he could finish, Yin Ziruo turned and left, saying, so, it's settled? They beat you, you took it, and now we're even? Rest early since you're injured, and we'll leave officially tomorrow morning. Fengji lowered his head again upon hearing this. Ming Xia sighed, took out 2 porcelain bottles, and placed them in front of Fengji, saying, take the pills internally, and apply the powder externally. As she spoke, Ming Xia turned and went upstairs. Seeing Ming Xia and Yin Ziruo leave, Bai-Ro and Luo Ye quickly said, it's inconvenient for you to apply the medicine, let us help you. It's okay, I can reach. Fengji shook his head, picked up the medicine on the table, and went upstairs to his room. Bai-Ro and Luo Ye exchanged glances and sighed. Bai-Ro said, he should be fine. He has the demon armor secret technique. There's no blind spot on his body. Luo Ye said, I meant young Master Yin. He seems angry. Bai-Ro whispered, does he? Luo Ye quickly said, I think so. Bai-Ro glanced at Yin Ziruo's room and muttered softly. The night passed in silence. At dawn, everyone was awakened by the sound of footsteps. Going outside, they saw Fengji had already brought the carriage to the inn's entrance. Seeing everyone awake, Fengji greeted them with a playful smile, saying, everyone, the carriage is ready. I was going to wait for you to wake up, but shall we leave now? Everyone exchanged glances. Yin Ziruo, dressed and silent, picked up his luggage and boarded the carriage. Throughout the journey, Fengji remained as playful as usual, occasionally blurting out strange remarks that made everyone laugh. Only when facing Yin Ziruo did he seem somewhat at a loss. Yin Ziruo, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, eating, chatting, and sleeping. But everyone could sense a tension building within him. Finally, on the 8th morning, they arrived in Naka City. Naka City was one of the important cities of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, with a territory several times larger than those of small towns. Before entering the city, they saw a palace-like building towering in the center of Naka City, standing 4 to 5 times taller than all other houses. That's the Jueluo Yana mansion. Fengji pointed at the palace and said, no need for a guide. It's right in the city center. Just walk around, and you'll find it. The place is heavily guarded, so if you want to go in, you'd better disguise yourselves. Through the window, everyone felt a sense of pressure as they looked at the building. It was like the pressure of assassinating Chu Tianyi in the imperial capital. As the carriage moved through the city, they noticed numerous shops. However, what was surprising was the somber atmosphere throughout the city. Most pedestrians wore heavy headscarves and covered their faces, and their clothes were wrapped tightly, as if it were autumn or winter instead of the height of summer. They found an inn to stay in. Fengji parked the carriage for them and then came to them with a smile, saying, everyone, my task is complete, so I won't stay with you any longer. Farewell. Just as Fengji was about to leave, Yin Ziruo said sternly, how do you plan to get back? Didn't you give all your money to your fellow disciples? Fengji's expression changed, and he turned to look at Bai-Ro and Luo Ye, but they stuck out their tongues, pretending not to see his gaze. Yin Ziruo then tossed a bag of crystal coins to Fengji, saying, fix the temple and live a good life. Don't go around stirring up trouble anymore. Fengji frowned, trembling as he took the money bag, about to speak. but saw Ziruo and the others already carrying their luggage into the inn. "You've driven away our only guide, and none of the rest of us speak the Demon Buddha Kingdom language. How are we supposed to find out about Jueluo Yana?" Nyoma said sternly. "No need to inquire. Tonight, I'll sneak in," Ziruo said. "First, I'll scout the layout of the Jueluo Yana mansion. By the way, why is everyone here so somber? Wrapped up so tightly, aren't they hot?" Luoya asked curiously. As they were talking, the innkeeper came up to them, speaking and gesticulating frantically with an anxious expression, leaving everyone puzzled. At that moment, a voice came from outside, saying, "He said you ladies should cover your appearances and figures immediately, or you'll bring big trouble." Everyone turned around and saw Fengji standing at the door, smiling at them. "Since you don't understand the language, let me see you off for the last time." "While we're touched by your appearance," Rose said with a bitter smile, "saying see you off for the last time isn't exactly comforting, like we're heading to our doom." "What kind of trouble could it be?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. Before he finished, a rush of hurried footsteps came from the inn. Followed by a group of Demon Buddha Kingdom soldiers armed with weapons storming in and pointing at them, speaking rapidly in their language. Fengji frowned and said grimly, he said, "According to the regulations of Naka City, all women entering the city must be sent to the Jueluo Yana mansion. They want to take the ladies away." "No wonder the atmosphere here is so somber," Ziruo said coldly. "Not a single woman is to be seen in the entire city. What a Jueluo Yana." Chapter 95. Walking into the trap, searching for clues. Although they didn't encounter no women on their journey, everyone they saw was wearing thick clothing and covering their faces, so it was impossible to tell whether they were men or women underneath. The mere fact that the actions of Jueluo Yana had caused the entire city to ignore even the oppressive summer heat spoke volumes about how vile his deeds must be. What infuriated Ziruo even more was how quickly these soldiers had arrived. After all, Ming Xia and the others had only just stepped off the carriage and entered the inn. Perhaps the others had glanced out the window a few times, but that was only moments ago. Seeing this, Fengji quickly stepped forward to stop the soldiers, whispering a few words before handing over a handful of crystal coins from his pouch. However, the soldiers simply tossed the coins aside and said something to Fengji. Fengji's brows furrowed as he explained, "They say that a distinguished guest arrived at Jueluo Yana's residence yesterday, so he issued a special order to keep an eye out for beautiful women. That's why the soldiers have been patrolling the city non-stop, causing panic and making women afraid to leave their homes." "A distinguished guest?" Ziruo sneered. "For the first time, I've heard that guests are entertained with women." As she spoke, she drew her Sui Exine Rui ruler and declared coldly, "Since they've seen us, none of them will be left alive." The soldiers, seeing her action, immediately drew their blades and advanced. Ziruo responded with a cold laugh, raising her hand to summon several chains that instantly bound the soldiers. Then, the black prison gate rose, and ghostly hands dragged the soldiers inside. The innkeeper, witnessing this, was shocked. He looked around frantically before kneeling down and kowtowing repeatedly. Ziruo tossed a dozen crystal coins onto the ground and said sternly, "Fengji, go buy some scarves and masks. Elder Ming Xia, you three should cover yourselves first to avoid being recognized. Change to another inn." "What about you?" Ming Xia asked immediately. Ziruo's lips curled into a cold smile as she replied, "I'll wait here for them to come and capture me." At Jueluo Yana's residence, Chu Ning, Kisuague, and Prince Halua sat side by side, facing a dozen dancers clad in nearly transparent gauze. They swayed their bodies, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at the three men, which made Chu Ning's brows furrow deeply. In the grand hall, a towering figure sat regally. Dressed in thick silk robes, the vibrant colors of his attire seemed far more extravagant than anything an ordinary person would wear. Yet, apart from his clothing, everything about him was revolting. Wide ears, a long nose, thick lips that concealed his yellowed teeth. Though he sat upright, his eyes were fixed greedily on the dancers in the center of the hall, his gaze so intense that it seemed as though his eyeballs might pop out. Chu Ning's patience was wearing thin. Finally, she slammed her hand on the table, startling the dancers into immobility. General Zhuo Yana, we've come here representing the Wangu Empire, not to watch dancing, Chu Ning declared. Prince Hulua swallowed hard, wiping the blood that trickled from his nose as he added, Exactly. We've been here for a day, and we've been watching these dances for a day. I don't see what's so fascinating about it. You don't have the right to speak, Hisuague said, standing up and addressing Zhuo Yana. Over 2 months ago, Princess Mios of the Tide Sea clan came ashore, but her entourage of 10 attendants and guards mysteriously disappeared. Later, it was discovered that they had been abducted. We have sufficient reason to believe that Princess Mios is now in your residence. Zhuo Yana chuckled, speaking in slightly stiff Wangu dialect. So, you're accusing me of abducting Princess Mios? No, someone else abducted Princess Mios, Chu Ning replied. And those people were sent by me? Zhuo Yana asked again. No, that's not what we're saying, Chu Ning replied, her brows furrowing. If it wasn't me who did it personally, nor was it my men who did it, why do you believe Princess Mios is in my residence? Zhuo Yana asked, standing up with a cold smile. The three of them were shocked to see that Zhuo Yana stood nearly 3 meters tall, his massive frame resembling a boulder. In the Mofo kingdom, our women may not all be as beautiful as Miss Chu Ning, but when it comes to figure, we're no less than any other race. Do I really need to go so far as to seek out women from the Tide Sea clan? Hearing this, Prince Hulua sneered, Zhuo Yana, we've heard quite a few of your exploits along the way. It seems your collection of women spans every race. I'd wager you've been coveting our Tide Sea clan women for quite some time now. Zhuo Yana's eyes narrowed as he stared at Prince Hulua and asked coldly, Are you from the Tide Sea clan? I am Prince Hulua, the second prince of the Tide Sea clan, Hulua declared sternly. It's a certainty that my sister is in your residence. If you don't hand her over immediately, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Do you really want to incite a war between the Tide Sea clan and the Mofo kingdom? Zhuo Yana's eyes widened as he glared at Prince Hulua, who met his gaze without flinching. At that moment, a soldier entered the hall and reported. Reporting to the general, we've captured a rioter who killed many soldiers in the marketplace. Zhuo Yana sat back down, waving his hand dismissively. Lock him up and execute him tomorrow. The soldier then turned and left. Zhuo Yana spoke again, his voice heavy. Whether you believe it or not, there are no women from the Tide Sea clan in my residence. If you don't believe me, feel free to search. The three of them were inwardly stunned. Zhuo Yana's willingness to allow a search indicated that he had nothing to hide. What do we do now? Prince Hulua whispered. Could my sister have been moved? Or worse, has something happened to her? Should we still search? For now, we have no choice but to search, Hisuague said grimly. Perhaps he's trying to bluff us. Chu Ning remained silent, her brows furrowed as she seemed lost in thought. Hisuague turned to Zhuo Yana and said firmly, In that case, we'll take a look around your residence. I hope you don't mind. Zhuo Yana waved his hand dismissively, and several women stepped forward to guide Hisuague and the others out. After they left, Zhuo Yana frowned, muttering to himself, Who was trying to frame me? Elsewhere. With Fengji's help, Ming Xia and the others disguised themselves, donning the long robes and scarves typical of the Mofo kingdom, covering themselves completely. By now, the city was under martial law, with soldiers searching everywhere for the 3 women who had left the inn. The group had no choice but to hide in an abandoned courtyard. Why hasn't Fengji returned yet? This is driving me crazy, Luaya said anxiously. Biro, fanning herself to cool off, replied, Fengji and Miao Gu went to gather information. It shouldn't be too long before they return. What if something happened to them? Chapter 96, Planning and Searching in Vain. I don't understand why you guys are so hesitant to act. We have 2 saints among us, and Zhu Luoyin Na is just one saint. Why not just rush into his mansion, tie him up, and force him to hand over the person? Bull Demon impatiently said. His massive frame, wrapped like a zongzi, was already seething with anger. While that may be true, Ming Xia said gravely, Zhuo Yin Na's strength is only what's visible. The most terrifying thing about the demon Buddhist kingdom is the demon gods lurking in the shadows. Zhuo Yin Na's reckless behavior might be because there's a demon god in his mansion. If we act rashly, not only will we fail to save anyone, but we might end up losing our own lives as well. Before Bull Demon could respond, the little monkey wrapped in cloth like an infant in his arms began to fidget, angrily tearing at the cloth and stomping on it with fury. At that moment, Feng Ji leaped over the wall and urgently announced, "It's bad. Master Yin has been captured and taken to Zhuo Yin Na's mansion. He's set to be beheaded tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone finally let out a breath of relief. Seeing their reaction, Feng Ji was astonished. "Why aren't you worried? He's not being beheaded until tomorrow. What's there to worry about?" Bull Demon said dismissively. Ziruo grew up in the depths of the underworld prison, where no place is more heavily guarded. Being detained might actually be a good thing for him, Ming Xia said gravely. "Did you find out anything else?" Feng Ji quickly replied. "Oh right, the soldiers who captured us mentioned a distinguished guest, an envoy from the ancient Chaos Empire." "An envoy from the ancient Chaos Empire?" Ming Xia exclaimed with joy. "Do you know where they're staying?" Not exactly," Feng Ji said. "I only know they arrived in Naka City yesterday and entered Zhuo Yin Na's mansion, never to be seen again." "Staying in Zhuo Yin Na's mansion?" Ming Xia said thoughtfully. "In that case, we'll sneak into Zhuo Yin Na's mansion tonight and try to meet the envoys from the ancient Chaos Empire." "Also, I overheard something else," Feng Ji suddenly added, hesitating slightly. "I'm not sure if it counts as useful information, though." "Go ahead and tell us," Ming Xia said. "It's said that about a month ago, there was a big commotion in Zhuo Yin Na's mansion. Something was lost, and the whole city was put on high alert. The soldiers searched house by house, but they found nothing," Feng Ji explained. "Although Zhuo Yin Na often conducts searches, everyone is used to it, but that time was the most thorough. The city was even sealed for several days." Ming Xia pondered for a moment, feeling that there might be more to this story, but unable to figure out the connection. He finally said, "Regardless, tonight you and I will infiltrate Zhuo Yin Na's mansion and inform them that Princess Miaoxi is being held there. Bull Demon, you'll stay behind to take care of Princess Luoya and Bairo. Is that clear?" "I'll do my best," Bull Demon said gravely. Do I have to go too?" Feng Ji asked hesitantly, awkwardly smiling. "Maybe I should stay behind. I don't understand the language of the demon Buddhist kingdom. Our main goal is to gather information. Without you, I'd be useless," Ming Xiao said. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Having seen Ming Xiao's abilities firsthand on their journey, Feng Ji nodded and said, "Just so you know, I won't be able to help in a fight. If things go south, I'll run away immediately." Ming Xiao nodded and said, "Being able to escape is a good thing." With the plan set, Ming Xiao felt a sense of relief. All they had to do now was wait for nightfall. Meanwhile, Ziruo was led by several soldiers into a dark, underground chamber. The moment he stepped inside, a damp, putrid smell assaulted his senses. Activating his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, Ziruo could see everything in the chamber clearly. "Is this a prison cell?" he thought to himself. Through his Heavenly Eye, Ziruo saw that the far end of the cell held another prisoner. From the chaotic aura around him, it was clear that the man was on the verge of collapse. The soldiers shoved Ziruo into a cell, locking the door with a chain before leaving. Ziruo smirked at the chain, which was no thicker than a thumb. He found it rather amusing. Such a cell could only hold ordinary people. Anyone with even a modicum of cultivation could easily escape. This thought suddenly reminded Ziruo of something, and he began searching around. Sure enough, he found several long hairs on the straw-covered ground. It seems this place was indeed used to hold ordinary people before. Were they women collected by Ziruo Yin Na? With this in mind, Ziruo glanced toward the far end of the cell once more. From his heavenly eye, the prisoner appeared to be a man. Despite his chaotic aura, it was clear that he had once possessed some cultivation. The chains of this cell should have been unable to hold him. Never mind, if he's a man, he probably has nothing to do with Princess Xianxia. I'll just wait until nightfall, Ziruo thought. With that, he began pacing in circles within the cell, practicing the disturbed heart steps in his mind. Night quickly fell, and the soldiers didn't even bother checking on Ziruo, who was scheduled to be executed the next day. They didn't care if he was hungry or not. Seeing the darkness outside through the window, Ziruo approached the cell door. With a light tug, the chain snapped in two, as if it were mere rope. However, as Ziruo stepped out of the chamber, he was nearly startled by what he saw. A three-tailed fox was sitting on a table outside the chamber, holding a jug of wine. Hearing Ziruo's movement, she tilted her head and said with a smile, "I thought you were planning to sleep a while longer before coming out." Meanwhile, Chu Ning and the others had already searched most of Ziruo Yin Na's mansion. The obvious areas had been thoroughly checked, and the only places left unexplored were the more hidden rooms and secret chambers. The longer they searched without results, the more their brows furrowed. Prince Hulua was genuinely starting to worry. If something happened to Xianxia, the consequences would be dire, not just for the demon Buddhist kingdom. The title Sea clan, though not the strongest among the four races, was by far the most populous. The Sea clan's population numbered in the trillions, with tens of billions of soldiers comparable to human warriors. Their sea beasts were no weaker than those on land. When it came to top-tier strength, the title Sea clan had numerous emperors and over 100 saints. If they could solve the issue of coming ashore, the title Sea clan could easily flatten the other races. Even without coming ashore, they could advance along waterways, capturing cities along rivers and coasts, which would be enough to wreak havoc on the demon Buddhist kingdom and the ancient Chaos continent. Could something really have happened? Hulua's heart began to race with anxiety. Chapter 97. Spatial Secret Technique, a Deception. This is the last garden. Chu Ning said gravely. If we don't find her here, it's going to be troublesome. It's likely that Ziruo Yana already transferred Princess Muse long ago, Hisuague said solemnly. After all, we sent word of the delegation's arrival to the demon Buddha kingdom quite early. Hearing this, Prince Hirua spoke with obvious anger. So why did you inform Ziruo Yana? We're here to demand her back. Yet you warned him in advance that we were coming. Isn't that just reminding him to hide her? This matter is more than just about retrieving someone, Hisuague said gravely. Princess Muse's disappearance involves the peace between three nations. Moreover, informing them in advance was approved by the Tide Sea King and the Chaos Ancient Emperor. It was to test whether they genuinely intended to resolve the matter peacefully. At that moment, Chu Ning suddenly pointed at a rockery and said, "Look at what's below that." The two of them immediately looked over and saw a glistening fish scale by the rockery, sparkling under the light of their lanterns. Hirua, surprised, quickly picked up the scale and said gravely, "This is a mermaid scale, no doubt about it. And it's fresh, probably shed not long ago." Hisuague looked around and then focused his gaze on the rockery in front of them. He said solemnly, "Prince Hirua, Miss Chu, step back a bit." Hisuague raised his hand, gathering strength, and covered the rockery with his energy. Then, frowning, he pressed on a protruding spot. A stone door immediately rose beside the rockery. The center of the door was pitch black, as if shrouded in a dark aura. The demon Buddha kingdom's spatial secret technique, Hisuague said gravely. It seems she's inside. Without hesitation, Hirua rushed into the door, with Chu Ning and Hisuague quickly following. What greeted them was a room resembling a palace. Nearly 100 women, scantily clad, were bound with chains and ropes. At the deepest part of the room was a large pool. A woman was chained in the pool, her head lowered, her long hair cascading down, hiding her expression and face. She wore only a thin top, her lower body submerged in the pool, revealing a long mermaid tail. Seeing this, Heruo was furious. He leapt to the pool's edge, placed his hand on the chain, and the chain immediately filled with a chilling aura. With a hard squeeze, the chain shattered like ice, scattering across the ground. Heruo helped the mermaid woman up, about to say something, when his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. "Why are you here?" Ziruo looked at the three-tailed fox with some surprise and said, "I was investigating some matters and traced them to Naka City. Knowing you'd eventually come, I decided to wait for you in this city." The three-tailed fox took a swig from a wine flask and said, "Want a drink?" "Where's the cup?" Ziruo shrugged and said gravely, "You're here just in time. Help me mesmerize a couple of people and find out where that mermaid princess is." "Hee hee," the three-tailed fox chuckled and said, "I know where she is, but this matter is far more complicated than you imagine. Even our hunter gang was deceived." "What do you mean?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. The three-tailed fox took a sip of wine and said, 3 months ago, our hunter gang received a commission to kidnap the mermaid tribe's third princess. The client provided us with a portrait." As he spoke, the three-tailed fox took out the portrait and handed it to Ziruo. Ziruo took it and saw that the portrait was incredibly realistic, almost like a photograph from the world before her transmigration. The woman in the portrait was a long-haired mermaid, lively and adorable, radiant and charming. "Is this Princess Muse?" Ziruo said gravely. "She looks quite young." The three-tailed fox chuckled, but the smile soon turned bitter. Finally, he sighed and said, "You think she's Princess Muse, and so did our hunter gang. Even when we delivered her to Ziruo, he thought she was Princess Muse. However, she isn't." Ziruo's eyebrows furrowed as she looked at the three-tailed fox in surprise. "She isn't?" Chuning hurried to Heruo's side, astonished, and said, "You mean she isn't Princess Muse? Then who is she? Why is she here?" Heruo, holding the mermaid woman, said, "She isn't my sister. She's my sister's maid, named—" Before he could finish, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Ziruo then slowly walked in, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He said, "I didn't expect you to actually find this place. Strange, how could an ordinary person ever think there behind the rockery was a secret chamber?" Heruo was furious and said gravely, "You scoundrel, where's my sister? Where have you taken my sister?" Ziruo looked puzzled and said, "What are you talking about? You've already found her. What's with all this talk of your sister?" Ziruo's tone changed as he said gravely, "I thought it was just a small matter, but I didn't expect you to track us all the way from the Chaos Ancient Empire. You do have some skill, but it ends here." Hisuague's brows furrowed, and he stepped in front of Heruo and Chuning, saying, "Ziruo, what do you intend? We are envoys of the Chaos Ancient Empire. Do you know the consequences of harming us?" "Envoy, Schminvoy," Ziruo said gravely. "When have the Demon Buddha Kingdom and the Chaos Ancient Empire ever been on friendly terms to exchange envoys? I've always found it troublesome and kept my distance from the Warhawks." Ziruo's expression grew more twisted. He then laughed maniacally and said, "But what does it matter? With the mermaid tribe's third princess and the Chaos Ancient Emperor's niece right in front of me, even if I sacrifice the peace of my little realm, so be it." Ziruo waved his hands, and 2 deep blue bolts of lightning coalesced in his palms. Electric arcs crackled around his body. "So you're saying this whole thing was a conspiracy from the start?" Ziruo said gravely. "Was it a scheme by the Demon Buddha Kingdom's Warhawks to force Ziruo's hand? Since the one initially sent to the Demon Buddha Kingdom wasn't the mermaid princess, Ziruo would always be implicated no matter what. Ultimately, he'd be forced to reach an agreement with the Warhawks and declare war on the Chaos Ancient Empire and the Tide Sea Tribe." "Exactly," the three-tailed fox said with a bitter smile. "You, me, Ziruo, even the Chaos Ancient Emperor and the Tide Sea King. We've all been played. It all comes down to that portrait of the third princess." "What does that have to do with the Chaos Ancient Emperor and the Tide Sea King?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. "Don't you know?" the three-tailed fox said, looking at Ziruo. Envoys from the Chaos Ancient Empire and the Tide Sea Tribe arrived yesterday to demand the return of the third princess. Chapter 98. Hidden Malice, Xiao Nuo Duo. So that's how it is, Ziruo said with a cold smile. The Warhawks used Qiu Luo Yan's lust and your hunter gang's greed to give you a fake portrait, leading you to mistakenly kidnap a fake princess for Qiu Luo Yana. Then, when the Tide Sea clan caused trouble for the ancient Chaos Empire, they leaked some information, letting the Emperor and the Tide Sea King know that the person was in Qiu Luo Yana's residence. At that point, Qiu Luo Yana would become the fuse that ignites the war between the three nations. If he wants to stay safe, he has no choice but to follow the Warhawks' arrangements. Not only that, the three-tailed fox said with a smile, if Qiu Luo Yana refuses to comply, the real mermaid princess will become the fuse for the Tide Sea clan's war against the ancient Chaos Empire. After all, no one knows what disgusting things the ancient Chaos nobles who bought the other mermaids might do to the mermaid princess. Where exactly is the mermaid princess now? Ziruo asked in a deep voice. The three-tailed fox smiled and was about to speak when suddenly his brow furrowed. Since you're here, why not show yourself? He said gravely. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure appeared, and Ziruo immediately said in a low voice, Shtono Duo? So that's how it is. Ziruo suddenly understood everything. No wonder you know about these things. Did you find out while investigating the training ground of the Divine Eye? So, this whole thing was planned by Xiao Nuo Duo's master? Xiao Nuo Duo snorted coldly at this. Stop talking about masters and such. I'm alone. I have no master. As he spoke, he turned his ear toward the three-tailed fox and sniffed. So it was you who was following us the other day. Who exactly are you? Who I am doesn't matter, the three-tailed fox said with a smile. What's important is that you don't touch the person in this secret chamber. You want to stop me? Xiao Nuo Duo's brow furrowed as he spoke. You're also from the Demon Buddha Kingdom. You're also a Divine Eye user. Why are you helping outsiders? How pitiful, the three-tailed fox said with a smile. Locked away in a dark place, have you even forgotten what light looks like? For the sake of some petty conflicts, you lock innocent children in darkness. Is that what you call being on the same side? It was then that Ziruo remembered the person locked in the deepest part of the prison and quickly asked, who was the person in that cell? I'm not sure, but they seem quite important to them, a key figure in some plan, the three-tailed fox said, pointing at Xiao Nuo Duo. You've set up one plan after another, all for the purpose of taking that person away, isn't that right? Xiao Nuo Duo's face suddenly showed a hint of a smile. It's strange that you know so much. I never noticed any leaks. Oh, did you use your own secret technique? To obtain information so easily, could it be the enchanting eye? The three-tailed fox smiled. Is it the enchanting eye? Why don't you try and find out? As soon as the words left his mouth, the three-tailed fox raised his hand and a pink force shot straight toward Xiao Nuo Duo. Xiao Nuo Duo leapt to the side, dodging the pink energy, and laughed out loud. The enchanting eye and the soul capture technique. It's no wonder you're the only one in 100 years to fully master the enchanting eye. So you're still alive? As long as my enemies are still alive, how could I die so easily? The three-tailed fox said gravely. Too bad. The soul capture technique only works in conjunction with the enchanting eye, and the enchanting eye requires eye contact. Under these conditions, it's completely useless against me. Xiao Nuo Duo said, his eyes opening wide, shooting out blinding rays of light. Do you dare to look into my eyes? The three-tailed fox's figure flashed and he appeared behind Ziruo, whispering with a smile, the radiant eye is my natural enemy, I'm well aware of that. But the one stopping you isn't me. As he spoke, he pushed Ziruo forward and leapt back to the table, sitting down firmly. Young Master Yin, he's all yours. Ziruo was speechless but still drew his Sui Xian Rui ruler. Even though I'm still a bit confused, this guy's value is worth another fight with him. Xiao Nuo Duo laughed coldly at this. Ziruo, son of the prison king, one of the 5 border kings of the ancient Chaos Empire. No wonder I lost to you. In such a short time, you've uncovered my identity. You're indeed good at intelligence work, Ziruo said with a cold smile. And you? Who do you serve? One of the 10 marshals? Guess. As he spoke, Duo raised his hand, and a line of fire shot toward Ziruo. Ziruo immediately summoned his origin divine fire. The purification flame was just a fire attack from the divine elephant technique, essentially a form of energy application, and was vastly inferior to the divine fire created by nature. It was instantly annihilated by the divine fire. Duo, however, didn't seem to care. His body suddenly retreated dozens of meters, his eyes opened wide, and scorching rays shot toward Ziruo. But Ziruo was prepared. Before Duo could open his eyes, Ziruo had already used the Chaos Heart Steps to dodge his gaze. Ziruo's figure moved like a falling leaf, his trajectory unpredictable, making it impossible to guess his next move. Duo's eyes never closed, and the scorching rays chased Ziruo's figure, leaving deep burn marks on the ground. At that moment, a strange sound echoed around them, like the strumming of a stringed instrument, but it remained on one note and grew increasingly urgent. When Duo heard this sound, he suddenly stopped his attack and laughed out loud. Ziruo's brow furrowed as he said in a low voice, "What are you laughing at?" Ziruo, ever since I lost to you last time, I suddenly found that my cultivation had greatly improved overnight. Duo said gravely. Without any practice, my cultivation had a significant growth. Is that so? I didn't notice much, Ziruo said gravely. I feel like you were specially sent to the Demon Buddha Kingdom to hone my growth, Duo said with a smile. This encounter with you has only confirmed my thoughts. Your cultivation has also improved. Ziruo's brow furrowed, completely unsure of what Duo was getting at. He immediately said in a deep voice, "You're talking too much nonsense. To me, you're just a set of numbers." As he spoke, Ziruo raised his Sui Xian Rui ruler and prepared to move forward. But Duo suddenly burst out laughing. "Do you really think I would come on such an important mission alone?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the two from behind. The three-tailed fox and Ziruo were both shocked. They heard the sound of chains clanking and turned to see a figure appear at the entrance of the secret chamber. Chapter 99. The God of the Bedchamber, the Power of Thunder. The man was clad in tattered rags, his hands and feet shackled with heavy chains that clinked and clattered as they dragged behind him. It was the prisoner from the cell. Ziruo's brows furrowed deeply, while Sanweihu exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible! This is..." Zaduo Yana is a direct descendant of the god of the bedchamber, Zaduo, Shionado said gravely. Do you really think Zaduo Yana could commit so many atrocities in Naka City without anyone stopping him? That's because his ancestor, the god Zaduo, still lives. Shionado sneered viciously. Sanweihu's expression darkened, and she quickly stepped forward, asking, "Zaduo, can you hear me?" "He can't hear you," Shionado said coldly. His divine essence remains, but his consciousness has long since fallen into slumber. Right now, he's little more than a walking corpse. The only thing that can control him is a single voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of plucked strings echoed once more through the surroundings. Upon hearing the sound, Zaduo's body jolted as if struck by lightning, his face contorting in pain. A surge of black energy erupted from him, transforming into a powerful force that filled the space around him. Ziruo sneered. What god is Zaduo? He's just a man who used blood to unseal a demonic fetus. Sanweihu, upon hearing this, said gravely, I'll deal with him. You find the source of that music. Ziruo nodded and was about to leave when Shionado leaped in front of her, blocking her path with a cold smile. Fleeing in the face of battle is not the way of a warrior. Enough nonsense. Ziruo raised her hand, swinging the Sui Xian Rui ruler, which unleashed a powerful force that forced Shionado to take 2 steps back. Since you're so eager to give me villain points, I'll take them. Meanwhile, Zaduo Yana hurled a ball of lightning. Isuegue raised his hand, gathering a burst of energy. However, the room created by the spatial secret art held nearly 100 people, so Isuegue had no choice but to direct the lightning ball into the ground. When the lightning ball hit the ground, it exploded with a burst of thunder, covering an area of nearly 6 meters in diameter. Isuegue, unable to dodge in time, felt a numbing sensation spread through his lower body. "How do you like my thunderous might?" Ziruo said coldly, his hands now gathering an even larger ball of lightning as he stepped toward the three of them. Isuegue's cultivation was not inferior to Ziruo's, but with so many innocent women present, he couldn't fully unleash his power. As Ziruo approached step by step, Isuegue said, "I'll hold him off. You two take the women out." Chu Ning and Hirua immediately flew forward, cutting the chains and carrying several women toward the exit of the spatial secret art. But Ziruo's massive figure suddenly flashed, moving with an eerie speed that blocked their path. "Trying to take the women and deal with me alone?" Ziruo grinned. "Don't get your hopes up. No one but me is leaving this space today." Isuegue's hands moved, and two heavy broadswords appeared in his grasp. With a leap, he swung the swords directly toward Ziruo's massive body. "Using weapons? You're asking for death," Ziruo said, his body erupting with thunderous energy, turning him into a massive ball of lightning. But the broadswords seemed to ignore the lightning energy, piercing straight through it and embedding themselves in Ziruo's body. Boom! A burst of lightning exploded, sending Isuegue flying backward. Ziruo frowned, looking down in shock at the wound the broadswords had inflicted. "Impossible. How could your weapons not fear lightning?" Isuegue's hands moved again, and the broadswords turned into a cloud of dust, scattering to the ground. "So it's Earth?" Ziruo muttered, realization dawning on his face. "I remember now. The techniques of your Longu Empire are similar to our divine elephant art. Your technique is related to Earth? No wonder it's not afraid of my lightning." Ziruo, you abduct and imprison women. Even if you haven't taken the princess of the Tide Sea clan, the countless women you've harmed here are enough to condemn you to death 1,000 times over. Isuegue said sternly, "Since I can't find the princess of the Tide Sea clan, I'll take your head back as a substitute." "Ha ha ha ha." Ziruo laughed maniacally. "So what if you're not afraid of lightning? Do you really think I only know how to throw a couple of lightning balls?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ziruo's hands began to gather energy from the spatial secret art. After a flash of light, a massive iron hammer appeared in his grasp. With the hammer in hand, Ziruo's body crackled with lightning. His massive form disappeared from where he stood, reappearing directly in front of Isuegue. The iron hammer swung down with terrifying force, smashing into Isuegue's body. Chu Ning and Hirua were left speechless with shock. Ziruo's body weighed at least 1,000 pounds, yet his speed was as swift as lightning. Even holding such a massive hammer, his sheer momentum was enough to crush anyone in his path. As expected, Isuegue was sent flying by the blow, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips. "Getting old," Isuegue groaned as he struggled to his feet, sighing. "Just one hit, and half my life is gone." Before the words had even left his mouth, Ziruo's body flashed again, the lightning closing in on Isuegue once more. In that split second, Isuegue suddenly vanished, replaced by a clump of clay and a formation pattern. Crap! A thick earthen wall instantly rose around Ziruo, enveloping him within. Boom! With a muffled roar, the surroundings shook as if an earthquake had struck, and even the ceiling began to crumble, dust falling down. Chu Ning and Hirua's faces lit up with joy, but Isuegue showed no sign of relief, saying, "Get the women out quickly. He's not going to be easy to deal with." Before the words had even finished, the earthen wall cracked and shattered, debris flying everywhere. Ziruo, unharmed, emerged from the rubble, his body crackling with lightning. That was invigorating. Ziruo's eyes gleamed with a cold, fierce light. The way you ants struggle for survival, it's truly invigorating. For a long time, people thought I collected so many women because I was lustful, Ziruo Yana said, his body flickering as he moved from woman to woman, his hammer descending like an avalanche. Hisuague quickly used earthen barriers to shield the women from Ziruo Yana's attacks. But only I know that what I truly wanted to see was their desperate struggle for survival. The scheming, the flattery, the betrayal, the way their once beautiful faces twisted and became repulsive due to their inner ugliness. Ziruo Yana's massive, obese figure moved throughout the room, forcing Hisuague to cover each woman with earthen barriers. Suddenly, Ziruo Yana stopped, laughing loudly as he gathered chaotic, raging lightning energy into his hammer. Now, who among us is truly the ugliest, the most irredeemable? With a mighty swing, the hammer unleashed a burst of lightning that instantly engulfed the entire room. Chapter 100. The Arrival of Ming Xia, the End of Evil. Green Bamboo Melody. The wind of May rattles the bamboo. Just as the thunderous energy was about to erupt, a long flute melody echoed around, and a vibrant green force instantly enveloped the entire room. Wherever the force reached, the earthen wall formed by Hisuague's energy suddenly sprouted countless lush bamboo shoots, encircling Ziruo Yana tightly within a bamboo forest. The thunderous energy erupted, but the bamboo acted like a barrier, sealing the energy completely, not allowing even a trace to escape. Seeing this, Hisuague was greatly shocked. He turned around and saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the spatial secret technique, holding a bamboo flute formed by energy, softly playing. Elder Ming Xia. Chuning exclaimed with joy, "You're really here." Ming Xia. Hisuague's face showed a complex expression, a mix of surprise, sorrow, guilt, and fear, as if he were in a daze, frozen in place. After the melody ended, Ming Xia looked at Chuning and said, "So the envoy from the ancient empire is you. That saves me a lot of trouble." Chuning smiled and said, "You're really here. Did the Prince Yin come too?" Before she could finish, Halua, the second prince of the Tide Sea clan, leaped over with the mermaid woman on his back, his face serious as he said, "Miss, I am Halua, the second prince of the Tide Sea clan. May I make your acquaintance?" Ming Xia was momentarily stunned, and upon seeing the mermaid on his back, she asked in confusion, "So you've already rescued the mermaid princess?" "You mean her? She's not my sister." "She is." Before Halua could finish, a thunderous roar echoed, and a bolt of lightning tore through the bamboo forest formed by energy, instantly appearing before them. Ziruo Yana wielded his iron pillar, which was wrapped in dazzling, thunderous energy, charging towards them. Ming Xiao's brows furrowed. She quickly shielded Halua and Chuning behind her, and with a sweep of her hand, the green energy transformed into countless fluttering leaves that left numerous small wounds on Ziruo Yana's body. "Take all the women out of here quickly. I'll hold him off." However, Ziruo Yana's physique was robust, and these wounds had no effect on him. He swung the iron pillar directly towards Ming Xia. Ming Xia quickly dodged, but was still hit by the thunderous energy from the iron pillar, sending her flying. At that moment, a figure stepped forward, gently catching Ming Xiao's retreating energy. It was Hisuague. As soon as Ming Xia regained her footing, Hisuague darted forward, holding two heavy long swords. With a swing of the blades, a sandstorm-like air slash surged towards Ziruo Yana. Thick earth sword technique. Under Hisuague's heavy earth swords, the energy transformed into broad sword chi that surged forth, drowning the surrounding thunderous energy. "You pathetic insects. Still resisting at a time like this. Do you want to save those filthy, lowly beings? I, the marshal, will make sure they all die." Ziruo Yana shouted, planting his iron pillar beside him and swinging his arm, roaring, "Thunderous might, thundercloud rage." As soon as the words left his mouth, countless flickering golden arcs of electricity danced on the iron pillar, resonating with the thunderous energy on Ziruo Yana's body. The golden and blue arcs merged, forming a massive golden-blue thunderball. You keep calling others filthy and lowly, yet you do things even more shameful. Your heart is 1,000,000 times more disgusting than your face. Hisuague sneered, fusing the two heavy swords into one, forming a 3-meter-long ancient great sword. He leaped and hurled it towards Jueluo Yana's massive thunderball. Ming Xia, contain him. As soon as Hisuague finished speaking, Ming Xia played her bamboo flute, and the green energy transformed into towering bamboo forests, enveloping Jueluo Yana. The ancient great sword pierced through Jueluo Yana's thunderball, and a surge of energy erupted, tearing Jueluo Yana into pieces in an instant. The violent, thunderous energy quickly broke through the layers of bamboo forest. Ming Xiao's forehead was already dripping with sweat as she continuously transformed her energy into bamboo to block the erupting thunderous energy. Just as Ming Xia was about to give up, thick earthen walls formed by energy rose behind the bamboo forest. The sturdy earthen walls combined with the bamboo's resilience, preventing the thunderball from breaking through, and it eventually dissipated quietly. Hisuague let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak to Ming Xia, she seemed to ignore him completely and slowly walked out of the room. Hisuague let out a bitter laugh, dispelling all the energy-formed earthen walls protecting the women. He destroyed the chains binding them and said in the language of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, "You're free to go." The women's faces showed varying degrees of joy, but after the initial excitement, more sorrow filled their expressions. Most of them were from the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Since being brought to Jueluo Yana's manor in various ways, they had endured endless tortures and humiliations. Almost everyone had thought of ending their lives to escape. Now, suddenly regaining their freedom, their hearts were filled with confusion. Hisuague sighed and silently walked out of the secret space created by the spatial secret technique. Outside, Prince Halua was still carrying the mermaid woman, enthusiastically following Chu Ning and Ming Xiao. Ming Xiao looked around and asked in confusion, "Did you see a young man from the Demon Buddha Kingdom when you came out?" Chu Ning shook her head and said, "No, I didn't see him. Could he have escaped?" Ming Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing the mermaid woman on Prince Halua's back, she asked, "By the way, you said you're the second prince of the Tide Sea clan. Why did you say she's not your sister?" "She's not my sister," Prince Halua explained. "She's my sister's personal maid, named Bairu." "What did you say?" Ming Xiao exclaimed in surprise. In the dilapidated courtyard, the bull demon lay sideways under a tree, seemingly asleep, but his consciousness still covered the surroundings. Luaya was overcome with drowsiness, but dared not fall asleep. After nodding off a few times, she slapped her face and turned to see Bairu's face filled with anxiety and worry. "What's wrong?" Luaya asked. "And nothing," Bairu whispered. "I'm just a bit worried. They've been gone so long. What if they're caught? What if Master Yin is being tortured?" "Don't overthink it," Luaya smiled, then pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Master Yin is the most miraculous person I've ever met." Hearing this, Luaya couldn't help but nod and said, "Indeed, Master Yin is very good at creating miracles. So don't worry about him." Luaya smiled and said, "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, why isn't your princess staying in the sea? What's so fun about coming ashore? She's caused so many of you to die or be captured. Isn't she being irresponsible?" Bairu was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head and said in a low voice, I'm sorry." Chapter 101. The Mermaid Princess, Cootie the Demon Armor. "It's not your fault. You don't need to apologize," Luaya said immediately, waving her hands. At that moment, Nyoma suddenly jumped up from under a tree, swinging his long saber and shouting into the darkness, "Who's there?" Before the words had even finished echoing, Fengji waved his hands and said, It's me, Uncle Nyoma." Nyoma frowned deeply, pointing at Fengji and saying, "I wasn't asking you. I was asking the one behind you." As soon as he finished speaking, Fengji heard footsteps behind him and was so startled that his scalp tingled. He quickly jumped to Nyoma's side. Out of the darkness emerged a man wearing a long robe. He was thin and emaciated, almost devoid of any fat, with a string of shiny black beads around his neck. He looked at Bairu and said, Zaduo was right. The princess of the Tide Sea clan is indeed here. Everyone was shocked by this revelation, and Nyoma frowned as he looked at Bairu. Bairu, head lowered, nervously twisted the hem of her clothes and whispered, I'm sorry. At that moment, Fengji suddenly pointed at the newcomer in shock and said, your master Kuti. The man looked at Fengji, his eyes flickering with a momentary flash of surprise, and said, No wonder you looked familiar. So it's you, the coward Ragui. Fengji's face turned red, and he was about to speak when Nyoma silently walked up to Bairu and asked in a deep voice, You're the real Princess Mios? Why did you deceive us? Bairu, intimidated by Nyoma's terrifying aura, couldn't speak for a moment. After a long pause, she whispered, I wanted to save them. Luaya, seeing the situation, also became flustered. Nyoma was the evil god of the 10,000 mountains, the king of beasts. Once he got serious, even Yin Ruo couldn't stop him. She quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, It's fine. We found the person, so we can go back now, right, Uncle Nyoma? I'm sorry. Bairu fidgeted with her clothes, her head lowered, murmuring, It's all because I was being naughty and ran onto the land, which led to them being captured. Even Bairu was mistaken for the princess and taken. All the guards and maids tried to hide my identity. They didn't utter a single complaint during the journey, nor did anyone reveal my true identity. Even when they were taken away, they were still protecting me. I promised them that no matter what, I would bring them back to the South Sea, but I have no power to do so. Seeing the tears falling from her face, Luaya was reminded of her own despair when she was captured by the hunter gang. Her heart softened, and she stepped forward to hug her, saying, It's okay. Young Master Yin will help you. Nyoma-sama, don't blame her. She didn't mean it. Nyoma snorted lightly, then walked back to the tree with the little monkey in his arms. The monkey suddenly jumped out of his grasp and leaped into Bairu's lap, cooing, Don't cry. At that moment, Kuti clasped his hands together and stepped forward, saying, Princess Mios, come with me. Luaya immediately stood in front of Mios, saying, Where do you want to take her? I can't let her return to the Tide Sea clan, Kuti said emotionlessly. I can't let her ruin the plan. Luaya realized then that this man was an enemy, not a friend. She stood in front of Kuti and turned to look at Nyoma, saying, Nyoma-sama? But Nyoma merely snorted coldly and closed his eyes. Luaya gritted her teeth and turned back to Kuti, saying, I won't let you take her. Kuti replied coldly, You don't have a choice. With that, he suddenly appeared beside Princess Mios, grabbing her shoulder with one hand. Luaya's body suddenly erupted with a red aura, her body swelling as her eyes turned crimson. She charged at Kuti, forcing him to take 2 steps back, and his grip on Princess Mios loosened. Beast folk? Kuti frowned slightly. Then, with a sudden sinking motion, his once emaciated limbs bulged with muscle. Be careful. He's also a divine stepmaster, Fengji shouted. But before the words had even finished, Kuti stomped his foot and instantly appeared beside Luaya. With a shoulder charge, a visible wave of force spread out, sending Luaya flying. The little monkey, seeing this, let out a fierce growl and rushed forward, slashing at Kuti with its claws. However, as a beast god, the monkey's strength was only fully manifested when controlled by Yin Ruo's demonic seeds. Kuti easily grabbed the monkey and disdainfully tossed it aside. In that instant, Kuti felt a sudden shock in his heart. A long saber had already been placed against his neck. You can do whatever you want to the mermaid, Nyoma said coldly, but you shouldn't disrespect the beast god. As punishment, I'll take an arm from you. Does that suit you? Before Kuti could react, Nyoma's blade shifted, and Kuti felt a searing pain in his arm. When he came to his senses, Nyoma's saber had already struck his right arm, breaking it with a loud crack. His arm hung limply. So strong. Cooty's brows furrowed as he suppressed the pain and took 2 steps back. His left hand still gripped Mio's, and he said in a low voice, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her right now." Nyoma glanced coldly at him, then returned to the tree with the little monkey in his arms. He turned to Fengji and said, "Miaozi Yin Ruo once said that if you were serious, your strength wouldn't be much less than his. Now's the time for you to act." Fengji was shocked and quickly said, I can't. Kudishir is the only quadruple-armed genius in the demon armor school in 100 years. I can't beat him." "Then let the mermaid be taken," Nyoma said disdainfully. "You can be a coward for the rest of your life, a lifelong coward named Ragui." Fengji frowned, seeing Loaya struggling to stand against the wall, but eventually collapsing weakly. Bairu, her face tear-streaked, remained silent. He couldn't help but take a step forward and said to Cooty, "Kudishir, let my friend go." Cooty coldly looked at Fengji and said, "When the people from Jurayana burned down the temple and wanted to kill the master, you begged them like this too, didn't you?" "Oh no, you were on your knees. Want to kneel again and beg me?" Fengji's eyes lost focus. As he looked at Cooty, his mind flashed back to the night the temple burned. His legs weakened, and he knelt down. "Ragui!" Cooty clenched his teeth, his previously unchanging expression suddenly contorting with rage. He said in a deep voice, "You and those other disciples, even the master, you're all trash. Knowing the enemy wouldn't show mercy, yet you kept hoping for it. How laughable that those fools thought they could defeat Jurayana with their own strength. Pathetic. And you, do you dare fight me, coward Ragui? Take your name and hide to the ends of the earth." Chapter 102. The Battle of the Demon Armor, the God of Wrath. At that moment, a surge of energy suddenly erupted from Fengji's body, like a hurricane unleashing in an instant. Fengji's limbs bulged as if filled with air, his muscles swelling, and his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Cooty and declared, "Don't you dare insult my master." Cooty sneered upon seeing this, pushing Bairu aside and taunting, "Oh, angry now? Good. Let me see what's so special about the other practitioner of the four-body unity from the demon armor sect that the old fool praised so much." Before Cooty could finish, a figure flashed before him, delivering a punch aimed directly at him. Cooty reacted swiftly, throwing a punch in return. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves scattering in all directions, causing the surrounding walls to crumble and the ground to crack under the intense impact. "Not bad." Cooty sneered, "It's been years, and you've actually reached such a level of cultivation." Fengji remained silent, his brow furrowed, as he pulled back his fist and spun his body, using his waist and leg strength to deliver a powerful kick towards Cooty. He then followed up with a series of punches and kicks, each strike solid and aimed directly at Cooty. Despite having one arm disabled, Cooty moved steadily, retreating while countering with his own strikes. The battleground expanded, and the entire courtyard was soon reduced to ruins under the force of their blows. Cooty, alternating between offense and defense, coldly observed Fengji and said, "Your strength and technique are commendable. It seems you've put in the effort. So, was it the death of the old fool that finally made you face your own weakness?" Fengji's anger flared, and he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful leg strike like a whip, shouting, "I told you, don't you dare insult my master again." The force of his whip kick was like a falling meteor, stirring up fierce winds even before it landed. Boom! The strike landed squarely on Cooty, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Cooty stood there, smirking at Fengji. Cooty no longer had just 2 arms and 2 legs. From his towering shoulder blades, a pair of arms formed from concentrated force had materialized, firmly catching Fengji's descending leg. In this moment, he resembled the god of wrath, Veja, with his 4-armed form. Demon armor secret technique. Body of 4 arms. As Cooty spoke, the arms on his shoulders gripped Fengji's leg and hurled him into the air. Demon armor secret technique. Vajra split mountain. Cooty leaped after Fengji, his back arms seizing Feng Ji's hands, twisting his body as if wielding an axe, and slamming him down to the ground. Demon Armor Secret Technique. Four Heavens Battle. Cooty's voice rang out as he stomped on Feng Ji's body, using his back arms and his remaining arm to rain down a barrage of punches. The continuous pounding shook the surroundings with thunderous roars. Worthless! 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 You should have died at the hands of those who abducted you. If not for you, Master wouldn't have provoked the Hunter's gang. If not for you, the Veja Temple wouldn't have been targeted by Jalara. If not for you, Master and the temple wouldn't have been destroyed. And that old fool, who always valued you and took pride in you, knelt before the enemy and begged for mercy when he sacrificed himself for the temple. When the old fool died, his eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. Why? Why wasn't it you who died? Cooty continued to pound Feng Ji with each punch, each word accompanied by a strike. The surrounding houses, awakened by the earth-shaking tremors, dared not peek out, terrified by the scene. Just as Cooty was about to deliver another blow, he suddenly felt his hands restrained as if by iron clamps. He looked down in shock. Feng Ji, his face covered in blood, still had his limbs bulging with muscle. From his own towering shoulder blades, a pair of arms formed from concentrated force had emerged, just like Cooty's. You're right. I truly am worthless, Feng Ji said, his forearms tightly gripping Cooty's fists as he slowly stood up, his voice low. My cowardice and incompetence made Master worry and fret for me until the very end. All these years, except for the rare moments when I thought I could win, I hardly dared to fight anyone. Even when my fellow disciples came to seek revenge, I didn't dare join them, resulting in them being crippled by Jalara. If I could do it all over again, I wish Master had never found me that day. Then I could have died more cleanly. But I cannot die, Feng Ji said, his free hand gathering force and delivering a punch to Cooty's face, sending him flying. I will rebuild the Veja Temple. I will restore the Demon Armor Sect. I will fulfill Master's legacy. Demon Armor Secret Technique. Unity of Heaven and Man. As Feng Ji spoke, his forearms folded together, and with a casual flick, a visible force like a giant fist struck Cooty, creating a massive crater beneath him. Before fulfilling these legacies, I cannot die, Feng Ji said, looking down at Cooty. No one will take my life. Cooty, covered in blood and looking like a heap of mud, stared in disbelief at Feng Ji. Unity of Heaven and Man. You've reached the unity of heaven and man. But no, your cultivation hasn't improved at all. Why? As Cooty spoke, it suddenly dawned on him, and he let out a bitter laugh. So that's how it is. That's what the old Master meant. His eyes weren't filled with reluctance and disappointment. It was just regret. Huh. Who would have thought that a person from the ancient Chaos continent would be the reincarnation of the god Veja? What did you say? The reincarnation of the god Veja? Feng Ji was stunned, his raised fist faltering. Cooty struggled to lean against the crater created by the punch, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling. Do you know? The slave traders who abducted you to the Demon Buddha Kingdom weren't driven away by Master. It was you. This can't be. I didn't know anything back then. Feng Ji exclaimed in shock. Why not? Cooty said softly. The divine steps and the demon armor techniques were all passed down by the god Veja. That's why, despite being over a decade younger than me, you reached the unity of heaven and man before I did. When you returned, Master excitedly told us that he had been blessed by the god Veja and found the deity's reincarnation. Back then, I didn't believe it. But now it seems that the only explanation for your mastery of divine techniques while your cultivation stagnates is that your divine essence hasn't awakened yet. As Cooty spoke, his eyes filled with regret, and he muttered to himself, if only I had believed sooner. If only I had believed, my hands wouldn't have been so stained. All these actions just to seek revenge, only to sink deeper into this path. Chapter 103. the demon body, the ultimate warrior. Fengji frowned deeply upon hearing this, as he had never imagined that he could be the reincarnation of the god Wuxia. Even after spending so many years in the temple, he had never heard any whispers about it. Even if you are the god Wuxia, I will still make you die. Before Fengji could fully process this revelation, Kuti suddenly stood up, gathering all his strength to charge at Fengji. His clenched fist and cold expression clearly showed his determination to strike. Fengji reacted instinctively, raising his hand to counterattack. However, Kuti's strength instantly dissipated, and his muscles deflated like a punctured balloon, returning him to his withered, skeletal form. Fengji was shocked and tried to retract his hand, but the force had already been unleashed. With a loud crash, Kuti was hit by the force and fell to the ground, covered in blood and lying in a pit of dirt. Fengji's eyes widened as he watched Kuti take his last breath with a faint smile on his lips, his mind in complete turmoil. Why? Fengji muttered. At that moment, the bull demon slowly stood up and glanced into the darkness, saying, "Save your sorrow for later." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers wearing strange costumes emerged from the darkness. Among them, a carriage slowly came to a stop. A boy who looked no older than 10 stepped out of the carriage, surveyed the crowd, and asked, "Which one of you is Princess Mios of the Tide Sea clan?" Meanwhile, Ziruo found herself facing Xiao again and noticed a significant increase in his strength. The most obvious change was Xiao ability to predict Ziruo's movements, making it nearly impossible for her to dodge the scorching beams emitted by his Zhaoshan. Several times, the beams barely missed her, brushing past her body. If it weren't for her newly mastered Luanxin steps, she would have been pierced by those beams countless times by now. As Ziruo continued to use her Luanxin steps, phantom images began to appear behind her. From Xiaonaduo's perspective, these phantoms were moving forward, gathering strength to attack him. Xiaonaduo was startled and quickly focused his gaze on the phantoms, but the scorching light from his Zhaoshan passed through them and hit the ground. Illusion? No, if it were an illusion, the Zhaoshan should have seen through it. It seems to be a kind of clone ability, Xiaonaduo thought to himself, then released a cloud of steam that condensed around him, forming a water curtain that spread out. Erosion water barrier. The water curtain formed a semicircular sphere, trapping both Xiaonaduo and Ziruo inside the water ball. The ground beneath them now had about an inch of standing water, and as Ziruo stepped on it, water splashed around, slightly slowing down her Luanxin steps. Ziruo frowned deeply. Although the water barrier slightly hindered her speed, it didn't have a decisive effect. Xiaonaduo still couldn't hit her with his beams at such a distance. Moreover, the water in the barrier didn't seem to have any special properties. The only difference from ordinary water was that the surface resembled a mirror, but it certainly didn't have any killing power. What was the purpose of this water barrier? Before Ziruo could figure it out, another layer of water curtain emerged around Xiaonaduo, forming another barrier within half a meter of his body. Then, a beam of light shot out from his Zhaoshan, hitting the water barrier. The mirror-like surface of the water reflected the beam back. The semicircular water sphere reflected the light onto the standing water on the ground, which then reflected it back onto the barrier, completing several reflections in an instant and continuing to do so. Ziruo was shocked. This was the true purpose of the water barrier. The originally precise beam of light had become aimless, but through the reflections of the water barrier, it instantly covered the entire space, making it impossible for Ziruo to use her Luanxin steps. With the continuous reflections, even her footing was gradually lost. Seeing that there was nowhere to dodge, Ziruo decided to stand her ground, gathering her energy to activate the demon body. As her energy concentrated, crimson scales appeared all over her body, covering her from head to toe, as if she were wearing a heavy, full set of armor. Ziruo tested her movements and found that the scales didn't hinder her at all. Instead, they seemed to enhance her strength, as if a force was attached to the armor when she punched. At that moment, the reflected light, after countless bounces, finally came toward Ziruo. She instinctively raised her hand to block it, and the light hit her arm, causing the scales to slightly heat up but otherwise having no effect. Encouraged, Ziruo drew her Sui Xian Rui ruler, stepped on her Luanxin steps, and charged toward Duo, pushing through the web of reflected light. With a flash, she was in front of him, and with her left hand, she unleashed the primordial divine flame, dispersing the water barrier. As the water barrier disappeared, a flame rose around Duo, trying to block Ziruo's attack. Ziruo smirked, concentrating the primordial divine flame on her Sui Xian Rui ruler and sweeping it horizontally. Not only did she extinguish the flames around Duo, but she also left a deep, bone-exposing wound on his back. Duo quickly took a few steps back to create distance, then gathered water and fire energies in his hands and launched them at Ziruo. Originally, Duo's cultivation was inferior to Ziruo's, and he had only managed to hold his own thanks to the devastating power of his Zhaoshan Eye. Now, with the demon body activated, Ziruo had no fear of the eclipsing water, cleansing flame, or the Zhaoshan Eye. The scales on her body easily dispersed the incoming energies, and she advanced, her Sui Xian Rui ruler sweeping and thrusting with deadly precision. Duo dodged repeatedly but was still hit multiple times and quickly tried to escape. But Ziruo raised her hand, and the power of the prison realm scripture transformed into chains, wrapping around Duo's body and dragging him back. Duo's face filled with fear as he shouted toward the darkness where the sound of a harp was coming from. "Save me!" Ziruo was momentarily stunned and looked up, hearing the harp strings suddenly stop. A sigh followed, and then a woman's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Her pale face was unlike the red-black complexion of the people of Mafogwo, and her wide-open eyes seemed to contain 1,000 sharp blades ready to be unleashed. What surprised Ziruo even more was the overwhelming aura the woman exuded. Just looking at Ziruo, she made her feel completely immobilized. "Who are you?" Chapter 104. The Goddess of Balance, Visnuji. Ding! Detecting a chosen one, the villainous fortune system has activated. Spend 500 villain points to view their information. Ziruo did not hesitate to spend 500 villain points. The strength of this woman in front of him was comparable to the feeling he had when facing the first-generation Chaos Emperor in the Emperor's tomb. This feeling was indescribable, as if his body would involuntarily attack her at any moment. Ding! The chosen one is Visnuji, one of the three main gods of the demon Buddha kingdom, the goddess of balance. Neither purely good nor evil, but both. Cultivation level. Emperor grade 4, destiny value, 5,000. Upon hearing the system prompt, Ziruo was so shocked that his eyes went blank. This woman was actually one of the three main gods of the demon Buddha kingdom, the goddess of balance. Not a reincarnated body, nor a demonic fetus, but the genuine main god herself. According to Feng Ji's words, she shouldn't have much involvement in the affairs of the demon Buddha kingdom, so why was she with the reincarnation of the goddess of evil? As Ziruo pondered this, Visnuji lightly tapped the chains binding him with her finger, and the chains instantly disintegrated like dust. Then Visnuji looked at Ziruo, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and said, "It seems you already know who I am." Ziruo did not speak, but his body was silently gathering all his strength. Visnuji seemed to have noticed Ziruo's reaction and immediately laughed. "You still have the will to resist against me? Good. Consider it a punishment for disrupting my plans." As Visnuji spoke, she raised her hands, and behind her, a golden wheel appeared. Celestial Dance Wheel. As soon as the words left her mouth, the wheel in her hands radiated with dazzling light. Ziruo instantly felt a sense of dread, and all his energy involuntarily surged to resist. At the same time, the demonic energy he had accumulated over the past month was also mobilized, and the third ultimate technique of the Demon Heart Secret was instantly activated. Demon Heart Seal. Ziruo's body was immediately enveloped in demonic energy, the purple energy gathering together like black smoke. Despite the celestial dance wheel shining with boundless light, Ziruo remained unmoved. The nine-tailed fox, who was busy restraining the demon god Ziruo, was shocked upon seeing this. Before she could transform into her sorceress form, the light of the celestial dance wheel suddenly exploded, enveloping the entire Ziruo mansion in its radiance, as if a sun had appeared in the pitch-black night. Ming Xia and the others, seeing the light from a distance, exchanged glances and immediately flew towards the source of the light without hesitation. When the light faded, even Visnuji's usually calm face showed a hint of surprise. Ziruo, whose demonic energy had been completely consumed by the light of the celestial dance wheel, stood there unscathed. Ziruo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not used any demonic energy in the past month. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated by the light. Even so, all the demonic energy he had accumulated in his demon heart secret was now completely depleted. Interesting. Visnuji's surprise gradually turned into a smile as she looked at Ziruo. The son of the prison king of the Chaos Empire. How intriguing. I remember you now. The demonic fetus of Ziruo is yours. In exchange, I will take Shionado with me. Do you mind? Ziruo raised an eyebrow at her words and immediately replied, Fair enough. It does not tarnish your reputation. Hee, Visnuji chuckled softly. I hope next time we meet, you can still surprise me like this. As soon as the words left her mouth, Visnuji took Shionado and soared into the night sky, disappearing instantly. With Visnuji's departure, the demonic fetus of Ziruo stood there like a wooden statue. The nine-tailed fox frowned and approached Ziruo, asking, Are you all right? Ziruo shook his head and said, I'm fine, but it was a close call. I never expected the goddess of balance to appear here, the nine-tailed fox said gravely. This is quite surprising. Shionado shouldn't have any connection with her. Ziruo was momentarily stunned and asked curiously, Do you know Shionado's identity? The nine-tailed fox replied, He is the strongest user of the eye technique in the current generation of the Divine Eye organization, the pillar of that organization. I discovered him while investigating the Divine Eye organization and have been secretly tracking him, trying to uncover the mastermind behind it. But I never expected the mastermind to be connected to the goddess of balance. Ziruo nodded upon hearing this. The nine-tailed fox only knew Shionado's identity, but didn't know he was the reincarnation of the goddess of evil. Otherwise, she would have been even more shocked. As the two were talking, footsteps approached, and the nine-tailed fox immediately said, The body of Ziruo is yours. You have a way to expel the demonic energy from it, right? I'm leaving now. How can I find you? Ziruo quickly asked. The nine-tailed fox just smiled, giving Ziruo a flirtatious glance and said, I'll find you. By the way, where is the mermaid princess? Before Ziruo could finish his question, the nine-tailed fox turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the night. Ziruo sighed just as a voice called out from behind. Ziruo. Turning around, Ziruo was surprised to see Ming Xia, Chu Ning, and the others, including Hisuague and Halo, who was carrying the mermaid princess. Seeing that Ziruo was unharmed, Ming Xia let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward, asking, Was that light from here? Are you all right? Ziruo smiled and said, I'm fine. Then he looked at Chu Ning and said, Miss Chu, I didn't expect the envoy from the Chaos Empire to be you. Chu Ning's emotions were quite complex, filled with joy at their reunion, but also tinged with guilt. She could only let out a bitter smile and said, I didn't expect to see you again either. Ziruo didn't catch the meaning behind her words and quickly said, Miss Chu, there's someone here possessed by demonic energy. Help me expel it from his body. Chu Ning nodded and approached the body of the demon god Ziruo with her sword in hand. She channeled her strength into the blade, which transformed into countless intricate talismans surrounding the body. Prince Yin, do you remember what you did in the Emperor's tomb? Chu Ning said softly. To separate the demonic energy quickly, your divine fire is the best medium. Yin Ziruo suddenly remembered that the demonic energy from Xiao Sheng's body had been burned away by the Origin Divine Fire. He immediately activated the Origin Divine Fire and struck the body of Ziruo. The vermilion flames instantly engulfed the body, reducing it to ashes in a blink of an eye. A purple demonic energy began to rise. Chu Ning concentrated the talismans on her sword and said in a deep voice, "Demon seal, gather." As soon as the words left her mouth, the demonic energy instantly condensed into a dark purple demonic fetus. Yin Ziruo quickly stored the demonic fetus in his bag. Before he could speak, a group of soldiers quickly surrounded them. Chapter 105. Blood Iron Lion, Demon Buddha King. From among the soldiers, a tall and robust man stepped forward. His face was stern, marked by a scar that stretched diagonally from his forehead to his cheekbone. Upon seeing Yin Ziruo and the others, he let out a cold snort. "Seize these scoundrels from the ancient Chaos Empire," he commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, several men led a group of soldiers who surrounded the group. Everyone's brows furrowed in concern. Seeing this, Hisuague stepped forward and said, "Are you perhaps General Siddha, the Blood Iron Lion, one of the 10 great marshals of the Demon Buddha Kingdom? I've long heard of your fame. We are envoys from the ancient Chaos Empire, sent by the great emperor to assist the Tidal Sea clan in retrieving the 3rd princess of the Merfolk." Siddha glanced at Hisuague and replied, "Retrieving someone is no problem, but since you killed Marshal Jalarana, you are challenging the Demon Buddha Kingdom. There's no need for more words. Seize them." Horo, the prince, sneered upon hearing this. "What a blood iron lion you are. If you dare touch me, my father will lead millions of sea creatures to drown your Demon Buddha Kingdom." Yin Ziruo sighed upon hearing this and stepped forward, saying, "It seems Marshal Siddha is indeed far-sighted. The envoys from the ancient Chaos Empire only arrived in Nak City yesterday, yet you've already brought your men here to wait. Could it be that you knew something would happen in this city?" Siddha let out a cold laugh, turned around without a word, and waved his hand, saying, "Arrest them." Before his voice faded, someone leaped forward and shouted, "Wait." Immediately after, another group of soldiers surrounded them, followed by a luxurious carriage. Siddha's brows furrowed as he was about to speak, but then a child about 10 years old stepped down from the carriage. The accompanying person shouted something, and the soldiers brought by Siddha immediately knelt down. Just as Yin Ziruo was astonished, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Detecting a chosen one. The anti-hero system is activated. Spend 500 anti-hero points to view their past. Yin Ziruo, puzzled, activated it. Ding! Demon Buddha King Huyue, the current king of the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Huyue, cultivation level. True Mystery Realm 3rd rank. Destiny value. 500. Ding! Optional tasks activated. Option 1. Peacock Dynasty. Assist Huyue in eliminating rivals, establishing a foothold in the Demon Buddha Kingdom, and increasing his destiny value. For every 100 points of destiny value increased, gain 50 luck points and 1,000 anti-hero points. Successful completion will yield a large amount of luck and anti-hero points. Option 2. Golden Eagle Dynasty. Consume Huyue's destiny value until it's at its lowest, then kill him and overthrow the Demon Buddha Kingdom's rule. Success will yield a large amount of anti-hero points. Yin Ziruo's brows raised slightly upon hearing this. Huyue's destiny value was the lowest among the chosen ones he had encountered so far, even lower than the semi-crippled and dying ancient Chaos Emperor Chu Tianyi. This showed that Huyue's rule over the Demon Buddha Kingdom was precarious. If he were to help Huyue eliminate his rivals, the risks involved would be immense, but so would the rewards. This left Yin Ziruo in a dilemma. At this moment, Hisuague quickly signaled to everyone, saying, "Everyone, kneel down quickly. This is the current ruler of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, Huyue." Upon hearing this, everyone knelt down with one knee, the highest courtesy for a foreign leader. Huyue waved his hand and said something, and everyone stood up. Then he looked at Yin Ziruo and the others and said, "Please rise, friends from the ancient Chaos Empire." Yin Ziruo and the others were surprised. Huyue, who was just over 10 years old, spoke the ancient chaos language with remarkable precision. This alone increased Yin Ziruo's goodwill towards Huyue. Huyue then looked at Siddha and said, "Uncle Siddha, why are you here at Uncle Julorana's place?" Siddha's brows furrowed as he looked at Huyue and replied in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I was passing by." Prince Horo couldn't hold back a laugh and quickly said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Siddha glared at Horo. Huyue chuckled and said, "So that's it. I thought Uncle Siddha came here on purpose to help Uncle Julorana." Siddha's brows raised as he pointed at Yin Ziruo and the others, saying, "Your Majesty, these are the culprits who disturbed the peace of Naka City and killed Marshal Julorana. Please issue an order, and I will arrest them immediately." Huyue looked at Yin Ziruo and the others, frowned, and then walked over to Yin Ziruo, looking up at him and asking, "Did you kill Marshal Julorana?" Yin Ziruo, seeing him shake his head slightly, smiled and said, "No, we didn't see Marshal Julorana at all, and we don't even know where he died." Huyue smiled, turned around, and secretly gave Yin Ziruo a thumbs up, then said to Siddha, "See, they didn't kill Uncle Julorana. By the way, Uncle Siddha, where is Uncle Julorana's body?" Siddha's face darkened. How would he know where Julorana's body was? He just assumed that since something had happened at Julorana's residence and Julorana hadn't shown up, he must be dead. That's why he had come out. Siddha's lips moved as he said, "I don't know." Huyue scratched his head and said, "If we're not sure where the body is, we can't be sure if Uncle Julorana is dead. So we can't just arrest people, especially envoys from the ancient Chaos Empire, can we? Uncle Siddha, don't you think so?" Siddha's brows furrowed as he took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Huyue, saying, "Your Majesty, Marshal Julorana's life and death are crucial to the dignity of the Demon Buddha Kingdom. These people are highly suspicious. In my opinion, they should be detained immediately and dealt with after the matter is clarified." As he spoke, Siddha's aura began to seep out, and it immediately intimidated Huyue. Yin Ziruo's brows raised slightly. Siddha was clearly up to something. It seemed that Fengji was right. The king had almost no authority in front of the 10 marshals. If this were the ancient Chaos Empire and someone displayed such aura in front of Chu Tianyi, the consequences would only be death. This piqued Yin Ziruo's curiosity. What would Huyue do? Huyue, momentarily overwhelmed by Siddha's aura, seemed unable to speak. But after a moment, he took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Siddha and said, "Before the matter is clarified, the envoys from the ancient Chaos Empire remain envoys. We cannot detain them, or it may lead to conflict between the two kingdoms, causing harm to the common people. Uncle Siddha, you wouldn't want that, would you?" Yin Ziruo's lips curled into a smile. Huyue was indeed extraordinary. He was able to withstand Siddha's pressure and turn the situation around with this statement. His maturity of mind was evident, even surpassing that of most adults. Yin Ziruo had already made his decision. He would help Huyue establish the Peacock dynasty. Stepping forward, Yin Ziruo said, "Your Majesty, this matter not only concerns the peace between the ancient Chaos Empire and the Demon Buddha Kingdom, but also the tidal Sea Clan. To be honest, we came to the Demon Buddha Kingdom at the order of the ancient Chaos Emperor to retrieve the third princess of the Merfolk, Muse, who was abducted by Marshal Julorana." Chapter 106, Siddhartha's Retreat, the Gifted Young Man. Upon hearing this, Huyue immediately said, "Is that so? Then may I ask if the Princess Muse has been found?" Yin Ziruo pointed to the mermaid woman on Prince Hiro's back and said, "Yes, she was found at General Juliana's residence." Prince Hiro was taken aback upon hearing this and said, "She's not my sister." Before he could finish, Hasuo stepped forward, placed a hand on Prince Hiro's shoulder, and coughed softly twice. Only then did Prince Hiro realize and quickly corrected himself. "Who else but my sister could she be? I tell you, my sister is now unconscious. If anything happens to her, my father will surely drown your Demon Buddha Kingdom." Siddhartha frowned deeply upon hearing this and stepped in front of Prince Hero, saying, "You can try." Ziruo let out a cold laugh, moved to Prince Hero's side and said, "Does General Siddhartha mean to provoke a war between 3 nations with this remark?" Siddhartha coldly glanced at Ziruo before turning to Prince Hero and said, "Are you sure she is your sister?" Prince Hero quickly replied, "Of course I'm sure." "What? Do you know my sister?" The atmosphere among the group grew heavy. Siddhartha's expression was stern, while Ziruo and the others secretly channeled their energy. If Siddhartha dared to make a move, they would attack simultaneously. However, Siddhartha suddenly burst into loud laughter, took a few steps back, and said to Huyue, "In that case, I will no longer intervene in this matter. Everything will be left to His Majesty to decide. I hope His Majesty will handle it properly and not cause discontent among the other generals." Huyue's brows furrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "That goes without saying. It seems General Juoluo fled overnight because his scheme was exposed. Pass my order. Dismiss Juoluo from his position as a general, pursue him nationwide, and capture him dead or alive. Anyone who captures him will be richly rewarded. Furthermore, all assets from Juoluo residence will be confiscated. As for who will fill the vacancy among the 10 great generals, we'll decide that later." Siddhartha snorted coldly, waved to Huyue, and left with his soldiers. Ding! Huyue's destiny value increased by 200 points, host's fortune value increased by 100, antagonist value increased by 2,000, current antagonist value 12,500. Huyue had gained the upper hand in the direct confrontation with Siddhartha, resulting in an increase in his destiny value, which somewhat surprised Ziruo. Only after Siddhartha had left did Huyue relax and look at the surrounding soldiers, saying, "You stay outside. No one is allowed to enter without my permission." After the soldiers left, Huyue turned to Ziruo and the others, saying, "Where is Juoluo's body?" The group exchanged glances, and upon seeing Ziruo nod, Hasuo stepped forward and said, "It's in the space chamber in his garden, but it's already been shattered." Huyue nodded and said, "Fortunately, only Siddhartha came this time. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to protect you." Ziruo smiled and said, "How did your Majesty know we were coming? And how did you know Siddhartha would come?" Huyue smiled and said, "The ancient Chaos Empire sent word that envoys would be arriving, though they didn't specify the reason. However, I could guess a bit. Everyone in the realm knows what Juoluo has done, but because of his position as one of the 10 great generals, I couldn't touch him. Although he was extremely debauched, he wouldn't act without consideration. If it were an ordinary mermaid, he wouldn't let her go. But if it were the princess of the Tide Sea clan, given his character, he definitely wouldn't accept. I knew there was a conspiracy and secretly sent people to investigate, which is how I discovered Siddhartha's plot." As he spoke, Huyue smiled and said to Ziruo, "Guess how much Siddhartha was involved in this and what his purpose was." Although this was their first meeting, Huyue seemed to have no reservations about Ziruo, treating him more like an old friend. For a 10-year-old child to be able to handle himself this way, Ziruo couldn't help but feel some admiration. Ziruo smiled and said, "I'm afraid this matter was initiated by Siddhartha from the start. He abducted the princess and handed her over to Juoluo, aiming to provoke a national war." Not only that, Huyue nodded and said, he also sent assassins to attack the envoys party, though for some reason, it fizzled out. His deeper purpose is to use the war to force a coup. I've been on the throne for too short a time, and being young, if a war breaks out, it doesn't matter what the outcome is. As long as the conflict is stirred up, my throne will be in jeopardy." Ziruo smiled and said, "So your Majesty played along with the plan, using our hands to eliminate Juoluo and, in turn, promote one of your own trusted aides to the position of one of the 10 great generals, thereby dividing power and strengthening your position. No wonder you're the renowned prince of the prison king of the ancient Chaos Empire." Huyue said with a smile, "Fortunately, you were here this time. Otherwise, I would have already fallen into a dead end. Ziruo was momentarily stunned and said, "You know me?" Huyue smiled and said, "Not just Siddhartha has his own subordinates. They never dreamed that among my friends, there is someone who possesses the only mind-reading secret technique in the entire Demon Buddha kingdom." Ziruo immediately understood. Ming Xia had mentioned that the mind-reading divine ability could only be possessed by chosen ones, a rarity that occurs once in 100 years. Such individuals can observe all things in the world and read every heart. Could someone with such a divine ability also be a chosen one of fortune? Huyue then said, "Prince Yin, since you have found the Tide Sea Clan princess, please leave the Demon Buddha kingdom as soon as possible." Prince Hero, upon hearing this, said with confusion, "What? Just used us and now you're kicking us out?" "Siddhartha won't let this go," Huyue said. "Staying in the Demon Buddha kingdom gives him an opportunity. If something happens to you, the ancient Chaos Empire and the Tide Sea Clan can use it as an excuse to act, allowing their conspiracy to succeed." Ziruo nodded and said, "Don't worry, we'll leave tomorrow." Huyue sighed and said, "If possible, I would really like you to stay and help me, but with my current strength, they will constantly plot against me. Keeping you here would only endanger you." Looking at this child who was only 10 years old, Ziruo couldn't help but sigh inwardly and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. As long as you are a wise ruler, I believe many will help you resolve the chaos in the Demon Buddha kingdom. As for me, if there's nothing urgent, I'll come and visit you." "Is it a deal?" Huyue's eyes lit up as he said. Ziruo smiled and said, "It's a deal." Prince Hero, standing to the side, pouted and said, "What's this? We're the ones who saved her, yet it seems like all the credit is his." Ziruo turned back to look at Prince Hero and said with a smile, "This mermaid prince, would you like to stay and serve as an advisor to this young ruler?" "I am Prince Hero. You can also call me the second prince. I am of the legitimate royal family of the Tide Sea Clan. Why would I come to this god-forsaken place to be some advisor?" Prince Hero said with a cold laugh, "I heard that officials in the Demon Buddha kingdom are allocated spouses." Chunning spoke expressionlessly. "No need to say more. Upholding justice and helping the weak is our duty." "Shameless," Chunning pouted. Chapter 107. Setting off at night, leaving the Demon Buddha. Hearing the witty banter from Prince Heruo, everyone burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Ziruo clasped his hands towards Huyue and said in a deep voice, "Until we meet again." Huyue nodded upon hearing this and replied, "Safe journey." Ziruo nodded and led the group away from the residence of Juluo Yen Na. Huyue watched Ziruo's retreating figure, as if muttering to himself, "Even the god of balance couldn't handle him. Just who exactly is this Ziruo?" A voice came from the darkness, saying, "Even my telepathy couldn't read his thoughts, but I can tell he harbors no ill intentions towards your majesty." "That's good then. They found the true princess of the sea tribe. As long as they leave safely, this matter will be resolved," Huyue said. "Have you decided on the candidates for the vacant positions of the 10 marshals? Let me remind you, you know I can't show myself right now," the voice continued. "I know, I already have someone in mind," Huyue said with a smile. "Fengji? His cultivation isn't quite up to par, is it?" "It's just temporary," Huyue smiled and said. "If what you say is true and he really is the reincarnation of the god of Wuxia, his cultivation will catch up quickly. The next thing to consider is how to withstand the pressures from the other marshals. Being a king is really exhausting," the voice said. "The only one in the Demon Buddha kingdom who can withstand the pressure is your majesty. My strength hasn't recovered yet. If I show myself, I'll surely be attacked by the hidden evil gods, and the Demon Buddha kingdom will fall into another crisis," the voice continued. Huyue chuckled and shrugged, saying, "I'm still just a child. Why should such responsibilities fall on my shoulders? Oh well, who let me be the ruler of a kingdom?" As he spoke, Huyue slowly walked out. On the other side, Ziruo and the others returned to the abandoned courtyard. They saw Nyoma leaning against the ruined wall of the courtyard. Upon seeing Ziruo, he immediately spoke, "Oh, 2 people went out, and now so many have returned? Are these all the people Luo Yin Na abducted? Yin Ziruo smiled bitterly and replied, Luo Yin Na doesn't have that kind of ability. The real mastermind only showed himself, and I almost died there. As of now, I still don't know where the real princess is. Prince Heruo was puzzled and said, Huh? Didn't this beautiful lady say that my sister is with you? With us? Yin Ziruo was startled and immediately thought of Bairo, exclaiming, You mean? Before Yin Ziruo could finish speaking, Luoya, supporting Bairo, slowly approached and bowed to him, saying, Mr. Yin, I'm sorry. Yin Ziruo finally realized and slapped his forehead, smiling wryly, I should have thought of it earlier. How could a maid have the cultivation of the earthly mystic realm? It seems I was the last to know. You really tricked me well, Princess Miaoxi. This journey was indeed fraught with peril. Miaoxi's face showed worry as she slowly walked towards Prince Heruo. The prince was immediately excited and said, Sister, I've really missed you. Before Heruo could finish, Miaoxi took the reel made by Ro from his back and said, Bairo was in danger because of me. I couldn't leave her behind, so I deceived everyone. I'm truly sorry. Yin Ziruo smiled and said, It's all right. After all, this trip to the Demon Buddha Kingdom wasn't a loss, and the outcome is good. That's all that matters. By the way, how is Master Ming Xiao's injury? She's too weak, Ming Xia said. It will take a long time to recover, and the psychological trauma is probably worse than the physical one. Yin Ziruo nodded and said, Being able to survive Luo Yin Na's clutches is already good. Let's go. Go? Now? Prince Heruo was surprised and said, Don't we need to rest for the night? Resting for the night might mean we can't leave, Yin Ziruo said gravely. Shida certainly won't give up. Instead of giving him time to regroup, it's better to leave now. That way, we still have a chance. Hisuague immediately said, Mr. Yin is right. We need to return to the ancient Chaos Empire as soon as possible, or there might be a big trouble. Yin Ziruo glanced at Hisuague and, without thinking much, asked, Where's Feng Ji? Nyoma tilted his head and pointed into the courtyard, saying, He's inside, feeling sentimental. This night wasn't just a tough battle for you. Yin Ziruo was momentarily stunned. Turning his head, he saw Feng Ji kneeling alone in the courtyard, in front of a large pit. There was a corpse inside, though its identity was unknown, and it was clearly already cold. Luoya then told Yin Ziruo about Feng Ji's situation. Yin Ziruo was shocked to learn that Feng Ji was the reincarnation of the god of anger. No wonder he wasn't the chosen one of fortune. These reincarnations of demon gods or demonic embryos wouldn't trigger the resonance of the villain system. Perhaps they really weren't the main characters. Yin Ziruo peeked at Feng Ji, then jumped over the wall and walked up to him, saying, Your senior brother was a good man. He chose to die to cleanse his sins. You should be proud of him. Feng Ji didn't speak, still kneeling silently on the ground. Yin Ziruo sighed and said, Take care. Just as Yin Ziruo turned to leave, he heard Feng Ji say, Mr. Yin, thank you. Yin Ziruo waved his hand and left expressionlessly. Afterwards, Yin Ziruo led everyone to find a carriage and immediately drove it towards the city gates. The carriage originally could only seat 6 people, but now it held 8, plus Nyoma's robust frame, which took up the space of 2 people. Prince Heruo was squeezed between Hisuague and Nyoma and said helplessly, Why not hire another carriage? It's so late. Where can we find another carriage? Luoya rolled her eyes and said, Where's your own carriage? We left it at Luo Yin Na's residence, Prince Heruo said. How were we to know we'd have to flee in the middle of the night? Chuning sighed and said, You can sit here. I'll go outside. As she spoke, she signaled Yin Ziruo to stop the carriage. Chuning jumped off and took the driver's seat. The carriage moved again. After a long silence, Chuning said softly, I'm sorry. Yin Ziruo was puzzled and smiled, saying, Why are you apologizing? Chuning looked at Yin Ziruo, hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. My uncle, on some pretext of a crime, sent people to arrest the 5 princes of the borderlands, including your father. Ziruo immediately tightened the reins, his brow furrowed. He turned to Hisuague and said, Hisuague, is what Chuning said true? Seeing Hisuague's awkward expression and silence, Ziruo's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, On what grounds? Chapter 108. The Power of the Ancient Empire and the Scheme of the Great Emperor. Although Yin Daohan was his supposed father, apart from this physical body, there was no real relationship between him and Yin Daohan. However, Yin Daohan's affection for Yin Ziruo was genuine. Even though it was a father-son bond, Yin Ziruo still felt Yin Daohan's care. This could be sensed from the words Yin Daohan spoke before parting for the 10,000 mountains. Chu Tianai's actions had undoubtedly touched Yin Ziruo's sore spot. How is Ningen? Yin Ziruo asked with a dark expression. Sister Ningen is at the prison king's residence in the imperial capital, accompanying your mother, Chu Ning replied. She should be fine. Should be? Yin Ziruo was already on the verge of rage, his voice low as he said, If even a single hair on my family is harmed, I will make Chu Tianai regret it. Hearing this, Hisuague immediately said, Young Master Yin, please don't rush. The great emperor isn't targeting the prison king. He merely wants to reduce the power of the feudal lords. Reduce the power of the feudal lords? Yin Ziruo sneered upon hearing this. The 5 border kings only have jurisdiction, not rule. What power is there to reduce? Even if they had rule, the rules set by the first ancient great emperor decreed that the 5 border kings would pass their titles through generations. That's an unchangeable fact. As Yin Ziruo spoke, he once again pulled the reins, and everyone in the carriage could clearly feel the increase in speed. Seeing Yin Ziruo's expression, Chu Ning felt as if a stone had been lodged in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed softly and said, Young Master Yin, if you wish to take the prison king from the imperial capital, you must first have a plan. Yin Ziruo glanced at Chu Ning and said in a deep voice, Chu Tianai is merely at the great emperor realm. What is there to worry about? If you think that way, you are gravely mistaken. Came Hisuaga's voice from inside the carriage. The power of the ancient empire is not as weak as you imagine. What do you mean? Yin Ziruo asked, puzzled. You've been to the Demon Buddha Kingdom and gained quite a bit of insight. How would you evaluate the overall strength of the Demon Buddha Kingdom? Hisuague inquired. Yin Ziruo's brows furrowed as he recalled the overwhelming aura of the god of balance, saying in a low voice, Very strong. Among the 10 marshals, although Juliana might not be the weakest, he still possesses the strength of a saint 2nd rank. Siddhartha seems to have the strength of a saint 3rd rank or above, and the other marshals are probably similar. The strength of the 72 vice gods ranges from saint to great emperor, and the 3 main gods might even have the strength of a great emperor 4th rank or 5th rank. Hisuague then said, I can tell you clearly that among the 3 main gods, only the god of balance is at the great emperor 4th rank, while the other 2 are at the great emperor 5th rank. Such strength, if at its peak, would almost be enough to sweep across the entire world. Even now, with most of them fallen, they would still be powerful enough to attack the ancient empire, right? Yin Ziruo was stunned upon hearing this. Indeed, in terms of strength, the Demon Buddha Kingdom far surpassed the ancient empire. Just the host body of the god of Sori, the 3-tailed fox, had the strength of a great emperor, and the god of balance was at the great emperor 4th rank. Adding to that the hidden vice gods who hadn't fallen, the Demon Buddha Kingdom likely had over 10 great emperor-level experts. In contrast, the ancient empire's 5 border kings were only at the divine realm, the elders of the 5 great families were at most saint level, and the elders of other sects varied in strength. Even a major sect like the Medicine King Valley only had 1 great emperor-level expert, Shuan Yin, presiding over it. Such strength was completely unbalanced. If the 2 countries were to go to war, the ancient empire would likely be completely annihilated within a year. If I told you that the ancient empire's strength is actually the strongest among the 4 races, what would you think? Hisuague said gravely. Come to think of it, my father once said, Prince Hero suddenly spoke up. Unless you have the determination to die, never go to war with the ancient empire. Is there hidden strength? Yin Ziruo snorted coldly. Hisuague then said, the Tide Sea clan controls the entire world's oceans with countless strong warriors. Deep in the sea, there are even more powerful sea beasts comparable to land beasts. Within the 10,000 mountains, there are countless beast strongmen, and besides the gods who control the beastmen, even more terrifying are the vicious beasts hidden in the ancient snow mountains. Like them, the ancient empire also has its own strengths, which are the power projections of the successive ancient great emperors. Yin Ziruo's brows furrowed as he said in a low voice, you mean the spirits in the emperor's mausoleum? No. Hisuague replied, the spirits in the emperor's mausoleum are spirits carrying inherited power, while the power projection is the storage of the strength of the successive ancient great emperors to be released when needed. At that time, even an ordinary person could temporarily use the strength of a great emperor. This power would not be consumed, and could be summoned with a special secret technique. The only consequence is that both the person using the secret technique and the one bearing the power would die. Using this power could instantly grant the ancient empire countless great emperor-level experts. Yin Ziruo was shocked upon hearing this, saying in a low voice, isn't this a reckless disregard for human life? So this method is only used when the survival of the nation is at stake. Hisuague explained, and the one who holds this power is the Chu family. That is, the sect where Miss Chu belongs, the Thousand Soul Hall. Yin Ziruo then looked at Chu Ning. Chu Ning's brows were tightly knit, her face filled with melancholy. She looked up at the night sky, her voice low and desolate as she said, Uncle, he is preparing to use this power. I overheard Uncle and the elders of the family talking about the seriousness of the situation, which is why I joined Mr. He as an envoy, trying to find you in the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Yin Ziruo's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, does Chu Tianai plan to use this method to eliminate the 5 border kings? No. Chu Ning sighed, there's something Tianhua told me, something I've kept to myself. The person Uncle wants to eliminate is only you. This revelation shocked not only Yin Ziruo but also Hisuague, who exclaimed in surprise, Miss Chu, are you saying this is true? Tianhua heard it with his own ears. Chu Ning said gravely, arresting the 5 border kings and reducing the power of the feudal lords are just pretexts. The real goal is to lure young Master Yin back. Uncle knows your temper and that you would try every possible way to save them, even if it means going against him. At that point, he could charge you with real treason and execute you. Moreover, I'm afraid that now, Miss Jiang and young Master Yan's mother have already been confined. Yin Ziruo's face darkened, his teeth clenched. After a long while, he spat out a few words through gritted teeth. Chu Tianai, the ancient great emperor, setting up a conspiracy, using secret techniques, all just to eliminate me? He really thinks highly of me. Chapter 109. The Strategy of Yin Ziruo. Hearing Yin Ziruo's tone, Hisuague knew that the situation had already escalated beyond reconciliation. He spoke gravely, Prince Yin, this journey to the capital is fraught with danger. With my influence, I can help you and your family escape, but I hope you leave the Luogu Empire as soon as you exit the imperial city. Mr. He, Yin Ziruo suddenly asked, why does Chu Tianai want to kill me? And why didn't he kill me when the emperor's tomb was first opened? Hisuague was momentarily stunned, then pondered for a moment before replying, looking back now, the emperor probably harbored the intention to kill you even back then. The 10,000 mountains are fraught with peril. Who could have imagined that not only would you complete the task he assigned you, but you would also survive and emerge from those mountains? Rumors even circulate in the northwest that you, with your Wangxian realm strength, suppressed the emperor-level leader of the Medicine King Valley, Sun Yin. Such rumors only highlight how your gap with him is narrowing. Does he suspect I want to usurp the throne? Yin Ziruo sneered upon hearing this. What a joke. If I wanted to usurp the throne, why would I have saved his life with medicine? Based on my understanding of him, Hisuague said gravely, whether you have the intention or not, as long as you possess the capability, he will remain wary. He paused before continuing. He has been ill for so many years that any slight disturbance makes him suspicious. The 5 great clans are the best example. Yin Ziruo understood Hisuague's implication. Chu Tianai might not believe Yin Ziruo would definitely rebel, but the possibility that Yin Ziruo could possess the capability to rebel, coupled with the constant unease Chu Tianai felt about the control the 5 border lords had over the frontier, led him to use this opportunity to deal with both Yin Ziruo and the 5 border lords. Now that the Emperor's old ailments have been healed by you, his strength has stabilized at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, Hisuague said. Prince Yin, listen to me. Return to the Imperial City. Wait for me to bring out your parents and Miss Jiang, and then leave quickly. Yin Ziruo frowned upon hearing this. If what Chu Ning and Hisuague said was true, then this time the danger was indeed high. His current cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Wangxian realm. Even if he exchanged all the remaining villain points for medicinal pills to boost his cultivation, it would be difficult to confront Chu Tianai head-on, unless he could persuade Nyoemo to bring the little monkey along. The demon seed from the demon heart secret realm could now control the end time on its own, but during this period, his own body still had no protection. If there were any mistakes, the ones who would die wouldn't just be him. At that moment, Nyoemo spoke gravely. Yin Ziruo, you have done us the favor of the beast men. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I, old Nyo, will follow you through it. Yin Ziruo couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. He had always known that Nyomo's character was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Ziruo, I have regained my flesh and blood thanks to your efforts. If there's anything you need me to do, just speak up. Ming Xia also said gravely. Ming Xiao's feelings for Yin Ziruo had surpassed even those she once had for Xiao Su. She couldn't bear to watch her disciple Yin Ziruo fall into another deadly trap. Isn't it just protecting 1 or 2 people? Look at how panicked you all are. Prince Hiro said disdainfully, this way, when we return to the Imperial City, I'll discuss it with my elder brother, and it shouldn't be too difficult to protect this Miao brother. Yes, Mr. Yin, although what my brother said might be a bit exaggerated, if it really comes down to it, I can also ask my father for help. With my father's protection, your family will definitely be safe. Miao Si added. Princess Luoya also quickly expressed her support. I can also return to the 10,000 mountains to ask my father for help, or even bring out the army of exotic beasts. Hisuague frowned deeply upon hearing everyone's words, shaking his head and saying, do you all want to escalate the situation to a point of no return? At that moment, Yin Ziruo, who was driving the carriage, laughed and said, I appreciate your intentions, but this time, I've decided to do it myself. Chu Tianai wants to burn the bridge after crossing it, but it's not that easy. The sky of the Luanggu Empire is about to change. Yin Ziruo already had a plan in mind. He wanted to emerge victorious in this game and drain all the destiny points from Chu Tianai. If it had been before, he might not have thought of this, but now that he clearly understood how destiny points increased and decreased, for Yin Ziruo, this game was nothing more than a battle of strength between him and Chu Tianai. Thinking of this, Yin Ziruo said, Master Ming Xia, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, Ming Xia replied. We'll split up at the border later. I need you to help me deliver a letter to the Hunter Guild, Yin Ziruo said. Also, there are letters for the Jiang family and the Underworld Black Prison. I'll give you the letters later. Whether I can come out unscathed depends on whether your letters can be delivered. Nyoemo immediately said gravely, in that case, I'll deliver the letter to the Underworld Black Prison. I fly faster, so I might even make it in time for your execution. Hisuague also said gravely, although I don't know your purpose, I think I can handle delivering the letter to the Jiang family. That settles it then. Yin Ziruo said, remember, I'll return to the Imperial City in at most 2 months. I'll give you plenty of time to deliver the letters, but even so, time is very tight. You must deliver the letters as soon as possible. As long as the letters could be delivered, Yin Ziruo could ensure his safety this time, and even come out with a full pot. Thus, the group stopped at a frontier town. Yin Ziruo handed 3 letters to Nyoemo, Hisuague, and Ming Xia, watching as the three took off into the sky. Ziruo and the others stayed in the town, while a farmer drove their carriage away to lure the pursuers. In this way, Ziruo, along with Chu Ning, Princess Luaya, Princess Miao Si, Prince Hero, the fully recovered maid by Ro, and the little monkey, spent a full half-month in this frontier town before setting off back to the imperial city. As long as he didn't return immediately, Chu Tianai wouldn't take Yin Daohan's life, which gave Ziruo time to plan. Upon returning to the Luanggu Empire, Ziruo and his group simply ate, drank, and enjoyed themselves, as if they were unaware that they had become the target of many. But this was only on the surface. From the moment they returned to the Luanggu Empire, Ziruo had already noticed that a series of spies were constantly following them. On the surface, Ziruo was just sightseeing and enjoying himself, but in reality, Demon Fire Ba had already set off secretly for the imperial city with Ziruo's orders. There were still half a month left before Ziruo's arrival in the imperial city. That morning, every household in the imperial city found a piece of bright red cloth at their doorstep. The cloth was written in large black letters. If my Sea Clan's third princess is not returned within half a month, the Luanggu Empire will be bathed in rivers of blood. There was also a fresh webbed print on the wall, and every day thereafter, another blood-red webbed print would appear on the walls of every household. Even with countless soldiers patrolling the city, they couldn't find the person who left the prints. Chapter 110. The Patriarch of the Chu family. The plan begins. The blood handprint seemed to appear out of thin air. Despite the soldiers guarding every household, no one could determine who had left the mark. Gradually, the entire population of the imperial capital was gripped by fear, and those who could afford to do so began to leave the city with their families. Chu Tianai listened to the report from his subordinates and snorted coldly, muttering under his breath, "A bunch of idiots." From behind Chu Tianai, a figure emerged from the room. He was short, barely 4 feet tall, with wrinkled, sagging skin that hung loosely on his body. Judging by his age, he was at least several hundred years old. When he heard Chu Tianai's words, he grinned and said softly, "What troubles does the emperor have?" Chu Tianai shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, just a minor matter. No need to trouble the old ancestor. Minor matters can escalate into major ones if left unchecked," the old man said. "Speak, what is it?" "Yes," Chu Tianai said, taking out a memorial and explaining, "Someone has been spreading rumors in the imperial capital, pretending to be from the Tide Sea Clan, claiming that unless the third princess of the Tide Sea Clan is found, they will slaughter the entire Chaos Ancient Empire. As a result, the people are in a state of panic. Just capture the one spreading the rumors," the old man said with a smile. "We can't catch him," Chu Tianai sighed. "That person is elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Guards have witnessed the blood handprint being pressed onto the doors, but no one can be found. Each day, another handprint appears, and now there are 10 of them. The citizens are saying that the Chaos Ancient Empire will soon be bathed in blood." "Is that so? Then why have you come to me?" the old man asked gravely. "I hope the old ancestor will use a secret technique," Chu Tianai said. "Only someone of the emperor's level can capture the culprit." With that, Chu Tianai knelt before the old man and said, "I beg the old ancestor to use the secret technique." "Child's play," the old man said sternly. "Are you so easily frightened by a few troublemakers and their schemes? The secret technique summons the power of an emperor, but the cost is life. You know this, don't you?" "I have already agreed to your request," the old man continued. "I will deal with the troublemakers, but you must handle the rest yourself." As the old man turned to leave, he paused halfway and added, "As an emperor, you must not be too bloodthirsty. The Chaos Ancient Empire was founded on benevolence. Decisive action is acceptable, but indiscriminate slaughter is not." He turned to look at Chu Tianai and said, "You are so easily flustered by such a small trick. Could there be more to this matter than meets the eye?" Chu Tianai quickly replied, "The old ancestor is joking. I merely do not want the situation to worsen. Since that is the case, I will find another way to resolve it myself." The old man glanced at Chu Tianai, and then slowly departed. Chu Tianai frowned and snorted coldly as he sat back on his throne. The old man refuses to act, and no one below the emperor level can sense the presence of that thing. Could it be that I, the emperor of Chaos Ancient, must personally investigate the rumor-monger? As Chu Tianai pondered, a figure descended from the sky, landing at the gates of the imperial palace. The guards immediately moved to block him, but the man waved his hand, sending the guards flying. Chu Tianai looked up and sneered. I wondered who had the audacity to barge into my imperial palace. So it's the head of the Medicine King Valley, Sun Yin. What brings you here? Looking for your disciple? Sun Yin laughed and said, that traitor was already expelled from the Medicine King Valley. Why would I be looking for him? I've come to see you, Emperor. Me? Chu Tianai asked, a hint of suspicion in his mind. He quietly gathered his strength and said softly, what business does the Valley Master have with me? I hear you're planning to deal with the 5 kings of the border, Sun Yin said gravely. I wonder if you're interested in Yin Ziruo, the son of the prison king? Meanwhile, Yin Ziruo was leading the group to a restaurant, waiting for their meal. Suddenly, he sneezed, and Chu Ning quickly handed him a handkerchief. Yin Ziruo smiled, took the handkerchief, and wiped his nose, then asked, by the way, Miss Chu, your family's sect is closely related to the demon embryo, isn't it? Why do you have such a vicious secret technique? Chu Ning's expression darkened as she replied, although this technique is indeed vicious, it has been passed down through generations of my ancestors. Our ancestor, the first emperor's astrologer, created this technique. To prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, only one person in each generation of the Chu family is allowed to master it. That person must be the purest, most loyal, and righteous member of the family. Moreover, the technique is only passed on the verge of death. Besides, the technique itself is not inherently evil. The person who receives the emperor's power must be willing and fully aware that they will die afterward. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. Therefore, this technique is actually a protective secret of the Chaos Ancient Empire. Yin Ziruo nodded and said, I apologize if I insulted the technique. Who in your family currently holds this technique? It's our great-grandfather, Chu Liuha, Chu Ning said. He was the brother of the first emperor of the Chu family. Due to his short stature and ugly appearance, he was often ridiculed. However, he was highly skilled in cultivation, reaching the saint level before the age of 50 and the emperor level in his 60s. He never sought revenge on anyone and repeatedly helped the Chu family resolve troubles. He was truly righteous and was granted the inheritance of the technique, which he has held until now. Yin Ziruo was shocked and said, the brother of the first emperor of the Chu family? How old must he be now? If he reached the emperor level at 60, then he must be several hundred years old, Chu Ning said. His exact cultivation level is unknown, but few have seen him, let alone seen him fight. However, considering how long he has been alive and how dedicated he is to cultivation, he is likely at the 5th level of the emperor realm by now. Yin Ziruo's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He had previously thought that the Chaos Ancient Empire was weak, with at most 1 or 2 emperors. But now, it seemed they had a 5th level emperor realm expert with a secret technique. However, since Chu Ning had mentioned that the old man was righteous and upright, perhaps he could be used against Chu Dai. At that moment, the dishes were brought to the table, and everyone's appetite was piqued. Prince Hero exclaimed, I never expected you, the son of the prison king, to be so carefree. With such a big disaster looming, you still have time for all this food and drink. Aren't you worried at all? Chapter 111. Rumors spread. The final 2 days. Yin Ziruo, unfazed, picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth, smiling faintly as she said, the stage is set, and now it's not my turn to take the lead. What's the point of me being anxious? Stage? What stage? Prince Halua asked, puzzled. Yin Ziruo smiled and replied, you'll know when we get to the imperial capital. However, there is something I need your help with. Prince Halua immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry, just tell me what you need, and I'll do it. Do you, the title C clan, have the ability to change the weather? Yin Ziruo inquired. Princess Mayusi chimed in, "We do, but it depends on the individual. My second brother controls ice and snow, while I control wind and rain." "That's great. With that, everything will be foolproof," Yin Ziruo said with delight. Prince Hulua, still confused, asked, "What exactly do you want us to do?" "There's no rush," Yin Ziruo said with a smile. "For now, we can just enjoy ourselves. Everything will be dealt with after we return to the imperial capital." In the imperial capital, the once busiest streets were now eerily quiet. There were only a few scattered pedestrians, and most of the shops were closed, with only a few guards standing at the entrances. It was early autumn, and the sparse crowd made the already chilly weather feel even colder. People who met on the street would just exchange a brief greeting before hurrying away. Seeing this, the guards couldn't help but sigh deeply, gathering together with their long spears. "It's just us left on this street, isn't it?" one guard said, rubbing his hands together. "What bad luck. Others can run, but we can't even do that." "Run? I don't believe the Tidal Sea Clan would dare to attack the Luangu Empire," another guard said. The last guard chimed in, "Why not? If they didn't dare, why would they be mysteriously counting down on the walls? Stop speculating. We've reached this point because the Luangu Empire deserves it. It's all the fault of the Emperor." At that moment, the three guards heard a voice behind them. Turning around, they saw a guard holding a gourd of wine, taking swigs from it. The other guards immediately surrounded him, saying, "Brother, you dare to say such things? Aren't you afraid someone will hear? The country is almost gone. What is there to be afraid of?" The guard sighed. "Let me tell you something. Do you know who I used to serve?" "Who?" "The Northern Prison Lord," the guard said. "Ever since the Prison Lord was captured, I've been a guard. Do you think we didn't send people to look for the Tidal Sea Clan's princess?" "That's true. I heard even the Emperor's confidants were sent." The guard took another swig of wine and said, "And more than that, have you heard of the Prison Lord's son?" "Of course. What about him? Is he involved in this too?" "Of course he is," the guard said with a cold laugh. "The Prison Lord's son just returned from the 10,000 Mountains after doing a job for the Emperor. When he heard the Tidal Sea Clan's princess was missing, he didn't even go home before heading to the Demon Buddha Kingdom. And what did the Emperor do? He captured the son's father. If you were him, would you come back?" "Well, I heard the Prison Lord was arrested for rebellion." The guard immediately retorted, "What a joke. Everyone knows the 5 border lords only have jurisdiction, not territorial rights. And our Prison Lord managed the Black Abyss prison his entire life. If he wanted to rebel, wouldn't it be more effective to just release all the prisoners? And let me tell you, the Emperor previously suffered from a cultivation deviation and only had a few years left to live. Even the Medicine King Valley couldn't help. But then the Prison Lord's son healed him. If the Prison Lord really wanted to rebel, why would he let his son heal the Emperor?" "Who told you that? Even the Medicine King Valley couldn't cure him. Could the young Master Yin really heal him? I don't believe it." "Believe it or not," the guard said, standing up and throwing the wine gourd to the ground. "But I'm done with this job. When the Tidal Sea Clan attacks, I'm running far away. Who would want to help an emperor who repays kindness with betrayal?" With that, the guard picked up his spear and left without looking back. The remaining 3 guards looked at each other, then returned to their posts, their eyes fixed on the bloody handprint on the opposite door. 12. Only 3 days left. At that moment, a drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. The guards quickly retreated under the eaves, looking up at the once clear sky now covered in clouds. But in no time, the drizzle turned into large snowflakes falling steadily. Within moments, everything was blanketed in white, and the temperature dropped sharply. The 3 guards, only wearing autumn clothes, suddenly found themselves in the midst of a snowstorm, feeling an icy chill. At that moment, they all glanced at the wine gourd left behind by the guard who had just left. In the imperial palace, Chu Tianyi watched the snow falling outside the door, his brow furrowed as he said, "Why did it suddenly start snowing? Could the Tidal Sea Clan be up to something?" "It's just a gust of wind and snow," Sun Yin said. If the Emperor doesn't want it to snow, I can make it stop. With that, Shuan Yin leapt into the air, gathering energy with a wave of his hand. A powerful force began to converge, and soon a dragon-like whirlwind appeared in the sky. The whirlwind swept across the entire imperial capital, lifting all the falling snowflakes into the air. In moments, it formed a conical vortex that shot straight into the clouds. Eventually, the vortex, carrying heavy snow, disappeared into the clouds. But shortly after, the clouds gathered again, and the snow stubbornly began to fall once more. This spectacle was witnessed by all the citizens of the imperial capital. The next day, 2 more rumors spread throughout the city. The emperor repaid kindness with betrayal, even going after the prison lord's son, who saved his life and helped him, even going to the demon Buddha kingdom to find the princess. Did you see it yesterday? Someone in the imperial palace clashed with the tidal Sea clan, and they were utterly defeated. These rumors quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. The snow had been falling for a day and a night, and the people's hearts, like the accumulating snow, had grown heavy and gloomy. Master Sun, it seems your efforts haven't been very effective, Chu Tianyi said coldly, looking at Shuan Yin. Shuan Yin just smiled and said, others may not understand, but how can the emperor be so confused? My strike dispersed the clouds, but the other side wasn't convinced and gathered another batch. But the result made it look like you were defeated, Chu Tianyi said sternly. It doesn't matter, Shuan Yin said with a cold laugh. If the tidal Sea clan really dares to show up in 2 days, I'll make sure they don't leave alive. Chapter 112. The clouds part, the snow stops, and the emperor strikes. Chu Tianyi frowned as he gazed at the thick snow, his heart filled with cold laughter. Yin Ziruo, can a single snowstorm really improve your situation? Outside the imperial capital, in a humble farmhouse, Prince Halua held a bowl of soup in his hands, looking out at the snow and muttering, when will this snow stop? Luaya glanced at him and said, isn't this snow you're doing? Prince Halua burst into laughter at her words, saying, ha ha ha, just a joke. But seriously, Yin Shitsi, can a mere snowstorm really turn your situation around? Yin Ziruo smiled and replied, a single snowstorm alone wouldn't be enough to change my circumstances. This is merely a small trick, a method to shake people's resolve. Based on the reduction in the protagonist's fortune value as tracked by the villain system, it's possible to infer that there are several primary ways to diminish one's destiny points. First, the loss of the people's hearts. Since ancient times, a ruler's governance must win the hearts of the people to ensure long-term stability. When the people are united, the nation is secure. When the people's hearts are lost, the nation is in peril. The successive emperors of the ancient Chaos Empire have always governed with benevolence, and even the earlier years of Chu Tianyi were no exception. However, if Chu Tianyi mishandles foreign policies, leading to wars that harm the populace, the loss of the people's hearts is inevitable. Over the past half-month, many people have fled the imperial capital for other regions, which proves that in the eyes of the people, the capital is no longer a place of safety. Yet, Yin Ziruo hasn't heard any news of Chu Tianyi losing destiny points, which indicates that even though the people have fled, they are still observing the situation. Second, internal strife within the royal family. In the current ancient Chaos Empire, the person with higher destiny points than Chu Tianyi is his son, Chu Tianhua, and at present, Chu Tianhua seems to be a target that can be swayed. His secret delivery of intelligence to Chu Ning also confirms this. In some ways, Yin Ziruo's favor toward Chu Tianhua is even greater than that toward Chu Tianyi. Third, the scattering of supporters. According to Chu Ning, the Chu family member currently in possession of secret techniques is an upright and incorruptible person. If he discovers that Chu Tianyi is using these techniques merely to deal with a potential threat, he may no longer continue to support Chu Tianyi. Yin Ziruo needs to find a way to sow discord between them. Finally, and most crucially, a direct confrontation. The ancient Chaos continent is a world where the strong reign supreme. Even if Yin Ziruo manages the first 3 points perfectly, the final, fatal blow to Chu Tianyi must still be delivered through strength. However, this is the most difficult task for Yin Ziruo. Alas, I don't have enough villain points. Yin Ziruo muttered, hugging his little monkey. At that moment, the snowflakes in the sky began to gradually settle, and the thick clouds shrouding the heavens started to disperse. Prince Halua was shocked and exclaimed, "This is bad." Everyone went outside to see the sky clearing, the autumn sun shining with residual warmth, and in an instant, the dark clouds had completely vanished. "Huh? Why did your snow stop?" Wuxia asked, puzzled. Prince Halua sighed and said, "There are many people in this world who can stop my magic, but only one can do so effortlessly, without any disturbance." Princess Mayusi also whispered, "Is it my older brother? Has he come to the capital too?" Prince Halua scratched his head and said, "I came here with him initially. I forgot." "How could you forget such an important thing?" Princess Mayusi said angrily, then turned to Yin Ziruo and asked, "What should we do now, Mr. Yin?" Yin Ziruo smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just as well that we should set off now." "Where to?" Yin Ziruo packed his belongings and said in a deep voice, "To see the emperor." In the imperial palace, a guard rushed into the grand hall, where Chu Tianai sat on the throne. Below him sat 3 people, 2 of whom were Sun Yin and Waitan Ye. The third person wore a long robe, his long hair reaching his waist, his face calm, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a pearl necklace around his neck glowing. The guard, without even glancing at the 3 below, knelt before the throne and reported, "Your Majesty, the son of the prison king, accompanied by Prince Halua and Princess Mayusi, has returned." Chu Tianai sneered and said, "Send the imperial guards to welcome Prince Halua and Princess Mayusi and arrest Yin Ziruo. If he resists, execute him on the spot." The guard immediately rushed out. Wei Tianai frowned slightly, about to speak, when a voice came from beside him. "Executing a man of merit, isn't your Majesty going a bit too far?" Wei Tianai turned to see that the speaker was Prince Wen Nai of the Tide Sea Clan. "Your Highness Wen Nai, you only need to await the return of the second prince and the third princess. These matters should be left to the emperor to handle," Sun Yin said gravely. Prince Wen Nai smiled and said, "This is a matter of your ancient Chaos Empire, and I have no intention of interfering. I just hope your Majesty doesn't forget your promise." Chu Tianai sneered and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I will do everything in my power to rescue the captured guards and maids of the Tide Sea Clan. If any of them are harmed, I will compensate according to our agreement." "That's good," Wen Nai said, standing up and glancing at Chu Tianai. "Would anyone care to join me in watching a show? I'm quite curious to see what kind of man this son of the prison king is, to have provoked the emperor of the ancient Chaos Empire himself into such a scheme." Chu Tianai sneered, then unleashed a surge of imposing energy, pressing down on Prince Wen Nai below. "Your Highness Wen Nai, our relationship is one of cooperation, not familiarity enough for casual jokes." Prince Wen Nai felt the overwhelming pressure of the emperor's realm, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he still said firmly, "Jokes aside, threats of force are not advisable either." Chu Tianai snorted, retracting his energy, and stood up, stepping down from the throne and walking out of the hall. As he passed Prince Wen Nai, he paused and said, "Your father and I are evenly matched in strength. I do not wish for war, but I do not fear it either." Prince Wen Nai frowned, unable to speak a word. In that instant, he had felt an astonishing killing intent. He had no doubt that if he had said the wrong thing, he would have been instantly beheaded. This emperor of the ancient Chaos Empire, Chu Tianai, was definitely a man of decisive action. At that moment, Sun Yin and Wei Tianai also moved to follow, and Prince Wen Nai finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly following the 3. On the other side, as Yin Ziruo and his group stepped onto the gates of the capital, a line of imperial guards marched forward, lining up on either side and announcing in a deep voice, "By the emperor's decree, we welcome Prince Halua and Princess Mayusi back to the capital." The moment the words fell, another group of guards slowly surrounded them, their spears and swords pointing at Yin Ziruo, declaring, "Arrest the son of the prison king, Yin Ziruo. If he resists, execute him on the spot." Chapter 113. Ziruo imprisoned. The mermaid returns to the sea. Upon hearing the news, everyone was shocked and immediately gathered around Ziruo, summoning their chi to protect him. Prince Hulua even chuckled and said, "Miao Gu, it seems your plan isn't working very well." Luoya and Miao Si shot him a glare and retorted, "What's so funny at a time like this?" Miao Si then turned to the guards and declared, "Yin Shitzi once saved my life, and you can't arrest him." The imperial guards, seeing the situation, sternly replied, "Please leave, Prince Hulua and Princess Miao Si, and do not make things difficult for us." Yin Ziruo, however, just smiled and said, "Everyone, step aside. If they want to arrest me, let them do it." Despite his words, Hulua, Miao Si, and Luoya remained steadfast around him, while the maid by Rose stood frozen in place. The imperial guards, unwilling to risk harming the prince and princess, hesitated to move forward. At that moment, several figures approached through the snow-covered streets. Leading them was none other than Emperor Chutian Ai of the Luangu Empire. When Yin Ziruo saw Chutian Ai approaching, he stepped forward, cradling the little monkey, and said gravely, "Your Majesty, the words you spoke when I left the capital are still fresh in my mind. But now that I've returned, everything seems to have changed. What grave offense have I committed to deserve your order for my immediate execution?" Chutian Ai coldly gazed at Yin Ziruo as if looking at a corpse and said, "The 5 dukes of the frontier have conspired to rebel. As the son of the prison duke, it's only fitting that you be imprisoned. If you don't resist, no one will dare lay a finger on you." Yin Ziruo chuckled and, after handing the little monkey to Princess Miao Si, said, "Princess Miao Si, please take care of Luoya for me." Miao Si's face turned pale as she whispered urgently, "Mr. Yin, don't do anything rash. I'll find a way to save you." Luoya also urged anxiously, "Mr. Yin, you can't let them arrest you. You'll lose your life." Yin Ziruo, however, just smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Also, I need you to do one more thing for me. Please deliver this letter to the prison duke's residence and give it to my fiancée, Jiangning Han. She'll know what to do." Miao Si took the letter and nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I'll make sure it gets there." With that, Yin Ziruo turned around and extended his hands. "Come and take me." Chutian Ai frowned, puzzled by Yin Ziruo's sudden lack of resistance. The imperial guards took Yin Ziruo away, and throughout the process, he showed no sign of resistance. This only deepened Chutian Ai's unease. Yin Ziruo had gone to great lengths, spreading rumors and causing the heavy snowfall in the city. Yet, he had surrendered so easily. Was there another plan in motion? At that moment, Sun Yin stepped forward, glancing at the little monkey in Miao Si's arms. He whispered to Chutian Ai, "That monkey must not be left alive." "Why?" Chutian Ai asked, puzzled. Sun Yin replied gravely, "He is the beast god of the 10,000 mountains." Chutian Ai's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Yin Ziruo had been so fearless. This was his true trump card. Chutian Ai stepped forward and demanded, "Princess Miao Si, hand that monkey over to me." Miao Si was shocked and quickly protested, "No, it's just an ordinary monkey. Why are you making things difficult for a mere animal, Your Majesty?" "It's not just any animal," Sun Yin interjected. Back at the Wuhua sect, it displayed the strength of a 5th-rank emperor. Miao Si's brow furrowed. If they took the monkey, it could jeopardize Yin Ziruo's plans. "Brother, say something," Miao Si pleaded, looking at Wen Na beside her. Wen Na shook his head slightly and, glancing at Chutian Ai, said, "Sometimes, one must bow their head under the eaves of another's house." Miao Si bit her lip and declared, "Your Majesty, no matter what reason you have for wanting the monkey, I will not give it to you, unless I die." Chutian Ai frowned and turned to Wen Na. "Prince Wen Na, do you remember what I told you? I don't want war, but I'm not afraid of it either. If things escalate, I can't guarantee the survival of the Luangu Empire, but I can assure you that none of you 3 siblings will leave this place alive." Wen Na's heart sank. If Chutian Ai was determined to kill, the Tide Sea Clan's forces far away in the South Sea, would never reach them in time to save their lives. At that moment, Luo Ye stepped forward and said, "Emperor of Luoyang, you're not afraid of the Tide Sea clan, but what about the 10,000 mountains?" Chu Tian frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Ye rolled up her sleeve, revealing the totem tattoo of the Leopard Eagle tribe on her arm. "I am Princess Luo Ye of the Leopard Eagle tribe. The evil god bull demon of the 10,000 mountains already knows that I and the monkey are here. If anything happens to us, the 10,000 mountains will mobilize their entire clan to attack the Luoyang Empire." "Another princess," Chu Tian muttered, his forehead creasing with frustration. Just how many women had Ziruo entangled himself with? The Tide Sea clan alone would have been manageable. While powerful, their weakness on land meant their might not be fully unleashed. Even if war broke out, the Luoyang Empire had strategies to counter them. But adding the 10,000 mountains to the mix made things far more complicated. The beasts of the 10,000 mountains were ferocious, and the Orcish army possessed a secret technique for berserk transformation. Living in the dense forests, their combat experience was unparalleled, and their overall fighting strength was likely superior to that of the Luoyang Empire. If both nations declared war, coupled with the watchful eyes of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, Chu Tian had no confidence in the survival of the Luoyang Empire. With a cold smile, Chu Tian said, "Prince Wana, now that the princesses have been found, the Imperial Guards will escort you out of the capital, including this beast princess." Wana inwardly smirked but maintained a polite smile. Is this how the Luoyang Empire treats its guests? Once things settle down, you're welcome to visit anytime. But not now. Escort them out of the capital, Chu Tian ordered, turning away. Sun Yin, seeing the situation, whispered, "Your Majesty, that monkey is the body of the beast god. If it could be used for alchemy..." Chu Tian shot Sun Yin a glare and said coldly, "Sun Lao, after all these years, don't you understand that what's not yours shouldn't be forced?" Sun Yin's face darkened, and he snorted but said no more. With Ziruo captured and the Tide Sea clan's matter resolved, Chu Tian still felt unsettled, as if something was amiss. Unable to pinpoint the issue, he suppressed his unease and slowly returned to the imperial palace. As the snow began to melt, an old man and a young woman quietly observed everything from the rooftop of a building, droplets of melting snow falling around them. "Great ancestor, didn't I tell you?" Xianxia harbors no intentions of rebellion. Chapter 114. Appearing to test, aiming for the upper realm. The old man smiled upon hearing this, the wrinkles on his face deepening. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "The 5 princes of the borderlands are hereditary, and to ensure the Yin family's military strength is sufficient to suppress the 5 regions. Every time the emperor's mausoleum opens, 5 fixed positions are reserved for the Yin family. In contrast, the Chu family, who are the emperors, only have 2 seats. With such an advantage, if the Yin family wanted to rebel, they would have done so long ago." As he spoke, the old man's gaze grew sharper. "But the more it seems they don't rebel, the more it makes others wary. They haven't rebelled because they currently have no intention to. But once they do, it could bring about a great calamity to the ancient empire." Seeing this, Chu Ning quickly said, "The Yin prince gave up the emperor's inheritance to Tianhua in the mausoleum. How could he possibly have any intention to rebel? Moreover, to kill him just because he might rebel is going too far, isn't it?" "He refused the emperor's inheritance precisely because he is ambitious and has lofty aspirations," the old man chuckled. "Such a person is the most terrifying, someone who would use everything as a stepping stone. Besides, you came to find me, didn't you? That must have been Miao Zi's idea. Using the threat of the Tide Sea clan to the ancient empire to enhance the prestige of rescuing the mermaid princess. Miao Zi has been plotting quite a lot." "Yes, but he has wits, means, and capability. If such a person were from one of the 5 great families, he would likely be a top candidate for the emperor's throne," the old man interrupted Chu Ning. "Would someone like him be content to stay in a corner as the prince of the prison realm?" Chu Ning was stunned upon hearing this. After a moment of thought, she gritted her teeth and said, the ancient empire has never belonged solely to the Chu family. The Chu family only came to hold the emperor's throne after the decline of the Jiang family. If the Chu family is destined to decline and the Yin family rises, I don't think that would be a bad thing. The old man was slightly startled by her words, then looked at her with a hint of mockery. What has Miao Zi fed you to make you say such things? Oh, do you like him? Chu Ning's face turned red, and she quickly replied, we are just friends, but he truly has no intention to rebel. The old man smiled faintly, his hands behind his back, and said softly, Miao Zi already has a fiancé, doesn't he? Playing with a woman's heart is as detestable as rebellion. He doesn't. Chu Ning quickly explained. But the old man just chuckled and said, all right, I understand. To save Miao Zi, you've dragged an old man like me to stand on the rooftop for half a day. Truly, girls are always looking outward. Whether Miao Zi deserves to be saved or not, let this old man go and take a look himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man took a slight step, and his figure instantly appeared 100 paces away, as if that step had teleported him directly there. Chu Ning let out a sigh of relief and then leapt away, chasing after Prince Hero and the others in the direction they had left. In the imperial capital's prison, Ziruo's hands and feet were shackled with strange, heavy manacles made of a special material. A massive iron ball, also made of the same material, was chained to his feet. The ball was a full meter in diameter, and Ziruo could only drag it along as he moved. With the clinking of the chains, the prison door closed with a clang. The dungeon was dark and damp, with a musty smell in the air. The material of the iron ball and chains was extremely sturdy. Ziruo tried to break them with his bare hands, but quickly realized it was impossible, unless he used divine fire. Having found a solution, Ziruo calmed down and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the prison door creaked open, and an old, stooped man walked in. He looked around and then approached Ziruo's cell, chuckling, oh, such a big iron ball. What crime did you commit, young man? Ziruo glanced up and saw an old man in plain clothes. He smiled and said, rebellion. That's a grave crime. The old man exclaimed in surprise. You're so young. How could you even think of committing such a mistake? Who knows? Maybe I was just full and bored, Ziruo chuckled. Anyway, the label is already on my head. What's the point of thinking about the reasons now? Right. You're quite open-minded, the old man chuckled. So you have no intention to rebel? If I truly wanted to rebel, this prison would be as fragile as paper to me, Ziruo said with a smile. Good indeed. The old man laughed heartily. Calm in the face of crisis, unruffled in danger. However, have you never thought of going further? Taking the throne of the ancient empire? Ziruo laughed loudly upon hearing this. Senior Chu, you jest. The title of the ancient emperor is but a mere name. Even if I were to become the ancient emperor, it might not be as fulfilling as my current life. Moreover, my goals extend far beyond the ancient empire. Oh! The old man's eyebrows shot up as he looked at Ziruo. You have even loftier goals? Ziruo smiled and said, the ancient continent is but a small piece of land. The cultivation realm of a great emperor is only at the 5th rank. My ambitions go far beyond that. As he spoke, Ziruo pointed upward. The old man felt a spark of realization and said gravely, throughout history, countless have reached the realm of a great emperor, but only a handful have attained the 5th rank. Among them, even fewer have reached the transcendent state, ascending to the upper realm. I have been cultivating for over 800 years, and 200 years ago, I already reached the 5th rank of the great emperor. As he spoke, the old man's aura surged forth, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation filled the air around Ziruo. The pressure was several times stronger than that of the balance goddess, Ming Xia. For centuries, I have been unable to fathom the secrets of ascension. How can you be so sure you can break through the 5th rank of the great emperor? Ziruo endured the pressure, slowly releasing his own strength to resist. Eventually, he stood up and said, "It is said that you achieved the realm of a great emperor by the age of 60. I am only in my 20s now. If you could do it, I have the chance to do it too. If you couldn't do it, it doesn't mean I can't. Given these circumstances, how can I not be confident in breaking through the 5th rank of the great emperor and ascending to the upper realm?" As he spoke, Ziruo's aura surged forth as well, though it was like a tiny speck of light in the vast cosmic sea compared to the old man's. Yet, that speck of light was still dazzling and brilliant. The old man burst into laughter, retracting his aura, and looked at Ziruo. "Good. Very good indeed. Truly, youth is fearless. I, an old man, cannot compare. However, this crisis will have to be overcome by you alone. I can promise at most to stay neutral." "With your words, senior, I am already satisfied," Ziruo said with a smile. Chapter 115. The game begins, the counterattack starts. "No need to thank me." However, the old man chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, a surge of energy shot forth. Ziruo felt a sudden constriction in her breathing, and then heard the metallic clang as the iron ball beside her split cleanly in two. Turning her head, she saw through the faint glow of fire that the cut was as smooth as a mirror, while the surrounding walls remained intact. Such destructive power, such precise control. It was terrifying. "Don't cause too much trouble, or it will be difficult for me to handle, and my little granddaughter might be very sad," the old man said. "The Chu family is finally stepping off the stage of the Luogu Empire, but it's about time," he murmured. "Chu Tiangong, this clever move of yours is ultimately too small-minded." Ding, the good favorability of Chu Jia's ancestor, Chu Liuhe, towards the host has increased. Chu Tiangong's destiny points decreased by 500. Host's antagonist points increased by 5,000. Ding, optional mission adjusted to overthrow the emperor. Within 7 days, reduce Luogu Emperor Chu Tiangong's destiny points to 0. Complete the mission to receive a large amount of antagonist points. Hearing the system prompts, Ziruo looked up to see that Chu Liuhe had already vanished from the cell. "Now it's time for the counterattack." Ziruo sneered, raising her hand, and the primordial divine flame coalesced in her palm. With a light sweep of the flame against the chains, they snapped apart. As expected, the prison offered no resistance to Ziruo. Easily knocking out the guards, she walked out of the cell to find Huoba kneeling halfway down the corridor. "Master, the locations of the 5 marshals of the frontier have been identified. They are imprisoned in the underwater dungeon beneath the city moat." Ziruo nodded and opened the system's surveillance. She saw that Ming Xia, Bull Demon, and Hisuague were already on their way back. Based on their pace, they would arrive in the Luogu Empire within 3 days at the latest. "I understand. Go to the prison lord's mansion and keep watch from the shadows," Ziruo instructed. At her words, Huoba's figure dispersed like mist. Ziruo then leaped into the air and soared towards the horizon. Prison lord's mansion. Zhang Ningguan carried a basin of hot water into the room, where Ziruo's mother, Zhang Wenqin, lay on the bed. Hearing footsteps, Zhang Wenqin slowly opened her eyes and tried to sit up, but Zhang Ningguan quickly stepped forward. "Auntie, you're awake." "Ningguan." Zhang Wenqin leaned weakly against the headboard and whispered, "How is Ziruo? Has she not returned yet?" Zhang Ningguan shook her head. "Not yet." She knew about Ziruo's arrest in the capital, but over the past 2 months, Zhang Wenqin's grief had taken a toll on her health, and she could no longer bear any more shocks. "Ningguan, you shouldn't stay here," Zhang Wenqin sighed. "If the emperor truly intends to deal with the Yin family, you could stay out of it. After all, you haven't officially married into the family." "Mother, what are you saying?" Zhang Ningguan smiled. "Ziruo and I have an engagement, and, even though we're not officially married, I am already Ziruo's wife. We've already shared a marital bond." "Silly child, you can't fool me." Zhang Wenqin shook her head with a bitter smile. "If Ziruo returns, she'll be imprisoned by the emperor. The Yin family can't drag you down? Jiang Ninggen's brow furrowed slightly as she whispered, Mother, please don't say any more. I won't leave. Not only am I Ziruo's fiancée, but I'm also your niece. It's only right that I stay here. Besides, I believe in Ziruo. You, Jiang Wenqin sighed softly, not saying anything more. At that moment, footsteps sounded at the door. Jiang Ninggen immediately drew her sword, but a surge of energy flew through the crack and struck the wall. She frowned and approached to see a faint image appear on the wall, a swift swallow skimming over rippling water. On the table, a medicine bottle had appeared. Jiang Ninggen picked it up to find a small note attached, with 2 lines of tiny script. 1 pill a day, taken with warm water. Rest assured and wait. If you do not leave, I will not abandon you. Jiang Ninggen's heart skipped a beat, and tears blurred her vision. She quickly grabbed the bottle and rushed outside, only to see a figure flash by and vanish into the sky. It was him. It must have been him. A warm feeling surged through Jiang Ninggen, and the heaviness in her heart dissipated in an instant. Who was it? Jiang Wenqin asked. Jiang Ninggen quickly wiped her eyes and turned with a smile. It's nothing, just the patrol guards. Mother, don't worry. We will surely get through this safely. We will. You said those chains and the iron ball were indestructible, and yet? Chu Tiangong glared at Sun Yin. He escaped like that? Sun Yin gave a fake smile. He may have escaped, but your goal has already been achieved, hasn't it? Yin Ziruo's escape under suspicion of guilt makes him guilty regardless of his intentions. And he'll definitely return. The prison lord and his wife are under your control. He won't abandon them. You're too clever for your own good. Chu Tiangong snorted coldly. Jiang Wenqin is from the Jiang family, descendants of the first Longu emperor. She cannot be touched, no matter what. What about Yin Daohan then? Sun Yin smirked. Kill him, and I doubt Yin Ziruo will stay hidden. Chu Tiangong snorted. The 5 marshals of the frontier cannot die either. If they do, the Yin family and the 5 great clans will surely rebel together. Then we'll be facing more than just Yin Ziruo. Sun Yin sneered. Since the emperor has decided to fully consolidate power over the Longu Empire, weakening the Yin family and the 5 great clans is only a matter of time. I don't need your advice on how to do my job, Chu Tiangong said sternly. Sun Yin fell silent, only giving a cold smile as he sat back down. After a moment of thought, Chu Tiangong raised his hand. Send word. The public execution of the 5 marshals of the frontier will take place in 3 days, as a warning to others. The imperial guard at the door acknowledged the order and left. Only then did Sun Yin nod coldly with a smile. Chu Tiangong leaned back in his throne, knowing full well that there was no turning back. If Yin Ziruo appeared, the 5 marshals wouldn't need to die, and only Yin Ziruo would be the final casualty, the best outcome. But if Yin Ziruo didn't show up? Yin Ziruo, what will you do? Chu Tianhua had been confined for 2 months. Ever since he leaked information to Chu Ning, Chu Tiangong had ordered him to stay indoors. Over these 2 months, his cultivation had surged, reaching the 2nd level of the spirit manifestation realm, but the bitterness in his heart lingered. He knew that his current strength was entirely due to his master, Yin Ziruo. But now Chu Tiangong was targeting Yin Ziruo, and this was the last thing he wanted to see. Whether it was Chu Tiangong or Yin Ziruo who suffered, he couldn't bear it. Just as Chu Tianhua was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened, and a voice rang out, Tianhua, are you ready to take on a great responsibility? Chapter 116. The pieces are set, the battle looms. Who? Chu Tianhua was startled by the voice and looked up to see Yin Ziruo standing at the door, smiling at him. Master! Chu Tianhua's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly pulled Yin Ziruo inside. Peering out, he saw the 2 guards at the door already drowsing off. Chu Tianhua quickly drew his short sword from his waist, ready to kill the guards. But Yin Ziruo stopped him with a hand, whispering, Don't worry, they didn't see me. Chu Tianhua put away his sword and closed the door, whispering, Master, Why are you here? It's very dangerous. Your cousin has told me everything. It's good to know you're thinking of me. It wasn't in vain that I became your master, Ziruo said with a smile. Your cultivation has improved significantly. Well done. Chu Tianhua, however, looked anxious. How can you still be smiling? My father wants to kill you, and I don't know what to do. Ziruo's expression suddenly turned serious as he said gravely, That's why I'm here. Tianhua, are you capable of shouldering a great responsibility? What great responsibility? Chu Tianhua asked, his voice trembling with excitement. I'll do anything to help you, master. Ziruo spoke deliberately, enunciating each word clearly. If it were to replace your father and become the emperor of Luogu? Chu Tianhua's heart skipped a beat, and he stammered, Master, you? Ziruo waved his hand. Don't get excited. There are some things you need to understand. Your father is determined to kill me. As long as he remains the emperor of Luogu, there's no place for me in this empire. Among the 5 great families, the Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families have been weakened by their previous rebellion. But a dying worm still has life. The older generation still holds power. Your father's desire to monopolize power will inevitably lead to chaos. On top of that, his recent policy of reducing the powers of the feudal lords has made him many enemies. His actions are reckless, and if left unchecked, it will only lead to the 5 border kings and the 5 great families rising up against him. Even with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Emperor realm, he won't be able to handle the consequences. Moreover, during my trip to the Demon Buddha Kingdom, I've heard rumors that their 10 great marshals have long harbored ambitions to invade the Luogu Empire. If your father succeeds this time, can you imagine what will happen? Chu Tianhua's brow furrowed as he pondered. He wasn't stupid. His previous reckless behavior had been tempered over the past few months, and both his cultivation and temperament had grown significantly. After a moment, he murmured, With the instability within the empire, the Demon Buddha Kingdom will surely take advantage and invade. At that point, the Luogu Empire might be destroyed. Ziruo nodded. The Chu family's foundation remains strong, and with the presence of Elder Chu Liuhe, destruction isn't inevitable, but the Luogu Empire will surely suffer widespread devastation and hardship. What should I do? Chu Tianhua slumped into a chair, helpless. I can't be an emperor, and how can I betray my father? This isn't betrayal. Ziruo said sternly. Your father has made mistakes that he must bear himself. If he can't, then the burden falls on you. Replace him as the emperor of Luogu, and use the opportunity to appease the 5 border kings and the Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families. This will ensure the internal situation doesn't deteriorate. Even if the Demon Buddha Kingdom intends to invade, we'll have enough forces to repel them. This is the best solution. Hearing Ziruo's words, Chu Tianhua's face turned ashen. He believed Ziruo wasn't exaggerating, and it was precisely because of this that he found it so difficult to decide. Could he really replace his father and become the emperor of Luogu? At that moment, a long sigh came from the door. So, this is your plan? Both men looked up to see Chu Liuhe slowly entering the room and sitting down beside them. Ancestor, Chu Tianhua quickly stood up. Elder Chu, Ziruo also bowed in respect. Chu Liuhe sighed again. Putting such a young child in such a heavy responsibility, you're playing a dangerous game. Is there anyone else in the Chu family capable of shouldering such a responsibility? Ziruo asked with a smile. There isn't, Chu Liuhe admitted. Among the younger generation, only Chu Ning's father has decent cultivation, but he's obsessed with the study of demonic embryos and has no interest in the throne of the Luogu Empire. The rest are just useless gluttons, good for filling quotas, but if they were to hold power, it would be better to hand it over to you. I said I don't want to be an emperor. Ziruo shook his head. Chu Liuhe sighed again, then turned to Chu Tianhua. Quirr, what do you think? Chu Tianhua stammered, unable to meet his gaze. After a long pause, he muttered, I'm afraid I won't do a good job. You can learn, Chu Liuhe said sternly. No one starts out capable of bearing the weight of an emperor. The key is whether you have the confidence to take on the responsibility. After some thought, Chu Tianhua finally looked up, his eyes firm as he said to Yin Ziruo, "Can my father not die?" Yin Ziruo smiled. "If you don't want him to die, he won't." Chu Tianhua nodded, then stood up solemnly and knelt before Chu Liuhe. "Ancestor, I'm willing to bear the mistakes my father has made. From now on, I will devote myself to cultivation and, like the emperors of old, protect the Luogu Empire." Chu Liuhe smiled faintly, lifting his hand to create a stream of energy that helped Chu Tianhua to his feet. He then turned to Yin Ziruo. "You're playing a dangerous game, old man, but I'll play along. I hope you're up to the task of being the one to move the pieces. Don't make things difficult for me." Yin Ziruo smiled. "Don't worry, Elder Chu. I may not be the one to win this game, but I certainly won't lose." Ding! Chu Liuhe's favorability towards the protagonist has increased. Chu Tianai's destiny points have decreased by 300, and the protagonist's villain points have increased by 300. Current villain points, 20, 500. Ding! Chu Tianhua's affinity with the protagonist increases. Chu Tianai's destiny points decrease by 200, remaining 1,000. The protagonist's villain points increase by 2,000. Current villain points 22500. Ding! Optional task progress updated. Chu Tianhua's succession to the throne of the Luogu Emperor has advanced. Chu Tianai's destiny points decreased by 200. Current destiny points, 800. Host's villain points increased by 2,000. Current villain points, 24500. A series of notifications rang out, and Yin Ziruo's villain points increased rapidly, further solidifying his resolve. The four-step plan to overthrow Chu Tianai's throne had already progressed through 3 steps. As for the remaining 800 destiny points of Chu Tianai, it seemed they would have to be dealt with in the final step, a direct confrontation. Thinking of this, Yin Ziruo stood up and said gravely, "Elder Chu Tianhua, I have matters to attend to and will take my leave now." Chu Liuhe nodded. "Go ahead, but let me give you a word of caution. The other old men of the Chu family, as well as the head of the Medicine King Valley, will all be crucial pieces in this game. You must consider the entire board." Yin Ziruo smiled. "Don't worry, Elder Chu. I have plenty of pieces too, and they're already on their way." Chapter 117. The execution begins. Yin Ziruo appears. In the morning, the scorching sun blazed fiercely, burning into the hearts of those under its rays. Although the autumn sun was not as intense as the summer's, it still carried residual warmth that pressed down relentlessly. Under the blazing sun, a procession emerged from the city gates of the imperial capital. Among the procession, 5 prison carts moved slowly forward, surrounded by well-armed imperial guards. The carts, horses, and men all moved at a snail's pace. The execution ground was only 5 miles outside the city, a short distance, but for the guards escorting the prisoners, it felt as endless as the horizon. Before setting out, all the escort personnel were informed that someone would definitely attempt to rescue the prisoners, which left a knife hanging over everyone's heart from the moment they departed until now. The remaining citizens of the imperial capital lined the sides of the road, watching the execution procession move forward slowly. Even the 5 lords of the frontier are being executed for treason. What has become of this world? I might believe the other 4 lords were involved in chaos, but to say the lord of the prison was in rebellion? I would die before believing that. Didn't he suppress the rebellion of the 4 great families just a few months ago? Exactly. I think there must be a conspiracy behind this. I heard that the son of the lord of the prison helped the Tide Sea clan find their princess, which calmed their anger. You don't know, do you? I heard that the emperor wants to reduce the power of the vassals, so he's using the 5 lords of the frontier as an example. Lower your voices. Do you all want to die? How dare you discuss such matters? Listening to the speculations and murmurs from the onlookers, the 5 men in the prison carts felt a chill of sorrow. Yin Daohan, however, did not share this sentiment. He was only afraid of seeing Yin Ziruo among the crowd. Fortunately, throughout the journey, Yin Ziruo did not appear, which eased his mind considerably. Finally, after an agonizingly long time, they arrived at the execution ground. The escorting soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, as the execution platform was already set up. Seated on the platform was none other than Emperor Chutian Ai of the Luangu dynasty. On the execution stage, besides the executioners, Shuan Yin also stood nearby. Yin Daohan and the others were pushed onto the execution platform, yet Emperor Chutian Ai hesitated to give the order to behead them. The crowd grew larger, and the time was fast approaching noon. The executioners, seeing that Emperor Chutian Ai still had not given the order, mustered the courage to step forward and ask, "Your Majesty, the time for execution is almost up." Emperor Chutian Ai glanced around, then waved his hand and said, "Wait a little longer." At that moment, a whistle sounded from the crowd, and a group of people broke through the barriers, charging directly onto the execution platform. Emperor Chutian Ai's face first showed a hint of joy, but then he frowned. The intruders were indeed here to rescue the prisoners, but they were not Yin Ziruo. Instead, they were the families of the other four lords. "The big fish didn't bite, but we caught a bunch of small fry," Sun Yin sneered, turning to Emperor Chutian Ai and asking, "Your Majesty, what should we do?" "Dispose of them as you see fit," Emperor Chutian Ai waved his hand. Sun Yin sneered, raising his hand to gather a surge of energy, transforming it into countless blades that struck down the intruders. "How ridiculous, coming to rescue the prisoners with such meager skills," Sun Yin disdainfully remarked. Yin Daohan chuckled coldly and said, "The Medicine King Valley has always been known for its benevolent and virtuous ways. How did it produce a ruthless and cruel leader like you? Whether I kill or save, I care not for the opinions of the world," Sun Yin sneered. "But your precious son, his father is about to lose his head, yet he dares not show his face. What a joke. If it were you kneeling here, the people of the Medicine King Valley would surely come in droves." Yin Daohan laughed heartily. "Watching your head roll, they would undoubtedly cheer with joy." Sun Yin's face changed at these words, and he snorted coldly, "Let's see how long you can keep your sharp tongue." Seeing the imperial guards take the intruders away, Emperor Chutian Ai finally sighed and said, "Prepare for the execution." The executioners, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to press Yin Daohan and the others onto the execution platform. They raised their long swords, ready to strike. At that moment, a whistling sound echoed, followed by a surge of energy. Countless chains erupted instantaneously, flinging the executioners off the platform in an instant. Emperor Chutian Ai's face lit up with joy, and he abruptly stood from his chair, saying, "Yin Ziruo, since you're here, why hide?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a chain flew through the air, and a man clad in black and gold robes descended, stepping on the chain. The man was none other than Yin Ziruo. Yin Daohan's face first showed joy, but then his expression darkened. He shouted loudly, "You brat! Who told you to come? Get out of here!" Yin Ziruo smiled and said, "As the Valley Master Sun said, if I didn't show up, wouldn't that make me a laughingstock?" As he spoke, Yin Ziruo took a step forward and looked at Emperor Chutian Ai, saying, "Your Majesty, if you want me dead, you can just say so. It's just a life. You want it. I'll give it to you. Why resort to such crooked schemes?" "I wouldn't trust you to give it to me," Emperor Chutian Ai smiled. "With just a single Earth-grade pill, you cured my decades-long ailment, something even the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley couldn't do. Without seeing you reduced to ashes with my own eyes, how could I rest easy?" Yin Ziruo sighed and said, "I never expected that the pill I gave you to heal you would become the death warrant for my Yin family. It seems I shouldn't have shown momentary compassion and saved your life." Emperor Chutian Ai glanced around and sneered, "Do you think these people will believe your words and see me as an ungrateful villain? Aren't you?" Yin Ziruo smiled, turning to look at the crowd and sneering, "But these so-called commoners, I doubt they are just ordinary people. I've never seen ordinary people watching an execution while keeping their energy constantly gathered." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Ziruo waved his hand, sending a surge of energy toward the crowd. The crowd suddenly erupted with countless energies, and the so-called commoners leaped forward, drawing their weapons and surrounding Yin Ziruo. Even your killing intent can't be hidden properly. No wonder Elder Chu said there are few among the later generations of the Chu family capable of taking on great responsibilities, Yin Ziruo sneered. Seeing that the deception was exposed, Emperor Chutian Ai no longer pretended and said in a deep voice, "Capture Yin Ziruo." As soon as the words fell, everyone surged forward, their energies overwhelming, directly attacking Yin Ziruo. Yin Ziruo sneered, and a surge of dark, ghostly energy erupted from his body, instantly transforming into several black gates of hell, absorbing all the energies. Then, countless ghostly hands reached out, accompanied by crisscrossing chains, rushing toward the crowd. Sun Yan's brows furrowed deeply as he muttered, "This brat's strength has grown at an astonishing pace. In just 2 months, he has already reached the mid-stage of the divine mystery realm." At this moment, Yin Ziruo's cultivation surpassed even that of his father, Yin Daohan. Nearly all of his accumulated villain points had been used to enhance his cultivation. Additionally, with the aid of some auxiliary pills that temporarily boosted his combat power, his strength had already reached the late stage of the divine mystery realm. Chapter 118. The siblings of the Sea Clan, joining forces to battle Sun Yin. Yin Ziruo's feet moved swiftly with the Chaos Heart steps, and his body was covered in black scales. Wherever his strength reached, the chains acted like a meat grinder, instantly taking a life. The vassals of the Chu family finally realized just how terrifying this so-called son of the prison king, who was said to have the potential of an emperor, truly was. The death chi of the prison king's scripture was already weakened at noon, but the execution ground was shrouded in black mist, showing no signs of weakening at all. The chains were as solid as steel, rolling and churning, sweeping and crashing with unstoppable force. Coupled with his ghost-like speed and iron-like body, it was impossible to hit him, and even if someone managed to land a solid strike, they couldn't even pierce his skin. The weapon in his hand was even more bizarre, and any contact would result in torn flesh and skin, rendering all defenses useless. In a matter of moments, only Yin Ziruo remained standing within the black fog. Yin Ziruo breathed slightly, looking at Sun Yin and said, "Old man, what do you have to say?" Sun Yin sneered upon seeing this and said, "I was originally planning to let Tianai deal with you, but I didn't expect your cultivation to have improved so rapidly. It seems I underestimated you." Yin Ziruo sneered back, "Wei Tianai is unlucky to have a master like you. Otherwise, his achievements would surely surpass yours. Sharp-tongued. Let's see how long you can keep this up." Sun Yin sneered, leaped forward, and with a wave of his hand, several gusts of wind swept through, instantly dispersing all the ghostly death chi. Yin Ziruo raised an eyebrow upon seeing this and immediately sent a chain hurtling towards Sun Yin. Sun Yin sidestepped and flicked his fingers, sending a wind blade that instantly cut the chain in half. "Is that all?" Sun Yin sneered, "Neither the bull demon nor the beast god is here. I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Before the words had even finished, a sharp glint shot towards them. It was a crystal-clear ice sword. Sun Yin dodged it swiftly and said in a deep voice, "Do you still have allies?" Several figures descended from the sky. It was the siblings of the tidal Sea Clan, Na, Hero, and Muse, followed closely by Luoya. The ice sword had been launched by Hero. "You have a lot of nerve, conspiring with Yin Ziruo to rescue prisoners. Are you trying to incite a war between two nations?" Sun Yin sneered. Na, the prince, smiled and stepped forward, bowing to Chu Tianyi and said, "Respected Emperor, the words we tidal Sea Clan never forget are recompense kindness with gratitude. This act was our own decision as siblings. Whether we live or die, it has nothing to do with the tidal Sea Clan." Chu Tianyi frowned deeply and said in a heavy voice, "It's easy for you to say that, but if you die here, won't the tidal Sea Clan come asking for you?" "That's simple." Na smiled and threw a conch over, saying, "Our conversation just now has been recorded in this conch. If we die here, just give the conch to my father." With the oath of the sea god, He won't declare war because of this. Chu Tianyi took the conch, listened to it, and then sneered. Since you have the resolve to die, then don't leave any of you behind. Sun Guju, they are yours. Whether you want to refine medicine or do whatever, it's up to you. Sun Yin sneered upon hearing this and said, Then I thank the emperor for the gift. As he spoke, Sun Yin raised his hand and sent a wind blade hurtling towards the three. Hero immediately stepped forward to form an ice wall to block it, but 3 black prison gates rose from the ground, and Ziruo flew forward, pulling the 3 to dodge instantly. The wind blade sliced through the 3 black prison gates like a knife through tofu, then swept across the field, leaving a trench over a foot deep. Hero exclaimed in shock. That was close. This old man has some skills. Ziruo said in a deep voice, Don't be reckless. His wind blades are unbreakable. Ha, what was I thinking? Coming here with you 2 brats to fight someone at the emperor's level. When Na said with a bitter laugh, No one tied you up and brought you here, Hero laughed and said. Besides, who was it that kept saying the Sea Clan always remembers to repay kindness? So you're blaming me now? Who told you to blow away my snow? Is that how you talk to your older brother? Seeing the 2 suddenly start acting like clowns, Princess Muse frowned and said, What are you 2 arguing about at a time like this? Ziruo sighed and said in a deep voice, Thank you for coming to help, but this old man is not easy to deal with. I have only one way to hurt him, but I need you to cover for me. When it comes to playing with wind, I'm quite experienced. When Na said immediately, Mr. Yin, feel free to use whatever you've got. When it comes to cover, I'm not inferior to anyone, Hero also said in a deep voice. Mr. Yin, feel free to use whatever you've got. How old are you? Still playing this parrot game? When Na said disdainfully, Mind your own business. Princess Muse sighed and said, Mr. Yin, feel free to act. We know what to do. Ziruo nodded upon seeing this. Sun Yin, seeing the group take their positions, sneered and said, Have you all decided on your strategy? A bunch of youngsters don't know their place. Today, let me show you the power of the boundless divine wind. Let's go. Ziruo said, charging forward, his heart-soul ruler gathering strength to strike at Sun Yin. Sun Yin swept his hands, and 2 gusts of wind diverted the ruler's strike, then sent a wind blade hurtling towards Ziruo. In that instant, a gust of wind rose from the ground, causing the wind blade to deviate from Ziruo and head straight towards Chu Tianyi. Chu Tianyi sneered, slightly turned his head, and the wind blade grazed past him. Too bad. When Na shrugged. Watch this, Hero said, gathering strength in his hands, and countless mirror-like ice walls appeared around them, glittering in the sunlight. In an instant, the reflections caused the figures of Ziruo and Sun Yin to multiply. Such childish tricks. When Na said disdainfully, As long as it works. Hero said, addressing Ziruo, Mr. Yin, I'll guide you to his position. Still not distinguishing friend from foe. When Na shook his head. No need. Ziruo smiled slightly, then activated his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye. Sun Yin's figure was immediately exposed among the countless reflections. Ziruo stepped forward with the Chaos Heart steps, his heart-soul ruler gathering strength, aiming at Sun Yin's heart. Sun Yin sneered, his wind energy gathering around him, and with a raise of his hand, he caught the heart-soul ruler, coldly looking at Ziruo and said, Boy, thinking you can hide from me? You're gravely mistaken. Wherever there is wind, I can clearly perceive everything around me. Chapter 119. The Wind Slicing of Sun Yin. Another fierce adversary emerges. The farce ends here. Sun Yin declared, his wind energy forming a vortex that pulled Ziruo into the air. Ziruo tried to retrieve the Sui Xian Rui ruler, but Sun Yin held on tightly, preventing him from pulling it back. In an instant, he was swung around in mid-air. Die! Sun Yin shouted, throwing Ziruo aside and conjuring several massive wind blades that sliced through the air. Still in the midst of being thrown, Ziruo had no leverage to gain footing. He quickly summoned a chain and threw it. using the momentum to twist and turn, barely dodging the wind blades. However, his Xianxia armor was reduced to dust in the process. Seeing this, Shuan Yin let out a cold laugh. His energy surged outward, and a fierce gale swept through the area, darkening the sky and ground. The wind carried countless wind blades, and the surrounding sand, rocks, and trees were shredded as if struck by thousands of axes and swords. The group struggled to stand firm in the gale, forced to summon their energy to resist the relentless wind blades, leaving them exhausted. Shuan Yin sneered, "How long can you hold on?" Ziruo frowned, realizing that if this continued, everyone would be injured. He looked at the accumulated demonic energy within him and made a decision. With a swift movement of his feet, he darted within 10 steps of Shuan Yin, gathering energy in the Shuan Rui ruler and thrusting it toward him. Shuan Yin sneered, "I've been waiting for you, Miaozi." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shuan Yin waved his hands, and the gale suddenly ceased. Countless wind blades converged into one massive blade infused with intense wind energy, hurtling toward Ziruo. The wind blade arrived before Ziruo, piercing through his body. Shuan Yin was overjoyed, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ziruo's Shuan Rui ruler had grown and pierced through his abdomen. Impossible! Impossible! Shuan Yin stared in disbelief at the ruler that had impaled him. How could someone at the divine profound realm withstand my boundless divine wind? Ziruo let out a cold laugh, dissipating the demonic energy around him while his body remained unharmed. In that instant the wind blade struck. He had used the accumulated demonic energy to activate the third secret technique of the Demon Heart Secret Treasury, Heavenly Demon Concealment, granting him invincibility for a brief moment and allowing him to withstand the wind blade. With a flick of the Shuan Rui ruler, the energy it held swept across Shuan Yin's waist. Shuan Yin coughed up blood, frantically pulling out a handful of medicine bottles and swallowing them without hesitation, barely managing to stay alive. However, half of his abdomen had been sliced open, and the blood could not be stopped. Ziruo stepped forward, kicking away the bottles in Shuan Yin's hands and declared, "Old man, your end has come." At that moment, a surge of demonic energy swept toward him. Ziruo frowned, dodging and looking up to see a man appear beside Shuan Yin. Dressed in a golden robe adorned with intricate, mysterious symbols, the man held a black long sword, coldly gazing at Ziruo. "Who are you?" Ziruo asked, his brows furrowed. Through the observation of his martial Dao heavenly eye, he could sense the man's formidable aura, almost on par with Chu Tianyi. The demonic energy emanating from the black sword was all too familiar to him. It was the energy of the demon embryo. "Are you Ziruo, the one Ninger spoke of?" the man asked, glancing at him. "At such a young age, you've reached the divine profound realm. Impressive indeed. But do you know what you're doing?" Chu Tianyi stepped forward, saying, "Brother, you've finally come. Are you the father of Miss Chu?" Ziruo immediately recalled that this man was the eldest son of the Chu family, obsessed with demon embryo research, as mentioned by Chu Liuhe. He was Chu Tianyi's elder brother, Chu Jianfeng. Chu Jianfeng declared solemnly, "This isn't something I should interfere with, but you've all gone too far. Rebellion is never a good thing, and Ninger has placed her trust in the wrong person." Ziruo frowned, realizing that Chu Jianfeng seemed to be a mere fool obsessed with the demon embryo, unaware of the situation and the inner workings. He had only appeared due to familial obligation. Such a person would be difficult to deal with. His strength was undoubtedly higher than Chu Tianyi's, and the emergence of another emperor-level expert made things quite troublesome for Ziruo. "What? You're not willing to retreat?" Chu Jianfeng's brows furrowed as he saw Ziruo remain motionless. "If you don't leave within 10 breaths, don't blame me for being merciless." Ziruo let out a cold laugh, turning to the three from the Tide Sea clan and saying, "Prince Wenna, you should retreat for now." "Yin Miaogu, we're not cowards," Prince Heruo declared. Prince Wenna frowned and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Stay back." "Are you afraid?" Heruo mocked. "I said go." Wenna snapped. Heruo's expression changed, and he finally led Muse away. Wenna then looked at Yin Ziruo and said, "Young Master Yin, we'll leave this to you." Yin Ziruo nodded. "Go ahead." Chu Jianfeng, puzzled, looked at Yin Ziruo and asked, "What? Not only are you not leaving, but you also plan to fight me alone?" Yin Ziruo smiled and said, "Senior Chu, you're mistaken." "Where did I go wrong?" Chu Jianfeng asked. "First, I'm just a friend of Miss Chu. We've experienced some things together, so our bond is deeper than that of ordinary friends," Yin Ziruo explained with a smile. "Second, I'm not a rebel. The Great Emperor knows this better than anyone. Third, I'm not your opponent, and the one who will face you isn't me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden flute melody echoed around them. Then, a cluster of emerald bamboo sprouted from the ground. Sun Yin was startled and looked around anxiously. Ming Xia appeared gracefully atop the bamboo, saying softly, "Ziruo, I've fulfilled my mission and returned." Chu Jianfeng scoffed, "A mere saint of the third rank is not enough to stop me. What if there were two?" Before the words faded, Hisuague leaped into view. Then, a mighty roar echoed, and Nyoma, wielding a long saber, appeared beside Yin Ziruo. "So you've been prepared all along," Chu Jianfeng sneered. "And you still claim you're not rebelling?" Yin Ziruo shook his head. "I just don't want to die, nor do I want to be wrongfully killed, especially with the label of a rebel." "Humph." Chu Tianyi let out a cold snort and stepped forward, saying, "Yin Ziruo, your rebellion is inevitable. Less talk. Even with 3 saints, you won't win against my brother and me. Today, your only path is death." Chapter 120. Urgent Battle Situation, Earthly Soil and Verdant Bamboo. As soon as Chu Tianyi finished speaking, a gleaming silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear's body shimmered with a radiant light, and as Chu Tianyi channeled his energy, a faint dragon pattern emerged on the spearhead. Seeing this, Yin Ziruo immediately spoke in a deep voice, "Master Ming Xia, you and Elder He deal with Chu Jianfeng. Ox Demon brother, Chu Tianyi is ours. Are you sure you can handle it?" Ox Demon asked in a low voice. "Don't drag me down." "Don't worry," Yin Ziruo sneered, the energy of the Sui Xian Rui ruler flowing through him as he said, "I can still hold on for a while. Once I figure out his weaknesses, I have a trump card." Hearing this, Ox Demon nodded. His long blade's aura surged, and he transformed into his true form, a towering ox demon nearly 5 meters tall. "So you're from the 10,000 mountains," Chu Jianfeng said coldly. "No wonder you're so arrogant. But you're still only at the saint level." Before the words had even faded, Chu Jianfeng leaped into the air, his black sword sweeping with a surge of energy. A dark sword aura shot toward Ox Demon. But then, a flute sound echoed, and a curtain of bamboo suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the black sword aura. Immediately after, the earth beside Chu Jianfeng surged upward several meters, then crashed down like an avalanche, burying Chu Jianfeng beneath it. On the other side, Ox Demon, now in his true form, charged forward, his long blade swinging. Wherever the blade's aura passed, it seemed to cut through the air itself. Chu Tianyi retreated swiftly, his spear sweeping with a roar of dragon cries. Even Ox Demon's blade aura couldn't gain the upper hand against Chu Tianyi's spear attacks. The two fought as they moved, and in a matter of moments, they were hundreds of meters away from the execution platform. Seeing this, Yin Ziruo leaped forward, activating his disturbed heart steps. His rapid movements encircled Chu Tianyi, while he threw out several chains to restrict Chu Tianyi's movements and distract him. The Sui Xian Rui ruler also struck at opportune moments, its attacks sharp and unpredictable, forcing Chu Tianyi to divide his attention. Chu Tianyi sneered at this, his spear sweeping out, releasing a dragon-shaped energy. The power of this energy was so strong that even Ox Demon had to be cautious, using his blade as a shield to fend off the dragon energy with all his might. Chu Tianyi then seized the moment to pull back his spear and turned to target Yin Ziruo. With a flash of cold light, he thrust his spear directly at Yin Ziruo. The spear's speed was incredible, and in the blink of an eye, It was already before Yin Ziruo. The dragon's roar echoed continuously, and despite Yin Ziruo's frantic evasion, he was still grazed by the spear, leaving a wound on his side. Chu Tianyi sneered, standing proudly with his spear, and said coldly, "Yin Ziruo, if you submit to death willingly, perhaps only you will die. But now, the 5 kings of the frontier, including your family, will all die because of you." Yin Ziruo sneered in response, transforming the Sui Xian Rui ruler into a whip, its surface imbued with the power of the primordial divine flame. He swung it toward Chu Tianyi. The whip's shadow flashed, and Chu Tianyi's body immediately surged with a protective energy, blocking the whip's attack. Seeing this, Ox Demon leaped to Yin Ziruo's side and said sternly, "You step back." Yin Ziruo frowned and asked, "Can you handle it alone?" Ox Demon snorted and said, "I have no choice. Your interference isn't much use, and I have to hold back to avoid hurting you. As long as I can hold him off, things will improve once Master Ming Xia finishes her battle." Yin Ziruo then retreated. Chu Tianyi handled Ox Demon's attacks with ease. His strength was even greater than Yin Ziruo had imagined, and the battle between Ming Xia and the others was evenly matched, making it difficult to tell who had the upper hand. If Chu Tianyi defeated Ox Demon first, the battle would be practically lost. But if Ming Xia finished her fight first, 3 saints ganging up on Chu Tianyi would greatly increase their chances of victory. As for Yin Ziruo's so-called trump card, it was actually the beast god monkey in Luo Yu's arms. With the combat power of a 5th-rank emperor, the monkey could play a crucial role in this battle. The only unfortunate thing was that after Yin Ziruo had previously used demonic energy to activate the invincible state of the heavenly demon concealment to defeat Sun Yin, the remaining demonic energy was only enough to sustain the monkey's awakened state for less than 30 seconds. At that moment, a loud explosion came from Ming Xiao's direction. Yin Ziruo turned to see Chu Jianfeng surrounded by black demonic energy, his black sword seemingly enlarged, now stretching nearly 100 meters. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the 100-meter-long sword was entirely composed of black demonic energy, with runes swirling on its surface. The energy seemed as solid as a physical object. "I've studied the demonic embryo techniques of the demon Buddhist nation for decades," Chu Jianfeng said. "My methods for dealing with demonic embryos have evolved from sealing to absorbing, and then suppressing them within my body with runic power. My body now suppresses the demonic energy of 3 demonic embryos, and I've only unleashed 2 so far. How many attacks can you withstand?" As he spoke, Chu Jianfeng swung his sword, and the demonic energy of the blade instantly erupted, accompanied by runes that descended like meteorites, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Ming Xia and Hisuague didn't dare to block it head-on and quickly dodged. The demonic energy swept across, and everything in its path, plants, trees, and rocks, withered and decayed as if touched by frost, then turned to ash as the energy passed over them. After the demonic energy dissipated, the ground was left scarred, with a deep trench over 100 meters long. Yin Ziruo's heart skipped a beat at the sight. The mere act of casually swinging the sword had such power. It was almost comparable to a 5th-rank emperor. Ming Xia and Hisuague also frowned deeply. "So, are you still going to keep fighting?" Chu Jianfeng asked coldly. Hisuague sighed bitterly, looking at Ming Xia with a pained expression, and finally said, "Sister Ming Xia, do you still hate me?" Ming Xia glanced at him but said nothing. Hisuague forced a smile and said, "From the demon Buddhist nation until now, you haven't even looked at me directly. You must still hate me. Who could blame you? After all, I made a mistake." Ming Xia snorted coldly and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this." Hisuague smiled faintly and said, 100 years have passed. My lingering heart barrier has slowed my cultivation progress. I've only reached the 2nd-rank saint level in the past century, but it's enough." As he spoke, his energy surged, covering his entire body. His skin gradually turned a yellowish hue. Ming Xia exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing? Stop. May the wind of May nurture the bamboo, and the withered leaves of autumn turn to earth. It's my fate to be buried in the yellow earth for this lifetime." Hisuague said. The the yellow earth covering his entire body, reaching up to his head. "Sister, come." Ming Xiao's brow furrowed, her hand holding the flute trembling. She slowly raised the flute to her lips and began to play. A green energy enveloped Hisuague, and on the yellow earth, countless verdant bamboo sprouts emerged. Then, a greenish-blue long sword materialized in Hisuague's hand, its body shrouded in a green energy. As he swung it, a faint bamboo leaf seemed to fall with each movement. Earthly soil decision, body transformed into earth. Green bamboo melody, bamboo leaves evergreen. Chapter 121. The Death of He Lao, the Return of the Beast God. At this moment, Hisuague resembled a massive sand and earth statue, adorned with verdant green bamboo. He wielded a bamboo sword in his hand and leaped forward, aiming straight for Chu Jianfeng. Chu Jianfeng furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this and raised his hand, slashing out with his sword once more. As the two swords clashed, black demonic energy intertwined with green qi, resulting in a chaotic collision. The scattered demonic energy and bamboo leaves flew everywhere, and the ejected bamboo leaves transformed into countless tiny sword blades, hurtling towards Chu Jianfeng at an astonishing speed. The bamboo leaves, sharp as blades, instantly left several wounds on Chu Jianfeng's body. Chu Jianfeng was slightly surprised, but the surprise was fleeting. He unleashed his qi, creating a barrier that deflected all the bamboo leaves. Ziruo watched in astonishment. Hisuague and Ming Xia had combined their attacks, and even Chu Jianfeng, whose strength was just a notch below that of a 5th-rank emperor, had been wounded. At that moment, Chu Jianfeng sneered and said, "Wind, bamboo, earth, the three geniuses of the 100 Herb Valley from a century ago. I've never heard of such a combined attack." Interesting. Neither Hisuague nor Ming Xia responded, merely mechanically swinging their bamboo swords, while the other continued to play a bamboo flute. Chu Jianfeng spoke gravely, "If that's the case, I'll have to take you seriously. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Jianfeng charged towards Hisuague, his black longsword sweeping and stabbing with precision, manipulating the nearly 100-meter-long black sword with a masterful technique. The swordsmanship was fierce and swift. Hisuague dodged repeatedly, but not only did he fail to evade the attacks, many of the bamboo stalks on his body were cut down. The area where they fought had already become a deep crater over 100 meters in diameter. Fortunately, the 5 kings of the border were taken away. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes like the sand and stones. At that moment, Hisuague let out a loud roar. The yellow hue on his body deepened, and as more of his qi transformed into earth, the bamboo on his body became increasingly vibrant. Hisuague leaped into the air, his bamboo sword sweeping lightly. In an instant, all the surrounding bamboo leaves transformed into 2-foot-long bamboo swords, tens of thousands of them hurtling towards Chu Jianfeng like a meteor shower or a torrential downpour. Chu Jianfeng's brows furrowed. He swung his black sword, creating an impenetrable black wall. The tiny bamboo sword struck the black wall, producing a series of crisp clangs before shattering and falling. However, under the collective assault of tens of thousands of bamboo swords, a few managed to pierce through the swirling black barrier and hit Chu Jianfeng. Yet, Chu Jianfeng didn't even blink. He focused entirely on blocking the incoming swords, and even as a few stabbed into his body, he paid no heed. As more bamboo swords embedded themselves into Chu Jianfeng, Hisuague suddenly let out a low growl. The yellow qi around his body dissipated, and when Ming Xia looked at him, the old man's face was already cracked like dried-up land. He fell from the air. Ming Xia quickly caught Hisuague as he plummeted, her expression unreadable, only a slight frown as she whispered, "Why bother?" Hisuague replied weakly, "I didn't have much time left anyway. 100 years. Since I learned of your death, I lived for 100 years, regretting for 100 years. If only I had been more persistent and trusting back then, things might not have turned out like this." As he spoke, the cracks on his body spread and deepened, becoming drier and more severe, until they resembled the parched surface of land after years of drought. "Don't say any more," Ming Xia whispered urgently. "No more, no more." Hisuegue's eyes held a look of sorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, his body crumbled like sand, slipping slowly from Ming Xiao's grasp. Ming Xiao remained silent, staring at the sand in her hands. She then plucked a hair from her head, infused it with her qi, and transformed it into a seed, pressing it gently into the sand. Chu Jianfeng sighed, his qi withdrawing as the demonic energy dissipated. He murmured, "Why? Knowing it was a death sentence, why fight so desperately for such a rebellious act?" Ming Xiao slowly stood up, gripping her bamboo flute. "Rebellious? The most rebellious thing in this world is for fools to do foolish things. You don't even know if you're right or wrong. In my eyes, you're the true rebel." "Take it as you will," Chu Jianfeng said. "You have no chance of winning. Even without my demonic energy, I can easily defeat you with my cultivation." Ming Xiao sneered. "You can try." Before Chu Jianfeng could respond, a thunderous roar echoed, and a massive figure descended with a terrifying aura. Chu Jianfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly leaped back to avoid the devastating strike. A cloud of dust rose, followed by an earth-shaking surge of qi that sent Chu Jianfeng flying dozens of meters away. When he looked up, he saw a nearly 10-meter-tall giant ape shadow charging towards him. Its fist slammed down, creating another deep crater. Chu Jianfeng was shocked. He unleashed his qi once more, enveloping himself in black, demonic energy. With a wave of his hand, a sword aura surged towards the ape shadow. The ape shadow seemed indifferent to the demonic energy. Its hand glowed with a radiant light, and though the light had no physical form, the air around it seemed to warp. Before it even got close, Chu Jianfeng felt an intense heat, as if standing in a furnace. The ape shadow closed in, its glowing palm slamming down towards Chu Jianfeng. Chu Jianfeng raised his black sword with all his strength, attempting to block the attack. With a thunderous boom, a thick cloud of smoke and flames erupted, mixed with black energy, engulfing a radius of several hundred meters. The flames and smoke lingered for a moment before gradually dissipating. Chu Jianfeng's body was left without a single intact patch of skin, his hair burned away, and his remaining clothes tattered. In front of him stood a small, bewildered monkey, glancing around. Seeing Chu Jianfeng's state, it spat at him. Chu Jianfeng was horrified. He struggled to his feet, grabbing the monkey. "You! How do you possess such power? What are you?" The monkey squealed, biting Chu Jianfeng's hand. Chu Jianfeng ignored the minor pain, gripping the monkey tighter, his eyes filled with a feverish gleam. "A power even greater than the demon seed. What are you?" At that moment, a loud shout rang out, "Let him go!" Chapter 122. The Bloody Battle with the Emperor, First Victory. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Tianai felt a sharp blade press against his shoulder. Lifting his head, he saw Yin Ziruo clad in the black armor of the Xianmo body, with countless chains coiled around Chu Jianfeng like poised venomous snakes. The Thuixin Ruichi in her hand emitted a scorching heat, but Yin Ziruo seemed to hold back, not causing any harm to Chu Jianfeng. "Oh? For this, you dare face me at such a level?" Chu Jianfeng sneered at Yin Ziruo. "Are you ready to die?" I said, "Let it go." Before the words finished, the chains of dark energy surged violently, and the flames on the Sui Xian Rui ruler erupted instantly, bringing a thunderous force that kicked up dust and debris. Chu Jianfeng leaped back, slowly extricating himself from the encirclement of chains, still clutching the little monkey tightly. He glared coldly at Yin Ziruo. "You've got a killing intent. Then I'll have to apologize to Ninger later." A flash of black light swept by, and Yin Ziruo's body was instantly cut in half. However, her form flickered and dissolved like a mirage. Yin Ziruo's heart-disturbing steps had reached their peak speed, and her phantom-like figures surrounded Chu Jianfeng. "Fast enough to leave afterimages?" Chu Jianfeng chuckled, and the black sword in his hand surged with demonic energy. A horizontal sweep cut through all the surrounding afterimages. But just as Chu Jianfeng was about to sheath his sword, he suddenly sensed a strong killing intent from behind. Yin Ziruo, gripping the Thuixin Ruichi, lunged straight toward Chu Jianfeng's back. A sharp clang of metal echoed, and Chu Jianfeng had deflected the strike with his sword. Speed is decent, but your killing intent is too heavy. You've exposed yourself. Before the words finished, Chu Jianfeng kicked Yin Ziruo, who instinctively grabbed his foot. But this grip was useless. The kick landed firmly on her chest, cracking the Xianmo body and sending her flying, spitting out blood. The gap is too big, Chu Jianfeng said gravely. Just a divine soul realm cultivator. The gap is too big. Before Chu Jianfeng could finish speaking, Yin Ziruo once again sprang into action. Her Thuixin Ruichi aimed directly at him. Stubborn to the end. Chu Jianfeng sneered, holding the monkey with one hand and casually deflecting Yin Ziruo's attacks with his sword. You're not bad, but your head isn't working. If you trained for another 10 years, you might even break through to the Emperor realm. Too bad. You lack the ability but insist on doing things beyond your reach. Yin Ziruo continued to swing her sword, each strike faster than the last, and the fiery energy on the sword grew more intense with each swing. Finding Yin Ziruo's chaotic attacks tedious, Chu Jianfeng gradually lost interest in the fight. With a flick of his black sword, he parried her attack and said coldly, "Miaozi, I'll give you one last chance. Leave the Luangu Empire and never return. I can persuade the Emperor to spare your life." Yin Ziruo remained silent, took 2 steps back, and thrust the Thuixin Ruichi at Chu Tianai once more. Unreasonable. Then die. Before the words were finished, Chu Jianfeng suddenly felt his body freeze as if possessed, though only for a moment. After that brief instant, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. Looking down, he saw the Thuixin Ruichi, free and willing ruler, piercing through it, the scorching fire energy burning every inch of his shoulder. With his left shoulder injured, Chu Jianfeng could no longer hold the monkey, which immediately broke free and leaped onto Yin Ziruo's shoulder. Speaking of using your head, I'm a strategist. Yin Ziruo sneered. Chu Jianfeng was shocked, recalling the seemingly meaningless grab of his foot when he had kicked her earlier. So that's how it was. You've been scheming since then? Chu Jianfeng said grimly, using afterimages to distract me and exposing your killing intent to draw my attention. When I kicked you, you set the trap, and the chaotic attacks that followed were just to make me careless. It was all for this one strike? Chu Jianfeng yanked the true out of his shoulder, the scorching energy already beginning to burn through his muscles. He swiftly formed a hand seal and pressed it onto the wound, barely managing to halt the further spread of the injury. Even my Emperor realm was halted. What technique is this? Chu Jianfeng asked in confusion. Who knows? Yin Ziruo shrugged. Seeing that Yin Ziruo wouldn't reveal the secret, Chu Jianfeng chuckled, not willing to say, huh? Fair enough. Whoever has such a decisive technique wouldn't just reveal it. Well, when I spare your life later, you can tell me then. Before the words finished, Chu Jianfeng's body was engulfed in black energy, and mysterious runes covered his body. A black shadow flashed, and he appeared in front of Yin Ziruo, his sword drawing an eerie arc toward her heart. Yin Ziruo quickly retreated, but Chu Jianfeng's figure flickered again, his black sword still aimed at her heart. Yin Ziruo's brows furrowed in surprise as she swiftly dodged using Herlon Shinbu technique. However, Chu Jianfeng's figure kept moving with hers, his sword like a rooted target, always pointing at her heart. Seeing this, Yin Ziruo steeled herself, sending dozens of chains flying toward Chu Jianfeng while leaping into the air. Chu Jianfeng sneered, his black sword erupting with a burst of sword energy. With a wave, the chains turned to dust. Stop struggling. Even with one arm crippled, killing you is still easy. Hand over the monkey and that technique that controlled me, and I'll spare your life. Chu Jianfeng continued to chase Yin Ziruo, his black sword unerringly pointing at her heart. At this, Yin Ziruo stopped moving and coldly looked at Chu Jianfeng. You two brothers are truly cut from the same cloth. One would betray his savior for power, the other would sacrifice lives for strength. No wonder Elder Chu Liuha thinks your generation are all useless gluttons. With the two of you around, who else dares to show any talent? Yin Ziruo said this, picked up the monkey, and flew to Ming Xiao's side, handing the monkey to her. Master Ming Xia, please watch the monkey for me. Chu Jianfeng appeared, seeing Yin Ziruo hand the monkey to Ming Xia. His brows furrowed. You still won't give up? Want to keep fighting me? Yin Ziruo smiled, pointing the Sui Xian Rui ruler at Chu Jianfeng. Give up? Don't be ridiculous. I haven't even used all my strength yet. Chapter 123. Bloody battle to the end. Bold demon retreats. As Yin Ziruo finished speaking, the black aura of the Xianxia body enveloped him once more, and black scales began to rise on his body, surrounded by a layer of blazing crimson flames. The Eye of Martial Dao was also activated, and every move of Chu Jianfeng became crystal clear under the Eye of Martial Dao. In Yin Ziruo's hand, the Sui Xian Rui ruler surged with the crimson primordial divine fire. Now, his entire body was enveloped by the flames of the primordial divine fire. The power Chu Jianfeng used came from the demon embryo, and the primordial divine fire was its nemesis. This was the final trump card Yin Ziruo dared to fight to the death with. Seeing this, Ming Xia slowly picked up her bamboo flute. A melodious tune accompanied the gathering of green energy, and Yin Ziruo immediately felt an increase in vitality and strength around him. Chu Jianfeng frowned at this, his voice deep as he said, "You really aren't afraid of death?" Yin Ziruo grinned, his voice low as he replied, "Who knows if I'm afraid or not?" The moment the words left his mouth, Yin Ziruo leaped into the air. The black Xianxia body traced an arc through the air, directly slashing towards Chu Jianfeng. Chu Jianfeng was about to swing his sword to block when Yin Ziruo pointed a finger, and Chu Jianfeng's consciousness suddenly blanked out. When he came to, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and the Sui Xian Rui ruler, burning with flames, had already slashed across his side. Again? Chu Jianfeng was shocked and quickly held his breath, trying to stop Yin Ziruo from controlling him. Meanwhile, Yin Ziruo was fully focused, and the speed of his disturbed heart steps had reached a new limit under his intense concentration. This speed even surprised Chu Jianfeng. Countless afterimages of Yin Ziruo appeared around, though they vanished almost instantly, making it difficult for Chu Jianfeng to pinpoint his exact location. Even the constant observation of those afterimages, combined with the passive effect of the disturbed heart steps, blurred Chu Jianfeng's vision. It was only then that Chu Jianfeng truly realized that this Miaozi was far from simple. Apart from the Prison King's ultimate skill, the Prison Immortal Scripture, he used a variety of dazzling techniques, many of which Chu Jianfeng had never even heard of. At this thought, Chu Jianfeng no longer hesitated. He activated his demonic energy state again, and the runes around his body appeared. The black sword's blade also expanded once more. A tune rang out, and countless green bamboo appeared around Yin Ziruo. The bamboo swayed layer upon layer, but it had no effect on Yin Ziruo, instead making it even harder for Chu Jianfeng to find him. Chu Jianfeng snorted coldly, sweeping his sword, and a burst of black energy erupted. However, the bamboo rose from the ground, blocking the black energy. When one batch was destroyed, another grew in its place, endlessly obstructing Chu Jianfeng's attacks. In a short time, Yin Ziruo had left one wound after another on Chu Jianfeng's body with his movements and every flick of his finger. The scorching fire energy tore at Chu Jianfeng's muscles, forcing him to divert his attention to suppress the spread of the fire with runes. Chu Jianfeng grew more and more anxious. With a loud roar, the black energy around him surged again, and the black sword suddenly swept around his body. The surging sword energy, like a tidal wave, swept away, instantly turning the surrounding bamboo, imbued with energy, into mist. At that moment, a figure quickly approached. It was Yin Ziruo. In his hand, he held a ball of crimson fire, the essence of the primordial divine fire, thousands of times more intense than the fire on the Sui Xian Rui ruler. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Jianfeng. If this palm landed, the fire would flow, and Chu Jianfeng would be reduced to ashes. Mr. Yin, don't. A shout rang out, and Yin Ziruo's body froze. The flames in his hand were also retracted. Looking down, he saw Chu Ning looking at him with pleading eyes. Before Yin Ziruo could speak, Chu Jianfeng kicked out, and Yin Ziruo was sent flying. Chu Jianfeng glanced at Chu Ning, then raised his sword and moved to pursue. Ming Xia quickly stepped forward, blocking Chu Jianfeng, and said coldly, "Despicable." Chu Ning also leaped forward, her gaze resolute as she said to Chu Jianfeng, "You can't hurt my friends." Chu Jianfeng frowned deeply and said, "Are you siding with these rebels?" "He's not a rebel." Chu Ning said firmly, "You spend every day in the Thousand Soul Hall researching the demon embryo, completely ignorant of the outside world. This whole thing is Uncle's scheme. The king wants his subjects to die, and they must obey." Chu Jianfeng said sternly, "Do you know what consequences the ancient Chaos Empire would face if it lost the great emperor?" "I don't know." Chu Ning said coldly, "All I know is that if I don't help my friends who are being framed, one day we'll be the ones eliminated. If the great emperor is like this, then such a great emperor is not worth following." Chu Jianfeng frowned deeply and said, "You're really willing to abandon your family for these people?" Chu Ning looked coldly at Chu Jianfeng and said, "Yes." Chu Jianfeng looked at Yin Ziruo, who was struggling to stand up, and said, "Fine." Since he held back at the crucial moment, I, Chu Jianfeng, can let him go. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Chu Ning's face lit up with joy, and she quickly said, "Are you serious? But I have a condition." Chu Jianfeng said coldly, looking at Chu Ning, "You must agree to what I told you before." Chu Ning's face turned pale. She glanced at Yin Ziruo, then turned her head and said, "Fine, I agree." Only then did Chu Jianfeng say, "Since that's the case, come back with me." Chu Ning's face was ashen. She bit her lip, then without looking back, she flew away with Chu Jianfeng. Ming Xia quickly flew to Yin Ziruo's side and said, "Ziruo, how are you?" Yin Ziruo took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine, just a bit of internal injury." As he spoke, he took out a pill and swallowed it. It was a healing medicine he had exchanged for in advance. After taking the pill, Yin Ziruo's complexion improved. Ming Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, a loud explosion suddenly came from afar. The two looked up and saw the bull demon flying back from several hundred meters away. One of his horns was broken, and his body was covered in blood, obviously having gone through a fierce battle. The bull demon spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to say, "Yin Miao Zi, take the beast god and run." "Run? Where can you run to?" Chu Tianai, holding a long spear, slowly flew over. The spear's cold light flickered, energy flowed, and the blood on it evaporated. "I didn't expect you to even force Chu Jianfeng to retreat. I really didn't misjudge you," Chu Tianai said coldly. "If I let you grow any further, I won't be able to suppress you anymore." Yin Ziruo frowned, took out a pill, and fed it to the bull demon. He looked coldly at Chu Tianai and said, "I shouldn't have saved you back then." "Ha ha ha, you can only blame yourself." Chu Tianai laughed loudly. "The power you displayed, anyone would be wary of it." Chapter 124. The End of the Road for All, and the Awakening of the Beast God. As Chu Tianai spoke, he leaped forward. Ming Xiao, seeing this, quickly blew on her bamboo flute. But Chu Tianai's spear, like a venomous light, pierced through the bamboo forest in an instant, aiming straight for Yin Ziruo. Yin Ziruo had just taken medicine and had only recovered 2 or 3 layers of his injuries and strength. The spear light came at him so fast that he had no time to dodge and could only muster his last strength to summon several black prison gates to try to block the incoming spear. However, Chu Tianai was a figure of the great emperor realm, and his spear was no ordinary weapon. Despite Yin Ziruo summoning 6 or 7 black prison gates in an instant, they were as fragile as paper, instantly shattered and disintegrated. At that moment, Nyoamo leaped forward, seemingly drawing strength from nowhere, and threw himself in front of Yin Ziruo, desperately grabbing the spearhead with both hands and using his last ounce of strength to push Chu Tianai back. Take the beast god. Go. Nyomo's hands were bleeding profusely, and although he had blocked the spear, the force attached to it still surged into his body, continuously ravaging his organs. Seeing this, Ziruo exclaimed, "Brother Nyomo." Nyomo waved his hand, and a burst of power instantly sent Ziruo and the others flying backward. Chu Tianai, however, sneered, and with a flick of his spear, it transformed into thousands of spear shadows rushing towards them. At this critical moment, a loud shout echoed, and Nyomo suddenly leaped up, his long saber bursting with energy, intercepting the spear shadows mid-air. "No wonder you're the beast of the 10,000 mountains. If it were an ordinary saint, they would have died countless times by now," Chu Tianai sneered. "But that's enough. Anyone who stands in my way must die." With a flick of his spear, Chu Tianai shot forward like a white rainbow piercing the sky, his speed even faster than Ziruo's. Just as everyone thought Nyomo was doomed, the little monkey in Ming Xiao's hand suddenly broke free from her embrace and leaped towards Nyomo. Ziruo was shocked and was about to step forward to stop it, but the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The little monkey suddenly grew, transforming into a giant ape nearly 10 meters tall in an instant. With 2 steps, it reached Nyomo and swung its massive fist, the size of a carriage, straight at Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai was startled and tried to dodge, but the giant fist seemed slow but struck him in less than a breath. Chu Tianai was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood. Ziruo was greatly shocked. The little monkey's current state was not like when Ziruo controlled it, using energy to form illusions for attacks, but a real body of the great emperor realm, the complete form of the beast god. Could the beast god's memories have recovered? Would he remember how I controlled him? Would he seek revenge? As Ziruo was astonished, the beast god turned to look at him, his eyes filled with mockery and amusement. "Let me show you my true abilities, Miaozi. Don't hold my body and not even know how to use it," the beast god said, raising his hand to condense a burst of energy that transformed into a massive staff. The staff was as wide as an adult's body and over 10 meters long, held in his hand like a pillar supporting the heavens. "10 directions, come forth." The beast god leaped into the air, and his staff transformed into thousands of staff shadows, smashing down on Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai was shocked and quickly swung his spear, which also transformed into countless spear shadows, clashing with the beast god's staff shadows. The beast god's face revealed a smile, and his staff suddenly disappeared. He leaped towards Chu Tianai and threw a punch, creating a massive fist shadow like a small mountain, smashing towards Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai's face changed, and he dared not face this punch head-on, so he kept retreating, trying to escape it. But the beast god's punch followed like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing Chu Tianai. Boom! With a loud explosion, everyone looked over to see that the area where Chu Tianai had been standing had completely vanished, leaving a deep pit over 10 meters deep. The ground seemed to have an inherent deep pit. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Was this the true power of the strongest in the 10,000 mountains, the beast god? Was this the strength of a great emperor of the 5th rank, capable of crushing mountains and rivers with a single move? In the deep pit, Chu Tianai slowly rose, his body already battered and bruised. "You really are the beast god of the 10,000 mountains," Chu Tianai coldly said, glaring at the beast god. "Why interfere in our Luangu Empire's affairs?" "Interfere? Don't joke," the beast god said indifferently, looking at Chu Tianai. "I was sleeping peacefully. Who told you to wake me up? I barely come down from the upper realm once, and I've been sleeping for so long. Do you think I enjoy fighting?" Chu Tianai said in a deep voice, "Then please leave. Do not interfere in the internal affairs of my Luangu Empire." "Heh," the beast god sneered. "I'm sorry, but I never intended to meddle in these matters. Unfortunately, you hurt my people in the 10,000 mountains. I can't just sit by and watch." The beast god pointed at Nyomo and said, "You hurt my man. Do you think this matter can be easily resolved? What do you want?" Chu Tianai asked, frowning. "Food? Clothes? I can provide them for your beast men. The beast god's face darkened as he coldly stared at Chu Tianai, his mouth curling into a furious smile. Clothes? Food? Do you think the beast men of the 10,000 mountains are trash who pick up other people's leftovers? As soon as the words left his mouth, the beast god suddenly materialized another staff, which he swung down at Chu Tianai. This strike came out of nowhere, instantly knocking Chu Tianai's body to the side. Chu Tianai staggered a few steps before standing firmly, his face filled with anger as he glared at the beast god. What are you doing? The beast god sneered. Nothing. Just having some fun. As he spoke, the beast god swung his staff again, attacking Chu Tianai. Only then did Chu Tianai realize that the beast god had no intention of negotiating with him. From the moment he appeared, his only purpose was to toy with him. Humph, you're forcing my hand. As soon as Chu Tianai finished speaking, he suddenly produced a dark purple sphere and threw it to the ground. Ziruo immediately recognized what it was and exclaimed in horror, "It's the demon embryo! Be careful, he's going to unseal the demon embryo." Chu Tianai laughed maniacally. Now you realize? Too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Tianai pierced his own arm with his spear, and blood gushed out, dripping onto the demon embryo. Chapter 125. Infused with demonic energy, the power of domains. The demonic fetus transformed into a cloud of demonic energy, instantly enveloping Chu Tianai's body. Under the swirling demonic aura, Chu Tianai's eyes became blank and vacant. Seeing this, Ziruo quickly condensed her primordial divine fire and leaped forward, intending to stop Chu Tianai from absorbing the demonic energy. However, Beast God suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path and saying, "Ziruo, don't interfere." Ziruo's eyebrows furrowed as she spoke in a low voice. The demonic fetus will enhance his power. If he absorbs the demonic energy at the Great Emperor level, his strength might not be inferior to yours, and things will become difficult to handle. Beast God grinned and replied, "If it were the virtuous demon god or the malevolent demon god themselves here, I might be a bit wary. But this mere demonic energy? Even if his strength increases to the 5th level of the Great Emperor, he still won't be a match for me. Besides, I need to show you what a real battle between two 5th-level Great Emperors looks like." Ziruo's brow furrowed, and just as she was about to speak, she saw that Chu Tianai had completely absorbed the demonic energy. At this moment, a faint purple demonic aura was emanating from Chu Tianai's body. The enhanced aura was overwhelming, clearly reaching the pressure level of a top-tier Great Emperor. What surprised Ziruo even more was that Chu Tianai's expression wasn't like that of someone possessed by demonic energy. Usually, such individuals would lose their sanity. Instead, Chu Tianai's eyes showed a hint of fervor, but no trace of murderous intent. Beast God stroked his chin and said, "Is this what it means to be possessed by demonic energy? It doesn't seem very strong. Is that so?" Chu Tianai replied with a cold smile, "That's because I'm exerting control." Indeed, he still retains his sanity. Ziruo was shocked. If it were just ordinary demonic possession, the individual would be like a puppet fighting purely on instinct. But once sanity is retained, the increase in combat power is far more than just adding 1+1. "Oh, you still have your sanity?" Beast God also expressed his surprise. The Thousand Souls Hall has been studying the demonic fetus for hundreds of years. "We've managed to uncover some things," Chu Tianai said gravely. "There are methods like Chu Jianfeng's, where one can gain the power of the demonic fetus over a long period, but it requires a long time to cultivate the fetus, which isn't worth it for me. The method I'm using now allows me to temporarily gain the power of the demonic fetus. When I no longer need it, I can use a secret technique to expel the demonic energy. It's the perfect enhancement method for me. It doesn't harm my body, doesn't hinder my cultivation, and even my sanity remains unaffected. It's a method specifically researched for me." As Chu Tianai spoke, he swung his spear, sending a surge of energy directly toward Beast God. However, Beast God simply raised his hand and dispersed the energy with ease. "How laughable," Beast God sneered. "The upper realm is in chaos, Yet you in the lower realm are still fighting over trivial benefits, even resorting to using the demonic fetus to enhance yourselves. Beast God then said with a cold smile, "Let me show you what a real 5th-level Great Emperor is capable of." As he spoke, Beast God's aura suddenly erupted. Before Ziruo could react, the tangible aura forced her back nearly 100 meters. The air within 100 meters around Beast God became distorted. Ziruo instinctively reached out to touch the tangible flow of energy, but as soon as her hand touched it, a deep sense of dread surged within her. This fear wasn't just fear. It was a suffocating and terrifying feeling, akin to a rabbit facing a tiger, the constant threat of imminent death. "Ziruo, do you feel it?" Beast God looked at Ziruo and said, "This is the domain power that everyone awakens after ascending to the upper realm. As the Beast God, my domain is called the domain of the subjugation of 10,000 beasts." Ziruo frowned. Why was Beast God telling her all this? While Ziruo was still puzzled, Beast God turned to look at Chu Tianyi with a cold smile and said, "Come on, let me see what you're capable of." Chu Tianyi's brow tightened. At this moment, he was within Beast God's domain of the subjugation of 10,000 beasts. The constant feeling of impending death was overwhelming, as if Beast God could pounce and tear him apart at any moment. You're just spouting nonsense," Chu Tianyi said, taking a deep breath. He mustered his energy and demonic aura to suppress the fear brought by the domain and drew his spear, saying, "Don't underestimate this great emperor." With that, Chu Tianyi leaped into the air, sweeping his spear horizontally. The force of his strike spread out in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust that even ripped up the ground beneath it. Beast God, however, showed no sign of panic. He lowered his center of gravity, leaped heavily onto the ground, and his aura surged out like a tidal wave, instantly suppressing the dust and the ground beneath it. Before Chu Tianyi could react, Beast God shot forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. With a single palm strike, he sent Chu Tianyi flying. The strike seemed weak, not even stirring a grain of sand, but Chu Tianyi was sent flying hundreds of meters like a boulder hit by a giant hammer. The trees along his path were like paper, collapsing and breaking with ease. Beast God then turned to Ziruo and said, "Above the great emperor level, the use of energy has reached perfection. Every strike is concentrated at a single point, with no wasted energy." Ziruo nodded in understanding. In the ancient Chaos continent, energy was usually dispersed throughout the body, resulting in a lot of wasted energy. Although there were methods like Beast Gods to concentrate energy for attacks, achieving such finesse was extremely difficult. But why has he been telling me all this? Ziruo thought, puzzled. From the beginning, it's as if he's been trying to show me the fighting style of the upper realm. No, it's more like ever since he appeared. He's been talking about everything related to the upper realm. Is he trying to remind me or teach me something? But why? Before Ziruo could come up with an answer, Chu Tianyi suddenly burst out from the ground, his face covered in blood and filled with a ferocious expression. He roared, "What Beast God? What Ziruo? You all dream of taking my position as Great Emperor. It's mine. You're all going to die." Chu Tianyi's demonic aura erupted, and with a swift motion, he stabbed his spear into his own arm, causing a surge of black-red blood to gush out. The demonic energy, now activated by the blood, began to surge and churn in the air. The blood-filled demonic aura seemed to come alive, surging toward Beast God. Beast God sneered and said, "Still putting up a fight? Demonic energy is not your own strength. You're far from being able to wield it properly. Witness my formless heavenly fire." Chapter 126. With Ziruo's help, the Emperor's End. The Beast God's body suddenly erupted with the formless, colorless flames, which instantly solidified the surrounding demonic energy before dissipating it entirely. The Beast God dispelled the demonic energy, leaped lightly, and in a flash, appeared before Chu Tianyi. With a wave of his hand, the formless Jiehua flames surged towards Chu Tianyi. However, relying on the immense power granted by the demonic embryo, Chu Tianyi immediately sensed the peculiar nature of the strange flames. He dodged repeatedly before the scorching flames could even touch him. Although Chu Tianyi's attacks were neither painful nor effective, his speed was exceptionally fast. The beast god's consecutive attacks all missed as a result of Chu Tianyi's evasive maneuvers. Ziruo, seeing this, furrowed her brows. Chu Tianyi's speed wasn't always this fast. Otherwise, the bull demon wouldn't have lasted so long. His speed had increased after the demonic embryo was released, gaining the support of demonic energy. Perhaps the demonic embryo's original owner was a demon god specialized in speed. Thinking of this, Ziruo checked her injuries. With the healing effects of the system's medicine, her wounds were already 70 to 80% healed. She stood up, and the Xianxia armor reappeared. Ming Xia, seeing this, quickly said, "Ziruo, your injuries?" Ziruo smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm almost fully recovered. The beast god's speed can't match Chu Tianyi's, and we don't know how long he can maintain this state. If he loses his combat ability and reverts to being a little monkey, we'll be at a disadvantage." Seeing Ziruo so determined, Ming Xia didn't say anything more. Ziruo leaped forward, and with a wave of her hand, chains flew out and crisscrossed in the air. She stepped on the chains, flickering back and forth, and in an instant, she charged into the beast god's Wanshou Fuzhu, 10,000 beasts subdued, domain. Ziruo suppressed the heart-stopping sensation that threatened to overwhelm her and continued to move forward on the chains, though her speed was significantly reduced. When the beast god launched his attack, he noticed Ziruo's approach and immediately lifted the domain's influence on her. Feeling the pressure from the domain disappear, Ziruo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. She flew forward, pointing a finger at Chu Tianyi, soul dispersing and spirit scattering. Seeing Ziruo attack, Chu Tianyi was about to counter, but as soon as Ziruo pointed at him, his body stiffened as if petrified, and he felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. In that instant, the beast god had already flashed before Chu Tianyi. The formless Jehua flames in his hand were eager for action, and with a heavy blow, a thick cloud of dust rose. After a moment, the dust cleared, revealing Chu Tianyi, naked and lying in the deep pit created by the blow. His entire body was scorched red by the flames, his breathing labored, and his eyes unfocused, looking utterly miserable. The beast god, seeing this, gathered the flames again, ready to deliver the final blow. But then a voice called out, "Wait!" Everyone turned to see a group of imperial guards swiftly surrounding them, with two figures emerging amidst the guards. They were Chu Liuhe and Chu Tianyi. Chu Tianyi stepped forward and said to the beast god, "Kong Xuan, long time no see." The beast god, seeing Chu Liuhe, was first stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Chu Liuhe? You're still alive? I waited for you to ascend to the higher realm, but when you didn't show up, I thought you were already dead." Chu Liuhe chuckled bitterly and said, "Ascending to the higher realm isn't that easy. No such opportunity has appeared in these past few hundred years. But it's not too bad, being able to see you, the beast god, before I die." Chu Liuhe pointed at Chu Tianyi and said, "This wretch is already like this, and your anger should be vented by now, right?" The beast god glanced at Chu Tianyi, shrugged, and said, "Fine. I'll leave him to you." Chu Liuhe nodded and slowly walked to Chu Tianyi, saying, "When you insisted on forcibly practicing the Taishang Wangxinju, trying to break through to the third rank of the great emperor and ascend to the higher realm, I knew you wouldn't succeed. I just wanted you to experience failure and then return to reality. But after decades of failure, you haven't made any progress. Not only have you not improved in temperament, but you've also gradually lost your humanity in your twisted personality. I'm very disappointed in you." Chu Tianyi, though too gravely injured to speak, displayed discomfort and unwillingness in his eyes. Seeing Chu Tianyi's expression, Chu Liuhe snorted coldly and beckoned to Chu Tianyi. When Chu Tianyi timidly approached Chu Tianyi, Chu Liuhe continued, "Your reign is over. You've offended all 5 major clans and the 5 Dunjiang kings. If you persist in holding the throne, the ancient Chaos Empire will undoubtedly descend into turmoil. I've already found a successor for you. Chu Liuhe pointed at Chu Tianhua and said, Qua has received the Great Emperor's legacy and will achieve the Great Emperor realm sooner or later. With my help, he won't be lacking in handling government affairs. More importantly, he understands the meaning of the Great Emperor's existence, to protect the stability and prosperity of the ancient Chaos Empire. Chu Tiany's gaze shifted to Chu Tianhua, revealing a hint of shock. Chu Tianhua stepped forward and said, Father, rest assured, I will surpass you in every way. I will restore the honor of our family. I have already consulted with them, and everyone agrees not to take your life, but they will strip you of your cultivation. From this day forward, you will be confined to the 1,000-soul hall, never to leave. This way, no one will seek further retribution against you. Ziruo couldn't help but glance at Chu Tianhua. His words seemed harmless, but in this context, they were devastating. Chu Tiany's eyes widened as he glared at Chu Tianhua, his face contorted with unwillingness. He managed to sputter out a few words, unfilial. Chu Tianhua's face showed a hint of sorrow as he turned to Chu Liuhe and said, Ancestor, I beg you. Chu Liuhe nodded, raised his hand, and gathered his strength, drawing a series of intricate talismans in the air that struck Chu Tiany's body. The demonic energy around Chu Tiany scattered like a fleeing swarm of insects, dissipating from his body before reforming into the demonic embryo. Chu Tiany now looked even more pitiful. Without the support of demonic energy, he was barely clinging to life. The demonic embryo's power is gone. Next is his cultivation. Chu Liuhe's two fingers came together, swiftly making several cuts across Chu Tiany's body. Blood spurted out, and a powerful surge of energy erupted, impacting everyone once before dissipating entirely. Chu Tiany now only had breath entering, no breath leaving. Chu Liuhe swiftly stepped forward, retrieved a pill from his possession, and placed it into Chu Tiany's mouth, ensuring he would not perish instantly. Seeing Chu Liuhe finish, the beast god looked at Chu Liuhe and Ziruo and said, You too, come with me. I have something to tell you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Emperor of Chaos, Chu Tiany. The destiny points of the Destiny Child Chu Tiany have decreased by 200, the host's villain points have increased by 2,000, and the current total is 2,500. Ding. The sovereign of the ancient empire, Chu Tiany, has had his cultivation stripped away, resulting in a reduction of 300 destiny points. The host's villain points have increased by 3,000. Ding. The destiny value of the chosen one, Chu Tiany, has reached its minimum. The optional task is complete, gaining 15,000 villain points. Current total, 20,500. Acquired skill, Kill Ziwei. Kill Ziwei, a special skill designed to break the destiny of the chosen one. When activated, it doubles the damage dealt to individuals with destiny points. If the skill is active while reducing an opponent's destiny points, both the reduction in points and the earned villain points are doubled. Chapter 127. The chaos subsides, the past of Ming Xia. The turmoil finally subsided, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This incident had a significant impact on many people. Ziruo, in particular, reaped substantial rewards, not only in terms of a significant amount of villain points, but also with a newly acquired special skill, Kill Ziwei, which was already terrifying enough. However, Ziruo couldn't spare any thought for these gains at the moment. She and Chu Liuhe approached the beast god. The beast god casually set up a barrier to block external prying eyes and spoke gravely. The upper realm is not safe right now. An unknown force has emerged, and their strength is formidable. Their leader is someone named Hongming. Most of the people in the upper realm have already pledged allegiance to this force, and they are trying to open a passage that connects the upper and lower realms. Ziruo and Chu Liuhe's expressions turned grave. This matter was clearly no small issue. The upper realm, with its overwhelming strength, even the weakest being stronger than a 5th-rank emperor, was unable to resist this mysterious force. The lower realm, with its far inferior power, would stand no chance against them. If the passage were opened, the people of the lower realm would be left with no choice but to be enslaved. Fortunately, There was still time to find a way to prevent the passage from opening. Ziruo quickly asked, "Is there any way to stop the passage from opening?" The beast god replied jokingly, "Yes, if you're stronger than those people." Ziruo was momentarily stumped, but knowing her strength was inferior to the beast gods, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. Chu Liuhe, however, had no patience for the beast god's jesting and looked extremely serious. The beast god continued, "I won't say more. Just keep this between the two of you." With that, the beast god churred out of the barrier and left with Nyuomo and Luoya. Chu Liuhe, carrying the lifeless form of Chu Pingfeng, gave Ziruo a complex look before departing. Chu Liuhe clearly had much he wanted to say to Ziruo, but under the circumstances, he could only find another opportunity to speak with her. With the immediate crisis resolved, the affairs of the upper realm seemed distant for now. Ziruo focused on dealing with the matters at hand before considering the future. She took out the healing pills she had exchanged and distributed them to everyone. Once everyone's injuries were mostly healed, the three siblings from the Tide Sea clan bid their farewells. After all, their actions had been extremely dangerous, and returning home would likely result in punishment. Leaving sooner might lighten their sentence. Ziruo, with many tasks ahead of her, did not detain the siblings. After seeing them off, a furtive figure, sealing off all traces of their presence, secretly rescued Shuan Yin from a corner of the battlefield. This person was none other than Waitan Ye. Even if Ziruo had known, she couldn't have done much about it. Her top priority now was to find the 5 emperors of the borderlands and ensure her father's safety. Fortunately, with the help of the system, this wasn't a difficult task. After settling her father and the others, Ziruo found Ming Xia, who was in a state of despair. Seeing Ming Xiao's current state, Ziruo felt a pang of heartache and comforted her. "Ming Xia, people cannot be resurrected. Please accept your loss and take care." Ming Xia didn't respond, only offering a desolate smile, her expression one of deep sorrow. Ziruo knew that Ming Xia had an unresolved knot in her heart, one that needed someone to share her burden. "No matter what, Ming Xia, I will always be by your side," Ziruo said firmly and affectionately. "Tell me what happened," she urged. Ming Xia only gave a bitter laugh, unsure of where to begin. "Tell me," Ziruo persisted. "It will make you feel better." Seeing the genuine concern in Ziruo's eyes, Ming Xia finally stopped hiding and spoke softly. "Shuan Yin, he Suague, and I were once fellow disciples. Shuan Yin was the eldest, and he Suague was the youngest." Her gaze drifted far away, as if reminiscing about a distant past. "Our master was the most talented disciple in the history of the Medicine King Valley, a genius who was most likely to ascend to the upper realm. He was the renowned medicine god, Yuan Yu. Master created 3 unique techniques. Shuan Yin practiced the Undying Divine Wind technique, he Suague practiced the earth-shaking art, and I practiced the green bamboo melody. If used together, these 3 techniques complement each other, allowing us to transcend a whole realm in power. Master was truly powerful, and everyone believed he would lead the Medicine King Valley to new heights. If nothing unexpected had happened, that would have certainly been the case." Ziruo remained silent, knowing that Ming Xia needed a listener more than anything else at this moment. A long sigh escaped Ming Xiao's lips as she continued, her expression complicated. "But something unexpected happened. I fell in love with Master. Although we never acted on it, we could both feel the mutual affection. Later, we confessed our love to each other. Somehow, Shuan Yin, that vile man, found out about it." Her eyes filled with intense hatred as she continued, her voice trembling with anger. "A master and disciple falling in love was forbidden by the sect rules. Shuan Yin incited he Suague to report our affair. He Suague had long harbored feelings for me, but I only saw him as a younger brother. Jealous and manipulated by that scoundrel, he reported our relationship to the sect." At this point, Ming Xia was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Ziruo, feeling her pain, embraced her tenderly. Ming Xia, in her emotional state, didn't resist but instead felt a deep sense of gratitude. At that time, everyone called me a seductress who only distracted Master from his path. To protect my reputation, Master forcibly ascended to the upper realm despite not being ready, and he failed to survive the tribulation. I wanted to follow him in death, but at the last moment, Master, using his remaining strength, collected my soul with a jade pendant. I was then reborn through the power of the green bamboo melody, but Master was reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Finally, Ming Xiao's eyes burned with hatred. Her greatest wish now was to kill Shuan Yin and avenge her master. Only by reducing that vile man to ashes could she ease even a fraction of her hatred. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to find the severely injured Shuan Yin on the battlefield, or else he would have already been flayed and dismembered. Seeing the overwhelming hatred in Ming Xiao's eyes, Ziruo made a decision. She would avenge Ming Xia, and she would do it immediately. Come, I'll accompany you to the Medicine King Valley now. We'll kill Shuan Yin and avenge your master. He's severely injured and must be hiding there to recover. With that, she took Ming Xiao's hand and, using her technique, hurried toward the direction of the Medicine King Valley. Chapter 128. Breaking into the Valley of the Medicine King, the mysterious forbidden technique. Although their goal was to seek revenge for Ming Xia at the Valley of the Medicine King, they first needed to return to check on their mother and Jiangningen. After all, the two of them had also endured a period of fear and anxiety. At Jiangningen's insistence, Ziruo reluctantly agreed to bring her along. After all, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and no one wants to be separated from their beloved for too long. At the entrance to the Valley of the Medicine King, Ming Xia looked at the place where she had grown up, trained, and created countless memories with a complex expression. Let's go. Today, I will definitely kill that scoundrel Shuan Yin. With that, Ming Xia led Ziruo and the others into the Valley of the Medicine King. Halt! This is the Valley of the Medicine King. Outsiders, leave at once. As soon as they reached the mountain gate, two disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King stepped forward, drawing their swords as they spoke. Humph! Ziruo snorted coldly, raising his hand to send out two streams of energy. The two men instantly collapsed, seemingly severely injured, but not in any immediate danger. After all, Ziruo was not a cold-blooded killer. Hearing the commotion at the mountain gate, numerous auras surged around them, and a dozen figures quickly rushed toward the gate. The leader of the group spoke with a hostile tone. Who dares to forcibly chongru our Valley of the Medicine King? In an instant, the figures arrived at their location. Upon seeing Ming Xiao's face, the leader was slightly startled and quickly signaled to someone behind him, who then hurried away. Greetings, Elder Ming Xia. We failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive us. The leader hurriedly bowed. I'm just here to handle some business and will leave soon. No need to go through so much trouble. Ming Xia spoke coldly, her expression grim. She had clearly seen the man's small actions earlier and had no intention of being polite. The man, of course, didn't mind. Inside the Valley of the Medicine King, Ming Xia couldn't do anything to him. After all, she was only a nominal elder, and the real power in the valley still rested with the Valley Master. Then, may I ask what brings Elder back to the Valley of the Medicine King? Should I inform the Valley Master? The man continued to speak shamelessly. Ming Xiao's expression grew even darker. It was obvious that the man was stalling for time. Ziruo, however, couldn't stand it anymore. He still needed to return to marry Jiangningen, and he wasn't about to waste time dealing with small fry who dared to get in his way. Get out of the way, all of you. Good dogs don't block the road. As he spoke, he activated his technique, and black chains shot out like venomous snakes, striking down everyone in less than a breath's time. What a display of power! Even random cats and dogs dare to cause trouble in our Valley of the Medicine King. At that moment, an elderly man in green robes descended from the sky, his voice reaching them before his body touched the ground. The old man's gaze was hostile as he looked at Ming Xia and taunted. I thought who it was? So it's Elder Ming Xia. Your display of power is truly impressive, showing off even in your own home. This elderly man was also an elder of the Valley of the Medicine King, but his cultivation was not very high, having just reached the divine soul realm. Moreover, he was already advanced in age, and there was little hope of him reaching a higher realm in his lifetime. What he hated most in life were those with extraordinary talents. Not only did he resent elder Ming Xia, but even the young man beside her exuded a stronger aura than himself. This filled him with even more jealousy. Why did such talent belong to others and not to him? Before Ziruo could make a move, Ming Xia took the initiative, sending countless shifting bamboo shadows toward the old man. Ah, you dare! The old man's heart was filled with shock and anger. He never expected that Ming Xia would attack him within the Valley of the Medicine King, a truly reckless act. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man was severely injured and collapsed to the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. He quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. At that moment, several powerful auras appeared in the sky, and countless disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King rushed toward them. Leading the group was none other than the Valley Master, Shuan Yin. His gaze was cold and hostile as he stared at Ming Xia and Ziruo. That day, I failed to kill you too. Consider yourselves lucky. Today, you dare to come to the Valley of the Medicine King to seek death. I cannot let you live. With that, numerous elders and disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King charged at the three of them. Ziruo had already raised his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Divine Soul Realm, and he was unafraid of the attacks from the crowd. Activating his technique, countless black chains, as hard as steel, shot out toward the attackers. In an instant, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, with the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King howling in pain as they were sent flying in all directions, like ripples spreading across a calm lake after a stone is thrown in. With his formidable demon heart and sacred bones, even in close combat, no one was a match for Ziruo. Ming Xia, on the other hand, directly charged towards Shuan Yin. The sound of an elegant melody filled the air, and countless green bamboo shadows danced in the sky. Beautiful to behold, but filled with deadly peril. Although Shuan Yin's cultivation was stronger, he had been severely injured a few days ago and had not yet fully recovered. Under Ming Xiao's all-out effort, she could still hold her own against him. Once Ziruo was free, taking down Shuan Yin would no longer be a difficult task. At this moment, Ziruo had already defeated countless disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King, and the cries of pain echoed endlessly. In no time, the battle here would be over, and he could free his hands to deal with Shuan Yin the scoundrel. Moreover, Zhang Ningen was assisting from the sidelines, greatly increasing their offensive efficiency. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Shuan Yin's face twisted into a hideous expression, resembling a demon poised to strike. You've left me no choice. At that moment, Shuan Yin's expression turned incredibly sinister and vicious. He activated his technique and performed several hand seals. In an instant, Shuan Yin's entire body exuded an incredibly toxic aura, and several whirlwinds swept through the sky, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Suddenly, Shuan Yin pointed a finger at the sky, chanting incantations, and a burst of energy erupted from his fingertip, transforming into countless tiny wind blades that floated in the air. Any disciple of the Valley of the Medicine King who was struck by these wind blades instantly collapsed in agony, with their energy eerily flowing towards Shuan Yin. Shuan Yin's aura continued to rise, as if he were about to pierce through the heavens. Ha ha ha! Shuan Yin laughed maniacally, his expression devoid of any reason. All of you will die. You will all die. At this moment, the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King no longer paid any attention to Ziruo. Everyone fled in panic, fearing that the mysterious wind blades would strike them. The high-ranking members of the Valley of the Medicine King were all shocked, and Ming Xiao's expression was one of disbelief as she demanded, Shuan Yin, how dare you use the forbidden techniques from the Forbidden Book to turn your fellow disciples into medicinal puppets? You are truly insane. Shuan Yin was using a forbidden technique from a forbidden book that had been banned in the Valley of the Medicine King for many years. The name and exact origin of this forbidden book were unknown, but it contained incredibly sinister and evil content. It allowed one to turn others into medicinal puppets, and when needed, the user could drain all the energy from these puppets for their own use. Chapter 129. Sun Yan's Madness and the Contribution of the Poisonous Pill. Sun Yan's power quickly returned to its peak, and it even showed signs of surpassing it. Let's see who dares to stop me now. I am the only protagonist in this world, Sun Yin declared arrogantly. Ming Xiao's expression turned extremely grave as she stared at Sun Yin, clenching her teeth and speaking. Sun Yin, you are the head of the Medicine King Valley, yet you are willing to sacrifice these disciples with your own hands. Sun Yin, you are a despicable scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Sun Yin laughed again. Despicable scoundrel? With power, I stand at the pinnacle of this world. Who dares to call me a despicable scoundrel? Besides, even if I am a despicable scoundrel, so what? All of you will die by my hand. What are bonds of master and disciple or love compared to power? Not to mention these disciples of the Medicine King Valley, even my personal disciple, Waitan Ye, is nothing more than a medicinal person. At this moment, Sun Yin had gone mad, and his words carried no restraint whatsoever. Hearing these words, Waitan Ye, who was hiding in the shadows, was greatly shocked. The master he had always respected and admired was actually so ruthless and heartless. Although he was weak, he was not a fish to be slaughtered at will. Clenching his teeth, he silently made a decision. Of course, Sun Yin was unaware that Waitan Ye was hiding in the shadows and had heard his words. Ziruo also felt immense pressure and addressed everyone in the Medicine King Valley. Everyone, Sun Yin has gone mad. As the head of the Medicine King Valley, he disregards the lives of his disciples. Such a ruthless and cruel person. If we don't kill him now, we will all be doomed after our deaths. Why not join forces now and eliminate the danger once and for all? Ziruo's words made sense. Many of the senior elders of the Medicine King Valley had lost relatives and disciples at Sun Yan's hands. Moreover, after killing Sun Yin, the position of head of the Medicine King Valley would be vacant. Even if they didn't get the position, they could still benefit greatly. After exchanging a few glances, the senior elders of the Medicine King Valley all launched attacks on Sun Yin. Ziruo, of course, was not willing to lag behind. She activated the jailer's scripture of the immortal, unleashing countless steel-like chains. The first ultimate technique of the demon heart secret scripture was activated, and endless demonic energy surged out from her surroundings like a surging river. A bunch of ants want to stop me? Ants trying to shake a tree is nothing but a pipe dream, Sun Yin said as he reached the level of a third-rank emperor. He unleashed the infinite divine wind technique, sending countless gusts of force sweeping towards the crowd. From Ming Xiao's mouth came a haunting melody, and countless green bamboo shoots sprouted from the ground. Various weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds also attacked Sun Yin, though they showed no immediate effect. Sun Yin's speed was increasing, and the crowd was gradually unable to keep up with his movements. Ziruo activated her martial Dao, Heavenly Eye. Under its gaze, Sun Yin's figure was as clear as a flame in the night, and even his attack trajectories were exposed. She pushed the disturbing heart steps to the extreme, relying on the strength of the Xian demon body and the demon heart sacred bone, preparing for close combat with Sun Yin. Only in this way would there be a chance to kill Sun Yin here. The jailer's scripture of the immortal was pushed to its absolute limit, with countless chains, shackles, nether gates, and ghostly hands manifesting around Ziruo, as if they were warping the very fabric of space. She activated the third tier, Heavenly Eye Demon Heart, of the Demon Heart Secret Scripture, signaling that it was now a life-and-death struggle. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunderous attacks erupted from the center of their battle. Sun Yin, already mad, engaged in close combat with Ziruo without hesitation. Miaozi, I will kill you, kill you. Sun Yin screamed wildly, completely devoid of the dignity and demeanor of a head of the Medicine King Valley, even less dignified than a village woman cursing in the street. Suddenly, Sun Yin's speed increased again, charging at Ziruo like a mad dog. Countless forces surged over her body like waves. Seeing the danger, others intensified their attacks, with many swallowing pills that temporarily boosted their power. Realizing the situation was dire, Ziruo mustered all her strength to strike at Sun Yin with a palm. Her palm landed on Sun Yan's shoulder, causing him to pause unexpectedly for a moment. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed the others to seize the opportunity, unleashing their strongest attacks. Countless forces surged towards Sun Yin like a dam breaking. By this time, Ziruo had retreated more than 10 meters. The combined attacks created a massive cloud of dust, forming a small mushroom cloud, showing just how terrifying their collective assault was. Many breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that even if Sun Yin was still alive, he could only have half his life left. Cough, cough. A coughing sound came from the smoke. When the smoke cleared, a huge crater appeared on the ground, which would likely form a lake during the rainy season. However, no one had the heart to care about that now. At the center of the crater stood a disheveled figure. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn and disarranged, his expression twisted and ferocious, alternating between laughter and tears, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Have you all had enough fun? If you have, your time is up. With that, Sun Yin burst into laughter, his voice strange and distorted. Hee hee. Seeing Sun Yin, who appeared virtually unharmed, everyone's heart sank. Just then, a voice called out from the distance. Master, be careful. I'm coming to help you. The speaker was none other than Waitan Ye. In a few leaps, he arrived beside Sun Yin. Hee hee. You are indeed a good disciple of mine. Once I kill all these ants and absorb their power to ascend to the higher realm, the entire Medicine King Valley will be yours. Waitan Ye's acting skills were top-notch. With sincere eyes, he said to Sun Yin, Disciple doesn't want the Medicine King Valley. I only wish to stay by Master's side and serve you faithfully all my life. Good, good, good. You are indeed a good disciple of mine. After saying that, Sun Yan's eyes turned malicious as he looked at the crowd, ready to strike at any moment. Waitan Ye then spoke. Master, here is the healing pill I prepared for you. Not only does it heal injuries, but it also boosts your cultivation. Saying this, he handed over a small medicine box, inside of which lay a crystal-clear pill exuding life energy. Sun Yin, whose mind was already deranged, grabbed the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Under normal circumstances, he would never be so careless. At first, Sun Yan's injuries showed signs of recovery, and Waitan Ye stepped back, as if giving Sun Yin space to fully recover. However, within 5 breaths, Sun Yan's body began to swell, and black, foul-smelling blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Chapter 130. Sun Yin poisoned, the final madness. Sun Yin spat out a mouthful of black pus-like blood. Trembling, he touched his face, only to find his hand covered in a foul, black liquid. This is poison? Sun Yin shrieked. As the master of the Valley of Medicine, he could immediately recognize the poison that could even kill an emperor. Cough. Pfft. Another mouthful of pus-like blood followed. Sun Yin could clearly feel his internal organs rotting, his flesh collapsing, and his bones becoming brittle. His cultivation, which had reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, began to decline. His divine soul dimmed, and his body felt weak. He had been poisoned severely. Who poisoned me? Sun Yan's mind was filled with only this thought. The poison had slightly restored some of his sanity, which had been driven to madness. He looked around and saw his best disciple kneeling in front of him, while the others watched him like he was a clown. Did you poison your master? You ungrateful disciple. Sun Yin croaked. I am unworthy of your teachings. Waitan Ye's face was streaked with tears. Having once been a disciple, one is bound to the master for life. Poisoning his master, no matter the circumstances, filled Waitan Ye with pain and guilt. Ha ha ha, I betrayed my master, and now my disciple betrays me. This is karma. Sun Yin laughed hysterically. So what? As long as I stand at the pinnacle of this world, what does it matter if I betrayed my master? What does it matter if my disciple betrays me? What does it matter if I kill my followers? Sun Yan's face grew increasingly twisted. Master, Please rest in peace. Waitan Ye wiped away his tears and said firmly. Plop. A piece of black, rotting flesh fell from Sun Yan's body, and he lost his sanity once again. You are all ants. Even if you use poison, what can you do? Ha ha ha. I am the strongest. I am immortal. Sun Yin laughed maniacally. Go to hell and dream your dreams. Ziruo pushed the prison realm scripture to its limit, preparing to deliver the final blow and send Sun Yin to hell. Kill. Taking advantage of his weakened state, Ziruo unleashed countless demonic energies, delivering a full-powered attack. The others also used their ultimate techniques, all striking Sun Yin. Boom! The explosion's shockwave stripped the surrounding land bare. Sun Yin the scoundrel should be dead by now, right? Ming Xia said, looking at the thick dust ahead. With such an attack, even if Sun Yin were in perfect condition, he wouldn't dare to take it head-on, let alone now when his body is on the verge of collapse due to the poison. Zhang Ningen added. Ziruo's martial Dao, Heavenly Eye couldn't detect any remnant energy in the explosion center, so Sun Yin was likely dead. After dealing with this matter, he could finally marry Zhang Ningen. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and found her looking back at him. Their eyes met, and a silent affection flowed between them. Master, rest in peace. Waitan Ye kowtowed respectfully toward the explosion center. Whoosh! The dust settled, and indeed, Sun Yin was reduced to just a head rolling at the bottom of the crater, with his blackened remains scattered around. This is a deadly poison. We should burn these remains completely, Ziruo suggested. Absolutely. We must handle this properly, or the Valley of Medicine will become uninhabitable. Ming Xia agreed. The remnants of an emperor were still formidable, especially one killed by such a potent poison. The toxins and resentment could turn this place into a dead zone. Just as Ziruo was about to incinerate the area with primordial divine fire, Sun Yan's head at the bottom of the crater suddenly stopped rolling. His eyes locked onto the crowd, and his mouth moved silently. Seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. Impossible. Even an emperor shouldn't be able to survive under such circumstances, exclaimed a senior from the Valley of Medicine. Ziruo immediately tensed up, reactivating the prison realm scripture, ready to deliver another devastating strike. Just as everyone prepared to unleash their strongest attacks to finish off Sun Yin, the head that had been silently moving its mouth suddenly spoke. Ha ha ha, did you really think you had me cornered? Sun Yin laughed maniacally, despite being reduced to just a head. I told you, I am immortal. Sun Yin grinned. Swish. The scattered flesh at the bottom of the crater began to wriggle and gather around Sun Yin. Quick! Someone screamed, and Ziruo and the others unleashed their attacks on the crater. Ha ha ha, too late. Sun Yin shot into the air, laughing triumphantly. Floating in midair, Sun Yin was no longer human. He was just a head attached to a mass of flesh, a grotesque monster. Ha ha ha, countless geniuses throughout the history of the Valley of Medicine have studied this forbidden book, but none of them discovered its true power. Floating in the air, Sun Yin produced a black book from somewhere. This is that infamous, evil forbidden book. Ming Xia identified the book. Ziruo immediately remembered the secret technique Sun Yin had used to drain his disciples' power, which came from this book. As Ming Xia mentioned, it was an extremely evil and ancient tome. Flap. The flesh beneath Sun Yan's head split open, and the forbidden book was absorbed into his body in an instant. The black flesh began to churn, and a pressure of the 5th level of the Emperor realm overwhelmed everyone, making them feel suffocated. This is... Ziruo was utterly shocked. The pressure was too strong. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Sun Yin attacked. Huh. He turned his head and saw Zhang Ningen clutching his arm tightly, while Ming Xia was slowly moving closer. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I can protect you. Ziruo comforted them. He stared intently at the monstrous figure in the air, which was continuously expanding. Meanwhile, his mind raced through the system store, searching for anything that could help them survive this crisis. Snap! Someone couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down, uncontrollably kowtowing to Sun Yin in the sky. One after another, more people fell to their knees. Yin Ziruo's prison realm scripture ran at full power, and he refused to kneel. Husband. Jiang Ningen was on the verge of despair. She clutched Yin Ziruo's arm tightly, her eyes filled with longing. Yin Ziruo swiftly pulled her into his embrace. He glanced around for Ming Xia and saw her faltering under the strain. He quickly reached out, enveloping her in billowing demonic energy to help share the burden. Haha, power. This is the power of standing at the peak of the world. Sun Yin looked down at the despairing crowd below, feeling extremely pleased with himself and laughing maniacally. Boom! A thunderous roar jolted the despairing crowd back to reality. They looked up and saw blood-red clouds churning in the sky, with ancient figures darting through them. This is the Tribulation Cloud. Originally, seeing Sun Yin attain the limit of power in the lower realm had already terrified everyone. But when this all-consuming Tribulation Cloud appeared, their sanity began to slip away. Thud. Those who had already knelt down began to grovel and kowtow to the sky frantically. This wasn't their intention. It was a deep-seated memory in their souls. Chapter 131. The End of Shuan Yin and Ming Xia Deceived. They were begging the heavens for forgiveness, for absolution of their sins. They prostrated themselves, kowtowed, and silently screamed their pleas. All of this, just to hope that the heavens would spare their insignificant lives. Yin Ziruo's teeth were almost grinding to dust as he stared intently at the blood-red clouds in the sky. Nothing had ever exerted such immense pressure on him before. The black mist emanating from his body seemed to contain countless demons, roaring madly at the sky. He stiffly turned his head to look around and found that, apart from himself and Ming Xia, there was no one else left standing. Boom! Golden lightning flickered within the blood-red clouds, its light appearing pure and serene. Pure and serene? Before Yin Ziruo could react, a golden bolt of lightning struck Shuan Yin's head with brutal force. Roar! Shuan Yin's voice was no longer human. He roared furiously at the sky, his flesh writhing uncontrollably. Ah! The deafening scream nearly pierced Yin Ziruo's eardrums. He looked up to see Shuan Yin shrieking in agony under the relentless bombardment of golden lightning. Boom! 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 Brilliant golden lightning continued to strike Shuan Yin in rapid succession. After an unknown amount of time, Shuan Yin was finally reduced to nothing but dust. Seeing no target left, the blood-red clouds began to dissipate rapidly. Thud! The black forbidden book fell from the sky and landed on the ground, lying there quietly, appearing quite ordinary. Is Shuan Yin dead? The crowd slowly stood up, looking around, but they couldn't find Shuan Yin's figure. Most of them had lost their memories of what had just happened. Yin Ziruo ignored them. He slowly walked towards the forbidden book, bent down, and picked it up. It was a thin black book, with a cover that felt somewhat like genuine leather. As he flipped through it, he found that it contained some extremely evil secret techniques. If you want it, take it. Ming Xia approached and said indifferently. Originally, she had thought it was just an evil book, but she hadn't expected it to attract such a calamity. This was a forbidden book, filled with secrets. Ding! This book is ominous. It is not recommended for the host to keep. Just as Yin Ziruo hesitated, the system's prompt sounded in time. Even the system can't resist this ominous aura? Yin Ziruo asked. Ding! It can, but the cost is too great, not worth it. Hearing the system's response, Yin Ziruo completely gave up on the book. He handed it back to Ming Xia. This is your Medicine King Valley's book, so I won't take it. His tone was calm. After a moment of thought, he warned. This book is extremely ominous. Use it with caution. It's best not to use it at all. Ming Xia took the forbidden book, pursed her lips, and since Yin Ziruo didn't want it, she didn't either. She decided to return it to the Medicine King Valley. Seeing that Shuan Yin was dead, the crowd dispersed, leaving only a few people on the scene. Yin Ziruo felt excited. Finally, everything was settled, and he could return to the imperial capital to marry Jiang Ningen. Can you wait here for a moment? I need to handle some matters of the Medicine King Valley, Ming Xia asked. Of course. Ziruo knew that after Ming Xia finished dealing with the affairs of the Medicine King Valley, she would almost completely cut ties with it. Ming Xia held the forbidden book and walked towards Waitan Ye, and after some thought, Ziruo followed. The high-ranking officials of the Medicine King Valley surrounded Waitan Ye, considering whether to make him the Valley Master, but they also had to consider Ming Xiao's feelings. Logically, Ming Xia was very suitable for the position of Valley Master, with both talent and cultivation being ideal. Moreover, her identity as the previous Valley Master's disciple and the current Valley Master's junior sister made her a perfect fit. On the other hand, Ming Xia had once been in love with her master, and if she became the Valley Master, many would be dissatisfied. After all, she had not returned to the Medicine King Valley for over 100 years, and the complex web of interests there could no longer accommodate her. Furthermore, some of the high-ranking officials present were the main culprits who had forced Ming Xiao's master to ascend to a higher realm. If she became the Valley Master, many heads would surely roll. Senior Aunt. Waitan Ye saw Ming Xia approach and respectfully bowed to her. Do you want to be the Valley Master? Ming Xia asked coldly, her eyes fixed on him. Waitan Ye did not respond. Some of the high-ranking officials around him exchanged glances, and one of them, an elder with hair like snow but a face like a child, chuckled and said, Ming Xia, come back and be the Valley Master. You are the only disciple left of Yuan Yue, and this position is yours by right. Alas, if Yuan Yue hadn't forcibly ascended back then, the Medicine King Valley today would be unimaginable. Indeed, Yuan Yue was the most outstanding genius in the history of our Medicine King Valley, but unfortunately, her Dao heart was flawed, and she ultimately turned to ash, sighed another elder in a green Taoist robe. Ming Xia coldly stared at these two elders. She clearly remembered that these two were among those who had called her a seductive slut, along with Shuan Yin back then. Now, they were subtly accusing her again. The two elders, feeling her gaze, shrank back immediately. But then they remembered that they were from the same generation as her master, and were even her senior uncles. How could they back down in front of a junior? Realizing this, they straightened their backs again. They glanced at Ziruo standing not far away and hesitantly asked, Ming Xia, what is your relationship with this son of the Prison King? Are you Dao companions? If our Medicine King Valley were to ally with the Prison King through marriage, your master would surely rest easy in the afterlife. Ming Xia, hearing this, felt a surge of blood rush to her head, and she nearly lost control and wanted to strike them. Slap! Slap! 2 crisp slaps rang out, and the 2 elders spun through the air, flying out. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Ziruo appeared by Ming Xiao's side, looking at the 2 elders as if they were already dead. You! The 2 elders spat out blood and broken teeth, glaring at Ziruo. This was the Medicine King Valley, and they were the esteemed elders of the valley. How could they be humiliated like this? Ziruo's gaze grew even colder, and the 2 elders felt as if their necks were being squeezed, unable to utter a single word. The other high-ranking officials of the Medicine King Valley couldn't stand by and watch. They began to speak up. Your Highness the Prince, even though you helped us kill Shuan Yin, you can't treat us like this. Yes, the 2 elders didn't say anything wrong. Why insult them so? The previous Valley Master's forced ascension did indeed have a lot to do with the Grand Elder. Your Highness, who is on the verge of ascension, your enemies should be the ascension tribulations, not these old men. Get lost. Ziruo roared, releasing a dense aura of demonic energy. The energy twisted and writhed, as if it were ready to devour anyone in its path. Those who were speaking, and those who were about to speak, were all struck by this overwhelming pressure, forcing them to keep their mouths shut. It was only now that the high-ranking officials of the Medicine King Valley remembered that after Shuan Yin's death, the strongest person present was this son of the Prison King. Chapter 132. The young master makes a move. Ming Xiao's heart softens. A gentle breeze swept through the ruins, stirring up swirls of dust. The higher-ups of the Medicine King Valley, their faces as dark as if they had lost their parents, stood in silence, not daring to utter a word. What a bunch of trash. Ziruo flicked his sleeve, his expression cold as he spoke. The higher-ups of the Medicine King Valley, their faces flushed with suppressed anger, looked almost purple from holding their breath. Waitan Ye, standing nearby, realized he could no longer remain on the sidelines. We have embarrassed ourselves before the young master of the Yin family, Waitan Ye said, bowing deeply to Ziruo. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak in front of me? Ziruo sneered, his gaze icy. A surge of demonic energy coalesced into a massive palm, which instantly slammed Waitan Ye into the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the Chosen One, Waitan Ye, successfully humiliating him, reducing Waitan Ye's luck value by 100, and increasing the host's villain value by 1,000. The higher-ups of the Medicine King Valley were furious at the sight. After all, Waitan Ye was the disciple of Shuan Yin, belonging to the Valley Master's lineage. How could he be humiliated like this? Moreover, Ziruo was siding with Ming Xia. If he manipulated Ming Xia to take control of the Medicine King Valley, wouldn't they all become his subordinates? That simply wouldn't do. Young Master, they shouted, their auras erupting and linking together, pressing toward Ziruo. Young Master, we have no intention of clashing with the Prison King, but if you continue to humiliate us, we are not to be trifled with either. An elder with a long beard stepped forward, his voice cold. Oh, I'd like to see just how untrifling you are, Ziruo said calmly. With a thought, the prison realm scripture erupted, demonic energy surging to connect heaven and earth. This pressure, this power. The higher-ups of the Medicine King Valley were horrified. They had only attacked Shuan Yin together earlier and hadn't fully grasped Ziruo's strength. Now, facing him directly, they realized just how formidable this young master truly was. How long has he been cultivating? How has he achieved such power? Have we been cultivating in vain all these years? The same thoughts surged through their minds. Young master, this is merely our internal affair. As an outsider, meddling in our matters might not be appropriate, another elder, bald, said, his tone much softer. Ming Xia is my master. Insulting her is an insult to the Yin family. Ziruo frowned. Master? Huh. Master and disciple, now disciple and master? TSK. The state of the cultivation world these days. Another elder sneered, his old face cold. Ziruo glanced at the beauty by his side. Her face was flushed red, her eyes misty with unshed tears. You scum. Seeing Ming Xiao's state, Ziruo was thoroughly enraged. He stepped forward, his fist gathering dense demonic energy. Die! With a roar, Ziruo launched a powerful punch toward the higher-ups of the Medicine King Valley. The demonic energy surged around his fist, roaring like a demon king, unleashing a devastating force that crushed everything in its path. Humph! The higher-ups of the Medicine King Valley weren't pushovers. After years of cultivation and countless battles, they were well-versed in combat. Linked together, their combined aura even seemed to surpass Ziruo's. But when faced with the massive demonic fist, they realized how naive their previous thoughts had been. Their combined aura was shattered in an instant. Their power, before the prison realm scripture, was like a large piece of tofu, completely defenseless. The higher-ups were sent flying by the attack. A couple of weaker ones were reduced to minced meat, while the rest were left in critical condition. This single strike had effectively wiped out most of the Medicine King Valley's higher-ups. Phew! Ziruo exhaled a long stream of white mist, his icy gaze sweeping over the unconscious figures before him. Out of consideration for Ming Xia, he decided not to finish them off. Ziruo turned his head to see Ming Xia quietly tugging at his sleeve. He spoke softly. It's all right. I'm here. No one can hurt you. Hearing this, Ming Xiao's tears flowed freely. She gripped Ziruo's arm tightly, her heart filled with gratitude and peace. Yes, with you here, I feel safe, she said, her voice slightly nasal. This demure, almost wife-like demeanor caught Ziruo off guard. He had never seen Ming Xia like this before. A smug smile crept onto his face. It seemed he had completely won her over. Ahem. From a nearby crater, a figure crawled out. It was Waitan Ye, who had been slapped into the ground earlier. Looking up, he saw the higher-ups of the Medicine King Valley either dead or severely injured, while Ziruo stood calmly nearby. Is the Medicine King Valley to be erased today? Waitan Ye said with a bitter laugh. Humph. A valley that only knows how to bully women deserves to be destroyed, Ziruo said coldly. Waitan Ye wanted to say something to Ziruo, but recalling the earlier slap, he held his tongue. Another strike like that, and he'd be finished. Instead, he walked over to Ming Xia and bowed deeply. Aunt, you should take over as the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley. I have no interest. After my master's death, I had little connection with the Medicine King Valley, Ming Xia said coolly. However, this was a place my master once worked hard for, and it's where I grew up. I can't bear to see it destroyed. How about this? You take over as the Valley Master. Ming Xia suggested. Me? I didn't cultivate here. I'm not fit to be the Valley Master, Waitan Ye declined politely. If you're not going to be the Valley Master, where do you plan to go? Ziruo suddenly interjected. After all, Waitan Ye was a Destiny's child. If he roamed freely, who knew what trouble he might cause? Waitan Ye instinctively wanted to respond, but the fear of Ziruo's prison realm scripture made him hesitate. After a moment, he finally mustered the courage to speak. I've lost interest in competing with the so-called geniuses. I'll wander the world, see what it has to offer, and eventually find a quiet place to live out my days. You're giving up? Ziruo asked curiously. Yes, I'm giving up. In this great era, only a few can ascend to become emperors and reach the higher realms. Only someone like Brother Yin, with his extraordinary talents, has a chance to reach the end. I'll stop here, Waitan Ye said, his face filled with disappointment. He sighed. To be honest, everything went smoothly for me until I met Brother Yin. Since then, I've been plagued with bad luck. This world is Brother Yin's stage. I'll step aside, Waitan Ye said with a calm smile. Ahem. At this, Ziruo felt a bit guilty. After all, it was he who had been systematically stripping Waitan Ye of his system's abilities. Chapter 133. The End of Waitan Ye, the Position of Valley Master. Ding. Congratulations, host. Waitan Ye has been betrayed by his master. His heart is filled with despair. His luck value has plummeted to the lowest, and the protection of luck has disappeared. The ending for Waitan Ye is now available for selection. Option 1. Let him go, allowing him to wander freely with no reward. Option 2. Support Waitan Ye in becoming the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley, gaining 100 luck points. Option 3. Eliminate the future threat by directly killing Waitan Ye, gaining 2,000 villain points. As Ziruo was listening to Waitan Ye's lament, the system suddenly chimed with a prompt. He glanced at the options and instinctively dismissed the first one. The second and third options were harder to choose between. The third option was the most beneficial to him, but the second one seemed quite good as well. After all, Master Ming Xia wouldn't be staying here as the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley, but she certainly wouldn't feel at ease with someone else taking control. Waitan Ye, however, seemed like a suitable candidate. Clatter. A group of people approached, and Ziruo, who had been deep in thought, turned to look. The group consisted of younger disciples of the Medicine King Valley, all dressed in their uniforms. The leader was a long-faced youth who had just entered the celestial realm. Where is that scoundrel Shuan Yin? The long-faced youth asked with a murderous aura. Ziruo recalled the battle with Shuan Yin and realized he hadn't seen this person's figure during the fight. Judging by his appearance, he didn't seem to have been turned into a medicinal puppet by Shuan Yin. Who are you? Ziruo asked calmly. I am Ma Yin, the direct disciple of the third elder of the Medicine King Valley. Ma Yin said proudly. I am one of the most talented young disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Ma Yin glanced at Waitan Ye and, seeing no reaction from him, his pride grew even more. Where were you when I was fighting Shuan Yin? And what gives you the right to speak to me like that? Kneel. With a surge of demonic energy, Yin Ziruo pressed a finger down, forcing Ma Yin to his knees. You. Ma Yin's face turned crimson with rage. I am the direct disciple of the third elder of the Medicine King Valley. Do you know that? My master is a top-tier powerhouse at the 4th level of the divine realm. Dare to touch me, and I'll make you beg for death. Ma Yin shouted. Powerhouse. Yin Ziruo chuckled derisively. He stepped aside and pointed to the group of elders lying unconscious. Which one is your master? Master? Ma Yin looked at the old man lying like a dead dog not far away, his jaw dropping in shock. Are all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley like this? Yin Ziruo asked Ming Xia, his eyes seemingly questioning her. Ahem. These disciples spend all day in the valley refining medicine. Their minds have gone dull. Ming Xia blushed slightly and coughed. You didn't show up when dealing with the enemy, but now you come running out. Yin Ziruo sneered at the group of schemers vying for power, then with a single palm strike, turned them into a pile of minced meat. A breeze blew past, carrying with it a strong stench of blood. The pool of flesh and blood on the ground was particularly striking. Swoosh! Yin Ziruo flicked his fingers, sending out bursts of force that crippled the elders lying on the ground. The Medicine King Valley has been destroyed by me today, Yin Ziruo said, looking at Ming Xia. It's better to eliminate these corrupt higher-ups. Ming Xia, who harbored deep resentment towards these accomplices, agreed. With this matter settled, I should take my leave. Waitan Ye bowed and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Did I say you could leave? Yin Ziruo asked. Waitan Ye was stunned. Wasn't he already completely subservient? He had no backing, and the system seemed unreliable, posing no threat to him anymore. Was Yin Ziruo going to humiliate him further? What does the prince wish of me? Waitan Ye asked, slightly bowing his head. Yin Ziruo ignored him and turned to look at Ming Xia, who was surveying the surroundings, as if trying to commit everything to memory. Master Ming Xia, are you reluctant to leave this place? Yin Ziruo stepped closer, gently holding her delicate hand. No. Ming Xia shook her head lightly. I will have no more connection with the Medicine King Valley. Everything is in the past. Let's go. Yin Ziruo led her hand to the outskirts, where they looked at the lower-ranking members of the Medicine King Valley. His gaze swept over them. They were mostly servants and outer sect disciples, with the highest cultivation being at the spirit realm. Yin Ziruo turned to look at Waitan Ye beside him and pondered for a moment. Brother Wei, you should become the new valley master of the Medicine King Valley. This? Waitan Ye was taken aback. The survival of the Medicine King Valley doesn't concern me much, but this is where Master Ming Xia grew up. Now that the higher-ups are gone, if there isn't a powerful figure to take the position of Valley Master, the surrounding forces will devour it whole. Yin Ziruo explained his intentions. If it weren't for Ming Xia, he would have simply killed Waitan Ye, but now he had to consider her feelings. Ming Xia tightly gripped Yin Ziruo's hand, her large eyes filled with tears. I am half-crippled, not suitable to be the Valley Master. Waitan Ye declined again. Either become the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley, or die. Yin Ziruo's eyes turned cold. He didn't care whether he sent someone to take the position of Valley Master, but if Waitan Ye truly didn't want to, then he could die. Then I shall accept the position out of respect, Waitan Ye said after a moment of silence. This is my master's jade pendant, the symbol of the Valley Master. It contains many secret places and legacies. Ming Xia handed a blue jade pendant to Waitan Ye. And this. Ming Xia handed back the book that contained many sinister secret techniques. Waitan Ye's pupil shrank as he looked at the book. The overwhelming power of the lower realm, the extremely evil pressure, and the devastating heavenly tribulation all indicated that this book was far from ordinary. This book is forbidden, extremely ominous. It's not something we should touch. I hope Brother Wei can seal it properly, Yin Ziruo said calmly. Leaving this book in the Medicine King Valley was something he had carefully considered. Waitan Ye's character was passable, not the type to commit great evil. Moreover, part of the Supreme Alchemist system was still with him. System, can you replicate and return the divine medicine scripture? Ziruo asked mentally. Ding. Yes, but it requires 1,000 villain points. 1,000 villain points? Can I replicate the experience he gained from using the system? Ziruo asked, stroking his chin. Yes, but it requires close proximity to replicate the experience points. Install a surveillance device as well? Ziruo gritted his teeth. This way, he could monitor Waitan Ye and also benefit from his progress. Undoubtedly, Waitan Ye had talent. After obtaining the system, he had become a master alchemist in just a few short years. If he could focus on leveling up, it would be better than his own progress. Villain points minus 1,700. Without Waitan Ye's knowledge, the functionality of his system was suddenly enhanced. Chapter 134. Homecoming and Joyful Reunion. Greetings, Valley Master. The remaining disciples immediately bowed and shouted to Waitan Ye. Rise, all of you. Waitan Ye looked at the crowd below, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After the disaster, the once renowned Medic King Valley had been reduced to just a handful of people. However, he believed that with his efforts, Medic King Valley could regain its former glory. Ding successfully assisted Waitan Ye in becoming the Valley Master of Medic King Valley, earning 100 destiny points. Hearing this pleasing notification, Ziruo's lips curved slightly. Seeing that Waitan Ye was now in control, he decided it was time to take his leave. I am deeply grateful to you, Brother Yin. If it weren't for your help, Sun Yin would have caused great casualties in Medic King Valley, and I might have perished here myself. Your life-saving grace is beyond repayment, and you even entrusted me with the leadership of Medic King Valley. Your kindness is beyond words. If there's anything you need in the future, please don't hesitate to command me. Haha, the affairs of Medic King Valley are my affairs. Manage the valley well, strive to improve your alchemy skills, and aim to become an even greater apothecary than Yuan Yu. Ziruo patted Waitan Ye's shoulder and said, I will always remember Brother Yan's teachings. Waitan Ye was moved to tears and made a firm resolution to improve his alchemy skills and become the greatest alchemist in the world. Seeing that Waitan Ye was determined to excel in alchemy, Ziruo said no more. After some discussion, the four of them sealed the forbidden book in a hidden location. The gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. After a long journey, Ziruo and his companions finally returned to the imperial capital. Finally, we can get married. I hope nothing else disrupts us. Ziruo looked at the majestic imperial capital and sighed. And there's Sister Ming Xia. Zhang Ningguan smiled. In Medic King Valley, after hearing Ming Xiao's tragic story, Zhang Ningguan felt deep sympathy for her. Although she was a bit jealous, she ultimately chose to accept her. Ming Xia shyly smiled, and Ziruo laughed heartily, leading the two women back to the prison king estate. Prince. The two silver-armored guards at the estate entrance knelt in welcome. Ziruo led the two women through the gates and into the fragrant garden, where his parents, the prison king and his wife, were watering plants and chatting. Father, Mother. Ziruo called out. Father, Mother. Zhang Ningguan said sweetly. Uncle Auntie? Ming Xiao curtsied slightly. You're back. Daohan smiled. How did things go at Medic King Valley? Ziruo recounted the events at Medic King Valley, and when he mentioned how Sun Yin went mad and was eventually poisoned by his disciples, Daohan sighed. A yi dai xiaoxiong, a yi dai da di, to end up in such a fate. Sun Yin was indeed a remarkable figure. A yi dai xiaoxiong, a yi dai da di, to end up in such a fate. Sun Yin was indeed a remarkable figure. Hearing that Ziruo had appointed Waitan Ye as the Valley Master, Daohan frowned and asked, Waitan Ye was once your enemy. Aren't you worried about setting a tiger free? Ziruo chuckled lightly. No, I trust Brother Wei's character. Seeing his son's confident expression, Daohan knew he had other arrangements and didn't press further. You said that book is ominous. Are you sure leaving it in Medic King Valley won't cause trouble for the ancient empire? Zhang Wenqin, Ziruo's mother, asked with concern. Mother, don't worry. I've already sealed the book in Medic King Valley, nothing will go wrong. The book likely involves the power of the upper realm, and since the upper realm beings are about to descend, this might be useful in dealing with them in the future. Ziruo replied. This must be the esteemed Saintess Ming Xia? Zhang Wenqin took Ming Xiao's hand. Auntie. Ming Xiao's fair cheeks flushed red. She was still a bit shy. What a good girl. You've suffered so much. Zhang Wenqin removed a white jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Ming Xiao's. This bracelet was passed down to me by Ziruo's grandmother. I've already given one to Ningguang, and now I give this to you. It's not an exceptionally valuable item, but I hope you won't mind accepting it. No, Auntie, this is too valuable. Ming Xiao tried to decline. Just accept it. Ziruo gently squeezed Ming Xiao's hand and urged. Take it, sister. Zhang Ningguang also encouraged. Ming Xiao, her face red, finally accepted the bracelet. Seeing Ming Xiao's shy demeanor, Ziruo burst into laughter. Come, we women will talk about our private matters, and you men can discuss your big affairs. Zhang Wenqin led Ming Xiao and Ningguang into a nearby pavilion. This Saintess Ming Xia was once the most beautiful woman in the ancient empire. Yin Daohan remarked with a sigh. He glanced at his son, his gaze clearly conveying, You managed to win over such a woman? Hee. Ziruo raised an eyebrow and chuckled, feeling a surge of pride. Both Ningguang and Ming Xiao are good girls. Don't let them down. Yin Daohan said seriously. Don't worry. Ziruo, will never let down two such beautiful ladies. Ziruo patted his chest and assured. As the father and son laughed and discussed the wedding preparations, the butler suddenly hurried in. Your Highness, Prince, the ancient Emperor Chu Tianhua and the Chu family's ancestor, Chu Liuhe, seek an audience. The steward bowed. Chu Tianhua and Chu Liuhe? Ziruo and his father exchanged glances, feeling puzzled. These two were no ordinary figures. Their joint visit surely meant something significant. Ziruo's thoughts raced, and he instructed, Quickly invite them in. Soon, the steward led Chu Tianhua and Chu Liuhe in. Having ascended as the ancient emperor for some time, Chu Tianhua exuded a commanding presence, striding with the bearing of a dragon and a tiger. Master! Chu Tianhua bowed in greeting. Greetings, Elder Chu. Ziruo and his father bowed to Chu Liuhe. Is something the matter? Yin Daohan inquired. Alas, it's a misfortune for our family. Chu Jianfeng has arranged for his daughter, Chu Ning, to marry the marshal of the demon Buddha kingdom. Chu Liuhe sighed. How could this be? Ziruo exclaimed in surprise. Chu Jianfeng's research on the demonic fetus has reached a bottleneck. He requires more demonic fetuses, so he's trading his daughter to acquire them. Chu Liuhe explained the reason. How dare he? Ziruo exclaimed in disbelief, his demonic energy suddenly flaring up. Calm down. Yin Daohan waved his hand to disperse the malevolent energy. When did he arrange for her to marry? Ziruo, now composed, asked. It happened while you were at Medic King Valley. Since it was a shameful matter, not many people knew about it. By the timeline, the bridal procession should be nearing the demon Buddha kingdom by now, Chu Tianhua said. What's going on? Zhang Wenqin, hearing the conversation from the nearby pavilion, came out with Ningguang and Ming Xiao. Chapter 135. Determined to rescue, the beast god arrives. This is outrageous. As a father, he completely disregards his daughter's happiness and casually sells her off. Zhang Wenqin said angrily, her brows furrowed after hearing the description. This is a letter from my cousin to Master. Chu Tianhua handed over a letter. Oh! Ziruo took it and opened it to read. Beside her, Zhang Ningguang and Ming Xiao, curious but trying to appear indifferent, watched Ziruo. Inside the letter, Chu Ning said that meeting the prince was the most important thing in her life, and being with him brought her great joy. Now that she was about to be married off and would no longer be able to see the prince, she hoped he would be well. Tisk! The sadness conveyed in the letter made Ziruo's fists clench tightly. He took a deep breath and handed the letter to Ming Xiao and Ningguang. Chu Ning is so pitiful, and Chu Jianfeng is really too much. Zhang Ninggen's eyes welled up with tears. Are you going to save her? Ming Xiao asked, her brows furrowed. I don't want to. She's just an ordinary friend to me, and I still have to marry you too. Yin Ziruo said, avoiding her gaze. If you don't go save her, I'll look down on you. Ming Xiao said seriously. Yes, we absolutely can't let her fall into a pit of fire. We must save her. After being treated so badly by her father, she must be desperate. If no one helps her, she might not be able to go on living. Zhang Ninggen added. Seeing the determination in the two women's eyes, Yin Ziruo made up his mind. He turned to Yin Daohan and Jiang Wenqin and said, Father, Mother, I want to go save Chu Ning. Then go. A real man needs to fight for certain things. Being brave and responsible is what makes you my son. Yin Daohan said happily, patting Yin Ziruo on the shoulder. Chu Jianfeng is a great emperor of the third rank, and the other generals of the Demon Buddha Kingdom are no pushovers. Going there might be dangerous. Jiang Wenqin said, I'll find some helpers. Yin Ziruo thought for a moment and asked Chu Liuhe, who was standing nearby, would you be willing to lend a hand, Senior Chu? Haha, you want me to be your bodyguard, kid? You're still a bit young for that. However, Chu Jianfeng's actions are indeed too much. I can go with you, but I won't act unless it's a critical moment. My old bones can't handle too much excitement. Chu Liuhe laughed heartily. With Senior Chu's protection, this mission is as good as done. Yin Ziruo sighed in relief. Master, what about me? Chu Tianhua raised his hand. You're not going. Your cultivation isn't strong enough, and the ancient empire still needs you as a great emperor. Yin Ziruo rejected him without hesitation. As for you two, Yin Ziruo looked at Ming Xiao and Ninggen, who were standing not far away, their eyes brimming with tears and looking pitiful. His heart softened, and he agreed to let them come along. That's settled then. I'll go with Ming Xiao, Ninggen, and Senior Chu to save Chu Ning. Yin Ziruo finalized the group. Yin Ziruo, did you forget about me? A deep voice came from behind. Yin Ziruo turned around to see the beast god and bull demon. Luoya wasn't with them, likely staying in the 10,000 mountains. Chirp chirp. The little monkey stood on bull demon's shoulder, chirping. The beast god's consciousness had once again fallen into a deep sleep. Why are you here? Yin Ziruo asked, delighted. Haha, I saw you had no one to help you, so I decided to lend a hand out of the goodness of my heart. Bull Demon laughed loudly. I don't believe that. There must be some order from the beast god for you to come. Yin Ziruo shook his head. Tisich, I knew I couldn't fool you. Bull Demon said, shrugging. Here's the thing. The beast god mentioned that the upper realm is approaching, and there will be some signs. That's why he told me to stick close to you. When mentioning the upper realm, Bull Demon's expression became very serious. This seriousness affected everyone present. Yin Ziruo asked coldly, Isn't there still some time? There is some time, but some signs have already appeared. These signs could be opportunities or crises. The beast god wants you to be prepared. Yin Ziruo didn't respond. He knew the upper realm was approaching, but he wasn't too concerned, as he was still weak and there was still plenty of time. However, with the beast god repeatedly reminding him, it seemed he would have to make some preparations after all. I understand, Yin Ziruo nodded. Right now, saving Chu Ning is our priority. We'll set off tonight. I need to close my eyes for a while and boost my cultivation first. Yin Ziruo suggested. The group dispersed, and Yin Ziruo returned to his chamber's training room, pulling Ming Xiao and Ninggen with him. He planned to use the system to exchange for some treasures and pills to boost the two women's combat power. It was Ming Xiao's first time in Yin Ziruo's chamber, and she felt a bit shy. But Zhang Ninggen wasn't new to the place. She was familiar with the layout and quickly found a cushion to sit on. Do you often cultivate together here? Ming Xiao asked softly. The training room was neatly arranged, with a large bed covered in pink, slightly suggestive bedding, and a small wardrobe nearby. In the center of the room, there were two cushions. Now that Ming Xiao was here, Zhang Ninggen took out an identical cushion from the wardrobe, and the three of them sat in a triangular formation. Ziruo looked around and chuckled. Come to think of it, I've never actually cultivated here before. With such abundant spiritual energy, cultivation should be very fast. Hearing this, the faces of Ming Xia and Jiang Ningen flushed pink, looking both lovely and tempting. Stop fooling around. Let's get to cultivation. Chu Ning is waiting for us to save her. Jiang Ningen pinched Ziruo's soft waist and said coquettishly. Ziruo stopped joking. He selected some suitable pills from the system and handed them to the two women. Neither Ming Xia nor Jiang Ningen found this strange. After all, this was the man they trusted most, the man they would entrust their lives to. He wouldn't harm them. Watching Ningen and Ming Xia close their eyes to cultivate, Ziruo's heart stirred. He used the remaining villain points in the system to exchange for cultivation. Boom! Ziruo's body erupted with the power of the prison realm divine scripture. His cultivation level jumped from Divine Soul 3rd rank to Divine Soul 4th rank, then instantly to Divine Soul 5th rank. His cultivation continued to rise rapidly, finally stopping at the half-saint level. Woo woo woo. Ziruo's body surged with demonic energy, filling most of the training room. Eerie sounds, as if from the depths of the 9 underworlds, echoed in his ears. Roar! Roar! Within the black mist, it seemed as if countless demons were roaring. A devastating aura shook the space, and from a distance, Ziruo appeared like the demon king from the depths of hell. Suck! Ziruo suddenly inhaled, and the countless demonic chi was instantly absorbed clean. Phew! Ziruo opened his clear, star-like eyes. Ming Xia and Ningen were still quietly cultivating. The formation had shielded them from being affected. Chapter 136, Departure for Rescue, Meteor Shower. The dazzling sunset bathed the majestic palace in golden light, making the serene glazed tiles gleam brilliantly. Clang! The door to the residence of the young master of the prison king's mansion swung open, and Ziruo strode out, followed by 2 stunning beauties whose faces were flushed. How beautiful! Jiang Ningen gazed at the distant magnificent sunset clouds and sighed in admiration. When everything is settled, I'll accompany you to watch the sunset every day for a lifetime. Ziruo gently squeezed her hand and said, Jiang Ningen shyly nodded in agreement. The trio arrived at the main hall of the mansion, where Beast God, Bull Demon, and Chu Liuhe were waiting. Miaozi, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to keep us waiting? Took so long. Your stamina must be pretty good. Bull Demon said with a suggestive wink. Hee. Ziruo merely chuckled without responding, while the 2 ladies behind him blushed deeply. Let's go. Ziruo took a step forward, and his demonic aura suddenly erupted, a formidable force crushing everything in front of him. The night sky was crystal clear, with silvery moonlight casting the darkness into a semblance of day. Countless insects sang loudly, and fireflies hovered in the air as a massive cloud carriage sped through the sky. Inside the cloud carriage, mist swirled, and Ziruo and his companions were enjoying a hot pot meal. Initially, it was just Bull Demon bringing meat for the beast god to eat, but the aroma was so enticing that Chu Liuhe couldn't resist joining in. Later, Ming Xia also felt tempted, as she hadn't eaten in a long time and the smell was irresistible. Thus, the journey turned into a feast, with Chu Liuhe enthusiastically competing with the beast god for meat, causing the little monkey to squeak in protest. Haha, I never expected that the 10,000 mountains would have such delicious meat. Chu Liuhe laughed heartily. Squeak squeak. The little monkey beast god protested incessantly, though his hands and feet moved quickly to snatch more meat. It's a pity there's no beef. Mutton is too gamey, pork is too greasy. If only there were beef, especially beef tendon balls. They're so chewy, Chu Liuhe said with a look of regret. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Bull Demon glared coldly at the old man, his murderous intent almost spilling out. If he weren't so weak against this old man, he would have considered serving human meat tonight. Haha, don't mind. Don't mind. Chu Liuhe waved his hand dismissively. Ding. Warning, extraterrestrial object detected. While enjoying the hot pot with Ningen and Ming Xia, Ziruo suddenly heard the system's alert. He quickly looked up, seeing a clear sky with bright stars and a full moon, not a single cloud in sight. But the system never made mistakes, so he looked solemnly at the sky. What's wrong? Ming Xia and Ningen asked softly. Something's coming. Squeak? The beast god seemed to sense something and also looked up. What's the matter? Aren't you eating? What's so interesting about a few shooting stars? Bull Demon looked up, shouting noisily. The speed of the shooting star is too fast. Ziruo looked up and saw that the previously invisible shooting star was now the size of a soybean, rapidly growing larger. One is heading straight for us, Ming Xia said coolly. Dozens of shooting stars scattered across the land, one of which was hurtling directly toward them. From the size of a soybean, to a finger, then a pigeon egg and now an egg. The light of the shooting star projected onto everyone's eyes, growing rapidly. Prepare for defense. Chu Liuha shouted, his body enveloped in a golden aura. Ha! Ziruo coldly shouted, his demonic aura erupting, quickly wrapping Ming Xia and Ningen in a black mist. The shooting star was too fast. There was no time for Ziruo and the others to dodge. Boom! The meteor struck the ground, sending up a mushroom cloud. Whoosh! The intense aftershock, carrying debris, rolled toward Ziruo and his group. Ziruo tightly embraced his two beloved women, rolling through the dust and rubble, while Chu Liuha and the others were beyond his concern. Ziruo emerged from the ruins with Ningen and Ming Xia. Cough, cough. Ziruo coughed twice, waving his hand at the concerned gazes of the ladies, indicating he was fine. Phew! Chu Liuha, the beast god, and Bull Demon floated like leaves in front of Ziruo. None of them were injured, except for some wrinkles in their clothes and barely any dust. We're fine. Let's go check out the crater where the meteor fell. It's an extraterrestrial object, Ziruo said. Chu Liuha was curious why Ziruo knew it was an extraterrestrial object, but now wasn't the time to discuss it. The group quickly arrived at the meteor crater, where part of the soil had already turned into glass, and some of the giant trees flung away by the impact still had flames flickering on them. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Training here would surely make one progress by leaps and bounds. Jiang Ningen exclaimed. Could it be that something precious fell? Let me check. Bull Demon, holding the beast god, leaped down into the crater. Ziruo and the others followed, landing at the bottom. Upon closer inspection, the so-called meteor was just an ordinary black stone, its surface already glassy. Ziruo took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy grow even more intense. Ding! Unidentified substance detected. Absorbing it can increase luck or villainy points. Ding! The concentration of unidentified substance is too low to absorb. The system's two alerts made Ziruo pause. He had never heard of anything that could convert into luck or villainy points. Curious, he asked, what is this unidentified substance? Unidentified substance is a special material from the upper realm. Squeak! The little monkey suddenly closed its eyes, then opened them again, revealing a gaze filled with the weight of ages. Kong Xuan. Chu Liuha greeted the beast god. Why did you come out? I came because of this meteor. The beast god pointed at the meteor in front of them. This meteor carries the aura of the upper realm. What? The aura of the upper realm? Everyone was shocked. This meteor is just an ordinary rock in the upper realm. The beast god examined it carefully and said, this meteor is so common in the upper realm, but the spiritual energy it contains. Jiang Ningen said in astonishment, this is just an ordinary rock in the upper realm, but the spiritual energy it contains is enough to sustain a small sect. The beast god said, the spiritual energy concentration in the upper realm is very high. That's why their cultivation levels are all at least great emperor level. In such an environment, even a pig could become a saint or emperor without eating or drinking. But that's not the important part. The important thing is that the passage between the upper and lower realms is about to open, and even debris can come through the cracks. The beast god said gravely. At that time, for the people of the lower realm, it will be a complete annihilation and slaughter. The beast god slowly spoke, delivering a chilling prophecy. Chapter 137. The passageway will open, meeting again. The strongest in the lower realm is only at the 5th rank of the great emperor, the beast god said slowly. If a couple of people from the upper realm come down, they'll already be the strongest in the lower realm. If those who come have malicious intentions, it will be a massacre of countless lives. A cool breeze blew, but Ziruo and the others felt a chill run through their bodies. They couldn't imagine such a scenario. No way. How could they dare to do that? Zhang Ningguan said, her face pale. Why not? The so-called great powers in the upper realm wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice billions of lives for a treasure or two. With so many lives in the lower realm, if they set up a blood sacrifice array, they'd definitely reap a lot, the beast god said with a sneer. However, there's no need to worry too much. They probably won't do that. The Hongming faction is working hard to connect the upper and lower realms. I think they want to obtain something very important from the lower realm, so they wouldn't allow those people to slaughter indiscriminately, the beast god continued. After hearing this, Ziruo frowned tightly, his expression solemn. He had never been the type to leave his life in someone else's hands. I must become stronger quickly. Anti-hero points. Ziruo thought to himself. Haha, don't look so grave, the beast god laughed. After the passageway is opened, some of the strong won't be able to pass through. Only some weaker ones will come, but even these weaklings will be above the 5th rank of the great emperor. And there's also a chance. With the connection between the upper and lower realms, the spiritual energy and some special substances from the upper realm will reach the lower realm, changing the environment for cultivation. Everyone's cultivation speed will skyrocket, the beast god added. Haha, really? I feel my bottleneck loosening a bit here. I can pursue the realm beyond the great emperor. Chu Liuhe tried running his cultivation technique and found his cultivation slowly increasing again. He laughed happily. Let's go. This is just an ordinary stone, and the spiritual energy will dissipate soon. If it had been a great medicinal herb or treasure, that would have been better, the beast god said with regret. So many meteors tonight, and so many lucky ones have found opportunities. This will create a batch of chosen ones. Chu Liuhe looked up at the starry sky. Chosen ones? Anti-hero points? Ziruo was startled and then laughed happily. Squeak! The beast god transformed back into the cute little monkey, and the group continued their journey. The scorching sun baked the earth. Except for the dark red-skinned people of the Mofo kingdom, no one liked to come to such a place. This time, they were following the route of a wedding procession, and finally, Ziruo and his group arrived at Zaduo town, a border town of the Mofo kingdom. They planned to rest here before continuing their journey. The meat from the 10,000 mountains had been eaten almost to the last bit, and they needed to replenish the beast god's food here. It's been a long time since I've been to the Mofo kingdom. Chu Liuhe looked around. Senior Chu, have you been here before? Ziruo asked curiously. Back then, when I fought alongside the ancestor of the Jiang family to attack the Mofo kingdom, I slaughtered 3,000 miles. The Mofo people were so scared they were pissing and shitting themselves. Chu Liuhe said. Every one of these dark red-skinned Mofo people is filthy, their flesh stinking. Only a dead Mofo person is a good Mofo person. Although Chu Liuhe despised everything here, he didn't make any overly unusual moves. After all, they were here to rescue someone. If they could sneakily save Chu Ning, that would be the best. Squeak squeak. Ziruo was feeding the little monkey, while Nyoma went to replenish the water supply. Zhang Ningguan and Ming Xia were nibbling on local delicacies. Huh. Ziruo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He saw a familiar face with closed eyes. Shionado, a chosen one, the reincarnated body of the evil goddess, was last seen after Ziruo defeated him and he was rescued by the balanced goddess Vesnuji. Now, he appeared in front of him again. What's wrong? Yin Miaozi, do you know that Mofo person? Chuliyoha followed Yin Ziruo's gaze. Last time, I had a fight with him, and he was rescued in the end. I didn't expect to see him again. Yin Ziruo glanced at him and then looked away, as Shonedo's divine eye technique was very powerful and might notice his gaze. The last time we fought, he was only at the 5th rank of the Heavenly Mystery Realm, but now he's already at the 5th rank of the King Mystery Realm. His progress is incredibly rapid. Yin Ziruo replied casually. With such rapid progress, Shonedo must have had some kind of opportunity, being a chosen one. Yin Ziruo wondered what kind of harvest this encounter would bring him. He sipped some tea and thought quietly. Meowsy, why don't we take him out now? Chuliyoha suggested. Shonedo was a genius, and all geniuses of the Mofo kingdom must die. Let's wait. Rescuing Chu Ning is the priority. If we clash with Shonedo here, it will alert Chu Jianfeng, and then there will be more unexpected events. Yin Ziruo rejected the suggestion. More importantly, Shonedo's current luck value was still 1800, and his destiny value reached 2000. It was almost impossible to deal with him. According to the system, confronting him now would only create a crisis for him, allowing him to gain even greater opportunities. All right. Chuliyoha smacked his lips. Yin Ziruo and the others dared not look directly at Shonedo, even sometimes actively avoiding his gaze. If not for Chuliyoha's intervention to block some of the attention, they couldn't guarantee that Shonedo's divine eye technique wouldn't notice them. Shonedo waited on the street for a while, and a group of people appeared in front of him. They wore ordinary Mofo kingdom clothes, but Yin Ziruo noticed a strange eye symbol in a hidden place. This was the mark of the Divine Eye Technique organization. The three-tailed fox had once shown this symbol and mentioned that Shonedo was the strongest practitioner of the Divine Eye Technique in this generation. It wasn't surprising that Shonedo was involved with the Divine Eye Technique organization, but why was he here? This was the most remote border town of the Mofo kingdom, and there were countless such towns along the frontier. The appearance of a chosen one was always accompanied by opportunities. Could it be that Shonedo had found an opportunity here? What kind of opportunity would bring someone like Shonedo here personally? Thinking about it, Yin Ziruo suddenly remembered the meteors from the previous night. Could it be that a meteor from the upper realm had fallen nearby? Shopkeeper, did any meteors fall nearby last night? Yin Ziruo called over a waiter. Being a border town, the waiter spoke the ancient language fluently, so there was no problem communicating with Yin Ziruo and the others. Sir, you know? The waiter was surprised and excitedly said, last night's meteor shower was amazing, with loud booms. I couldn't sleep all night. It's really a treasure from the upper realm. It's mine now. Yin Ziruo's mouth curved slightly. Meowsy, that guy's leaving. Should we follow him? Chuliyoha suddenly spoke. No need. Yin Ziruo waved his hand. He flicked his finger slightly, and a tracking device from the system silently attached itself to Shonedo. This tracking device was something he had exchanged with the system before coming here. After all, they were here to rescue someone, and it might come in handy at any time. Chapter 138. Battling Zaduo, Seizing His Fortune. From the system, Yin Ziruo learned that Zaduo was wandering aimlessly in the town, seemingly trying to evade a pursuer. Yin Ziruo chuckled after seeing this, thinking, no matter how cunning you are, you won't escape my grasp. Sure enough, after some aimless wandering, Zaduo suddenly sped off in a particular direction, the same direction where Chu Ning was sending off her bridal procession. What a coincidence! Yin Ziruo murmured in surprise. Perfect timing. I'll deal with both matters together. After tossing a few crystal coins, Yin Ziruo and his group replenished their supplies and quickly followed Zaduo. Huh, why did he speed up? Did he discover my tracker? That shouldn't be possible. There's no way he could detect it, Yin Ziruo thought, puzzled as he noticed Zaduo suddenly increasing his speed. Could he have been discovered? Hurry! Zaduo's speed has increased, and the distance between us is widening, Yin Ziruo urged. Following his command, the group accelerated as well. After passing through several towns, they finally caught up with Zaduo. They're right ahead. They've stopped running. They must have noticed us. Be careful, Yin Ziruo warned. What's there to be afraid of? With Elder Chu here, any enemy is just an ant. Nyoma boomed in a loud voice. Deal with it yourself. Don't drag me into it. My old bones can't handle such trouble, Chu Lioha retorted coldly, glancing at him. We're here. They're just ahead. Yin Ziruo announced. In front of them lay a dense forest, its towering trees creating a dark, shadowy expanse, like a giant beast ready to swallow them whole. I feel uneasy, Jiang Ningen said, grabbing Yin Ziruo's arm. Zaduo is in there. Yin Ziruo focused his gaze and added, but there seems to be a formation inside. Indeed. I can clearly sense the flow of energy, Chu Lioha said, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. What should we do? Should we force our way in? Ming Xia asked, readying her flute for battle. No need, Yin Ziruo replied with a smile. He looked up at the sky and said, the weather today is a bit chilly, not suitable for the people of Mafogwo. Let me warm it up for him. With a wave of his hand, a ball of crimson flame appeared in his palm, the primordial divine flame. Elder Chu, the forest isn't large. Keep an eye out and make sure no rats escape from elsewhere, Yin Ziruo said, tossing a massive fireball into the forest. Instantly, the entire forest erupted in flames. The primordial divine flame, having fused with the wood divine flame and the sand-melting divine flame, was now far more powerful. Combined with Yin Ziruo's current semi-saint cultivation, the flame's might was terrifying, reducing everything in its path to ashes. Haha, don't worry. Not a single Mafogwo brat will escape. Chu Lioha laughed. Let me add some wind to the mix. With a flick of his hand, a gust of wind swept into the forest, causing the already ferocious flames to completely engulf the area in an instant. Someone's coming out. Jiang Ningen exclaimed. Yin Ziruo looked over and saw several black figures fleeing rapidly through the fire. The figures were indeed Zaduo and his group. Zaduo was shielding himself with a water barrier, looking extremely disheveled. This, Yin Ziruo was surprised to see that the water barrier was likely made of moon-eating water, but what shocked him was that Zaduo's moon-eating water could temporarily resist the primordial divine flame. This revelation left him startled. Two members of the Shinmutang organization accompanying Zaduo screamed as they were burned to ashes just before escaping the forest. Huff, huff. Zaduo panted heavily, glaring at Yin Ziruo with a fierce gaze. Even though his eyes were closed, Yin Ziruo could sense that they must be bloodshot. Yin Ziruo, are you satisfied with my little fire? Yin Ziruo asked with a smile, unfazed by Zaduo's demonic tone. Yin Ziruo, I'll kill you. Zaduo's closed eyes suddenly snapped open, shooting a beam of light toward Yin Ziruo. The light of the divine eyes. Yin Ziruo swiftly dodged the beam using his Chaos Heart steps, activated Kill Z-Wei in his mind, and in a flash, appeared behind Zaduo. With a swift move, he grabbed Zaduo by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Zaduo struggled violently, but he was no match for Yin Ziruo, who was now at the semi-saint level, while Zaduo was only at the 5th stage of the King Xian realm. Annoyed by Zaduo struggling, Yin Ziruo gave his neck a sharp twist, snapping his cervical spine and temporarily cutting off his body's senses. Of course, for someone like Zaduo, this wasn't a severe injury. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've defeated Zaduo. His destiny points have decreased by 500. Due to activating Kill Z-Wei, destiny points lost have increased by 1,000. Antagonist points have increased by 10,000. Zaduo, unable to feel his body and knowing he couldn't escape for the moment, screamed in despair. This time, there was no balance goddess Wizenuji to save him. If you keep shouting, I'll pluck out your eyeballs and soak them in wine. I've never tasted wine made from the eyeballs of someone who practices the divine eyes technique, Yin Ziruo said, stepping on Zaduo's head and speaking down to him. Despite facing the most humiliating moment of his life, Zaduo stopped his wild screaming upon hearing the threat of having his eyes gouged out, instead growling like a wild beast. Good. Very obedient. Close your eyes and don't look around or shoot randomly, Ziruo ordered. I have a few questions for you. Do you know who married Chu Jianfeng's daughter? Ziruo asked. Zaduo remained silent. Ziruo pressed his foot harder, forcing Zaduo's head closer to the ground as he coldly said, "Don't talk about honor and shame. Right now, you're the fish and I'm the knife. If you don't want to be crippled or killed, answer my questions honestly. There's no need to risk your life for trivial secrets." I don't know who married Chu Jianfeng's daughter, but I heard there's a marshal who recently took a concubine. Zaduo finally surrendered, his voice hoarse as he revealed what he had heard. Good. I have one more question. How did you discover I was tracking you? This is just out of my curiosity, and you don't have to answer, but it might make me very unhappy, Ziruo said. When the Divine Eyes technique is practiced to a very high level, one develops an innate sense of being watched or tracked. It's purely a feeling, unrelated to one's cultivation level, Zaduo explained. That makes sense. The system's tracker shouldn't be detectable, Ziruo sighed in relief. Final question. What treasure did you obtain from last night's meteor shower? That's a treasure from the upper realm, not something a prisoner like you should have. Tell me, and I'll spare your life, Ziruo asked. Although Zaduo was shocked by Ziruo's knowledge, he would never reveal the location of the treasure. It was a precious item that could rapidly enhance his cultivation, and he would never aid his enemy with it. Chapter 139. The Mysterious Water of Mingling, arriving in Goya City. You're not going to talk? Ziruo raised the Sui Xian Ru E ruler. Xianxia relaxed, awaiting the final fatal blow. There was no way he would reveal the location of the treasure to Ziruo. This was his last shred of dignity as a genius of the Shen Mu Tong organization. Chirp chirp. The little monkey perched on the shoulder of the bull demon suddenly chirped, jumping down and approaching Xianxia, pointing to his neck and chirping excitedly. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. The monkey excitedly pointed at Xianxia's neck. Ziruo followed the monkey's gesture and indeed noticed something unusual about the skin under Xianxia's chin. Realizing that Ziruo had discovered his greatest treasure, Xianxia stubbornly lowered his head, refusing to let Ziruo take it. Humph! Ziruo sneered. Did he really think this could stop him? How childish. With a forceful strike of the Sui Xian Ru E ruler to Xianxia's head, he knocked him dizzy. Ziruo lifted Xianxia's head, pulled at his chin, and tore off a piece of fake skin, revealing two soft blue crystals about the size of mung beans. Is this the treasure from the meteorite? It seems so ordinary, Jiang Ningen curiously asked. Ignorant peasant woman. Such a treasure in your hands is truly a waste. Xianxia retorted coldly. Smack. Ziruo struck him again with the ruler, this time with more force, cracking his skull. What is this? How is it used? Chu Liuha asked curiously. This is the mysterious water of mingling, a type of stone gall, not particularly precious, but rare and hard to come by. The monkey's eyes regained clarity as the beast god reappeared. He had been awakened by the divine water. Glancing at the mingling water in Ziruo's hand, the beast god showed some disdain. Beast god, you're off and awake now. Does that mean you're recovering? The bull demon, seeing the beast god awake again, was overjoyed. It's due to the opening of the passage. Some substances and spiritual energy from the higher realm are seeping into the lower realm, which is why my consciousness is recovering quickly. However, don't rely on me too much. I don't have the patience to be your bodyguard, the beast god said before preparing to fall asleep again. Wait a moment, sir. How is this used? Ziruo asked politely. The mysterious water of mingling is invaluable for those with ocular techniques. For others, it's useless. Just drip it into your eyes, the beast god yawned, his eyelids heavy, and soon he fell asleep. After hearing this, Ziruo pressed the two soft blue crystals onto his eyeballs. As soon as the mysterious water of mingling touched his tears, it melted, turning into a cool sensation that seeped into his eyes. Feeling the coolness gradually dissipate, Ziruo opened his eyes and looked around. It seemed like there was a change. yet it also seemed the same. Wow. Jiang Ningen, covering her red lips in surprise, suddenly pulled out a silver mirror and handed it to him. In the mirror was a cold, handsome young man. Most striking were his piercing eyes, with pupils as black as an abyss, surrounded by a blue halo that gave them a slightly demonic aura, like the most beautiful poison in the world. Knowing it was dangerous, yet irresistibly alluring. Husband, you're even more handsome now. Jiang Ningen giggled. Appearance is just skin deep, Yin Ziruo smiled. Open! Yin Ziruo shouted, activating his martial Dao heavenly eyes. Previously, these eyes could only see qi and certain special energies, but now they could clearly perceive spiritual energy. Areas with dense spiritual energy likely held treasures or would soon yield them. With his newly enhanced martial Dao heavenly eyes, treasure hunting would be a breeze. He looked up at the sky, where colorful spiritual energy, like tassels, drifted down slowly. Some plants and animals, absorbing this energy, underwent strange transformations, though it was unclear whether these were beneficial or harmful. Is this the spiritual energy from the higher realm? Yin Ziruo wondered. He grabbed a strand and, with the prison realm immortal scripture, rapidly absorbing it, found his strength increasing. What powerful spiritual energy! Yin Ziruo exclaimed. No wonder the lowest level in the higher realm was at least a great emperor of the 5th rank. How is it? Ming Xia, seeing him staring at the sky, asked with concern. It's nothing, just marveling at the superior cultivation environment of the higher realm. Let's move on. Time is running short, Yin Ziruo said, retracting his gaze. The group continued their journey, arriving at Goya City, the largest city in the eastern part of the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Yin Ziruo and his companions needed to gather more detailed information here. At that moment, Xianxia woke up, lying in a carriage surrounded by the people he hated most, Yin Ziruo and his friends. The carriage swayed, and Xianxia could only slightly move his fingers. The damage to his cervical spine was severe. Even with his cultivation at the King Xian level, he hadn't fully recovered after so long. You used those 2 crystals? Xianxia, sensing the aura on Yin Ziruo, exclaimed in shock. Smack! Are you crying over someone's death? Yin Ziruo gave Xianxia a hard slap, threatening, Speak again, and I'll kill you. Xianxia immediately fell silent, staying quietly in the corner. Yin Ziruo ignored him, pondering how to gather the information he needed. Why keep Xianxia alive? First, his luck and destiny values hadn't reached their lowest points. Killing him might not work. Second, he was the reincarnation of the goddess of evil, and if he did something dangerous, it could awaken the divine core in him prematurely. Finally, Yin Ziruo wanted to exploit Xianxia further, whether for villain points or his fortunes. Even if Xianxia became completely useless, he might still be able to trade him for Chuning's return. After finding an inn to settle down, Yin Ziruo, Ningen, and Ming Xia went out to gather information, while the bull demon stayed at the inn with the beast god, feasting on meat. As for Chu Liuhe, no one knew where he had gone. Mister, come up and play. Passing by a brothel, Yin Ziruo heard a flirtatious voice from above, speaking the pure ancient language, which was unique and clear in the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Looking up, he saw a charming woman leaning on the railing, winking at him. Yin Ziruo felt he recognized her but couldn't recall where they had met. Activating his martial Dao heavenly eyes, he realized she was the 3-tailed fox. Seeing her invitation, he thought she might have some information, so he didn't hesitate to enter. Hey, this gentleman can go in, but the 2 ladies behind you can't. A middle-aged madam, her face thickly powdered, shouted. Yin Ziruo glanced at her, scaring her into shrinking back. I like playing with a group. Throwing down a handful of crystal coins, Yin Ziruo, amidst the surprised gazes of the patrons, led the blushing Ming Xia and Ningen upstairs. Chapter 140. Chuning's Marriage, the Molo Family. Welcome, young Master Yin. The 3-tailed fox curtsied slightly to Yin Ziruo. Would you like some tea, or perhaps some snacks? Or maybe you'd like to start by eating me? The three-tailed fox licked her alluring red lips with her pink tongue. Let's get down to business first, Yin Ziruo coughed. Not only because the three-tailed fox was the host body of the greed god solely, but also because the hungry gazes of the two beauties behind him were unbearable. Your little sweetheart was delivered here just before dawn. She's set to marry the lord of Gaia City, Moro Clan. The three-tailed fox revealed the information she had gathered. It's not that she wants to marry him, but her father is using her to trade for the demon embryo, Yin Ziruo corrected. He paused and added, and she's not my sweetheart. She's just a friend. Hee. The three-tailed fox clearly didn't believe him. Let's talk about this, Lord Moro Clan. Ming Xia sat to Yin Ziruo's left, and Ning Han sat to his right, both looking at the three-tailed fox. All right. I'll tell you right away. I'll tell you. I've been working hard to gather information for you, and you treat me like this? You're so unfair. Wah. The three-tailed fox pretended to wipe her tears with a handkerchief. It's best not to meddle in the struggles between women. Yin Ziruo straightened his back, sipping tea one mouthful at a time, pretending to be indifferent as he watched the three women face off. Let me tell you about the Moro family. The three-tailed fox finally gave in when Yin Ziruo's tea was almost finished. She couldn't outmaneuver the two seemingly innocent beauties. Moro Clan is one of the 10 great generals of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, the Lord of Gaia City, and the head of the largest family in the eastern part of the Demon Buddha Kingdom. He practically controls half of the eastern territory of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, making him the undisputed local emperor. The three-tailed fox slowly explained the situation of the Moro family. What's his cultivation level? Yin Ziruo asked. 15 years ago, he made a move once, and at that time, his cultivation was at the second level of the Great Emperor realm. He was one of the top among the 10 great generals. It's unclear whether he was hiding his true strength then, and we don't know what level he's at now. But to deal with him, you should at least treat him as a second-level Great Emperor. Moreover, he doesn't fight alone. He has many saints under his command, and even one Great Emperor, a first-level Great Emperor who is a demon cultivator. This demon cultivator committed too many evils in the past and surrendered to Moro Clan after being defeated. Therefore, the best approach is to sneakily rescue your sweetheart. Finally, the three-tailed fox concluded. Are there any ancient, immortal beings in the Moro family? Yin Ziruo asked, looking up. I don't know, the three-tailed fox shrugged. This family has produced a few great emperors in the past, but no one knows if they're really dead. With Chu Jianfeng, that's at least 3 great emperors. The old Master Chu and the beast god will have to deal with the hidden ancient beings. If I open the heavenly demon secret realm and combine it with the primordial divine flame, I should be able to handle a 3rd-level great emperor. Yin Ziruo silently calculated the forces on both sides. He glanced at the three-tailed fox, and she giggled upon meeting his gaze. I might not intervene, or I might. You know how it is, women have those special days every month. Hearing this, Yin Ziruo felt reassured. She would definitely step in during a critical moment. That leaves one more great emperor. Ox Demon? The Ox Demon won't do. Not only is he unwilling to act, but even if he did, he's not a match for a great emperor. The room fell into silence, with only a faint, slightly aphrodisiac-infused mist swirling around. Get out! A young woman's sharp voice echoed from a corner of the most magnificent mansion in Gaia City. If Yin Ziruo were here, he would recognize it as Chu Ning's voice. Clang! A porcelain vase shattered on the ground, its sound pleasant to the ear. Chu Ning was furiously smashing things in a beautifully decorated boudoir. The servant girls, bought by the Moro family from the ancient empire, stood huddled like quail in the rain, shrinking their necks and not daring to make a sound. Crash! The door to the boudoir was pushed open, and Chu Jianfeng strode in. Leave, he said, waving his hand as he looked at the messy room. The servant girls quickly withdrew. Clang! Another exquisite vase shattered. Chu Ning ignored Chu Jianfeng's presence and continued smashing things. Stop it! Chu Jianfeng urged. But Chu Ning acted as if she hadn't heard him. Not only did she not stop, but she also used her strength, and in an instant, the entire room was destroyed. Enough! Chu Jianfeng roared, releasing his third-level Great Emperor aura, turning the room into a pile of rubble. Chu Ning, overwhelmed by the pressure, lost control of her body and stopped. Her eyes reddened as she looked at her father. A daughter should obey her father's command and the matchmaker's words, Chu Jianfeng said sternly. Besides, what's wrong with General Molo? As a member of the Luangu Emperor's clan, you're begging the Demon Buddha Kingdom to marry off your daughter. Don't you feel ashamed? Chu Ning's voice was hoarse, but she still stared at her father as if he were a clown. The ancient empire? The Demon Buddha Kingdom? What a ridiculous dispute. The Upper Realm Passage is about to open, and then everyone will be ants. The so-called Chu family, the ancient empire, the Demon Buddha Kingdom. They're all just slightly larger ants. A bunch of clowns fighting over a few pieces of land in an ant nest, breaking their heads. It's truly laughable. Chu Jianfeng laughed maniacally. Are all those warriors who sacrificed their lives in the wars between the ancient empire and the Demon Buddha Kingdom supposed to die? Were the ancestors of the Chu and Jiang families who sacrificed their lives to resist the Demon Buddha Kingdom all fools? Chu Ning's gaze was like looking at a pile of excrement. You went into seclusion to cultivate and study the demon embryo when I was little. I've never let you hold me. Since my mother left, I've been an orphan. As Chu Ning spoke, tears streamed down her face. If you marry General Molo, I'll get the demon embryo and research an extremely powerful force. Then, we can dominate the world, and you can do whatever you want. Even taking in millions of pretty boys like Yin Ziruo won't be a problem. Chu Jianfeng paused slightly and revealed his plan. I don't want to dominate the world, and I don't want to marry this butcher who has slaughtered countless people of the ancient empire. Chu Ning's eyes widened. You? Seeing Chu Ning's expression, Chu Jianfeng realized she had already given up on life. If he pushed her further, she might truly sever her own meridians and die. Chu Jianfeng looked deeply at his daughter and finally turned away, his sleeves flapping. Chu Ning watched her father leave, her gaze fixed on him. Finally, she threw herself onto the bed and wailed. She knew that from now on, she would have no father. Chapter 141. The Bearing of an Emperor, Moro Clan. As the sun set, the brothel began to bustle with activity, as guests noisily entered to enjoy themselves. Yin Ziruo had also gathered most of the information and should be leaving soon, or else the tender flesh on her waist would be pinched purple by Ning Han. You don't know Chu Ning's exact location? Yin Ziruo asked one last time. How would I know? I'm not a god. The three-tailed fox rolled her eyes seductively. All I know is that she should be in the innermost part of the Moro family's territory, where Moro Kadu, that evil cultivator, and possibly some old geezer are located. The guards there are the most stringent, so don't try to break in, or you'll end up in a very ugly situation. All right. Yin Ziruo mused. I plan to scout around tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll make our move to rescue Chu Ning. Yin Ziruo laid out her plan. Time was running out, and delaying would only invite more trouble. What are you telling me for? I'm not going to help you. Besides, aren't you afraid I'll turn you in as soon as you tell me? The three-tailed fox said with a smile. I trust you, Yin Ziruo replied with a smile. Oh my, is this how you seduce those two girls? My poor little heart is racing. The three-tailed fox said with a blush. Let's go. Zhang Ningen pulled Yin Ziruo away. Behind them, the three-tailed fox giggled. Would the young master like to stay the night? I've recently learned some new techniques, very thrilling and soul-stirring. Zhang Ningen pulled Yin Ziruo away even faster, whether due to the aphrodisiac effect of the green smoke or the shameless teasing of the three-tailed fox. In any case, both women's faces were flushed, their eyes filled with desire, and their steps unsteady. Wow! Some of the patrons, seeing Yin Ziruo emerge with two stunning beauties by his side, raised their thumbs. Brother, you're amazing. Yin Ziruo nodded and smiled at the crowd. Then the three quickly left the brothel. You're not allowed to go to brothels anymore. Zhang Ningen said sternly. If you want, I can practice too. Ming Xia said, blushing. Oh. Yin Ziruo's heart skipped a beat. The trio didn't linger. After leaving the brothel, they immediately returned to the inn, only to find a crowd gathered outside. What's going on? Yin Ziruo wondered. It's just a little monkey. Why not sell it to the young master? It's an honor for the young master to buy your stuff. Exactly. The young master wants it, so just hand it over. Stop dawdling. These were the words Yin Ziruo heard in the ancient language, while others spoke in the language of the demon Buddha kingdom, which he couldn't understand, but he knew weren't pleasant words. Get lost. A roar echoed, and the overwhelming pressure of a peak saint leveled at everyone. The intense killing intent freezing everyone in place. The scene instantly quieted down, everyone stiff as if frozen. Yin Ziruo quickly pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. The roar was from Bull Demon, and coupled with the mention of a little monkey, Yin Ziruo had a rough idea of what was happening. A cleared space had formed in front of the inn, and Yin Ziruo pulled Ningen and the others through the crowd to see Bull Demon facing off against a group of people. Chirp! The little monkey on Bull Demon's shoulder saw Yin Ziruo and excitedly chirped, jumping quickly into his arms. What's the matter? Yin Ziruo quickly approached Bull Demon and asked. These people want to buy the beast god. Bull Demon whispered. Yin Ziruo looked up and saw a group of people in luxurious clothes, with a somewhat refined young man from the demon Buddha kingdom in the middle, surrounded by guards. The highest ranking among them was an old man at the saint level, 1st grade. Oh, what a coincidence, Yin Ziruo raised an eyebrow. The group in front of them wore the emblem of the Moro family, which in this city of Gaia, practically allowed them to walk around unchecked. The young man leading them was even more remarkable. He was the son of Moro Kadu, the young master of the Moro family, Moro Gongizi. According to the information from the three-tailed fox, Moro Gongizi was the most outstanding son of Moro Kadu, with a cultivation level of divine realm 5th grade, possessing the bearing of an emperor. Without any accidents, he would ascend to the emperor realm in a few decades, becoming the future head of the Moro family. Yin Ziruo's mind raced, but his face remained calm. He quietly activated his martial Dao heavenly eyes and could clearly see 2 guards protecting Moro Gongizi from a distance, one at saint level 3rd grade and the other at saint level 5th grade. This guy was too important, with 2 saints protecting him even in his own territory. Were there too many saints, or did he have too many enemies to feel safe even in his own domain? No wonder Bull Demon didn't dare to act rashly. Without the beast god's intervention, he really couldn't escape easily from here. Greetings, young master of the Moro family. Yin Ziruo said politely. Greetings, friend. Moro Gongizi returned the greeting, speaking fluent ancient language. He smiled and said, I wonder if this friend would be willing to sell his little monkey? I can offer a high price. I'm sorry, but no. This is a very important friend of mine, Yin Ziruo said calmly, holding the little monkey. What a pity, Moro Gongizi said with genuine regret, then performed a very standard ancient etiquette to Yin Ziruo and the others. A gentleman does not take what others hold dear. I apologize to my friend. After saying that, he led his group away. The onlookers wanted to curse Yin Ziruo for being ungrateful, but seeing the young master still nearby, they feared incurring his displeasure and left grumbling. Back in their room, Yin Ziruo watched the young master's retreating figure and thought again about his information. Chapter 141. The Potential of an Emperor, Moro Gongizi. As the sun set, the brothel began to bustle with activity, as guests noisily entered for entertainment. Yin Ziruo had also gathered most of the information and was about to leave, or else the tender flesh on her waist would be pinched purple by Jiang Ningen. You don't know Chu Ning's exact location? Yin Ziruo asked one last time. How would I know? I'm not a god. The three-tailed fox playfully rolled her eyes. I only know she should be in the most central area of the Moro family. Moro Kato, that evil cultivator, and possibly some old fogies should all be there. The guards there are the strictest, so don't try to break in, or you'll end up in a very ugly situation. All right, Yin Ziruo pondered. Tonight, I plan to scout around. If there are no surprises, we'll make our move to rescue Chu Ning. Yin Ziruo shared her plan, knowing that time was of the essence. Why are you telling me this? I'm not getting involved. Besides, aren't you afraid I'll sell you out the moment you tell me? The three-tailed fox said with a smile. I trust you, Yin Ziruo replied with a smile. Oh my, is this how you seduce young ladies, you scoundrel? Oh, my poor little heart is racing. The three-tailed fox said with a blush. Let's go. Zhang Ningen pulled Yin Ziruo away. Behind them, the three-tailed fox giggled. Would the young master like to stay for a night? I've recently learned some new techniques, very thrilling and enchanting. Zhang Ningen pulled Yin Ziruo away even faster, whether due to the aphrodisiac effect of the green smoke or the shameless teasing of the three-tailed fox. In any case, both women's faces were flushed, their eyes filled with desire, and their steps were somewhat unsteady. Wow! Some patrons saw Yin Ziruo leaving, noticing the two stunning beauties by his side, and raised their thumbs. Brother, you're amazing! Yin Ziruo bowed to the crowd with a smile, and the three quickly left the brothel. You're not allowed to come to brothels anymore, Zhang Ningen said sternly. If you want, I can practice too, Ming Xia said, blushing. Oh! Yin Ziruo's heart skipped a beat. The trio didn't linger, leaving the brothel and immediately heading back to the inn. Outside the inn, a crowd had gathered. What's going on? Yin Ziruo wondered. It's just a little monkey. Selling it to the young master would be fine. It's an honor for the young master to buy your stuff. Exactly, the young master wants it, so just hand it over already. Stop being so stubborn. These were the ancient words Yin Ziruo heard, while some others spoke in the language of the demon Buddha kingdom, which he couldn't understand, but he knew they weren't saying anything nice. Get lost. A roar echoed, and the oppressive aura of a peak saint crushed everyone around, the intense killing intent freezing everyone in place. The scene instantly quieted down, everyone stiff as if frozen. Yin Ziruo quickly pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. The roar was from Yoamo, and combined with the mention of a little monkey, Yin Ziruo had a good idea of what was happening. In front of the inn, a space had been cleared by the crowd. Yin Ziruo led Ningen and Ming Xia through the crowd and saw Yoamo facing off against a group of people. Chirp! The little monkey on Yoamo's shoulder saw Yin Ziruo and excitedly chirped, quickly jumping into his arms. What's going on? Yin Ziruo quickly approached Yoamo and asked, These people want to buy the beast god. Yoamo whispered. Yin Ziruo looked up and saw a group of people in luxurious clothes, with a somewhat refined young man from the demon Buddha kingdom in the middle, surrounded by guards. The highest ranking among them was an old man, a saint of the first rank. Oh, what a coincidence, Yin Ziruo raised an eyebrow. The group wore the emblem of the Moro family, which in this city of Gaia, practically allowed them to do as they pleased. The young man leading them was even more remarkable, the son of Moro Kato, the young master of the Moro family, Moro Gongizi. According to the information from the three-tailed fox, this Moro Gongizi was the most outstanding son of Moro Kato, with a cultivation of the 5th rank of the Divine Shen realm, showing the potential of an emperor. Without any accidents, he would ascend to the emperor realm in a few decades, becoming the future head of the Moro family. Yin Ziruo's mind raced, but his face remained calm. He quietly activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, clearly seeing 2 more guards protecting Moro Gongizi from a distance, one at the 3rd rank of the Saint realm and the other at the 5th rank. This guy was too important, with 2 saints protecting him even in his own territory. Were there too many saints, or did he have too many enemies to feel safe even in his own domain? No wonder Yoamo didn't dare to act rashly. Without the beast god's intervention, he wouldn't be able to escape easily with his current strength. Greetings, young master of the Moro family. Yin Ziruo calmly bowed. Greetings, friend. Moro Gongizi returned the bow, speaking fluent ancient language. He smiled and said, I wonder if this friend would be willing to sell his little monkey? I can offer a high price. I'm sorry, I don't sell it. It's a very important friend to me, Yin Ziruo said calmly, holding the little monkey. What a pity, Moro Gongizi said with regret, performing a very standard ancient etiquette towards Yin Ziruo and his companions. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. I apologize to my friend. With that, he led his group away. The onlookers wanted to curse Ziruo for being ungrateful, but seeing the young master not far away, they feared offending him and left grumbling. Ziruo returned to his room, watching the retreating figure of the young master, and his thoughts returned to the information about him. Moro Clan, known for his humility and politeness, treating people equally, very popular among the people of Gaia City, quite different from his violent father. He had no particular hobbies, neither indulging in women nor loving wealth and treasures. He simply had a fondness for rare and exotic beasts, and whenever he saw one, he would try to acquire it. As the young master of the Moro family, few dared to refuse him. This man might try to steal the beast god. Ming Xia speculated. He dares, and my blade isn't for show. Nyoamo raged. Earlier, with so many people around, he didn't act out of fear of disrupting the rescue mission. But if anyone dared to sneak around, he, Nyoamo, would slaughter his way in and out 7 times, and if he didn't, he'd immediately return to the 10,000 mountains and never come out again. Moro Clan, the most important son of Moro Kato, the future head of the Moro family. If something happens to him, no matter how much Moro Kato dislikes this son, he'll have to come out and take a look. Ziruo silently calculated. As night fell, the streets of Gaia City, without a curfew, began to light up, and people who enjoyed the night market started to come out. What a lively scene. But tonight, it'll be even livelier. Ziruo grinned. He had no special hobbies, not fond of women or wealth, but he had a great love for rare beasts. Whenever he saw one, he would try to obtain it. As the young master of the Moro family, few dared to refuse him. This man might try to steal the beast god. Ming Xia speculated. He dares, and my blade won't be merciful. Bull Demon growled. Earlier, with so many people around, he restrained himself, fearing it might disrupt the rescue mission. However, if anyone dared to sneak in, Bull Demon wouldn't hesitate to charge in and out, cutting a swath through his enemies. If he didn't make a bloody example of them, he'd return to the 10,000 mountains and never come out again. Moro Clan, the most important son of Moro Kato, the future head of the Moro family. If something happens to him, no matter how much Moro Kato dislikes this son, he'll have to come out and take a look. Ziruo silently calculated. As night fell, the streets of Gaia City, without a curfew, began to light up, and people who enjoyed the night market started to come out and stroll. What a lively scene. But tonight, it'll be even more lively. Ziruo grinned. Chapter 142. Capturing Clan and infiltrating the clan. Click. Chu Liuha slipped through the window, his wrinkled old face calm and composed, his clothing without a single crease. However, Ziruo could faintly detect a trace of bloodstain on him. We'll make our move tonight. Ziruo didn't bother asking what he had done. He simply laid out his plan for Chu Liuha. Just tell me where to start killing. Chu Liuha didn't care about the details, as long as he could keep eliminating the people of the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Huh. Just as they were about to move, Chu Liuha suddenly exclaimed, looking towards a certain direction. Following Chu Liuha's gaze, Ziruo activated his Taoist heavenly eye and saw, in a room about 300 or 400 meters away from the inn, Moro Clan staring blatantly towards their direction. What is it? Ming Xia asked. Haha, Moro Clan is looking this way. Maybe he'll pay us a visit soon. Ziruo laughed. Don't they fear being discovered? Are these Demon Buddha Kingdom brats so bold now? Chu Liuha was surprised. Our strongest, Nyoamo, is only at the peak of saint level. If they have treasures, they can easily block our vision. Besides, even a great emperor wouldn't dare to kill the young master of the Moro family in this city. Ziruo analyzed the reasons behind their boldness. Perfect. Heaven has a path he won't take, but hell has no door he'll barge into. I was just wondering how to use him to our advantage. It seems he's coming to us. Ziruo sneered. Senior Chu, could you please capture him for us? Ziruo bowed slightly to Chu Liuha. Haha, old man here hasn't had enough fun yet. Now's a good time to relax. Chu Liuhe laughed heartily. Swish! With a flash, Chu Liuhe disappeared from the room. Yin Ziruo waited patiently. After about half a cup of tea time, Chu Liuhe returned, his hands gripping Moro Gongzi's neck, his body reeking of blood. Moro Gongzi, who had been so elegant earlier, was now a disheveled mess, his face covered in blood, his eyes no longer calm. He looked at Yin Ziruo and the others in horror. Moro Gongzi had thought that with his status as the local overlord of the Moro family, he could do anything he wanted, and all he had to do afterward was pretend and fool the common folk. But he never expected to kick a steel plate this time. These seemingly weak individuals actually had a great emperor among them. His guards, who had no chance to resist, were wiped out in an instant. I've wiped out all those demon Buddha Kingdom brats, but they'll probably notice soon. If you want to act, you'd better hurry. Chu Liuhe waved his hand, dissipating the bloodstain on his body. Who exactly are you? Moro Gongzi, utterly shocked, came to his senses upon hearing Chu Liuhe's words. Were these people here to deal with the Moro family? These people seemed very powerful, especially this old man, who seemed even stronger than his father. A great emperor of the 4th, or even 5th rank. Moro Gongzi couldn't even imagine it. He only knew that his family was in big trouble. This guy looked so elegant and calm earlier, but now he's scared out of his wits, even wetting his pants. Just like those Confucian scholars of the Luangu Empire. Haha, old Nyo loves playing with these so-called scholars the most. Nyoamo laughed heartily as he held up Moro Gongzi. Remember the time. Don't play too long. Yin Ziruo reminded. Got it. From another room came Moro Gongzi's screams. It's getting late. I must leave now. Yin Ziruo said to Ning Han and Ming Xia. Should I come with you? My Qingzhu melody can help you. Ming Xia offered. Since her body was reconstructed, she had been training with Yin Ziruo and was now at the 4th rank of saint level. No need. I move faster alone. You just need to be on standby outside. Yin Ziruo waved his hand, declining. With that, he activated the Jinyu divine scripture, slightly opened the demon heart secret realm, and a dark black demonic aura enveloped him. With a slight bend and push of his legs, he shot into the night's darkness. The night breeze was refreshing, carrying away the scorching heat characteristic of the demon Buddha Kingdom during the day. People laughed heartily in this cool night. Merging into the darkness, Yin Ziruo quickly arrived at the Moro family estate, using the disturbing heart steps. The place was eerily quiet, in stark contrast to the nearby bustling streets. Even pedestrians passing by moved quietly, not daring to speak loudly. According to the information from the three-tailed fox, this might be because Moro Kadwa disliked noise in front of his door. Although the reason was unclear, it didn't concern Yin Ziruo. He leaped over the wall and landed in a grove. According to the map, this should be the eastern district of the Moro family estate, while Chu Ning was in the central district, about half a mile away. Taoist heavenly eye, open, Yin Ziruo muttered, his starry eyes glowing. Through his vision, the entire Moro family estate was enveloped by a massive array. Although its short-term effects were not significant in the long run, it could enhance cultivation and prolong life. In the distance, spiritual light shot into the sky, a riot of colors, indicating the presence of countless treasures. Unfortunately, tonight, all of this might be destroyed. Despite his internal thoughts, Yin Ziruo's movements remained swift and unhindered. Employing his Taoist heavenly eye, he skillfully evaded patrols, sidestepped concealed sentries, and navigated around hidden masters. Finally, he reached the outer perimeter of the Moro family's core area. He didn't enter because there was a massive array here, whose sole purpose was to act as an alarm, preventing any unfamiliar beings from entering. Yin Ziruo looked at the array in front of him, trying to find a flaw using his Taoist heavenly eye. It seemed that because many in the demon Buddha Kingdom knew the divine eye technique, there were almost no flaws here. His Taoist heavenly eye could only find fleeting opportunities. Entering through such flaws carried a certain risk of being discovered, and since he had no idea where Chu Ning was, aimlessly wandering would only make things worse. Ta-ta-ta! A group of maids approached from a distance. Yin Ziruo's eyes lit up. He waved his hand, and a demon god appeared before him. The god of truth and transformation, Huaba. Huaba pays his respects to the master. Huaba knelt halfway. Go replace a maid and infiltrate the array to find Chu Ning's location. Yin Ziruo commanded. Yes. Huaba silently knocked out a maid, transformed into her appearance, and followed at the end, passing through the array. Although the array was excellent at identifying beings, the god of truth and transformation's disguise was equally formidable. Watching Huaba enter the array, Yin Ziruo checked his system. He had placed a tracker on Huaba. If Huaba found Chu Ning, it would prompt her to prepare for escape, while it would hide to be ready to assist Yin Ziruo at any moment. Chapter 143. Rescuing Chu Ning, killing Gongzi. After having a falling out with her father, Chu Ning cried for a while, then wiped away her tears. She was absolutely determined not to marry Moro. She had to find a way to escape, or else she would have no choice but to take her own life. Click. A strange noise came from outside the door. Who's there? Chu Ning demanded. Moro was cruel and violent, often beating or even killing servants and slaves for the slightest mistake. Every servant lived in constant fear, always on edge. Creak. The door slowly opened. Chu Ning's energy surged, but Moro had not sealed her cultivation, perhaps thinking her too weak to warrant such measures. Miss Chu, it's me, Huaba. A lion emerged from the void, revealing itself to be Huaba, who had followed the maid earlier. It had stealthily freed itself, hiding in the shadows, carefully searching for Chu Ning. After some effort, it finally found her. It's you, Huaba. Chu Ning exclaimed with joy. It was she who had given this demonic fetus to Yin Ziruo, who then hatched it. Why are you here? She asked, puzzled. Then her expression changed, and she quickly asked, Is your master here too? Huaba was Yin Ziruo's servant, and its presence here likely meant Yin Ziruo was nearby. Hurry, tell the Prince Yin to leave. It's very dangerous here. My father has gone mad. Before Huaba could answer, Chu Ning hurriedly said, Roar. Huaba let out a low growl, speaking in human language. My master has already entered. Yin Ziruo felt Huaba stop moving in one place, knowing that Huaba had found Chu Ning. He raised his head, activating his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and seized a flaw in the defenses. With a light step, he slipped into the breach. Click. His landing was almost silent. Yin Ziruo glanced at the array behind him, relieved to see no reaction. He had not alerted the Moro family. Swoosh. A breeze brushed past his ears as Yin Ziruo quickly moved toward Huaba's location. Soon, he arrived at a pavilion, where the system indicated Huaba was. Gently pushing open the door, he saw a young girl and a lion engaged in conversation. What should I do? I've harmed Prince Yin. The girl was on the verge of tears. No one can harm me. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. She quickly turned around to see Yin Ziruo standing in the moonlight, like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Yin Gij, Chu Ning exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes scanning the surroundings. I've come to take you back. Yin Ziruo smiled. Hearing this, tears silently streamed down Chu Ning's face. From the moment her father forced her into marriage, she had been plunged into despair. After her argument with her father, her world had become even darker. Now, this man had come, bringing countless rays of light into her dark world. Woohoo! Yin Gij, you must leave quickly. Leave now. Don't worry about me, just go. Chu Ning urged, pushing Yin Ziruo repeatedly. We leave together. Yin Ziruo scooped the girl up and leapt out of the pavilion. The girl had never been held like this by a man before, and her face instantly turned crimson. Her mind went blank, unable to think straight. While Ziruo was preparing to enter the array to rescue Chu Ning in Gaia City, the farthest point from the Moro family's residence, atop the tallest building in the area. This building was the tallest in the vicinity, surrounded by brothels, gambling dens, and theaters, making it the most prosperous spot in all of Gaia City. At this moment, swoosh, the sound of an arrow piercing the air pierced everyone's eardrums, causing everyone to jump. Boom! Ah! A loud explosion came from the top of the building, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. People enjoying their nightlife looked up to see a man pinned to the wall of the building, the scream coming from him. The spear shaft continued to sway, emitting a buzzing sound. The man screamed in agony, his voice distorted. In the darkness, people could not immediately recognize the man who was pinned. Ah! Finally, someone with sharp eyes spotted the man, his condition utterly miserable, using the faint light from the lanterns. It was Moro Clan, the young master of the Moro family. Realizing this, people were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. The timid trembled uncontrollably, screaming in fear, while the brave attempted to climb the building to save the young master. The clever quietly returned home, locking their doors and windows tightly, hiding away. Ha ha ha, the use of a demonic fetus is just that simple. Chu Jianfeng held a swirling black demonic aura in his hand, laughing triumphantly. Opposite him was the head of the Moro family, Morikato, a tall, burly man with a physique like a black bear. Morikato's skin was darker than that of the average person from the Demon Buddha kingdom. His large face was covered in scars and bulging muscles, which occasionally twitched, making him look like a demon. Looking at his future father-in-law, Morikato's face flashed with disdain. This fool, a mere great emperor third stage, dared to make a deal with him and even plot to steal his demonic fetus. How laughable. Despite his contempt for this fool, he still forced a smile, as Chu Jianfeng was someone who could utilize the demonic fetus. If only he could use the demonic fetus himself. A flicker of eagerness crossed Morikato's mind. Master! Just as Morikato was lost in his fantasies, his steward rushed in, urgently whispering the news about the young master being pinned to the wall. What? Shocked, Morikato's aura as a great emperor of the third stage erupted, shattering the chair he sat on into dust. The steward was thrown back by the force, crashing into a wall, his life hanging by a thread. Chu Jianfeng, who had been laughing heartily, was momentarily stunned by Morikato's sudden rage, unsure why his future son-in-law had suddenly exploded in anger. I have some matters to attend to. Morikato threw out a sentence and left, not even bothering with basic politeness. Leaving Chu Jianfeng in a daze, Morikato quickly made his way to the base of the tall building. The surrounding pedestrians had already been dispersed, and the Moro family had cordoned off the area. Who did this? Morikato demanded furiously, though he didn't really care about his so-called son. This act was a direct slap to his face. No one dared to answer, as the enraged Morikato was like a cruel demon king. He looked up to see his son barely clinging to life, whimpering softly, while the spear shaft continued to sway, no one able to grasp it, let alone pull it out. Humph! Morikato let out a cold snort, leaping up to his son's side. As soon as he grabbed the spear shaft, he felt a surge of force. Ignoring it, he pulled with all his strength. Boom! Before the spear could be pulled out, Moro Clan exploded into countless pieces of flesh. Morikato was momentarily stunned, covered in fragments of flesh, his expression making him look like a devil fresh from hell. Roar! Morikato had never been so humiliated, nor had anyone ever dared to humiliate him like this. Enraged, he let out a thunderous roar that shook the nearby soldiers, causing them to stagger and bleed from their ears. Chapter 144. Swift Escape. Ambushed. Chaos. Utter chaos. The entire Moro family was in disarray. The young master, Moro Clan, had been pinned outside, reportedly blown to bits. Despite the strict rules of the Moro family, the servants couldn't stop discussing the matter. The future head of the Moro family had been assassinated outside, and everyone felt the impending storm. While the Moro family was in turmoil, Ziruo had already brought Chu Ning out of the formation. The formation was designed to keep outsiders out, not insiders in, so he easily made his way outside. Let's go. Ziruo activated the Jinyu Divine Scripture, transforming it into a black chain that wrapped around Chu Ning, and they began to run. Before Chu Ning could say anything, Ziruo abruptly stopped, causing her to crash into him. "Brother Yin, what's wrong?" Chu Ning whispered. Ziruo didn't respond. Instead, he covered her mouth with his large hand, making her already flushed face grow even hotter. Following Ziruo's gaze, Chu Ning saw a man standing on the road, scanning the surroundings. It was her father, Chu Jianfeng. "Father." Chu Ning covered her mouth, nearly screaming out loud. Ziruo didn't dare move either. A Dao Emperor of the third rank had extremely sensitive perception. Even if he suppressed his aura to the utmost, he might still be discovered. Chu Jianfeng continued to search, as if looking for someone. Several times, his gaze swept past their direction, but thanks to the demonic aura from Ziruo's demon heart, secret treasure blending seamlessly with the night, along with the invisibility granted by Fire 8, they remained undetected. After searching several times without success, Chu Jianfeng looked around again, pondered for a moment, and said, "Ninger, come out. I know you're nearby. I can clearly sense the presence of my bloodline." Hearing this, Chu Ning's heart skipped a beat. She nearly stepped out, but Ziruo held her tightly. "Come out. It's father's fault. I apologize to you. I won't force you to marry anymore." Chu Jianfeng pleaded, his tone filled with sorrow. This time, Chu Ning didn't act impulsively. She gripped Ziruo's arm tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Strange. I clearly sense that faint bloodline fluctuation. Could it be that I'm hallucinating from studying the demonic fetus too much?" Chu Jianfeng muttered to himself. He scanned the surroundings once more but still found nothing. Initially, he wanted to blast the area, but thinking of Moro Clan's furious state, he suppressed the urge. Moro Clan in a rage was not someone to be trifled with, a fact known to everyone who dealt with him. Now was not the time to add fuel to the fire. Chu Jianfeng thought, and quickly left. "Wait a little longer." Ziruo held back Chu Ning, who wanted to step out. Sure enough, the next moment, Chu Jianfeng returned. Still nothing found, Chu Jianfeng left again. Ziruo grabbed Chu Ning and, using the Chaos Heart Step, quickly departed the area. Whether Chu Jianfeng would return or not, he would surely notice Chu Ning's disappearance soon and realize everything. So, now was the time to leave, as fast as possible. Indeed, as they covered a distance of a li, they heard Chu Jianfeng's roar from behind, "Ziruo, I will kill you." Scaling the wall and reaching the outside, they found Ninghan and Ming Xia waiting for them. Before they could exchange information, a loud explosion echoed from another direction. Boom! Ha ha ha! You brats of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, die! Chu Lioha laughed maniacally. With the upper realm passageway about to open and the loosening of the bottleneck, he no longer held back, unleashing his energy wildly and slaughtering the members of the Moro family. Boom! Boom! Two astonishing auras erupted. Ziruo could clearly sense that one was of the fourth rank of the Dao Emperor realm, and the other of the third rank. These were the hidden ancestors of the Moro family. Ziruo immediately identified the two. Bang bang bang. The three clashed immediately, fiercely attacking each other, with continuous loud explosions resonating throughout the battlefield. Amidst the billowing dust, Ziruo used his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to observe and found that Chu Lioha was gaining the upper hand, so he stopped paying attention. Quick, let's go. Senior Chu has the advantage. If he can't hold out, he'll escape too. There was no time to explain. Ziruo pulled the three women and fled quickly. Boom! From a distance, another aura erupted, filled with boundless fury. This was the aura of a Dao Emperor of the third rank, Moro Clan. He really is a Dao Emperor of the third rank. A shadow of gloom flashed through Ziruo's heart. If Moro Clan and Chu Jianfeng Both Dao Emperors of the third rank joined forces. Chu Liuhe might not be able to escape. A Dao Emperor of the fifth rank was powerful, but facing a Dao Emperor of the fourth rank and 3 of the third rank, one could still fall if not careful. Senior Chu, run! Yin Ziruo shouted in his heart. Kill! Kill them all! Chu Liuhe roared, his battle intent still burning, but he had already decided to retreat, fighting while moving in a certain direction. Clearly, the 2 ancestors of the Moro family who were battling him also sensed this intention to retreat. One of them, an old man with a shrill voice, said, "You are Chu Liuhe? Chu Lanzhan is your son?" Back then, he lasted 3 days and nights under my hands. His screams still echo in my mind. This Dao Emperor of the fourth rank recounted a cruel past, igniting Chu Liuhe's fury instantly. He charged forward without regard for anything. Was it you? Those unbearable memories, those that made him weep in the middle of the night. Kill! Chu Liuhe roared, unleashing a frenzied assault, his powerful strength destroying everything around him. Damn it! Yin Ziruo cursed, seeing Moro Clan rapidly rushing towards Chu Liuhe. What do we do? The 3 women looked at Yin Ziruo. If he fled now, he could escape, but Chu Liuhe might perish here. Let's go back. Yin Ziruo gritted his teeth. Since they couldn't leave now, they might as well turn back and wreak havoc, taking the opportunity to destroy the Moro family. The 4 changed direction and ran back the way they came. Beast! Just as Moro Clan was about to reach the battlefield, and while Chu Liuhe and the 2 ancient Moro family members were locked in a desperate struggle, Chu Jianfeng, who had been hiding, suddenly struck. Although Chu Liuhe had been wary of ambushes, he hadn't expected the ambusher to be his own descendant. Caught off guard, he suffered a significant injury. The 2 Moro ancestors seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow. Pooh! Chu Liuhe spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling. Enraged, he struck out with a palm, sending Chu Jianfeng flying. Beast! Filial wretch! Chu Liuhe cursed furiously. Father! Ancestor! Chu Ning's face turned as pale as a ghost. The sight of kinsmen slaughtering each other was too cruel for this young girl. Chapter 145. The Battle Against Kato, the Beast God's Outburst. Boom! The ground was littered with ruins, and the fierce wind generated by the shockwaves stung their faces. Yin Ziruo, along with the 3 women, Ming Xia, raced towards the battlefield. Swish! Yin Ziruo drew the Sui Xian Rui ruler, activated the Jinyu immortal scripture, and unleashed the Xuanma physique, wrapping the ruler in primordial divine fire. Behind him, Ming Xia took out her flute, ready to provide support whenever needed. Zhang Ningen and Chu Ning, who couldn't intervene directly, each wielded their weapons to eliminate the relentless minor enemies. Hee, foolish girl, heaven has a path you don't take. Yet you dare to barge into the gates of hell. A half-saint dares to meddle in the conflict between emperors? A blood-red figure blocked their path. This figure was a first-rank emperor, enveloped in a thick blood mist that seemed to echo with countless wails. The overwhelming stench of blood was almost nauseating. The person in front was extremely evil. Judging by the blood mist, he could no longer be considered human. He was a demon. That was Yin Ziruo's first thought. This was the demon mentioned in the intelligence reports, the one subdued by Imoluo Kato. That was his second thought. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yin Ziruo quickly identified the identity of the one blocking their path. Ha! With a loud shout, Yin Ziruo swung the Sui Xian Rui ruler, now enveloped in countless crimson primordial divine flames, directly at the blood mist. Sizzle! The primordial divine fire burned through the blood mist, and the ruler pierced through it swiftly, nearly striking the demon's body. At this moment, Yin Ziruo hadn't activated the demon heart secret treasury. Combined with the seemingly ethereal blood mist, he had underestimated its impenetrability, only to find it as hard as steel upon impact. Hee, foolish girl, how do you like the power of my ancestors' blood mist? You'll never break through it. How about this? Leave the beauties behind to refine my blood mist, and I'll spare your insignificant life. What do you say?" The demon cackled. Ziruo completely ignored him, preparing to bypass him. "Hey, don't even think about escaping. Are you underestimating me?" The demon was about to block Ziruo again when he suddenly noticed that the crimson flames on his blood mist hadn't been extinguished. "Huh? What kind of fire is this? Why is it still burning?" The primordial divine fire from the Sui Xian Rui ruler continued to burn on the blood mist. The demon tried to extinguish it, but the flames quickly spread, engulfing him before he could react. What kind of fire is this? The demon was shocked, screaming in agony, struggling in vain as the primordial divine fire reduced him to ashes in an instant. Puff. As Ziruo passed by, a gust of wind scattered the ashes, blowing them away into the unknown. Boom! Another intense clash occurred, and the resulting shockwave slightly halted Ziruo. Taking the opportunity, he stopped, now close enough to Chulioha. He needed to find an opening to enter the battlefield, ideally to deliver a surprise critical strike. Thud. In the distance, something heavy seemed to fall from the sky, and amidst the rising dust, Ziruo spotted a black figure. "Is this all you're doing?" A voice like the whispers of a demon from the abyss questioned, as the black figure slowly approached Ziruo. Ziruo focused his gaze, unconsciously tightening his grip on the Sui Xian Rui ruler. Yes, that third-rank emperor aura, that inferno of fury scorching the heavens. It was the head of the Emo Luo family, Emo Luo Kato. He had arrived. All for a mere woman. You dare to humiliate our Emo Luo family like this? Emo Luo Kato's blood-red eyes locked onto Chu Ning beside Ziruo, his hatred so intense he wanted to tear her to pieces. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, clearing the dust and revealing Emo Luo Kato's massive frame. At this moment, Emo Luo Kato stood at a towering height of 10 feet, resembling a small giant, his body transformed by some unknown technique. He wielded a spear over 15 feet long, its aura filled with resentment and extreme malevolence. Kill. Without further ado, Ziruo pushed the Xuanma physique to its limit, activated the Eye of Martial Dao, and enveloped himself in crimson primordial divine fire. The Jinyu immortal scripture was in full swing, with long chains flying through the air. Boom! With the Lianxin steps, Ziruo's speed surged to its peak, darting towards Emo Luo Kato like a streak of black light. Filled with rage, Emo Luo Kato did not dodge, clashing head-on with Ziruo. Clang, clang. The chains from the Jinyu immortal scripture wrapped around Emo Luo Kato, attempting to restrain his movements, while the primordial divine fire spread along the chains to his body. Snap! The chains broke, and the divine fire could only burn his surface energy. By constantly shedding the affected energy, the primordial divine fire couldn't harm him. Emo Luo Kato's strength was overwhelming. Each clash between the Sui Xian Rui ruler and his spear left Ziruo's palms aching. Woo! The melodious sound of the flute echoed, creating walls of bamboo filled with killing intent around Emo Luo Kato. Crack boom! With a sweep of his spear, Emo Luo Kato destroyed the bamboo walls. Seizing the opportunity, Ziruo activated Li Hunsan Pur, attempting to temporarily force Emo Luo Kato's soul out of his body. However, Emo Luo Kato's physical body and cultivation were too strong. Forcing his soul out was like pushing a boulder, impossible. Still, it caused Emo Luo Kato to pause for a moment. Demon ascends to heaven. Taking advantage of this moment, Ziruo activated the Demon Heart Secret Treasury, rapidly consuming the accumulated demonic energy. Kill. Relying on the Demon Heart Secret Treasury, Ziruo's power surged significantly, unleashing his strongest attack. The Sui Xian Rui ruler sliced into Emo Luo Kato's body, instantly splitting his chest in two, revealing his beating heart and wriggling intestines. Regretful. Ziruo felt a pang of regret. If not for the significant demonic energy expended against Sun Yin, that strike would have surely taken his life. The regret quickly faded, and Yin Ziruo raised the ruler for another fierce attack. Boom! Emo Luo Kato swung his spear, sending Yin Ziruo flying. Is that your strongest move? Emo Luo Kato, unfazed by the gaping wound in his chest, calmly looked at Yin Ziruo. If that's all you've got, then die. The pain made Emo Luo Kato even more frenzied, his attacks growing more ferocious, forcing Yin Ziruo to retreat continuously. What should we do? Chu Ning anxiously asked. Squeak. She turned to see that the bull demon had arrived with the beast god. Haha, Yin Miaozi is in such a sorry state. I thought he had one. The bull demon laughed heartily. Squeak. Seeing Yin Ziruo being pushed back continuously, the little monkey grew anxious. Roar. Suddenly, a giant ape's shadow appeared on the battlefield, and the beast god erupted. Roar. The giant ape looked down at Emo Luo Kato and let out a roar, its iron fists descending. Engaged in battle with Yin Ziruo, Emo Luo Kato heard the roar above him. He quickly looked up to see the iron fists descending, the surrounding space completely sealed, leaving no room to dodge. Thud. The overlord of the eastern border of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, the head of the Emo Luo family, Emo Luo Kato, was instantly crushed into a pile of flesh. Chapter 146. The Fall of the Moro Clan, Arrival of the Upper Realm. I'm not your hired thug, roared the beast god. Yin Ziruo could only let out a wry smile. What could he do? Was it a crime to be cared for by the little monkey? Boom. Another intense clash occurred. Seeing another Emperor Level 5 powerhouse appear, the two ancestors of the Moro Clan, who were battling Chu Liuhe, were horrified and no longer bothered with him. They split up and fled in different directions. Die! Chu Liuhe chased after the Emperor Level 4, the one who had killed his son. With a wave of his hands, he inscribed a massive rune that enveloped the Moro Clan ancestor. Humph! Chu Liuhe then moved swiftly, catching up to the other Moro Clan ancestor and seizing him. How could an Emperor Level 3 hope to compete with an Emperor Level 5, especially one who, despite being injured, was still far stronger? Clearly, the Moro Clan ancestor understood this and, knowing escape was futile, severed his own heart vein and died. Humph! Scum! Chu Liuhe summoned a flame, reducing the ancestor to ashes. With a flick of his hand, he scattered the ashes to the wind. Aya! The original Emperor Level 4 ancestor was subjected to relentless torture by Chu Liuhe, his screams echoing for a long time before he finally perished. With this, all the high-ranking members of the Moro Clan were wiped out. Yin Ziruo surveyed the surroundings. What was once the grandest mansion in Gaia City was now a pile of ruins. The remaining members of the Moro Clan, servants, and others were either fleeing, injured, or dead. The Moro Clan was no more. It's strange, Jiang Ningen remarked. The Moro Clan didn't have a demon god to protect them. The Moro Clan had demonic embryos, and it seems they've made quite a bit of progress using them, Yin Ziruo said, picking up Moroka Duo's spear from the ground. Look, this spear carries the power of a demon god. It withstood my Sui Xian Rui scale without much damage. Quite impressive. Yin Ziruo pointed to the spear. Humph, where do you think you're going? Chu Liuhe snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on a direction. Yin Ziruo followed his gaze and saw Chu Jianfeng sneaking away, looking like he was seriously injured. Indeed, an enraged Emperor Level 5 strike was no trivial matter. Father, Chu Ning whispered, her eyes tightly shut, unable to bear the sight of her father's fate. Come here. Kneel. Chu Liuhe commanded coldly. Swoosh. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianfeng erupted with demonic energy, his body shrouded in black mist as he fled rapidly in one direction. To ordinary eyes, Chu Jianfeng blended into the shadows, indistinguishable. But to Yin Ziruo's martial Dao heavenly eye, he was as conspicuous as a beacon. Humph, how did I end up with such a descendant? Chu Liuhe's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was holding Chu Jianfeng. Chu Jianfeng was now wrapped in mysterious runes, his eyes closed, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. Ninger, what should we do? Should we kill him? Chu Liuha asked. I don't know. Chu Ning was at a loss, tears streaming down her face. Ziruo and the others refrained from speaking, as it was a family matter. Such a disgraceful descendant is better off dead. Keeping him imprisoned would only waste food. Chu Liuha was furious, ready to kill Chu Jianfeng. Sob. Chu Ning's ears twitched, and she hugged Ziruo, sobbing loudly. Wait, can we spare this man's life for now? A voice suddenly emerged, and Ziruo was startled, quickly turning to see. It was a white-haired youth, with long hair and a tall, slender build, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. Despite his young age, he was an Emperor level 5, and his aura was even stronger than Chu Liuha's. Ding. Detected a protagonist with fortune. Anti-hero system activated. Spend 1,000 anti-hero points to view his past. A protagonist with fortune? Ziruo was surprised. The newcomer was a protagonist with fortune, and it required 1,000 anti-hero points to view his past, something that had never happened before. He quickly decided to spend the 1,000 anti-hero points, as he had earned 10,000 from Shonado and wasn't short on points. Ding. Protagonist Hao Hui, originally the son of a high god from the upper realm, arrived in the lower realm through a gap in the passage with the help of a powerful being. Originally a lower god, his cultivation transformed into Emperor level 5 upon arriving in the lower realm. Current fortune value: 500. Possesses the Wanjian Lu Xing domain, a top-tier true god inheritance, the Wanjian Lu Xing divine technique. Possesses 10,000 divine swords, all top-tier middle god artifacts. Ding. Face-slapping system activated. Loot his sword Dao talent and partial divine swords based on reduced fortune value. Ziruo was stunned. This youth was from the upper realm, and his fortune value was an astonishing 5,500. That was even higher than Chu Tianqua's, making it the highest fortune value he had encountered. From the upper realm? Ziruo glanced at the beast god, who hadn't fallen asleep yet and was staring intently at the youth. You're from the upper realm? The beast god asked, his eyes wide. Oh, there's another upper realm beast here. Looks like you're a middle god, yet you're weaker than me now, Hao Hui chuckled. Moo. The bull demon snorted, steaming with anger. Someone had insulted the beast god in front of him, and he was ready to fight to the death. You have a problem? Hao Hui glanced at the bull demon, his aura erupting, slicing through the void with a sharp energy that made Ziruo's skin prickle. He had never seen such a high level of cultivation or such exquisite swordsmanship. His mind raced. This was going to be a life-or-death struggle. What's the point of bullying a mere ant who isn't even an emperor? The beast god waved his hand, dissipating the sharp energy, while the bull demon was left bloodied. If you want to fight, we'll do everything we can to stop you, the beast god said menacingly. I didn't come to the lower realm to fight a bunch of ants. I need the demonic embryo and that man, Hao Hui said, pointing at Chu Jianfeng. Demonic embryo? Ziruo was puzzled. His gaze shifted to Shonado, who was by Hao Hui's side. Shonado had escaped and seemed to have recovered, with his cultivation even showing signs of breaking through. Ziruo. Shonado's calm expression turned vicious the moment Ziruo looked at him. He gritted his teeth, spitting out Ziruo's name with venom. Ziruo ignored Shonado's hatred. He noticed 3 demonic embryos in Shonado's hands, presumably the ones the Moro Clan possessed. Speaking of which, he still had 2 demonic embryos himself. One had hatched into Fire 8, while the other remained unhatched. Did Hao Hui know about his demonic embryos? Ziruo pondered silently. Chapter 147. Chu Ning's Sect, Confession and Departure. You want this unworthy descendant? Chu Liuha suddenly spoke. With a cold snort, he decisively killed Chu Jianfeng. Initially, he had hesitated whether to kill him, but now, without hesitation, he ended the life of his own descendant with a single move. If such a person were allowed to live and leave, he would surely seek revenge on the Chu family, bringing great calamity upon them. You killed him? How Huey's narrow eyes narrowed further. Boom. Chu Liuha did not respond, but his aura suddenly surged. Though not as powerful as How Huey's, it was still suffocatingly intense. Roar. The beast god also unleashed his own aura. Yin Ziruo activated the third level of the Demon Heart Secret Treasury, Tian Imo Tsang Xin, and a jet-black demonic aura shot into the sky, granting him temporary invincibility. Nyoamo, Ming Xia, and others also unleashed their auras. The battle was about to erupt. Boom. Two more auras erupted behind Yin Ziruo, both at the level of a great emperor. Yin Ziruo turned to look, and there stood Sanwei Hu, accompanied by Wei Si Nu Ji, Feng Ji, Hu Yu, and others. Your Highness, did I arrive too late? Sanwei Hu cooed flirtatiously. What's going on? Yin Ziruo questioned her with his eyes. Although Wei Si Nu Ji wasn't an enemy, there was no need for her to risk her life to save them. I'll explain everything to you later, dear, Sanwei Hu said, her body exuding a pink mist, looking incredibly alluring. Shona Duo, come back? Wei Si Nu Ji said coldly. Come back? Can you help me kill that prince of the prison realm? Can you make my cultivation level rise quickly? You can't do anything. Do you think just because you saved me once, you can order me around? Shona Duo sneered. Shona Duo, you know they are not good people for us. Wei Si Nu Ji said coldly after a moment of silence. So what? Shona Duo said indifferently. Oh, a main god, a deputy god's reincarnation, and a deputy god's possession body. What a big harvest. A big harvest. How Hui clapped his hands in delight. Just arriving in the lower realm and reaping such a big harvest. Even a heavenly god might take me as a disciple. How Hui said with a grin, his eyes narrowing. Heavenly god? With your Fei Wu like you, how could a heavenly god take you as a disciple? A cold voice suddenly came from above. Yin Ziruo looked up and saw a giant white crane hovering in midair. The white crane circled once and landed, carrying two people on its back, a middle-aged Taoist nun and an old Taoist woman. Master! Chuning exclaimed in surprise. She quickly ran to the middle-aged Taoist nun, throwing herself into her arms and crying loudly. Good child, you've suffered. The nun gently stroked Chuning's hair, speaking with pity. I thought who it was. Turns out it's just some Fei Wu banished to the lower realm. How Hui said coldly. Hee. The old woman didn't care about How Hui's insults. Instead, she smiled and looked at Wei Si Nu Ji and the others. I spared you once before, telling you to hide. Why didn't you believe me? The old woman questioned. I'm sorry. Wei Si Nu Ji slightly bowed her head, speaking with a tone of guilt. So, Chu Ning's sect, the demon gods, were these old women who resolved the demon god chaos in the demon Buddha kingdom? Chu Ning had once mentioned that only her sect could completely eradicate the demon embryo. Yin Ziruo thought silently. I need these demon gods, you can't stop me. How Hui unleashed an even colder aura, glaring at the old woman and the others. They don't have what you want. These so-called demon gods are just failed experiments. The old woman said slowly. Go tell your superiors. Do you really think that just because you've been in the lower realm for a long time, you can act recklessly? The passage between the upper and lower realms will open soon, and then none will escape. Punishment will be handed out, and accounts will be settled. How Hui sneered. You should leave. The old woman said after a long silence. Fine. I hope you don't regret today's actions. Seeing the old woman's firm stance, How Hui snorted coldly and turned to leave. He had no confidence in facing the old woman, the beast god, and a group of relatively weak great emperors simultaneously. Since staying here wouldn't yield anything, he decided to leave and plan further. Seeing How Hui leave, Yin Ziruo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. His aura earlier was far from that of an ordinary great emperor of the 5th rank. The sharpness that seemed to pierce through everything had put immense pressure on them. All right, he's gone. You should leave too. Don't think about fighting them. You can't win against them. The old woman's previously smiling expression disappeared, replaced by a cold face as she spoke to Wei Si-nu-ji. Thank you. Wei Si-nu-ji bowed deeply, while Fengji fumbled along, following suit. Whoosh! The old woman sliced open a spatial rift. Inside was a silver-black expanse, leading who knows where. Farewell, everyone. Wei Si-nu-ji looked at Yin Ziruo and the others, imitating the ancient etiquette by cupping her hands. After saying this, she led Hu Yu and the others into the rift. Yin, elder brother. Fengji seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but Yin Ziruo merely patted his shoulder. Men didn't need to say much. Everything was understood without words. Hee, what a handsome gentleman. Sanwei Hu caressed Yin Ziruo's handsome face, full of infatuation. Don't forget about me, my lord. Sanwei Hu, with lightning speed, kissed Yin Ziruo's cheek, leaving a noticeable lipstick mark. Goodbye, my love. Under the furious gaze of Ming Xia and Ning Han, Sanwei Hu slipped into the spatial rift. Whoosh! The rift closed. It was uncertain when they would meet Sanwei Hu again. Yin Ziruo was lost in thought. Yin Ge. Chu Ning stepped in front of Yin Ziruo. You're leaving too? Yin Ziruo asked with a smile, noticing the old woman and the middle-aged Taoist nun on the white crane, who hadn't taken off yet, clearly waiting for Chu Ning. Chu Ning stammered. What's wrong? Yin Ziruo asked, his peripheral vision catching Ming Xia and Ning Han standing on either side of him, glaring at Chu Ning. Chu Ning, seeing these two beautiful women, felt intimidated. Chirp, chirp. The white crane gently chirped, seemingly urging Chu Ning. Chu Ning still couldn't speak, her face turning red as blood, on the verge of steaming. She tightly squeezed her slender legs and finally mustered the courage to quickly kiss Yin Ziruo's other cheek. I like you. Chu Ning covered her face and ran back to the white crane. The middle-aged Taoist nun looked over, especially at Ming Xia and Ning Han beside Yin Ziruo, as if looking at a scoundrel who had deceived her daughter's feelings. Chirp, chirp. Under the middle-aged Taoist nun's cold gaze, the white crane chirped a few times and spread its wings, taking off. This parting might be a long time before they meet again. Yin Ziruo watched the white crane's figure grow smaller and disappear. Chapter 148. Returning to the imperial capital, the wedding approaching. Are these two beauties beautiful? Zhang Ningen asked with a sinister tone. Beautiful. Yin Ziruo replied instinctively. Almost immediately, he felt the cool touch of a flute pressing against his waist. Looking up, he saw Ming Xia with a frosty expression, and when he turned his head, Ningen's face was equally cold. Cold sweat broke out on Yin Ziruo's forehead as he frantically tried to think of a way out. In the distance, he saw Beast God, Bull Demon, and Chu Liuhe watching the scene with amusement. Beast God, do you know what the lower god, middle god, and upper god mentioned by that person from the upper realm mean? Yin Ziruo quickly changed the subject. That's the classification of realms in the upper realm. After a great emperor of the 5th rank ascends by surviving the heavenly tribulation, they automatically become a lower god. Above that are middle gods, upper gods, true gods, and heavenly gods. There's even a legend of a primordial god, and the leader of the largest organization, Hongmeng, is said to be a primordial god. And me? I'm a middle god. If I hadn't come to the lower realm, I'd probably be an upper god by now. Beast God said proudly, though his current monkey form made him look a bit ridiculous. Middle god? Isn't that just a weakling? Yin Ziruo and the others looked at Beast God with disdain. What kind of look is that? Beast God was furious. I'm powerful, okay? As a middle god, I can have whatever I want. Stars, continents, billions of lives. And I have 3,000 lower god servants who manage my orchards and comb my fur. Billions of lives? Isn't the lowest in the upper realm a lower god? Ningen asked curiously. Some peculiar creatures can't cultivate at all, and some gods like to create small worlds where they nurture life. There are also naturally formed secret realms with many lives. These realms are similar to the lower realm, but they're more closely connected to the upper realm. In the eyes of some gods in the upper realm, beings below lower gods aren't considered real life but are merely creations that can be shaped at will. So, when you encounter gods from the upper realm in the future, be careful. Beast God explained. Afterwards, Beast God continued to boast about how great his monkey garden was and how many treasures it contained. But Ziruo, Bull Demon, and the others couldn't bring themselves to listen, feeling that the image of their former senior had been completely shattered. A few days later, Ziruo and the others returned to the imperial capital. Beast God went back to the 10,000 mountains, saying he was preparing a wedding gift for Ziruo. "You're back? I've already picked a good day," Jiang Wenqin said warmly. "When is it?" Ziruo asked curiously. 23 days from now. It's a very auspicious day," Jiang Wenqin said with a smile. Jiang Ningen and Ming Xia, however, were slightly flushed and nervous, pulling Jiang Wenqin aside to discuss the wedding arrangements. "You're back. Was everything smooth?" Yin Daohan asked. "There were many unexpected events, but overall, it went well," Ziruo replied. He recounted the entire journey. The Upper Realm Passage is about to open, and some gods have already arrived early. Spiritual energy is reviving, and some old monsters are beginning to stir. It's indeed a time of trouble, Yin Daohan sighed. "You're about to get married now. You need to shoulder the responsibilities of a man," Yin Daohan said, patting Ziruo's shoulder. The prison king suddenly felt a bit old. "I understand," Ziruo nodded. "Who are you planning to invite to your wedding?" Yin Daohan asked. "Many of the great families in the imperial capital, as well as major sects like the Medicine King Valley. I have many friends among the sea tribes, and the beast god from the 10,000 mountains. As for the demon Buddhist kingdom, I'd rather not invite them. I don't even know where Fengji and the others are." Ziruo listed the guests. The prison king's heir is about to get married. This news, pushed by the prison king's estate, spread across the land. The Yin family, the prison king's clan, is the most powerful family in the northern border of the Chaos Empire. Who doesn't know the name of the prison king? And Ziruo, the prison king's heir, is said to have the potential to become a great emperor. Among the younger generation, no one can match his cultivation. Not only is he the prison king's heir, but he is also the teacher of the Chaos Emperor, making him extremely noble and respected. Rumors even suggest that he can contend with great emperors. Although many are skeptical, it is believed that he could at least hold his own against divine Shenjing experts, or even saints. The bride's side is even more extraordinary. One is the heavenly beauty of the Jiang family, a peerless beauty among the younger generation. The other is the former Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, a top beauty 100 years ago. Not only is she stunning, but she's also a genius in alchemy. Many older generations recall the name Ming Xia with great longing and admiration, a reminder of their lost youth. Both the young goddess and the older generation's beauty are now claimed by this man named Ziruo. Such a divine offense cannot go unchallenged. This is a top-tier event in the imperial capital and across the land. Anyone with any status is trying to get a glimpse of the occasion. Since the announcement, countless people have been converging on the imperial capital, and the massive city has suddenly become packed with people. In a remote corner of the imperial capital, where the lower class lives, the streets were bustling with people discussing the upcoming wedding of the prison king's heir. In a small restaurant in the middle of the street, however, the patrons weren't discussing the wedding. Instead, they were all staring in shock at a table in the center. It was an ordinary table, but beside it sat a fat man, with a towering stack of dishes in front of him. While people who eat a lot aren't rare, someone who could eat an entire restaurant out of business is. In just an hour, the fat man had devoured most of the restaurant's food supplies, leaving the cooks in the kitchen exhausted. The fat man continued to eat voraciously, and the owner didn't dare to ask him to leave. First, it's not easy to kick out a customer, and second, people with such a big appetite usually have high cultivation. If he angered this man, the entire restaurant might be wiped out, and there'd be no place to cry. The owner just hoped the man would finish quickly and leave happily. As for the bill, he didn't even dare to think about it. Burp. Seeing the owner's distressed expression, the fat man let out a burp. He rubbed his round belly and muttered, Only 2/10 full. The food in the lower realm is a bit novel, but it's not filling, and the taste isn't that great. Coming here was a wrong choice. The fat man smacked his lips slightly, tossed a large bag of crystal coins on the table, and waddled out. Hero. A bold patron called out to the fat man, stopping him. Seeing the fat man turn around, he suggested, "The prison king's heir is getting married soon, and they're hosting a feast for everyone in the imperial capital. You should go check it out. The food from the prison king's estate is incomparable to what we can offer here." "Oh, then I'll have to see it," the fat man replied with a chuckle. He looked in the direction of the prison king's estate, his mouth splitting into a wide grin, his red tongue licking his thick lips. "I hope the prison king's heir doesn't disappoint me." Chapter 149. The Wedding of the Heir, a Gathering of Guests. On the day of the wedding of the heir of the prison realm, the entire imperial capital of Luangu was filled with joy. The prison realm king had been guarding the northern frontier of the Luangu Empire for many years, known for his benevolence and kindness towards his people. Almost every citizen of the Luangu Empire held him in high regard. Now that his son was getting married, it was only natural for them to come and celebrate. The roses were vibrant, and the streets were adorned with red decorations for 10 miles. Everywhere one looked was a sea of festive red, dazzling and extravagant, every detail revealing the profound heritage of the northern border clans. Most of the guests had never seen such a lavish wedding before, nor had they ever seen so many treasures. From the initial shock, they had now become somewhat desensitized to the opulence. Many people had come, but most were common folk who had come to enjoy a meal and broaden their horizons. Only the heads of prominent families and the leaders of famous sects were worthy of being received by the groom's parents. "The King of Peace has arrived," the steward announced loudly. The King of Peace was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He smiled broadly and clasped his hands in greeting to Yin Daohan, saying, "Congratulations! Congratulations! Ha ha ha, old friend, you've come. We must drink until we can't anymore later." Yin Daohan clapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "The kings of Yushan and Xianxia have arrived." The prison realm king quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Except for the king of Fubo, all the other 5 border kings had come, and even the king of Fubo had sent a very valuable gift. "The head of the Qin family has arrived." The heads of the 5 great families arrived one after another. Yin Ziruo had been greeting guests all afternoon, and his face was starting to feel stiff. "The master of the Valley of the Medicine King has arrived," the steward announced once more. Yin Ziruo perked up and looked over to see Waitan Ye leading a group of young elders and disciples into the hall. The gloom in Waitan Ye's brow had vanished, and the elders and disciples behind him, though unfamiliar, were full of vitality. It seemed that both the Valley of the Medicine King and Waitan Ye had been reborn. "Brother Wei." Yin Ziruo bowed slightly. "Brother Yin, congratulations. From now on, I must address you as my uncle." Waitan Ye laughed. "Let's keep our own titles," Yin Ziruo replied with a smile. "Ha ha ha." Waitan Ye handed over the gift and led the elders and disciples into the mansion. By rights, Waitan Ye and the others were Ming Xiao's relatives, but neither Ming Xia nor the people of the Valley of the Medicine King mentioned this, so Yin Ziruo naturally did not pry. "The beast clan of the 10,000 mountains has arrived," the steward announced loudly, and many guests turned to look. The 10,000 mountains had once been one of the enemies of the Luangu Empire, a major target of the Prison Realm King's defense. Now, they had come to celebrate the wedding of the Prison Realm King's heir. Could this be a ruse to cause trouble? Yin Ziruo ignored what others thought. He saw the beast god standing on the shoulder of the bull demon, with Luoya by the bull demon's side, followed by several chieftains from the 10,000 mountains tribes. "I heard you have other lovers besides the bride?" Before Yin Ziruo could speak, Luoya's eyes reddened as she demanded. Yin Ziruo felt a bit awkward. He looked at the bull demon, who shrugged and wore a look of amusement. "They are just my friends. My only companions are Ming Xia and Ning Han. As for you, I only see you as my sister." Yin Ziruo clarified his feelings. "Sob. Luo Yu's tears fell again. Ziruo ignored her. Young girls' feelings were always poetic. They would pass in time. What gift have you brought for me? Ziruo asked with a smile. Hee, this great god personally brewed some monkey wine. The beast god waved his hand, and a chieftain behind him carried a jar of wine forward. Sniff, sniff. Ziruo opened it and took a whiff. The rich aroma of the wine filled his nostrils. Just by smelling it, his prison realm divine scripture began to circulate faster, and his cultivation seemed on the verge of a breakthrough. What a treasure! Ziruo exclaimed with delight. The Tide Sea Clan has arrived, the steward announced again. The eldest prince of the Tide Sea Clan, Wan, led his younger brothers and sisters, followed by a group of shrimp and crab soldiers carrying pearls, corals, and other treasures from the sea. This was undoubtedly the most valuable gift among the guests. Ziruo understood that this was likely the Tide Sea Clan's way of expressing gratitude for saving Princess Miao Si last time. Congratulations, congratulations. Wan awkwardly imitated the Luangu custom of clasping hands and smiled. Welcome, welcome. Ziruo returned the greeting. Sir, do you still need any maids? Miao Si looked around and asked absent-mindedly. No need, Ziruo replied. It would be a joke if the princess of the Tide Sea Clan served as his maid. The entire Tide Sea Clan would likely come after him. Then you? Miao Si was about to ask more when Wan pulled her away. The Emperor of Luangu has arrived. The steward's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, the other guests all knelt halfway to greet the Emperor of Luangu. Your Majesty, Ziruo and his father bowed slightly. Teacher, please. No need for such formality. Chu Tianqua quickly said, taking the gift from a nearby eunuch and handing it to Ziruo. Congratulations on marrying two beautiful mistresses. My cousin said she's now focusing on her cultivation, but she sends her congratulations. She said you must hold an even grander and more spectacular wedding for her later. Chu Tianqua changed the subject with a mischievous smile. I only see her as a friend, Ziruo said helplessly. A friend? Didn't my cousin say you two have already pledged your troth? Chu Tianqua asked, looking puzzled. Did you say that, or did your cousin really say that? Ziruo frowned, looking at the young man before him. He found it hard to believe that the shy girl would say such a thing. Ha ha ha, Yin Miaozi. What's wrong with a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Chu Luha laughed from the side. Back in the day, I had over 100 wives and concubines. Your Highness. Just as the guests were almost all present, the head of a small family approached quietly and whispered, the leader couldn't come, but she said to congratulate you and not to forget her. Are you from the Hunters Guild? Ziruo frowned. I am the head of the Luangu Empire branch, the head of the small family replied. I understand. Thank you for the leader's gift. Ziruo accepted the gift and waved the man away. When he opened the gift, he found it was a used bustier, still carrying the scent of a 3-tailed fox. This woman. Ziruo gritted his teeth. Fortunately, he had received it quickly. Otherwise, if other guests found out that the famous heir of the prison realm king had received a bustier as a wedding gift, how would he face them? The time has come. Prepare to welcome the brides, the master of ceremonies announced. Ziruo straightened his wedding robe and rode a white heavenly steed to greet the brides. The 2 brides were covered with red veils, so their beauty could not be seen, but from their figures, smooth black hair, and the small hands that peeked out like top-grade mutton fat jade, it was clear that these brides were far from ordinary in their beauty. The groom, standing between the 2 brides, was a bit nervous. Having traveled to this world, experienced countless events and dangers, now, he was about to start a family. Chapter 150. Encountering the upper realm again, the secret realm of the sea tribe. One bow to heaven and earth. 2 bows to the parents. Spouses bow to each other. Escort to the bridal chamber. The master of ceremonies shouted loudly, and the wedding ceremony was quickly completed. After escorting the 2 brides to the bridal chamber, the groom was pulled out by a group of people to drink. Ziruo held a cup of fine wine and went around the tables to toast the guests. Various blessings poured in, and when he reached the table where the beast god was seated, he saw Luoya and Mios fighting over drinks. Both princesses were flushed from drinking, and a jar of monkey wine brewed by the beast god was completely emptied. Seeing Yin Ziruo approach, they tried to stand up to toast, but they could barely stand, hiccuping and giggling as they leaned on the table. Unbearable. Yin Ziruo quickly moved to the next table. After a round of toasting, Yin Ziruo felt a bit dizzy. The potency of the beast god's monkey wine was indeed strong. Ding. Detected a chosen one. Anti-hero system activated. Spend 1,000 anti-hero points to view their past. The system's prompt immediately cleared Yin Ziruo's mind. He slightly circulated his energy to dispel the drunkenness. 1,000 anti-hero points? Is this another person from the upper realm? Yin Ziruo became serious. He quickly located the chosen one. A fat man sitting in the commoners section, stuffing his face with food and drink. His gluttonous behavior drew many glances. With a thought, he spent 1,000 anti-hero points. Ding. Chosen one. Donghua, originally a wanderer from the upper realm, accidentally arrived in the lower realm through a crack in the passage between realms. Known for his love of eating, he once devoured an entire small world. Originally a lower god, upon reaching the lower realm, his strength transformed to Emperor level 5. Current fortune value, 7,000. Possesses the Devour domain and a trace of the heavenly god Tao Ye's bloodline. Equipped with a high-grade divine artifact, the Qi-eating cauldron, and a high-grade divine artifact, the flame blade. Ding. Face-slapping system activated. Loot Tao Ye's bloodline and partial divine artifacts based on reduced fortune value. A fortune value of 7,000? That's higher than Hao Hui's 5,500. The record has been broken again. Are all the people from the upper realm chosen ones? Perhaps Yin Ziruo had stared too long, for the fat man, his face glistening with grease, looked up and met Yin Ziruo's gaze. Yin Ziruo smiled and raised his cup to toast. Since this guy wasn't causing trouble, letting him eat and drink here wouldn't hurt. A trace of Tao Ye's bloodline probably wouldn't bankrupt the prison king. The fat man grinned and raised his cup in return. Those around the fat man were surprised to see the groom, the prince of the prison king, toasting a seemingly ordinary fat man. They couldn't see anything special about him, only that he ate a lot. Could the prince of the prison king see through my origins? That's impossible. The fat man muttered in a voice too low for ordinary people to hear. The red candles burned brightly. Yin Ziruo lifted Ming Xiao's red veil. Ming Xiao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her small face blushing as she softly called out, "Husband." That one word, husband, made half of Yin Ziruo's body go numb. He chuckled and said, "Ming Xiao, my master. Quick, see to Sister Ningen. She's been waiting anxiously." Ming Xiao urged. Yin Ziruo did as he was told and addressed Jiang Ningen, who was twisting her fingers nervously. "Wife?" Jiang Ningen gazed deeply at the man before her. From their betrothal to the journey of getting to know each other and falling in love, they had faced numerous trials. She had almost let slip this precious bond, this man who had become so dear to her. "What's wrong?" Yin Ziruo asked, flustered, seeing the teary beauty before him. "Pfft, nothing." Ningen laughed through her tears. "Husband, let's drink the cross-cupped wine," Ming Xiao said, holding 3 cups. After drinking the cross-cupped wine, all 3 of them had slightly flushed faces. Yin Ziruo chuckled and said, "A moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Ladies, let's not waste any more time." Both Ming Xiao and Ningen blushed but didn't hesitate, eagerly attending to Yin Ziruo, who enjoyed the pleasures of having 2 wives. A few days later, the guests began to disperse, leaving only a few, including the eldest prince of the Sea tribe, Wana. "Greetings, Prince of the Prison King," Wana greeted. Sitting beside him was his younger brother, the second prince of the Sea tribe, Halua, while Mios was nowhere to be seen. "What can I do for you?" Yin Ziruo asked. "It's like this. A secret realm has appeared near our Tide Sea tribe's territory. I'd like to ask for your help, Prince Wen said. A secret realm? Yin Ziruo frowned. Not to boast, but ordinary secret realms didn't interest him much. It's not an ordinary secret realm. My father suspects it's related to the upper realm, Prince Halua added. This conversation concerned the survival of the entire Tide Sea tribe, so Halua dared not be careless. It's a massive secret realm, with endless spiritual energy gushing out. Its radiance can be seen over 100 miles away. Many medicinal herbs and spirit beasts nearby have undergone mutations. At times, the secret realm has cracks, and some sea tribes have seen countless immortals, sea gods, and treasures inside. Some have obtained a few treasures that flowed out, and their cultivation instantly jumped from true mystery realm to earth mystery realm. Without exploding, they could control their newfound power perfectly. Some have even spotted figures at Emperor level 5 near the realm. My father says these aren't hidden old monsters, but people from the upper realm. The brothers explained the situation clearly, and Yin Ziruo stroked his chin. Do you know when it will open? My father and a group of turtle ministers have calculated that it should open in 3 months, Wen said. One last question. Why invite me? There are many people with higher cultivation and greater abilities than me, Yin Ziruo asked. My father said that the upper and lower realms are about to connect, and the lower realm faces an unprecedented calamity. Only through cooperation can we survive this crisis. And it's better to cooperate with you than with those old monsters. Your potential far exceeds theirs, Wen explained. There was another reason he didn't mention. His younger sister, Princess Mios, had taken a liking to the prince of the prison king. If they could form an alliance through marriage, sharing a secret realm would be no problem. The king of the Tide Sea tribe is quite insightful, Yin Ziruo thought, stroking his chin. Many knew that the upper realm passage was about to open, but few knew that gods from the upper realm had already descended. To see the situation so clearly, that wasn't something just anyone could do. Let me think about it. Yin Ziruo didn't want to commit immediately. For him, targeting the chosen ones from the upper realm was the way to go. With anti-hero points, what treasures couldn't he get? Chapter 151. Departure for the Secret Realm and Encountering Dun Yuan again. When the One brothers left, Yin Ziruo immediately discussed with Jinyu King. We must go. How can we give up such an opportunity? Yin Daohan said without hesitation. Today, we retreat because of some danger. Tomorrow we might flee because of some enemies. And the day after tomorrow we might abandon the things we cherish most due to a disaster. Over time, even the most invincible genius will become a cowardly weakling. In fact, when Prince Wen extended the invitation, Yin Ziruo had already planned to go and take a look, not for the opportunity, but to observe potential future enemies. You've only been married for a few days, and now you're going on another adventure. Jiang Wenqin sighed. Long hair, short knowledge. If we're not strong, how can we protect our family in the coming great upheaval? Yin Daohan rebuked. Husband, I want to go too. Ming Xia said firmly. Her cultivation had reached the peak of Saint level 4, just a step away from Saint level 5. With the Qingzhou melody, she could handle a Grand Emperor and assist Yin Ziruo. Zhang Ningguan, on the other hand, looked longingly at Yin Ziruo. She was still below the divine soul realm and would only be a burden. The recent marriage made their separation even more painful. 3 months later, they planned to head to the secret realm, which might contain multiple supreme deities. Yin Ziruo dared not be careless. He used up all his villain points, breaking through to the divine soul realm and becoming a saint. He continued to rise, finally stopping at saint level 2. Ming Xia worked hard on her cultivation and reached saint level 5 just before their departure. As for Zhang Ningguan, since she couldn't go, she devoted herself to serving Yin Ziruo, sometimes even encroaching on Ming Xiao's time. SSS. Yin Ziruo's body surged with demonic energy, as if countless demons were roaring inside. He took a deep breath, absorbing all the external demonic energy back into himself. After 3 months of accumulation, his demonic energy had reached an extremely high level. According to his estimation, the second level of his ultimate technique, Demonic Overlord, could withstand a Grand Emperor of level 5 from the upper realms. If he ambushed, He could deliver a heavy blow to a Grand Emperor of level 5. Clang! The door was pushed open, and Yin Ziruo, who had been in seclusion, officially came out. After washing up and changing clothes, he went to the main hall. In the hall were Yin Daohan, Jiang Wenqin, Ming Xia, Jiang Ningen, and others, with Jiang Ningen and Jiang Wenqin having slightly red eyes. Now that those old monsters and supreme deities from the upper realms are causing trouble outside, it's not safe for your mother and me here in the Jinyu King's residence. So, I plan to return to our ancestral home for a while, Yin Daohan explained his plan. If you suffer any grievances in the secret realm, feel free to act without worrying about us. Be careful. Jiang Wenqin reminded him before leaving with Yin Daohan. Husband, Jiang Ningen said softly. Yin Ziruo didn't respond but kissed her, not caring about Ming Xiao's presence, as they passionately embraced. When you return, I want to have a child with you, Jiang Ningen said, blushing. Miaozi, in the martial world, separation and death are inevitable on the path of cultivation. Take it easy, and a few jars of monkey wine will help, Nyoma advised on the road. Get lost. Yin Ziruo retorted irritably. Nyoma, because the beast god wanted to join in the fun, had also come along. Now that he had finally ascended to Grand Emperor, reaching level 1, Yin Ziruo, at Saint level 2, could still defeat him with some effort. So, he wasn't afraid of him. The night breeze blew as Yin Ziruo and his group had been traveling for several days. Even with their high cultivation levels, the constant travel was exhausting, so they decided to rest tonight before continuing. Yin Ziruo chose a large rock on a hill, carving it into a platform with his strength. The two humans and two beasts sat together, admiring the moon. Yo-yo, meeting is fate, and delicious food should be shared with friends. A fat man emerged from the nearby forest, none other than Donghua, whose luck value had reached 7,000. He jumped onto the platform, sniffing the air and saying, "The smell is good. Very good." Although he seemed to be talking about the roasted chicken in the middle of the platform, Yin Ziruo felt he wasn't entirely focused on it. Despite his uneasy feeling about Donghua, Yin Ziruo didn't ask him to leave. After all, Donghua had attended his wedding and even toasted him. "You're not welcome here. You can leave now," the beast god said coldly. "Don't be like that. Meeting is friendship. Sharing delicious food with friends is the best thing." Donghua sang a little tune he had heard somewhere. Seeing that Yin Ziruo and the others ignored him completely, Donghua didn't feel embarrassed. He took out a plate of milky fruits, which emitted a strong milk fragrance and intense spiritual energy, clearly not from the lower realms. White Dan fruit. The beast god's eyes lit up. This was one of his favorite snacks, which he hadn't had since coming to the lower realms. The nostalgic scent instantly stirred his cravings, but he managed to control himself. Ding! Detecting trace amounts of a mortal substance. Consuming can increase a small amount of villain points. The system's alert suddenly sounded in Yin Ziruo's ear, making his eyes light up. This was a good thing. Seeing the beast god's reaction, Donghua chuckled to himself. He then took out a piece of meat, a cloud of mist, and a bottle of wine. With such a bright moon tonight, how can there be no entertainment? Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy my performance. Donghua's hands each produced a black flame. He first burned the silver meat, then added the mist, and finally sprinkled some fine wine. The aroma seemed to stir the most primal desires, causing both Ming Xia and Yin Ziruo to involuntarily swallow. The scent was too intoxicating, even detectable with pores closed. Yin Ziruo and Ming Xia were relatively better, but the beast god and Nyoma couldn't control themselves, drooling all over. Finally, Donghua's black flames dissipated, leaving only a colorful mist hovering in his hand. Could this be the five-colored fragrance? The beast god struggled to swallow, his drool increasing. The five-colored fragrance is one of the most famous delicacies in the upper realms, made with special techniques and ingredients. Even lower and middle-level gods rarely get to enjoy it, the beast god explained. "All right, Kongshuan, acknowledge you." The beast god nodded. Donghua smiled, dividing the mist into 5 portions, giving one to each. Nyoma and the beast god couldn't resist, taking a bite and swallowing, their faces filled with bliss. Ming Xia hesitated, feeling it wasn't right to eat someone else's food while traveling. As for Ziruo, he looked at the mist in front of him. According to the system's prompt, the immortal substance in the mist could convert into 100 villain points. Chapter 152. Forcible Seizure, the Beast God's Outburst. Are you two not enjoying the flavor? Donghua asked with a smile, his plump face radiating a subtle pressure. Ming Xia, sensing this pressure, felt an instinctive fear, causing goosebumps to rise on her smooth skin. No, I just don't like eating other people's things, Ziruo replied with a smile, pushing the dish back and subtly turning to block Ming Xia from his view. But this is the pinnacle of delicacies. In the upper realm, without a stroke of luck, one would never have the chance to taste it. Donghua said in surprise. Ziruo shook his head slightly, pushing the colorful fragrance even further away. Ah, what a pity. Truly, you don't understand the value of such a delicacy, Donghua exclaimed, then devoured the remaining colorful fragrance from Ziruo and Ming Xia. He smacked his lips and began recounting past tales. Do you know what my first delicacy was? A 200-year-old soul, purely natural, formed from the most beautiful woman in a small world due to various circumstances, completely different from those artificially cultivated and sold by gods. When I obtained her, I immediately went to my master to have him cook this soul. The flavor was utterly intoxicating, the texture beyond perfection. Even now, I can't forget it. Donghua reminisced with a look of deep satisfaction, completely oblivious to Ziruo's tense state of mind. It was because of this soul that I decided to become a god chef. But a chef's most precious tools are the iron pot in his hand and the flame in his palm. Donghua continued. I already have a pot, a high-ranking divine artifact. It's not the best, but it's more than sufficient for me now. The only issue is the fire. I've searched the upper realm for countless divine flames, but each has its flaws, suitable only for certain ingredients. None can cook all types of ingredients. Donghua expressed regret initially, but then grew extremely excited. Finally, after years of wandering, I discovered a divine flame. It's called the Origin Divine Flame. It can cook most ingredients and even enhance their flavors. I'm just missing this divine flame. I've searched frantically for 200 years, yet I couldn't find even a spark of the Origin Divine Flame. Donghua gesticulated wildly as he spoke. I searched the upper realm for over 200 years, thinking the Origin Divine Flame was just a mythical legend. But then, due to an accident, I arrived in a world called the Lower Realm, where I found news of the Origin Divine Flame. Isn't this a case of seeking in vain, only to find by chance? Brother Yin, Donghua said, squinting his small eyes at Ziruo. Hee, this is a sickness that needs curing. Brother, you've been consumed by obsession. You must exorcise this demon from your heart, or it will lead to great trouble. Ziruo replied with a smile, drawing the Thlishin Ruyi Chi and placing it between his knees. No, this isn't an obsession. It's just a trivial fixation. Every top chef and gourmet has various quirks. Mine is nothing special. Many gourmets and chefs spend their entire lives unable to fulfill a single fixation. But now, at this very moment, I have the chance to satisfy my own fixation. Tell me, shouldn't I seize this opportunity? Donghua said with a chuckle. What are you talking about? Nyoma peeked over and asked. That so-called colorful fragrance was truly delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite before. The shock is still lingering in my mind. This fatso wants to devour my Tao companion's soul and seize my divine flame. Ziruo replied with a smile. A flat rate of 100,000 divine crystals. Donghua said with a pained expression. 100,000 divine crystals? What's worth that much? The beast god also approached, astonished. He looked at Yin Ziruo in surprise, asking, Miao Zi, do you have something worth 100,000 divine crystals? Hurry and sell it. Such a price is rare. Not selling. Yin Ziruo shook his head. 150,000 divine crystals. Dun Yuan's face twisted with a hint of ferocity. Not selling. Yin Ziruo still shook his head. Really not selling? Dun Yuan's expression returned to normal. Boom. The demon heart, secret realm fully activated, unleashing a torrent of techniques. Yin Ziruo raised the Thlishin Ruyi Chi and brought it down with the force of cleaving a mountain. Bang! The Thlishin Ruyi Chi didn't even scratch Dun Yuan's oily skin, but it thoroughly infuriated him. In an instant, Dun Yuan transformed into a towering dark giant, 2 zhang tall, radiating an abyss-like darkness that devoured all light. Insignificant ant, don't know how to appreciate a favor. Dun Yuan's giant hand reached out to grab Yin Ziruo. Roar! A giant ape phantom suddenly appeared between Dun Yuan and Yin Ziruo, and the beast god erupted. Roar! The beast god roared once more, and a vast domain spread around him. The domain of all beasts subdued. Damn it! Dun Yuan also roared in anger, unfolding a domain of his own. A swallowing domain that devoured everything. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 domains clashed violently, with endless roars of beasts and sounds of swirling absorption filling the air. Damn it! As a mid-tier god, you're protecting a mere ant who isn't even a great emperor. If you had even a fraction of your former power, I might fear you a bit. But now, die. I'll devour you. I'll feast on your brains, grilled to a sizzling perfection. Dun Yuan screamed madly. Roar, roar, roar. Some words seemed to enrage the beast god, who pounded his chest and roared to the heavens, his iron fists smashing forward with wild abandon. Boom, boom, boom. Dun Yuan was forced back repeatedly, counterattacking while searching for the beast god's weaknesses. If he could kill the beast god and consume him, gaining even a sliver of insight, it would greatly aid his future ascension to mid-tier godhood. Thinking of this, Dun Yuan's heart grew even hotter, and he attacked the beast god with even greater force. Roar! The beast god roared again, his momentum surging, his golden black iron fists smashing into the swallowing domain. Crack! The swallowing domain shattered in Dun Yuan's horrified gaze, and he was sent flying by a single punch from the beast god. Behind him, Yin Ziruo, having waited for the opportune moment, unleashed the second ultimate technique of the demon heart secret realm, 1 foot higher in the path of demons. Intense demonic energy surrounded the Thlishin Ruyi Chi. Swish! With a devastating strike, the sharp Thlishin Ruyi Chi plunged into Dun Yuan's back. Ah! Dun Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream. Seeing the beast god's iron fist bearing down once more, he disregarded Yin Ziruo at his back, lunged forward, yanked out the Thlishin Ruyi Chi, and fumbled out an enigmatic jade talisman. Snap! The jade token shattered, and Dun Yuan disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! The beast god charged forward, his fist smashing into the phantom, but it didn't harm Dun Yuan in the slightest. Roar, roar, roar! The beast god, still not fully venting his rage, roared furiously at the sky. Meanwhile, Yin Ziruo, lying on the side, revealed a satisfied smile. This time, the harvest was immense. Chapter 153, Devouring Talent, Secrets of the Title Race. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the luck child Dunshin. The luck value of Dunshin has decreased by 4,000, and the host's villain points have increased by 40,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stripping a strand of the Taodai bloodline from the luck child Dunshin. Due to partial overlap with the medicinal god scripture, it has now been merged into the devouring god technique. Ding! Detecting that the host's cultivation level is too low, it will cost 1,000 villain points to transform the devouring god technique into the devouring talent. 3 consecutive prompts echoed in Yin Ziruo's mind, making him feel a bit dizzy, but he quickly regained his composure. 4,000 luck value? 40,000 villain points? He had never had such a big harvest before. Could it be that the luck of the luck children from the higher realm is so easy to strip away? That Hao Hui still has 5,500 luck value on him. Although he had just gained 4,000 luck value, he now somewhat looked down on this 5,500 luck value. But even